Chapter 1 of a large horror documentary begins. Dragon Country. September 1st, 2024. Summer is over and autumn has just arrived, but there is still a lot of heat in the air. At this time, Ji-Jun came to the place where he would struggle for the next 3 or 4 years Kwancheng, with a slightly angry and excited heart. In front of Shanghai University. The main reason for his anger was that this was not where Ji-Jun wanted to go, but his father insisted on forcing him to come. They even threatened to cut off his living expenses. He had no choice but to fill out his application form business administration. As for his excitement, it was because he actually owned a system that he had always dreamed of. The system panel is very simple. System name, sign in for a happy life every day, followed by the word sign in. Host, Ji-Jun. Gender, male. Status, freshman. Age, 18 years old. Height, 180. Constitution, 79. Explanation, 60 is the basic physique of ordinary humans, 70 is the basic physique of people who exercise regularly, 80 is the basic physique of soldiers, 90 is the basic physique of the king of soldiers, 100 is the strongest physique of humans, and living to 100 without illness or disaster is simple. Overall appearance, 90 very handsome, but not as handsome as the reader in front of the screen. After taking a quick look, Ji-Jun asked curiously, "What functions does the system have? Report it to me." As soon as the words fell, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Ji-Jun's mind. Ding dong. The system functions are as follows: the current host level is level 1, the maximum level is level 5, and one item can be purchased at will from 3 items in the level 1 mall. The value of its products is about 1 million, and you can sign in once a day to start the system's flash sale moment. Warm reminder, if you do not sign in for a flash sale item on a given day, the item page will automatically be updated at dawn the next day. Now please follow the system instructions. Click the sign in button to enter the flash sale page. Hearing this, Ji-Jun followed the instructions without any hesitation and then entered a new page. There are 5 products in total, 2 of which are limited time flash sales. Sign in to the Happy Life Everyday flash sale page. The current usage level is level 1. The first row is the 2 limited time flash sale items. They are 1 strengthening pill, strengthen the physique by 10 points, and it will be ineffective if it is strengthened to 100 points. Flash sale price, 0.1 yuan. 1 million cash, 0.1 yuan flash sale price. The second row has 3 items, but you can only choose one to buy. They are Lamborghini Neo, 0.1 yuan flash sale price. A set of Bai Helu Yuan real estate, 0.1 yuan flash sale price. Super Slam Dunk Technique, 0.1 yuan flash sale price. At this time, Ji-Jun looked at the options in front of him without thinking too much. First, he bought both limited time flash sale items, and then chose the Lamborghini Neo. The total consumption was 0.3 yuan. Ding dong. The goods have been distributed, the vehicle has been parked in the parking lot next to the host's number 9 dormitory building, the car keys and the strengthening pills have been stored in the system space, and the cash has been distributed to your bank card. The source is safe and clean, so don't worry. When spending, you can silently recite the system payment in your mind for quick and convenient use. Hear this. Ji-Jun was already so excited that he could hardly contain himself, and was looking forward to seeing the calf's true appearance. Then, he did not stay at the school gate for too long, but went straight to the freshman reception desk with his luggage. Ouch! Stop pushing! Stop pushing! All freshmen, line up! This is the registration area for freshmen in the Department of Business Administration. The east gate of Shanghai University was already crowded with people, and the boys were extremely excited. But this is not difficult to understand, because the 2 girls under the shed are so beautiful and charming. The appearance is at least above 90 points. Don't ask me how I know that. The answer is given by the system panel. One of them was tall, with a cold temperament and a look that said keep away from strangers. Her name was Xia Houyu. She wore a white off-shoulder short top, which showed off her charming collarbone and slender shoulders and neck. The lower body is matched with black high-waisted wide leg pants, which have a great drape. When walking, the trouser legs swing gently in the wind, and the aura is so strong that it cannot be ignored. She was wearing black thin strap high heels with slender and upright heels, and every step seemed to be stepping on people's hearts. The other one is petite, passionate, and looks like a girl next door. She is so cute that people can't resist her. Her name is Lu Susu. She wore a short white belly-bearing vest, which perfectly showed off her slender waist and tight abdominal lines. She was wearing blue ultra-short denim shorts, and her long, straight legs were fully exposed to everyone. She wore pink strappy sandals on her feet and her toenails were painted with pink nail polish, which made her look playful and sexy. It is estimated that many foot control enthusiasts will be obsessed with it. Ouch! Stop pushing us. We can't stand it anymore. All freshmen, please line up and come one by one. Lu Susu suddenly shouted loudly, her tone full of annoyance and helplessness. After hearing this, the freshmen dared not act recklessly anymore and hurriedly arranged their formations. See this scene. Chi Jun suddenly lost interest in queuing. Instead of standing in line under the scorching sun to enter the school, he would rather kill time by watching videos under the shade of a tree. After a long time. Sister Xiaoho, I'm so tired. Why are there only girls on your side and only perverts on my side? They keep on talking, it's so annoying. There were even a few little hooligans who looked at me with lustful eyes and wanted to add me to the flying stars, but I rejected them outright. Lu Susu complained to Xia Hoyue, who was smiling beside her. Hearing this, Xia Hoyue smiled and said, "You can't blame them for this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself, little girl. What does this have to do with me? If you weren't dressed so cute and sexy, would they all run to you? Besides, I told you to dress conservatively yesterday, but you didn't listen. Now you know it's not good. If it's a man, he will come close to you. But I still have to thank you. You helped me attract most of the firepower, so after the orientation is over, I will treat you to shaved ice, that's all right." After hearing Xia Hoyue's words, Lu Susu's mood immediately improved a lot. "That's fine. But I want another piece of watermelon to quench my thirst." Okay. I'll satisfy you." "Wow. That's great, thank you Sister Xiaoho." After saying that, Lu Susu hugged Xia Hoyue tightly. "Oh. You little girl, you're so annoying. Get out of here, it's so hot in this hot weather." Xiaohu said while looking at Lu Susu in her arms. "All right." Lu Susu reluctantly left Xia Hoyue's arms, looked at her enviable big leg, and then looked at her own, although it was not a pair of a, but it was also the size of a small apple. "Senior Xiaohu, can you tell me what you normally eat to grow so big?" Lu Susu asked with envy. As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Hoyue's pretty face immediately flushed and she said coquettishly, "You little girl, you don't use your brain to study, but focus on these inappropriate things. Go back and sit down, don't come over here. I guess there will be another wave of new students coming soon so we can go off work." "Oh." Hearing this, Lu Susu had no choice but to go back to her seat and sit down. Then, because she was really bored, she started looking around. But he accidentally discovered Chi Jun sitting under a tree. Hey. Sister Xiaoho, look, there's a handsome guy sitting under that tree over there." "So handsome." Lu Susu shouted excitedly, her eyes seemed to light up. Hearing the voice, Xiaohu also looked in the direction of Lu Susu's finger, and her eyes fell on Chi Jun, who was looking at his phone with a smile under the tree. "It seems pretty cool. Why, do you want to add someone else's flying star?" Xiaohu teased. Hearing this, Lu Susu's little face inexplicably turned red and she spoke shyly. "It seems that it is possible. After all, I am obsessed with looks, and he just happens to meet my aesthetic standards. It's just that I don't know which college he is a freshman in, which is a pity. I guess I have to find out more." Lu Susu held her chin with both hands, looking infatuated. Seeing this, Xiaohu couldn't help but smile and didn't take it seriously. After all, in her opinion, although good looks cannot make a living, it is nice to be a feast for the eyes. "Why don't you go ask him now while no one is around?" Xiaohu suggested suddenly. As soon as these words came out, Lu Susu suddenly became excited. "Yes. She is indeed my sister. She is so kind to me. Sister Xiaohu, wait for me. I will go and ask her now." After saying that, Lu Susu left the awning like a happy little bird and ran towards Chi Jun under the tree. Chapter 2 Entering School, New Roommate. "Hello, classmate. Excuse me, which department are you in? Why haven't you registered yet?" Chi Jun, who was leisurely watching Dui Ying at this time, was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Susu, who was smiling in front of him. Then he looked around and found that he was the only one around. "Are you talking to me?" Chi Jun pointed at himself, looking confused. Seeing this, Lu Susu also laughed, and her smile was so bright and charming. "Right, duck. I am a sophomore majoring in business administration, and I am your senior. My name is Lu Susu, and you can just call me Senior Sister Lu. I was in the shed just now and saw you staying here for quite some time. Almost all the freshmen have left, and you are the only one left. What is wrong? Is there any difficulty? Do you need help? Lu Susu blinked her big eyes, looking concerned. Hearing this, Ji-jun smiled and waved his hand. No need to bother, thank you Senior Sister Lu, it's a coincidence that you and I are in the same business administration department. I just saw too many people, so I didn't go over. I was watching videos here and accidentally forgot the time. My name is Ji-jun, you can just call me by my name, Senior Lu. Ji-jun added. Ji-jun, Ji-jun, Lu Susu repeated silently twice, her heart blossoming, her tone excited, really? In that case, you are my junior fellow student. Yeah. I guess so. Senior Lu, I see there is no one there now, can I go and report now? Ji-jun asked. Good duck, good duck. Of course you can. Then come with me. I'll take you there to get familiar with it. After saying that, Lu Susu turned around happily and made an okay gesture to Xia Hoyue in the shed, indicating that everything was going well. Looking at the two people walking towards him, Xia Hoyue was also happy. This girl is good. She's quite capable. After arriving at the shed, Lu Susu leaned over to Xia Hoyue and whispered in her ear. He. Sister Xiaoho, let me tell you, you will never guess that this kid is called Ji-jun, and he is from our department. This is amazing. God help me. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho was also stunned. Wow, after all this time, it turns out that he was just asking for some basic information. Xiaoho gave Lu Susu a helpless look and chuckled. Look how happy you are. This is just the beginning. What's the difference between what you are doing and rubbing your hands? Lu Susu stuck out her tongue and pulled Ji-jun to start the registration procedures. Brother Ji-jun, please give me the admission letter and related documents first. Lu Susu said. After hearing this, Ji-jun nodded, quickly took it out of his bag and handed it to her. Lu Susu helped to process various documents with swift hands and feet, and also did not forget to introduce some of the school's situations to Ji-jun. We have quite a few courses in the Department of Business Administration. But as long as you study hard, it's not difficult. Ji-jun nodded and listened carefully. After the formalities were completed, Lu Susu said with a smile again. Let's go. This is your first time here, and you are not familiar with many things in the school. I will take you to the dormitory first. Hearing this, Ji-jun immediately felt something was wrong. Senior Lu, this is not good. Will it delay your work? It's okay. Senior Sister Xiaoho is here, so it won't be a problem, right? As they spoke, the two of them turned their eyes to Xia Hoyue, who was standing beside them. Seeing this, Xia Hoyue also called for a heavy rain. Sure enough, women are also typical creatures who forget their friends when they see a beautiful woman. After complaining in his heart, Xia Hoyue nodded in agreement. Okay, it's okay, you two can just go, there aren't many people here that I can handle right now. Hearing this, Ji-jun wanted to say something more, but Lu Susu didn't give him the chance. She grabbed his suitcase and ran into the school. He ran and shouted, Brother Ji-jun, stop wasting time and come quickly. Seeing this, Ji-jun was helpless and had to compromise. He smiled bitterly and said, then goodbye, Senior Sister Xiaoho. Well, bye. Xia Hoyue smiled and waved. After saying that, Ji-jun followed without saying anything more. Senior Lu, wait for me. Along the way, Lu Susu never stopped talking, and Ji-jun occasionally responded with a few words, and the atmosphere was harmonious. A moment later. When they arrived downstairs of the dormitory, many people's eyes were attracted by this handsome man and beautiful woman. Wow! That girl is so pretty. This guy must be very happy every night. Who said it wasn't? If this was my girlfriend, I'd probably live 10 years less. Listening to what everyone said, Ji-jun looked helpless and rolled his eyes. Lu Susu on the side seemed extremely calm. She was used to it and didn't take it to heart at all. Looking at the dormitory in front of him, Ji-jun showed a relieved expression on his face and said, Senior Lu, I have arrived at the dormitory. Please give me your luggage. I won't bother you to carry it again. Hearing this, Lu Susu's eyes instantly revealed a bit of reluctance, and she pouted her rosy lips and muttered, okay then. But junior brother Chijun, if there's anything you don't understand, you've also added my flying star, so remember to ask me again. After saying that, she handed over Chijun's luggage. After taking the luggage, Chijun smiled and nodded repeatedly. Okay, thank you, Senior Lu, I'll leave first, bye. The words haven't finished yet. After saying that, Chijun ran upstairs quickly as if his feet were greased. The speed was so fast that it seemed as if he didn't want to stay here any longer. There is no other reason, it's just that this girl is too talkative. And from time to time she would get closer to him, and the charming body fragrance would penetrate into his nose again and again, and Chijun really couldn't resist it. At the same time, Lu Susu looked at Chijun's fleeing back, a smug smile appeared on her face. She felt happy and turned around and jumped back to Xiaohou. Sister Xiaohou, I think this junior is a pretty good person. Lu Susu said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. After hearing this, Xiaohou poked her head with her finger. You, don't just look at your face, you have to get to know you better. Oh, I know. Lu Susu said coquettishly in a sweet voice. The scene changed. Chijun also came to his dormitory number 369. As soon as he entered the door, Chijun began to observe and found that the dormitory was generally quite good. The bed and the table are neatly arranged, the air conditioner is blowing cool air, the wireless network signal is full, and the independent bathroom facilities are complete. And the most important thing is that Chijun's roommates are all here. After seeing Chijun, the last member to arrive, several people immediately started introducing themselves to each other. After a short while, they knew each other's basic information and even arranged their numbers. The oldest one is the eldest brother, named Zhao Ling, a native of Quancheng. He is very amiable, tall and big, about 188 centimeters tall, and 19 years old this year. The second one is the guy who sleeps in the bed opposite Chijun, his name is Hanwen. He is also from Quancheng, but this guy is more introverted and reserved. He is not very tall, about the average male height of 175 centimeters. His birthday is 1 month older than Chijun. As for the third brother, that is naturally Chijun. The last one is from Shanghai, his name is Wei Hao. This kid is not very good at studying. According to him, he got in here through connections because he has a relative who is a professor here. Fortunately, he is a nice person, loves to chat, and claims to be well informed. Chapter 3, the heroine appears, concubine Chuyu. After chatting for a long time, everyone's stomachs started to growl and they all felt hungry. Afterwards, everyone followed Wei Hao's suggestion and went out of the school to have a party. The scene changed. Shanghai University, College of Business Administration, Dean's office. At this time, 3 women were chatting here. Sitting at the desk is a woman with an elegant and graceful temperament. This woman is the owner of this office, Suya. There were 2 women in their early 20s sitting at the coffee table in front of them, both of them were stunningly beautiful. One of them is Suya's daughter, Chu Yufei, whose beauty is almost off the charts, with an astonishing score of 100 points. Her long hair falls like a waterfall, the white short-sleeved top is pure and simple, and the blue jeans on the bottom perfectly outline her slender legs. The overall outfit is simple and refreshing. Her cold eyes are like a frozen pond, her thin lips are tightly pursed as if covered with frost, and her graceful figure sways like a willow in the wind. With every move she makes, the bluish-white jade bracelet on her wrist adds to her charm, revealing her intellectual and cold temperament. Her powerful aura is like an invisible wall, making it difficult for people to approach her and making them stay away. The other girl's appearance also reached an amazing 95 points. She was wearing a white dress, with long hair hanging down her shoulders. Her tone was gentle and graceful, giving people the feeling of a good girl. Her name is Hua Linglong. She is a good friend of Chu Yufei. They came together to apply for the position of freshman counselor. Linglong. Auntie is very happy that you can come with Yufei this time. Suya's face was full of smiles and her eyes were filled with joy. Of course, I would like to congratulate you two first. Through your own efforts, you have been successfully selected as counselors of our college. Thank you, Dean. We will definitely work harder. The two said in unison. Hearing this, Suya nodded with satisfaction. Well, let's not waste any more time on this. Linglong, you can go back and tidy up your dormitory first. As for Yufei, I still have something to tell her. Okay, see you then, Dean. After saying that, Hua Linglong opened the door and left without saying much or staying. Bang! Not long after Hua Linglong left, Suya spoke again, with a hint of flattery in her tone. Yufei, are you used to living here these past 2 days? Shu Yufei smiled, but it was a forced smile. It's fine. No need to worry, mother. Of course, if that's all you want to say to keep me here, then I think I can leave now. As Chu Yufei spoke, a hint of impatience appeared on her face. Seeing her daughter's resistance, Suya smiled helplessly and sighed softly. I know that your father and I have been forcing you to go on a blind date. I understand that you are not happy about it and have resistance. Snort. Concubine Chuyu snorted coldly. Mother, you worry too much. How dare I have any objection to you too? At most, I am not ready yet. She curled her lips, looking unconvinced, and was extremely reluctant in her heart. That's enough. Girl, if someone doesn't know, they would think your father and I have treated you unfairly. Suya rolled her eyes at her, with a look that contained both anger and love. Besides, I was a little impatient, but didn't you ever go on a blind date? I asked someone to arrange 10 blind dates for you, and you stood them up 10 times. Suya became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice unconsciously rose a few degrees. In the final analysis, you didn't suffer any loss at all, and I even took the blame for you. Someone called me early this morning and made it clear that he would no longer introduce blind dates to me. How about it, are you satisfied? Hearing this, concubine Chuyu was not unhappy at all. Instead, she revealed a rare sincere smile. Okay. You deserve it. It's not my fault anyway. There was a hint of pride in her tone, as if she had won a battle. Seeing this, Suya shook her head helplessly. She had already gotten used to it and was too lazy to say any more. Okay, let us just leave it like this for now. Let us talk about something serious first. Hearing Suya mention the serious matter, Chu Yufei immediately perked up and looked focused. It's not a big deal, it's just that your Uncle Chi's son Shijun came to our school this year. And coincidentally, he applied for a major in our college and is a freshman majoring in business administration this year. As for you, I have transferred you to his class as a counselor. So from now on, in addition to working hard, you have one more task, which is to take care of your brother Chijun, do you understand? As soon as the words fell, concubine Chuyu was stunned for a moment, her mouth slightly open, but her eyes revealed an unconcealable surprise. She confirmed again, Mom, are you sure that Uncle Chi's son Chijun is a freshman in our college? Yes. It's absolutely true. I also thought it was strange at first, but this is what your father said himself, your Uncle Chi forced him to come here with a bamboo pole and a money bag. Come to think of it, our two families haven't seen each other for a long time. You haven't seen this Chijun for almost 6 years. Suya said slowly. Chu Yufei nodded slightly, thinking silently in her heart. Yes. Chijun, I think about you day and night, and your name is so familiar to me that it is engraved in my bones. Time flies so fast. Haven't seen him in over 6 years. Chijun, that naughty little brother, I wonder if he has ever thought of me for a moment in all this time? Every day I can only look at his photo to relieve my longing and swallow my saliva. These days are really hard to endure. As she thought about it, Chu Yufei couldn't help but laugh. There was a hint of cunning and obsession in that smile, as if it was possessed by a demon. He. Since God has sent you to me again, I will never let you slip away from my palm again. Yufei, are you listening to me? Looking at Chu Yufei grinning foolishly and in a daze, Suya couldn't help but raise her voice. Hearing the voice, Chu Yufei suddenly came back to her senses, a blush instantly appeared on her face, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, as if she was caught and felt guilty. Ah. Oh. I understand. Don't worry, mother. I will take good care of him. Well, if there's nothing else to do, then let's just do it this way. I still have to clean up the dormitory with Linglong. Goodbye, mother. After saying that, Chu Yufei quickly stood up, like a gust of wind, opened the door with a smile and ran out. Watching her daughter leaving, Suya couldn't help laughing. She shook her head helplessly and sighed. This girl has such an impetuous temper, which she inherited from her father and can never change. The scene changed. Off campus, Grandpa's spicy barbecue restaurant. At this time, Chi Junjiang and his 3 roommates were sitting together, enjoying delicious barbecue skewers, singing and laughing, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. But what he didn't know was that waiting for him the next day would be the woman from whom he would never be able to escape in his entire life. Chapter 4 Enemies Meet. The next day, Shijun and his friends got up early, not because they didn't want to sleep in, but because there was new news in the class group. Teacher Chu, all students must leave the dormitory building before 8 o'clock today, and then gather in the class for a meeting. In the afternoon, they will receive military training uniforms for military training. Followed by a group of received. After getting up, Jun signed in first and then came to the flash sale page. The page is quite empty, with only 3 options. 9,990,000 in cash, 0.1 yuan flash sale price. Master level calligraphy, 0.1 yuan flash sale price. Patek Philippe Super Complex Function Timepiece Series 6104 or 001 watch, 0.1 yuan flash sale price. After a quick look, Jun still didn't hesitate at all and directly chose cash. By the way, Jun also asked about system upgrades. Ding dong. System upgrades need to be completed through tasks or check-in points. As the name suggests, a check-in point is a point for each check-in. It takes 100 sign-in points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. After understanding the need for the upgrade, Jun didn't pay too much attention to it. A moment later, Jun and others had breakfast on the way and then came to the classroom. There were quite a few people in the classroom, about 50 or so. The male to female ratio is 1 to 2. Then, Jun and his companions quickly found a corner in the back and sat down. Hey! Did you see that? The girls in our class are all of very high quality, Wei Hao said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Jun's 3 old perverts naturally nodded in agreement. Look at the 6th girl in the first row by the door on my right. She's dressed very simply. She's the new beauty of the school. Isn't she pretty? Before Wei Hao finished speaking, Hanwen immediately asked, then do you know what it's called? The name seems to be Yao Pingping, the same as ping in duckweed. Also, look at the one in front of us on the left, the one wearing a jewel necklace and light makeup. The daughter of the coal boss from the neighboring province, the only beauty on the school level list in our college, is called Shengwan Shud. Fuck. I mean, where on earth did you get all this information about girls, Lao Si? Boss Zhao Ling asked curiously. Hearing this, Jun and the other 2 looked at him curiously. Yes. These things are not even on the walls of the school. Where did you get them from? Seeing the envious looks on the 3 people's faces, Wei Hao suddenly felt a little proud. Then don't worry about it. I naturally have my own channels. Otherwise, can I be called Xiao Lingtong? Besides, this is actually nothing. The best surprise is yet to come. Oh? What do you mean? Is there anything more amazing than this? Jun couldn't help but ask. That's right. Although one is the department belle and the other is the school belle, it's not rare. The most beautiful one has to be our counselor, Chu Yufei. Of course, although Hua Linglong from the next class is slightly inferior to Teacher Chu, she is also a peerless beauty. After hearing these words, Jun was stunned for a moment, thinking that he had heard it wrongly. Wait a minute. Old 4, please wait a moment. What did you say our class counselor's name was? Chu Yufei? Yes. Chu Yufei, what's wrong, have you seen it? Wei Hao said. Hearing such a definite answer, Jun was a little panicked. Do you have any photos? Can you show them to me? Seeing Jun looking a little flustered, Wei Hao and others also felt very strange. No, I just heard these from others, I have never seen the real person, let alone a photo. I only know that she is a very cold person and doesn't like strangers to get close to her. She came to our college with Hua Linglong, the counselor of the next class, 2 days ago. I don't know anything else. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, you are kidding me. God bless me. Please don't run into that old woman. If I do, I'm afraid I'll never be able to turn things around. Tai Juko Tianzuan, please bless me. Please save the child. I hope it doesn't turn out to be her. Jun can now only pray silently in his heart that this is just a person with the same name. But fate is so wonderful. The more you don't want to think about it and the more you can't expect it, the more it will happen inadvertently. About half an hour later, Jun finally got an extremely cruel answer. The door of the classroom was slowly pushed open, and a beautiful woman walked in from outside. Name, Chu Yufei. Charm appearance, 100 points. Age, 24. Height, 178. Weight, 119. Constitution, 72. Private, 0 used to measure the number of women who have sex. Basic information. Just when everyone was dumbfounded, Shi-jun was frightened out of his wits when he looked at the system panel. OMG. Oh my god, you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Is it true that I will have no way out in the next 3 years? At the same time, Chu Yufei, who walked in from the door, also noticed the young man in the crowd who had been haunting her. Sure enough, God still favors me. Shi-jun, you naughty brother, you can't escape this time even if you have wings. Afterwards, Chu Yufei walked to the podium, picked up the chalk gracefully, and wrote her name on the blackboard in a flamboyant manner. Then, she turned around, faced everyone, and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yufei. You can just call me Teacher Chu. From now on, I will be your counselor. I hope you will give me your assistance in the future." As soon as the words fell, the classroom suddenly became like a popcorn pot that had exploded, with the sound of crackling and popping non-stop, and it was very lively. In fact, not only boys like beautiful girls, girls are no exception. Teacher Chu, do you have a boyfriend? Teacher Chu, if you don't have a boyfriend, you can consider a girlfriend. I can do it. So can I. Everyone was talking at the same time, and the scene was as lively as a vegetable market, with noise rising and falling one after another and never stopping. All right, students, be quiet for a moment. When concubine Chuyu heard all these chatterings, she felt her head buzzing and became extremely irritated. She immediately raised her voice and shouted. Hearing this, everyone instantly became much more obedient. The scene was quiet for a long time. Chu Yufei looked around the classroom with a sharp gaze and continued, "Dear students, you talk too much and ask too many questions. I don't have enough time to answer so many questions, so I will just answer a few simple questions. First question, I don't have a boyfriend at the moment, but in the future, maybe soon. The second question is, I don't need a girlfriend, and I definitely won't have one in the future." Okay, we have answered the 2 questions. Now we will start calling the roll. Students whose names are called should answer consciously. Did you hear clearly? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Seeing this, concubine Chuyu nodded with satisfaction and began to call the roll. Zhang San. Arrive. Li Si. Arrive. A moment later. After Chu Yufei finished calling the roll, she began to talk about some of the school's rules and regulations with a serious face. Next, I'm going to tell you about my class rules and regulations, so listen carefully. First of all, students are not allowed to be late or leave early. I will severely punish students who skip classes without reason. Secondly, every teacher's homework must be completed on time and plagiarism is not allowed. Also, our class should be united and friendly, and not form cliques. Chapter 5, Class Committee Election, Chu Yufei forces Chi-jun to arrange. Talked for a long time. At this moment, everyone except Chi-jun was so excited that their eyes were shining, and they listened very attentively. As for Chi-jun, he felt drowsy after listening to the lecture. He nodded his head and couldn't help mumbling to himself. It never ends. This is too long-winded. The sound was not loud, but Chu Yufei's ears keenly caught the subtle sound of resistance. She couldn't help but smile and hum softly, "The student in the back wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, please stand up. I would like to ask, do you have any opinion about me?" Chu Yufei's voice rose a few notches, and there was a hint of majesty in her eyes. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were focused on Chi-jun. Chi-jun was startled, stood up hurriedly, waved his hands in a panic, and put on a flattering smile on his face. No. No objection. Teacher Chu, you are right. I was just confused just now and accidentally talked in my sleep. You are a magnanimous person, please don't bother with me. I kept thinking to myself, oh my god, no way, she heard all this? Hearing this, Chu Yufei couldn't help but burst out laughing with a hint of amusement. Oh? So, the teacher is wronging you? No, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. It's also my fault. I shouldn't have dozed off during your class. It's my fault. Well, you know how to take the initiative to admit your mistakes, and your attitude is pretty good. So what is your name? Tell it so everyone can get to know you. Concubine Chuyu folded her hands over her chest and said with interest. Chi-jun complained in his heart, what's this? You asked me my name. We have been friends since we were little. Don't you know it? But he still smiled on the surface, and said with a stiff curve at the corner of his mouth, my name is Chi-jun, Teacher Chu. Mr. Chi, Chu Yufei whispered softly, with a smile on her face. Her eyes seemed to be planning something. Okay, teacher will remember you, I will forgive you this time, sit down. Seeing this, Chi Jun didn't hesitate to smile and nodded. After saying thank you hurriedly, he sat down. Immediately, ripples appeared below. Wow! I didn't expect there would be such a handsome boy in our class. A girl covered her mouth with her eyes shining. Yes, yes. So handsome. I just wonder if he has a girlfriend. Another girl came over with a crazy look on her face. See this scene. The eldest brother, Zhao Ling, immediately winked and said jokingly, "It is indeed the third brother, he has strength and courage. You can fall asleep while such a beautiful teacher is teaching you. I admire you so much." Me too. Me too. The second and fourth brothers seconded the motion, but Chi Jun was speechless and simply didn't bother to pay attention. On the other side, concubine Chu Yu was also staring at Chi Jun silently, secretly calculating in her mind. She bit her pretty lips gently, and her fingers tapped unconsciously on the podium in a disordered rhythm. It seems that this stinky little brother is very popular with girls. He should be disciplined even more. The corners of Chu Yufei's mouth rose slightly, and the curve was somewhat evil. There was a sense of determination and possessiveness in his eyes that was imperceptible to others. Okay, it's just a small episode, now let's get back to the topic. Chu Yufei clapped her hands, her face instantly regained its seriousness, and her eyes swept across everyone sharply, as if sternly warning everyone not to be absent again. I hope everyone here can abide by these regulations and work together to create an excellent learning atmosphere. Let's talk about these things here first. Time is tight. Let's start electing class committee members. Are there any students who would like to volunteer? As Chu Yufei spoke, there was a hint of expectation in her eyes, and her gaze stayed on Chi Jun for a few more seconds, intentionally or unintentionally. As soon as the words fell, for a moment, the classroom became silent. When concubine Chu Yu saw this, she had never expected it to be like this. Helplessly, she pointed at the girl at the door and said, "Let's start with this girl at the door. Please introduce yourself first." Hearing this, the girl nodded and walked up to the podium nervously. "Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Na. I'm from Shandong province. I don't have any special hobbies except reading. So I want to run for the position of study committee member." After hearing this, Chu Yufei nodded slightly. Not bad, is there anything else? Someone took the lead, and then several other students stood up and ran for different positions. A moment later. Okay, the class committee is still short of a monitor. Are there any students who want to run for the election? After Chu Yufei finished speaking, she looked around the classroom with anticipation in her eyes, quietly waiting for a response. After hearing this, everyone looked around curiously and began to discuss among themselves. It's not easy to be a squad leader. You have to offend people and there are many problems. Whoever wants to be the boss can do it. I don't want to take on this tough job anyway. For a long time, no one was willing to step forward and take on this hot potato. Since no one wants to run for election, let me be the nominee. Seeing no one responding, Chu Yufei had to speak herself, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she had already made a plan in mind. Hearing this, no one objected. After all, as long as they don't do the work themselves, they don't bother to worry about who does it. They either leaned back in their chairs or lowered their heads and fiddled with their fingers, looking as if it had nothing to do with them. But after hearing this, Chi Jun felt a chill on his back and an ominous premonition in his heart. The result is self-evident. The next second, this premonition came true. Then let Chi Jun, who is just here, be the monitor of our class. Let's give him a round of applause. The words haven't finished yet. The crowd's applause rang out like thunder. Clatter, clatter. Especially Zhao Ling and the other two, they were so enthusiastic that their palms turned red from clapping. At this time, Chu Yufei in front of the podium was looking at Chi Jun with a sly smile on her face, her little hands clapping rhythmically. Looking at her in front of me with a smile as beautiful as a flower, she is really as beautiful as a fairy. Those delicate facial features and brilliant smile will make anyone's heart beat fast. But the king of Qi showed no appreciation at all, and was even filled with worry. He frowned and wailed in his heart, "No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. If she succeeds, the days ahead will be miserable and horrible." Thinking of this, Chi Jun stood up without hesitation, his face full of reluctance, and said anxiously, "Teacher Chu, I really don't have the ability to be a class monitor. Otherwise, you should look for a more suitable candidate. Hearing this, Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows slightly and responded in a tender voice, Student Shi Jun, please don't underestimate yourself. In the eyes of the teacher, you are the unique, irreplaceable best candidate. Just be obedient and do your job well. Hearing this, the students around him looked at him with envy. The look in his eyes seemed as if he was watching a wonderful drama with great interest. However, after hearing this, the king of Qi was secretly unwilling and still tried to seize the opportunity. But Chu Yufei obviously didn't want to tangle with him anymore, so she interrupted him directly. Okay, today's class meeting ends here. You will go to collect your military training uniforms this afternoon and start your military training life. I won't take up any more of your time. Go have lunch. Bye. After saying this, Chu Yufei left the classroom in a leisurely manner amid the reluctant eyes of the crowd and the indignant gaze of Qi Jun. This woman is still as rude and unreasonable to me as she was when I was a kid. Oh, what a living enemy, I haven't seen her for a few years and she's targeting me again. Qi Jun looked at Chu Yufei's departing back and couldn't help but mutter. Chapter 6 The good times have just begun? During lunch, Qi Jun's three bad friends took the opportunity to make fun of him. Third brother, you are truly the squad leader that everyone wants. Zhao Ling said with a playful smile. That's right, you have to take care of us brothers in the future. The second brother, Han Wen, echoed. Qi Jun rolled his eyes at them in annoyance and said, Stop laughing at me here. I was clearly tricked by concubine Chu Yu. Oh. If you ask me, you just don't know how lucky you are. Wei Hao suddenly interrupted. Ha, you still don't know how to appreciate your good fortune. I think this is a blessing in disguise. I will suffer a lot in the future. Then, before Qi Jun could finish his words, everyone's cell phones suddenly rang at the same time. Ding dong. 4. It's a message in the class group. Chu Yufei, in the afternoon, everyone will receive the military training uniforms for distribution and training. Squad leader Qi Jun, please come to my office early after lunch and wait for orders. Look, what did I say? This sin is coming soon, is it okay? Qi Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. Well, let's eat first. I think the chicken drumstick rice at that window is pretty good, hurry up, or it will be snatched away soon. The boss suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the other two quickly agreed and followed the boss's figure and ran over. The scene changed. In the afternoon, the sun was high in the sky and the heat was unbearable. As the squad leader, Qi Jun was called by Chu Yufei to help transport and distribute the military training uniforms. Student Qi, please be quick and don't dawdle. The sun is unusually bright today, so you'd better work hard. Concubine Chu Yu was leisurely drinking cool drinks and chatting happily with Hua Linglong, while she was directing Qi Jun's work in an orderly manner. See this scene. Qi Jun secretly groaned in his heart, but he could only do as he was told obediently. You wait, old woman. Sooner or later, I will make you pay me back double. Standing aside, Hua Linglong couldn't help but feel a little curious when she saw Qi Jun working so hard. Yufei, who is this? Is this a student from your class? Why is he the only one busy? Where are the other class committee members? After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu immediately laughed, with a hint of malice in her smile. This is the squad leader I carefully selected. As for the other class committee members, they are probably still taking a lunch break in the dormitory right now. Ah. Why? Why did you leave all this hard work to just him? Wouldn't this be inappropriate? After all, it's so hot, and there will be military training soon. I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it. He. What I want is for him to be unable to bear it. This stinky little brother has been gone for 6 years and he hasn't even called me or sent me a message. He doesn't miss me at all. And he dared to refute me when we just met today. If I don't teach him a lesson, how can I control him in the future? Thinking of this, Chu Yufei coughed lightly. Ahem, it's okay, he's a young man. He's strong and healthy, military training won't be a problem for him. But Hua Linglong wanted to say something else, but seeing that Chu Yufei didn't seem to be willing to pay attention, she had no choice but to shut her mouth. Student Qi Jun, you don't have much time left. The other students are already on their way here, you have to speed up. Concubine Chu Yu spoke again and added fuel to the fire. After hearing this, the king of Qi felt extremely miserable and had no words to express his suffering. Fortunately, I had taken the system's pills before, and my physical fitness is extraordinarily strong. It's just that the taste is a bit weird, just like the Luwei Dihuang pills that my friend took. Half an hour later. Military training officially begins. Other students also arrived one after another, received their clothes, and after changing, they started training under the leadership of a tall and mighty instructor. I thought that in this way, King Qi could temporarily avoid concubine Shu Yu's torture. But unexpectedly, Shu Yufei and the instructor actually knew each other. She would come over to inspect from time to time, and was always particularly concerned about Qi Jun's performance. The scene changed. After a day of military training, Qi Jun was so tired that he collapsed on the bed like a puddle of mud. When will this hard time end? Qi Jun muttered to himself weakly. Third brother, tell us the truth, do you know our counselor? The eldest brother, Zhao Ling, asked with a serious look and curiosity in his eyes. Hearing this, the other people also had gossipy expressions on their faces, staring at Qi Jun closely. Why, you all figured it out? Qi Jun said. Nonsense, considering the extent to which Mr. Chu takes care of you, it's no exaggeration to say that this is just public revenge. Hurry up and tell us, have you known each other for a long time? And why did you offend Teacher Chu? The fourth child, Wei Hao, asked excitedly. The words haven't finished yet. The three of them immediately came to Qi Jun's bed, their faces full of anticipation. Seeing this, Qi Jun smiled bitterly and said, yes. I know Teacher Chu, and we are old acquaintances. Look what I said, come on, boss, give me the money, $10. Hearing this, Wei Hao immediately shouted excitedly. Ouch! What a loss! There's not even any suspense here. They just give the answer straight away. How boring. After saying that, Zhao Ling gave Wei Hao 10 yuan. $10 have arrived in Fei Xing's account. Good fellow, you are not human beings. It is totally unjust to bet on a poor person like me. Qi Jun couldn't help but complain. Hey! This is just a little fun between roommates to improve the relationship. It's just a minor incident, don't take it seriously, third brother. Wei Hao spoke up. That's right, but I'm still very curious, how did you and our teacher Chu know each other? Why does she take care of you so much? Zhao Ling said with great confusion. Seeing this, the others nodded in unison. Looking at the three big heads below, Qi Jun knew that if he didn't talk to them about this matter, it might not be easily resolved. It's not a big deal actually. As for me and Teacher Chu, we have known each other since childhood. It's mainly because of my dad. My dad and Teacher Chu's dad were comrades in arms, and they have a very close relationship. It just so happened that when Uncle Chu was assigned work that year, his unit was not far from my home, so our two families had close contacts, became more and more familiar with each other, and our relationship became better and better. But this situation did not last long. In the summer of my 6th grade, Uncle Chu and his family moved away for work reasons. Our family is getting busier and busier because of the business, so we don't have time to see each other. At most, my dad and Uncle Chu would occasionally call and reminisce about the past. Qi Jun paused and continued. After that, Teacher Chu and I never met again. Who would have thought that I would meet her again in college and she would become my counselor? Then is she taking care of you so much because you two had some conflicts when you were little? The second child, Han Wen, asked impatiently. After hearing this, Qi Jun scratched his head and thought carefully, as for the festival, it's really no big deal. When we were playing together as kids, I might have accidentally snatched her things a few times, which made her angry a few times. But those were just childish behaviors of a child, who would have thought that she would remember it till now. Maybe Teacher Chu has always been thinking about you. Wei Hao joked in a nonchalant manner. Don't talk nonsense. A woman as cold and sinister as her, I think she just wants to take revenge on me. Qi Jun shook his head helplessly. So what are you going to do next? You can't always be treated so specially by Teacher Chu, right? Zhao Ling asked with concern. Qi Jun smiled bitterly and said, what else can we do? We can only take it one step at a time. Anyway, I have nothing to fear from my own shadow, so at worst I can just have a good chat with her. Okay, third brother, we support you. If you need help, we will definitely help you. Wei Hao said, patting his chest. Thank you brothers in advance, but I hope there will never be a day when I need you. Qi Jun said with a smile. A few people chatted and laughed for a while before going their separate ways to rest. Chapter 7 I killed a cow with one punch. The next day. Chi Jun got up early because of his biological clock. Sign in as usual and go to the flash sale page. 1 million cash 0.1 yuan flash sale price. Grandmaster Bajiquan 0.1 yuan flash sale price. Patek Philippe Super Complex Function Timepiece Series 6104 or 001 watch 0.1 yuan flash sale price. Looking at the three products in front of him, Chi Jun suddenly had difficulty making a decision. After hesitating for a moment, he finally chose Bajiquan. Payment successful. Rewards are starting to be distributed. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Jun's mind was suddenly flooded with a lot of wonderful feelings about Bajiquan's moves and internal strength. A moment later, Chi Jun clenched his hands and felt his own strength. It is no exaggeration to say that I can kill a cow with this punch. The scene changed. Everyone listened to my command and march in step. The instructor's voice was like a loud bell, and the powerful sound echoed in the training ground. 121. 121. 121. Stand still. Looking at Chi Jun and others in front of him, the instructor had a look of satisfaction on his face and kept nodding his head. Very good, now everyone can go and rest for a while, we will continue training later. Disband. The words haven't finished yet. Most of the people ran towards the awning like wild horses. Of course, there were also a few people who went to the supermarket to buy water together, and they were discussing something enthusiastically while walking. Third brother, I can't hold on any longer. I'm almost dying. At this time, Wei Hao under the awning was holding Chi Jun's hand, and his whole body was slumped like a puddle of mud, and he spoke in an exaggerated acting style. Chi Jun rolled his eyes at him helplessly, frowned slightly, and said impatiently, Old 4, if you have to fart, just let it out. If you don't have to fart, shut your anus. Old Third, you are so heartless. You have no love anymore, right? Where is the friendship between us roommates? Wei Hao pouted and looked at Chi Jun pitifully, his eyes full of resentment, looking like an abandoned young wife. Ah, da. Shut up. You act like a nagging woman every day. If you have something to say, just say it now, or don't delay me from going to get some water. After Chi Jun finished speaking, he shook Wei Hao's hand hard again, but this guy was really using too much force and couldn't shake it off. Well, since you asked, I will be merciful and tell you. It's not a big deal, just bring me a cup of half-iced lemon tea and a bowl of shaved ice with more toppings when you go to the supermarket later. I love it. Wei Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, his face was full of anticipation, and the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to his ears. After saying that, he loosened Chi Jun's arm and let him go. Upon hearing this, Chi Jun was so angry that he was speechless. He rolled his eyes up and let out a long sigh. He had been going through all this time just for such a trivial matter. Okay. I got it. Then you wait, I'll go with the boss. Old Third, I really love you, moi. Wei Hao put his hands together and tried to please others. His expression was as funny as it could be. Hey! Stop that, I'm sick. Chi Jun waved his hand in disdain, turned around and walked to the side of the eldest brother Zhao Ling, whispered a few words into his ear, and then the two set off together. A moment later, Chi Jun and Zhao Ling were enjoying shaved ice in one hand while the other came back slowly with a big bag of shaved ice and lemon tea in the other hand. Third brother, tell me what they are so excited about. It's like they were given an injection of chicken blood. The eldest brother Zhao Ling asked while eating shaved ice, with a puzzled look on his face, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. Who knows? Maybe it's just a heat stroke in the middle of summer. Chi Jun responded casually, glanced casually at the excited crowd around him, and shrugged nonchalantly. Hey, don't worry about it, just hurry up and go. Hurry up and send the shaved ice to the second and fourth children, or they will die of heat if they are late any longer. Hearing this, Zhao Ling said no more and nodded hurriedly in response, still holding a mouthful of shaved ice in his mouth, and spoke vaguely. Oh, yes, let's go. Afterwards, the two of them quickened their pace. Soon, I arrived in front of my class. At the same time, Chi Jun and the other two finally understood why everyone was so excited. Two beautiful ladies with graceful figures. At this time, Chu Yufei was holding an umbrella elegantly and wearing sunglasses. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a thin sun protection jacket, with a black skirt that reached her ankles. She was wearing a pair of sneakers and stood there quietly, her figure graceful, like a beautiful painting. Next to her was another beauty, Hua Linglong. This was the second time Chi Jun had seen this girl. For a moment, I was fascinated by it. She was also holding an umbrella and wearing sunglasses, but she was wearing a white dress, the hem of which fluttered gently in the breeze, and she was wearing a pair of sandals, revealing her tempting jade. There was a faint smile on her lips, and she looked more friendly than Chu Yufei. She had the kind of affinity of an older sister next door, which made people want to get close to her. Wow! Third brother, did you see that? It's the counselor from the next class, Teacher Hua. It's so beautiful. I feel like I can't stand standing there. What is going on? Zhao Ling stared at Hua Linglong and whispered in Qi Jun's ear. His voice was full of excitement and agitation, and he almost drooled. Hearing this, Qi Jun came back to his senses immediately, glanced at the boss who was a little amorous, and couldn't help but teasing. Maybe, it's because your second brother didn't get to eat shaved ice. After hearing this, Zhao Ling blushed and became angry. Oh my god. Third brother, you little bastard, this joke is a bit too much. As he said that, he freed his hand and slapped Qi Jun's butt. But Qi Jun would naturally not let him succeed. He turned his body to the side, dodged nimbly, and ran away, not forgetting to look back and make a face. Hey! I can't hit it, hey! I can't hit it! Qi Jun ran and shouted, and his cheerful laughter echoed over the playground. However, this commotion also attracted the attention of concubine Chu Yu, who was standing nearby. No wonder I didn't see him for a long time. It turns out he slipped away to enjoy the cool air and was being lazy. Concubine Chu Yu frowned slightly and muttered softly, but a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. But when she noticed that Qi Jun was getting closer and closer to her, concubine Chu Yu suddenly became happy again, as if she had thought of some interesting idea. Qi Jun, since you two are still fooling around there, come here quickly. Chu Yufei crossed her arms over her chest and shouted at a higher voice. Hearing the sound, the two who were originally laughing and playing suddenly froze as if they were cast under a spell. Third brother, just now. I seem to hear Teacher Chu calling us, what should we do? Zhao Ling panicked. Who knows what to do? You know how cruel this old woman is to me. Qi Jun replied unhappily. Are you still going? Of course I have to go, otherwise when she comes to find me, I will die a more miserable death. Helplessly, the two men had to put away their playful thoughts and slowly and leisurely came in front of the two girls. Chapter 8. If concubine Chu Yu gets jealous, the consequences will be serious. As soon as they met, Qi Jun immediately started to act stupid and put on a flattering smile that was enough to make people sick. Teacher Chu, what a coincidence. I never thought you would be here in my dreams. As he spoke, Qi Jun looked at Hua Linglong again. The smile on his face instantly became brighter, as if flowers could bloom, and he greeted her enthusiastically. Hello, Teacher Hua. At this moment, concubine Chu Yu looked at Qi Jun's passionate eyes when he looked at Hua Linglong, and a surge of jealousy suddenly surged in her heart. He instantly became furious, clenched his beautiful silver teeth, silently clenched his fists, and veins bulged on the back of his hands. Ah! I'm so mad. This stinky brother actually laughed so happily with another woman in front of me. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. Sooner or later, I will make you unable to get out of bed and squeeze you till there is not a drop left. Then let's see if you dare to attract other men out there. Concubine Chu Yu secretly swore in her heart, her eyes full of possessiveness, as if Qi Jun was her unique treasure and no one else could covet him. On the side, Hua Linglong naturally noticed Chu Yufei's displeasure. She pursed her lips slightly, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in her eyes, like a child who had done something wrong. I didn't dare to talk too much, so I said in a businesslike manner, well, hello, classmate Qi Jun. What's good about that? As the class monitor, you don't play a leading role and actually took your classmates to buy ice drinks. Is this what you should do? Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows and questioned angrily, looking as if she wanted to eat Qi Jun alive. Hearing this, Qi Jun was speechless for a moment, but he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction and continued to apologize with a smile. Ah, yes. Teacher Chu, you are absolutely right. It's my fault. How about this? I really don't have much ability and can't take the lead at all, otherwise, you can remove me as the squad leader. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu was so angry that she laughed. Her laughter was crisp but with a hint of annoyance. Well, the stinky little brother is becoming more and more lawless, and he even dares not take my words seriously. Well, since you don't want to do it, I'll force you to do it. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei started to complain again. If that's the case, it's not your fault. After all, you lack experience, so you should practice harder. How about this, after the military training is over, you stay alone and go to my office, and I will explain the ins and outs of this to you in detail. Upon hearing this, Shi Jun was immediately unhappy, but he was not stupid, so he naturally did not dare to agree. Teacher Chu, this is not good. It's already school time when the military training ends, so this will delay your and your friend's private time. Otherwise, I should just go back and continue my military training. I think I can definitely reach a higher level. Shi Jun said hurriedly, his face full of anxiety. Ha, now you know you want to make progress, but it's too late. What were you doing before? Concubine Chu Yu folded her hands across her chest and gave Chi Jun a coquettish look. Student Chi Jun, your ideological awareness really needs to be improved. I sacrifice my personal time to help you improve, not only for yourself, but also for our classmates, do you understand? So, you have to come to this office. If you don't come, humph, I will call Auntie and ask you to come. It's your choice. Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows, with a threatening look in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she looked like a cunning little fox. I think if Auntie knew that I became your counselor, she would be very happy. I just remembered that I haven't talked to my aunt for a long time, so today is a good opportunity for us to chat. What do you think? After saying this, Chu Yufei looked at Chi Jun with a smug look on her face, as if to say, humph, stinky brother, let's see if you can escape from my palm. How despicable. How shameless. This old woman is really going to piss me off to death. Chi Jun was complaining wildly in his heart, his lungs were about to explode with anger. After a long pause, Chi Jun finally spoke. He no longer dared to resist and could only smile bitterly. Ah ha ha ha. Teacher Chu really knows how to joke. How can I trouble you with this? And after your teaching, Teacher Chu, my mind suddenly became clear. There is no need to choose. I will definitely go. Even if it is 12 o'clock in the evening or 3 o'clock in the morning and the wind is blowing hard and it is piercing, I will definitely go. You see, this is all right, right? Chi Jun said in a flattering way, with a fawning smile on his face, looking just like a puppy wagging its tail to beg for mercy. After all, this was not the first time that Chi Jun was forcibly suppressed by concubine Chu Yu. Compared to nodding after being beaten by Chu Yufei when he was a child, this can now be regarded as a man of insight and wisdom. Seeing this, concubine Chu Yu's mood immediately improved a lot and she nodded slightly. Well, very good, it seems that you finally listened to what I said. Then I won't delay your training, go quickly. The instructor must be waiting anxiously. As soon as the words fell, Chi Jun and the other man dared not stay any longer. They turned around and ran away. But before the two of them had run a few steps, they were stopped by Chu Yufei again. Chi Jun, please come back for a moment. As for that student, he can leave first. As soon as these words were spoken, Chi Jun's anger rose immediately and his face turned red in an instant, but he could do nothing about it. After all, Chu Yufei holds his weak spot in her hand. If she accidentally calls her mom and dad to complain, he will have trouble returning home. Helplessly, Chi Jun had to hand the bag in his hand to the boss Xiao Ling and gave him instructions. You go back first. Don't let the second and fourth brothers wait anxiously. I'll be back soon. Hearing this, Xiao Ling didn't know what to say. He just nodded, took the bag without any hesitation, and ran away as fast as the wind. Afterwards, Chi Jun returned to concubine Chu Yu, but there was no smile on his face at this time. Teacher Chu, do you have any other instructions? Concubine Chu Yu rolled her eyes at him and did not answer. Then she snatched the shaved ice from Chi Jun's hand and started eating it as if no one was around. Seeing this, Chi Jun was dumbfounded and stood there. I can see that you are really hungry. Not only him, but even Hua Linglong beside him was stunned. I really didn't expect that this best friend who has always avoided men would do such a thing. It tastes good. It's the acacia bean ice that I like. Here's some advice for you. Next time, put less red beans in your smoothie. That's it. Now you have nothing to do. Go to military training. Having said that, concubine Chu Yu started eating again. Hearing this, Chi Jun could only laugh a few times in anger and turned away helplessly. This old woman is really going too far. Don't let me catch you in the future, or I will bully you to death. I want you to kneel down and beg me with tears. Chi Jun walked towards the military training team while muttering to himself. At the same time, on the other side, Hua Linglong looked at Chu Yufei who was eating shaved ice happily, and turned her head to look at Chi Jun who was walking away in the distance. Then, combining all of Chu Yufei's previous actions, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind and he remembered something. Oh my gosh! Yufei, that boy just now couldn't be the little man you told me about before that you have been nurturing since childhood. Hua Linglong opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. After these words were spoken, Chu Yufei, who was originally eating shaved ice with a smile, suddenly stopped for a moment. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and the spoon in her hand also stopped in mid-air. But soon, she regained her composure, and the spoon in her hand started moving again, constantly putting shaved ice into her mouth. That's right. Originally, the plan was to raise him from childhood to adulthood, but unfortunately something went wrong along the way. At that time, I even thought I would never have him again. Chu Yufei lowered her head slightly, with a hint of loss and helplessness in her eyes. But man proposes, God disposes. Unexpectedly, God sent him back again, so how could I miss this great opportunity? Having said that, a smug smile appeared on Chu Yufei's face again, and her eyes were full of determination and strong possessiveness. Chapter 9. Qi Jun is a heartless man? Afterwards, Chu Yufei looked at Hua Linglong beside her with a serious face, her eyes were as sharp as a knife, and there was a hint of unquestionable threat in her tone. Linglong, even though we are best sisters and close friends, we can share many things. But this little man is the only one who can't do that. Do you understand? Chu Yufei emphasized her tone and unconsciously tightened the spoon in her hand. As soon as the words fell. At this time, Hua Linglong had already sensed some fierce murderous aura. She was not stupid, so she knew this was not a joke. Then, she nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice to show her loyalty. I understand. Just make sure you keep a safe distance from your little man. Is that all right? Hearing this, Chu Yufei breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression on her face softened, she restrained a little of her sharpness, and smiled happily again. That's great. Come on, eat some. I can't finish it all by myself. Chu Yufei said this, scooped a spoonful of shaved ice with a smile on her face and handed it to Hua Linglong's mouth. But Hua Linglong did not open her mouth. Instead, she pursed her lips and asked cautiously. Yufei, this is something your little man has eaten. Is it inappropriate for me to eat it? There was a hint of hesitation and concern in Hua Linglong's eyes. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu laughed immediately and was very satisfied with Hua Linglong's concerns. Then he interrupted her thoughts and said, It's okay, I've already eaten all the places he ate. The rest are what I have eaten, and I can't eat much either, so just think of it as helping me share some of the burden. Chu Yufei's tone was brisk and casual. Real? Hua Linglong still asked uncertainly. Really? Don't worry. Can I lie to you about this? Chu Yufei comforted him and nodded slightly. After hearing such an affirmative answer, Hua Linglong finally felt relieved and opened her mouth to eat. At this moment, she fed her, and the two of them seemed to have returned to the warm and wonderful time when they were just good friends. On the other side, Qi Jun returned to the military training team angrily, muttering constantly and complaining about Chu Yufei's domineering behavior. He was absent-minded throughout the entire afternoon of military training, and Chu Yufei's smug look kept appearing in his mind. Finally, the whistle signaling the end of the military training sounded cheerfully. Qi Jun and others also returned to the dormitory together. Old Third, you were left alone by Teacher Chu today. Is there something wrong? Zhao Ling came over curiously and asked, his eyes full of gossip. After hearing this, Qi Jun rolled his eyes and replied unhappily. What could possibly happen? It's just that woman bullying me. However, I am generous and will just treat it as reliving the happy childhood days. A good man doesn't fight with an evil woman, so what can she do if she gives him 3 feet? Hearing this, Wei Hao immediately came over with a smile, and teased with a sly smile, I think Teacher Chu has a special affection for you, maybe he really likes you. In my opinion, you should just obey me. As soon as the words fell. Except for Qi Jun, everyone laughed with glee. Qi Jun could only smile bitterly and said, My dear brothers, please be more polite with your words. I'm glad she didn't make me suffer so much. Back to the dormitory. Qi Jun fell headfirst onto the bed like a puddle of mud. Just as he was about to take a comfortable rest, his cell phone suddenly rang. Who the hell is this? Sending random messages. Qi Jun couldn't help but mutter. But when he picked it up and took a look, the anger that he had suppressed suddenly surged up again. It turned out to be a message from Chu Yufei, you agreed to come to my office after the military training, why haven't you come yet? It was followed by an emoji of gazing into the abyss. This woman is endless. Shi Jun couldn't help but curse. I didn't say anything, but she really treated me as a soft persimmon and let me take advantage of it. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three looked as if they were ready to watch the fun. Wei Hao even added fuel to the fire and encouraged Shi Jun. That's right, third brother, this makes sense. Our dormitory fully supports you, go ahead. Show your manliness and beat her, come on. I'm fully supporting the fourth brother this time. Third brother, show your might. Zhao Ling also joined in the fun. I have no objection. Korean statement. Okay, since everyone says so, I can't be a wimp. Wait until I come back. Perhaps stimulated by these words, Shi Jun jumped up from the bed and set off in a heroic manner. Seeing Shi Jun rushing out of the door, the other three were stunned. Oh my god. We were just saying it casually, is this guy serious? The third brother won't really fight to the death, right? Zhao Ling was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open. Maybe, he really went. Wei Hao scratched his head, looking confused. It looks like we should prepare the dishes tonight. After that, Hanwen started to order food online. So, do you guys have any dietary restrictions? After these words were spoken, the eldest and the fourth were stunned again. I'm telling you, second brother, you're not really going to book a table. Zhao Ling said. Yes, it's booked, but it's not a banquet, just spicy hot pot. Do you want to eat? Hanwen explained. Eat. If the boss doesn't eat it, I will. I don't want it spicy, I want it with tomato flavor. I'll transfer the money to you later. Wei Hao said. Okay, boss, do you want to eat? Hanwen asked. Zhao Ling thought about it and realized that he was exhausted after a day of training and the cafeteria was far away. Eat it. Make it a little spicy and add more cilantro. I'll pay you. Okay, wait a moment, I'll take your order right away. The scene changed. In the office, it was just after school and the place was empty except for two people. Xu Yufei held a cup of water and sat elegantly in her office, looking relaxed, but her eyes would glance at the little enemy in front of her from time to time. At this moment, Shi Jun completely lost the heroic spirit he had in the dormitory. Under the suppression of Xu Yufei's powerful aura, he was as obedient as a little lamb. Ahem, Xu Yufei coughed twice, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Mr. Qi, how long has it been since we last met? Her voice was soft but with a barely perceptible tremor, as if she was hiding a lot of thoughts. After hearing this, Shi Jun was stunned. He never expected her to ask such a question. Probably, maybe, it's been more than 5 or 6 years since we last met? His tone was full of uncertainty, his eyes were erratic, and he didn't dare to look Xu Yufei in the eye at all. Hearing this ambiguous answer, Xu Yufei couldn't help but sneer, her brows furrowed, and a hint of hostility flashed in her beautiful eyes. Well, it turns out that he has completely forgotten about me during the years I was away. Good, that's really good. This heartless little brother. At this moment, Shi Jun suddenly felt a chill for some reason, and his body shivered involuntarily, and he raised his head subconsciously. I saw Xu Yufei in front of me. Her eyes, as beautiful as peach blossoms, were slightly red at this moment. There was a layer of mist in her eye sockets, and she looked pitiful. No matter how Shi Jun looked at her, he felt that she had suffered a great injustice, as if he was the sinner who had broken her heart into pieces. Chapter 10, Make an apology and go to Xu Yufei's house for barbecue. Finally, under Xu Yufei's strong and irresistible request and Shi Jun's helpless situation of knowing that he was in the wrong, the two decided to go for a barbecue together. It can be considered as Shi Jun's apology. Yes, you heard it right. After being severely punished by concubine Chuyu, King Qi had to treat her to a meal to apologize. So, the two of them got into Xu Yufei's car and drove out of the school gate. We had originally agreed to eat at a barbecue restaurant, but later on, for some reason, under Xu Yufei's strong request, we changed our route and went to her house. A moment later, the two drove to a residential area. Although the specifications of the community were not the best, it had all the necessary facilities. Xu Yufei said that she and her best friend Hua Linglong shared the house in this community. But since students had started school these 2 days and they were very busy and worked non-stop, they both chose to stay in the school, so this place has been empty. After hearing this, Shi Jun didn't say much, but just nodded slightly in response. His attitude seemed very casual. But when concubine Chuyu saw Shi Jun's lukewarm look, she immediately became unhappy, pouted her lips and said coquettishly, "Huh, what's the matter? We haven't seen each other for so long, can't you talk to me more? Chat? What to talk about? What else can I say? Just tell me what happened to you and who you met during the years I was away, can't you? After hearing this, Jun pulled the corners of his mouth helplessly, revealed a bitter smile, and said, Sister Yufei, I am just listening to you honestly. Besides, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. If I accidentally say something wrong and make you sad and cry, I will be the one who suffers in the end. Hearing this, concubine Chuyu gave Jun a coquettish look. That look seemed to be able to captivate people and make their hearts itch. Haha, how can I not know your little tricks? Then they came downstairs, and after the car stopped steadily, the two got out one after another. Catch up. You're so slow. After saying that, Chu Yufei led the way and led Jun upstairs, her footsteps light and eager. Open the door. Although the room was a little deserted, it was tidy and spotless, and there was a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Jun unconsciously took several deep breaths, with a look of intoxication on his face. Concubine Chuyu bent down gracefully and changed her shoes gently. At the same time, Concubine Chuyu also noticed Jun's intoxicated look and couldn't help but burst out laughing and joked. You little pervert, stop being so self-absorbed. Just sit anywhere and don't be so formal with me. Hearing this, Jun suddenly came to his senses, looking embarrassed. Fortunately, his face was as thick as a city wall, and he didn't even blush. He just scratched his head in embarrassment. Without any further politeness, he walked into the living room with the skewers and sat down on the sofa. As soon as I sat down, I heard Chu Yufei's clear and pleasant voice again. Brother, please wait a moment. I'm going to take a shower. I'm sweaty and smelly after a busy day. I can't face anyone. After hearing this, Jun remained silent and continued to respond with a nodding strategy. But just as Chu Yufei turned to leave, he suddenly came up with his only rebuttal. Sister Yufei, can I trouble you for something? Jun raised his voice, his expression somewhat stubborn. Well, go ahead. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu stopped and looked back at Jun with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Can you please stop calling me Jun's brother or stinky brother? It sounds weird. You can just call me Jun, I am already an adult, okay? After hearing this, Chu Yufei laughed evilly, hee hee. No way. Why? Why so many whys? I'm your sister, why can't I call you brother? Besides, I am your godmother's goddaughter, so I am no different from your biological sister. So, just accept your fate. After saying that, Chu Yufei didn't bother to argue with Jun anymore. She opened the bathroom door and slipped in. See this scene. Jun rolled his eyes in anger and muttered, if you have the guts, don't use my mom to pressure me. If I dare to deal with you, then you're done. But the voice of resistance was pitifully small, and it was purely a little psychological comfort that Jun sought for himself. What are you talking about, little brother Jun? Suddenly, Chu Yufei, who had entered the bathroom, half opened the door, stuck her head out, stared at Jun and said. Hearing this, Jun was immediately frightened and waved his hands in panic, his eyes full of panic. Ah. Well, I was just mumbling a few words. There is barbecue but no drinks or alcoholic beverages. It doesn't taste good. I'm thinking of going downstairs to buy some. Seeing Jun's panic, concubine Chuyu laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. She knew in her heart that he was talking nonsense, but she didn't point it out. Don't bother, there is low alcohol fruit wine in the kitchen refrigerator, enough for you to drink. I just forgot to tell you something, so I came out to remind you. You are right, my little brother has grown up, so now you can't peek at your sister taking a bath like you did when you were a child. Remember, no peeking. When these words were spoken, Jun was stunned on the spot. His old face instantly turned red. Veins on his neck bulged with anxiety and he argued loudly. Hey! Concubine Chuyu, we agreed not to mention this, why are you talking about it again? And you are slandering me. I was only 3.5 years old at that time and had just started kindergarten. It was you who forced me to take a shower together. My mother beat me up severely because of this, and you're still talking about it now. Hearing Jun's excited and rapid-fire words, concubine Chuyu laughed so hard that she almost cried. I don't care anyway, don't always take advantage of your young age to think you're right. When I held you in my arms, I didn't see you struggle or resist. In the final analysis, you have been a pervert since you were a child, with lustful thoughts but no courage. Also, I'm warning you one last time, don't peek at me taking a shower. After saying that, concubine Chuyu didn't say anymore. She slammed the door and locked it, not giving Chi-jun a chance to refute. Seeing this, Chi-jun stood there, stamping his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. What the hell is going on? I'm obviously the unlucky victim. He couldn't help but mutter loudly, his face full of annoyance. But no one responded. After a while, Chi-jun sighed helplessly, turned around, walked to the sofa and sat down. He picked up a skewer and stuffed it into his mouth, looking like a wrong child who was sulking. While eating, he secretly complained in his mind. At this time, Chu Yufei's voice was heard from the bathroom again, and there was an irresistible domineering tone in that voice. Stinky brother, don't steal the skewers, leave some for me. Boy, she knows all this. Chi-jun rolled his eyes, his cheeks bulging with stuffing, and replied vaguely, I know, I'll just eat a bunch of it to fill the stomach. Brother, you'd better tell the truth, or I'll show you what's happening. Chi-jun curled his lips and said disdainfully, Humph, vicious woman, if it weren't for my mother backing you up, I would have dealt with you. But my body was still very honest, my hands stopped and I didn't dare to continue eating. Chapter 11 The beauty's body is as soft as butter. Waited for a long time. The sound of water in the bathroom finally stopped. Crash. The bathroom door was opened. At this time, concubine Chuyu had already changed her clothes and walked out gracefully. Just like a newly blossoming lotus, its purity is yet filled with all kinds of charm and a myriad of styles. As soon as she appeared, the air around her seemed to be filled with the faint fragrance emanating from her body, which seemed to have a magical power to bewitch people and make them intoxicated. I really don't know whether concubine Chuyu did this on purpose. She was wearing a silk suspender nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing, which clung to her body like a second layer of skin, perfectly showing her exquisite curves. Every ups and downs, every arc, perfectly outlines the femininity and sexiness of women. Her wet hair was scattered wantonly on her shoulders, and a few drops of water slid down the ends of her hair and dripped onto her white jade collarbone. Just like the dewdrops on the lotus leaves in the early morning, it is crystal clear and adds a touch of sexiness. At this moment, Chu Yufei's face was flushed as bright red as peach blossoms, and her eyes were dazed and lazy. The seductive big white rabbit on the chest seems to be covered and exposed, swaying gently with the light steps, which is very exciting. It makes people want to find out more. The pair of slender, snow-white legs were exposed unreservedly in front of Chi-jun. The skin was as smooth as jade, so delicate that it seemed that water would ooze out if pinched. The Play Your series, if paired with black stockings, is absolutely stunning and irresistible. Just imagining that scene is enough to make one's blood boil. Further down, there are the exquisite jade feet that are very tempting. The small and delicate toes were like pink pearls, emitting a charming luster. Every step seemed to step on Chi-jun's heart, making his heartbeat instantly disrupted. At this moment, Chi-jun looked at this beauty with a dull gaze, his Adam's apple rolling constantly, and he didn't know how much saliva he swallowed. He couldn't move his eyes at all. Is it impossible to move it away? No, I don't want to move away at all. Is this woman doing this on purpose? Doesn't she really know how charming she is? Chi-jun felt as if there were 10,000 ants running around wildly in his heart, itchy and chaotic, and every nerve in his body was stimulated to the point of being almost out of control. At the same time, on the other side, concubine Chuyu naturally noticed Chi-jun's obsessed and out-of-control look. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and there was a hint of sly complacency in her peach blossom eyes, as if everything was under her control. Concubine Chuyu had a clear mind and was well aware of her own unparalleled charm. She did all this on purpose, and she wanted exactly this effect of making Chi-jun lose his mind. Afterwards, Chuyu walked in front of Chi-jun with light steps and swaying grace, and said coquettishly, "Have you seen enough? You naughty brother." The voice was soft, sweet, and seemed to carry a trace of electricity, which instantly struck Chi-jun's heart and made his heart tremble violently. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi-jun woke up as if from a dream. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he looked flustered, but he could only bite the bullet and argue, Sister Yufei, you have to believe me, I really didn't mean it. This is purely instinctive. My sister is very considerate and will definitely understand me, right? Chi-jun's face was full of flattering smiles, which were so fake. Seeing this shameless look, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Chu Yufei's face, as bright and charming as peach blossoms in spring. She stretched out her onion-like fingers, gently tapped Chi-jun's forehead, and said coquettishly, "You little pervert, you only know how to say good things but your heart is not sincere. Where has that reckless, shameless energy gone? Take it out. Why, are you embarrassed now? Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows as she spoke, staring at him playfully, her eyes full of teasing. At this moment, Shi Jun's face turned redder, as if blood would drip out. Why should I be ashamed? Don't you know? If cadres are tested with this, who can withstand it? I finally fell into this woman's trap. Shi Jun murmured in his heart, feeling very reluctant. Seeing Shi Jun's uncomfortable and frustrating look, Chu Yufei's beautiful eyes lit up and she instantly became interested again. She was seen moving her delicate body gracefully, getting closer and closer to Shi Jun. Seeing this, Shi Jun instinctively stepped back, his eyes full of panic. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself in the next second. Every time Chu Yufei got closer, Shi Jun would step back 2 steps in panic, until his back hit the sofa and he had nowhere to retreat. See this scene. Chu Yufei seized the opportunity, reached out and held Shi Jun down, and whispered in his ear in a gentle and seductive tone. My sister's body has been seen naked by you, little pervert, so you have to be responsible for my sister. Before he could finish his words, Shi Jun's body trembled violently, his face full of disbelief, and he screamed. What? Responsible? How can this be all my fault? Besides, I didn't get any benefit, but I have to get myself into trouble just by taking a look? Shi Jun was so anxious that his face turned red and he argued stubbornly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yufei snorted and sneered, Stinky brother, you are the typical one who has lustful thoughts but no courage. You dare to do it but not to take responsibility. What am I? As she spoke, Chu Yufei reached out and punched Shi Jun lightly. Stinky brother, is there anything wrong with what I said? Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows and interrupted impatiently. With her hands folded in front of her chest, her proud curves are particularly eye-catching. Shi Jun wanted to argue a few more words, but when he saw Chu Yufei's cold eyes and the eye-catching weapon, he immediately lost his temper. When concubine Chu Yu saw this, she felt extremely proud. Little guy, even after not seeing you for a few years, I still have you under my thumb. But unfortunately, we were a little too hasty this time and haven't been fully prepared yet, so let's just let him go for now. After all, the time is not yet ripe and we should not act rashly. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei coughed twice to break the awkward atmosphere and said, Okay, look at how pitiful you look. As your sister, I won't tease you anymore. I am kind-hearted and merciful, and I will forgive you this time. However, if you dare to stare at me like this next time and act irresponsibly, don't blame me for being ruthless and breaking all 3 of your legs, do you hear me? I heard it. After hearing this, Shi Jun quickly nodded in response. I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again, did you hear me? Concubine Chu Yu was deliberately making things difficult for her, with her eyebrows slightly raised, looking very arrogant. Seeing this, even though Shi Jun was dissatisfied, he did not dare to say much. After all, he was in the wrong. I heard it. Well. Very good, then I won't tease you anymore. Go get me some fruit wine from the kitchen refrigerator. Chu Yufei said this in a haughty manner, and her attitude looked exactly like she was ordering a little follower around. Hearing this, the king of Qi did not dare to disobey and quickly got up to do it. Seeing King Qi being so obedient, concubine Chu Yu couldn't help but smile secretly. You deserve it, little brother. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being careful. It would be fine if he didn't remember the day we separated, but he actually dared to chat and laugh with another woman in front of me. This is simply lawless and cannot be tolerated. The more Chu Yufei thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. She felt that it was a marriage fraud. Oh no, the marriage should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. To explain, in the fictional world, the marriage age can be 18 years old. Chapter 12, Damn. I was almost broken by Chu Yufei. A moment later. Shi Jun hurried back with 4 bottles of fruit wine. Along the way, his eyes were often attracted by Chu Yufei's graceful figure. There was no other reason, it was just that her sitting posture was too bold. Chu Yufei leaned on the sofa with her legs crossed. The hem of her nightgown slid down, revealing her fair and slender thighs. Her knees, which were white with a hint of red, were even more attractive. She casually placed one hand on the back of the sofa, and gently played with her hair with the other hand, her eyes lazy and blurred. Shi Jun saw this and couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and the desire in his heart quietly surged. I finally managed to come to my senses and put the fruit wine on the table. It's only peach-flavored, so just drink it. Hearing this, Chu Yufei looked up and glanced at him. Brother, you look so distracted, Are you planning something bad? Ha, sister, you asked a good question. I'm just going to say a few fair words. Please don't get angry. Okay, you go ahead. Don't you think your sitting posture is too provocative? There's a hot-blooded man like me sitting next to you. Shouldn't you be more restrained? Shi Jun said with a serious face. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu burst into laughter. Not only did she not restrain herself, she also lifted up her skirt and teased Shi Jun wantonly. Then tell me the truth, you really have never had even the slightest evil thought towards your sister? No, absolutely not. Shi Jun said without any hesitation. Really? Concubine Chuyu refused to give in. Really? Shi Jun said stubbornly. That would be strange, the evil fire has burned countless times, but it was always suppressed by Shi Jun's rationality. Even though she wasn't his biological sister, she wasn't someone he could touch. Maybe before my parents can start to punish him, Chu Yufei's father will take him to the police station and give him 3 beatings a day. Really, it's scary just to think about it. When Chu Yufei heard such decisive words, although she didn't believe it in her heart, a trace of loss still quietly emerged in her heart. She looked down at her own figure. She was so beautiful that she was truly a peerless beauty. Why didn't she take any action? But it only took a moment. Chu Yufei gathered her composure again, raised the corners of her mouth, and spoke provocatively. Humph, you stinky brother, you are so stubborn. I don't believe you can hold on forever. When Shi Jun heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he turned his head away in panic, not daring to look again. When concubine Chuyu saw his embarrassment, she laughed even harder. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Shi Jun with the other hand to tease him. Ha, look at you, just now you were so stubborn and said you had no idea, but now you don't even dare to look at me. You little pervert, you have the desire but not the courage. Hearing this, Shi Jun's old face turned red. But in order to maintain his reputation, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, turned his head, and spoke with forced calmness. Concubine Chuyu, that's enough. We haven't seen each other for more than 6 years, and you teased me as soon as we met. If you continue to act like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, and I might accidentally kill someone. That's not good for anyone. There was a hint of threat in these words. But after hearing this, Chu Yufei felt excited. She blinked with a wicked smile, and said coquettishly, "Oh my, what's going on, my little brother, is he angry?" Ha ha ha. Then don't hold it in, I want to see how much courage you have. As she spoke, she not only moved forward slightly, but also leaned forward slightly, sticking out her proud breasts, staring at Shi Jun with a provocative and somewhat charming look on her face. That posture was full of fatal temptation that was irresistible. Looking at the snow-white weapon approaching him, and Chu Yufei's pretty face flushed with excitement. Shi Jun's face suddenly turned red, as if blood could really drip out. He had never been in such an embarrassing situation since he was a child. Chu Yufei, if you continue like this, I will have no choice but to leave. Shi Jun was so anxious that he had no idea what to do. His face turned red and his neck became thick. He stood up suddenly and pretended to leave. Seeing this, concubine Chuyu was not willing to let him go easily. She hurriedly reached out and grabbed the corner of Shi Jun's clothes tightly, and instantly changed her words. No, don't go. We haven't seen each other for a long time. You didn't even chat with me when we met, so I made a joke to liven up the atmosphere. Shi Jun's face was full of doubt and he didn't believe it at all. He pulled hard at the corner of his clothes to try to break free. Only a fool would believe your lies. Oh. I'm not afraid of a woman, so why are you afraid? I won't tease you anymore, let's drink, is it okay to drink? As Chu Yufei spoke, she shook the corner of his clothes vigorously, and the two of them even pushed each other. Shi Jun, who was being held back, had no choice but to look back. His eyes met the whiteness again and he quickly turned his head away. He blushed and said, "Really, you're not lying to me?" "Really, I'm not lying to you, and I'm still your counselor now, how could I force myself to be a student?" After hearing this, Shi Jun frowned and thought for a long time, and finally let down his guard. Seeing this, Chu Yufei was very sensible. She stopped teasing and let go of his hand. Shi Jun sat down helplessly. "You must do what you say." Hey. Definitely, come and have a drink. Concubine Chuyu handed the wine to Shi Jun with a smile. Cheers. Concubine Chuyu picked up the fruit wine and clinked glasses with Shi Jun, and the two continued to drink in an ambiguous atmosphere. Shi Jun drank a sip of wine in silence, secretly glanced at concubine Chuyu, and muttered to himself. This woman has never been easy to deal with since she was a child. I always feel uncomfortable when I am with her. I have to be careful in the days ahead, and make sure I don't get tricked by her again and fall into her carefully laid trap. On the side, Xu Yufei keenly noticed his gaze and responded with a very seductive smile. Then, Shi Jun hurriedly drank a lot of wine, trying to interrupt her casting. Seeing this, concubine Chuyu laughed so hard that she shook with laughter. You can't run away, little brother. Sooner or later you will love me to death and you will have to love me. After drinking for a long time, both of them were a little tipsy. Brother, look me in the eyes and say it again. Xu Yufei said in a tender voice, her eyes moving in a way that was captivating and charming. Say what? Shi Jun looked confused and his eyes were evasive. Before he could react, Xu Yufei reached out and lifted his chin, forcing them to look at each other. Her peach blossom eyes were full of love, which made Shi Jun flustered. I ask questions and you answer them. Have you ever thought about that sort of thing? That kind? What's up? Although Shi Jun was very nervous, he still played steadily and pretended to be stupid. Like you and I right now, you're looking at me, even though your face is expressionless. But in fact, in my mind, I had already been pinned to the bed and tortured for the whole night. Fuck. Concubine Chuyu, are you crazy? Do you know what nonsense you are talking about? Where did you learn such lewd words? Shi Jun interrupted Xu Yufei before she finished speaking, and suddenly broke free from her hand, his face flushed red. Seeing this, Xu Yufei shut up instantly, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. That expression was like an abandoned kitten, pitiful and sympathetic. Then she sat there as if nothing had happened, drinking and eating skewers by herself, as if she had not spoken a word just now. A long time. Concubine Chuyu secretly glanced at Shi Jun again. Look at you like that, I can't help but tease you, your face is as red as a monkey's but eating skewers. After saying that, she handed over a piece of roasted gluten, and her fingers seemed to slide across Shi Jun's palm, and a tingling sensation came. Being teased like this intentionally or unintentionally, Shi Jun no longer had the heart to eat. After taking it, he put it back and started drinking alone. He kept stealing glances at Xu Yufei, who seemed to be fine, and his heart was in a mess. What on earth does this woman want to do? He kept teasing me intentionally or unintentionally all night, isn't he afraid that I really can't help it? He thought to himself. The atmosphere was even more ambiguous at this time. Shi Jun's face turned red and he felt as if he was in a dream. Seeing this, Xu Yufei raised the corner of her mouth slightly, approached cunningly, and her breath was as fragrant as orchid. Brother, am I making you upset? Shi Jun, who was in a daze, trembled, came to his senses, and said stubbornly. Xu Yufei, I advise you to be more sensible. You are just drunk and talking nonsense. Concubine Chuyu giggled, and her crisp laughter made Shi Jun even more flustered. Brother, you are so stubborn. Chapter 13, Shi Jun's argument with three friends. The next day. Because it was too late yesterday and the dormitory was closed, Shi Jun had no choice but to stay overnight. He slept on Xu Yufei's bed, while Xu Yufei went to Hua Linglong's room next door. You know what, concubine Chuyu is quite comfortable under this little quilt. The quilt was filled with Xu Yufei's body fragrance. Shi Jun slept comfortably all night with this faint aroma, and felt refreshed when he woke up. Then he quickly opened the system and signed in once a day. There are still 3 options, nothing new. However, Shi Jun did see an old friend again, the strengthening pill. Shi Jun had experienced the effect of this thing last time. In 2 words, it was powerful. After using it, he found that it was not just a one-sided improvement, but an absolute all-round improvement from the inside out, including the internal organs, tendons, bones, and even the brain. Such good things as these that can strengthen the body and prolong life cannot be bought with money. Shi Jun paid for it without hesitation and then stuffed it into his mouth. It tastes delicious. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Brother, wake up and come over for breakfast. Xu Yufei's voice came from outside. Okay, I get it. You can eat first. You don't have to wait for me. Shi Jun responded lazily. Hurry up and get up, wash up, and have breakfast. If you didn't have military training today, I wouldn't bother with you. Xu Yufei said coquettishly, and then walked away with her high heels click click click. Seeing this, Shi Jun also stretched his body and then slowly got up from the bed. When he opened the door, the beautiful woman came into view again. Compared to the alluring and charming look she had last night, concubine Chu Yu now looked a little more gentle and virtuous, and appeared dignified and upright. Chu Yufei was wearing a white shirt, as pure as snow, which fit her exquisite body. 2 buttons of the collar were just right to reveal her charming collarbone, adding a bit of sexiness and mystery. She wore a bluish-white jade bracelet on her slender wrist. The warm jade bracelet and her fair skin set off each other, making her look more noble and elegant. She wore a pair of black trousers, the tight shape of which highlighted her long and straight legs, making her look graceful when she walked. She is wearing a pair of hollow black stiletto heels, the exquisite hollow design of which is unique. The thin and high heels seem to step on the heart's heart with every step, making a crisp and attractive sound. When Shi Jun saw concubine Chu Yu like this, his eyes widened, his heart was burning with desire, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. My goodness, this woman is as beautiful as a fairy no matter how you look at her. I really don't know why the goddess Nuwa carved her so carefully. Noticing Shi Jun's fixed gaze, Chu Yufei smiled brightly and teased with a sly smile. Shi Jun, didn't you say last night that you were not interested in me? What's going on now? Your eyes are fixed on it. Before he finished speaking, Shi Jun suddenly came back to his senses. Fortunately, after last night's confrontation, he has become a lot thicker-skinned. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was distracted just now. Besides, I just looked at what breakfast you made on the table, purely out of curiosity. Ha, what nonsense. So what do you think? Shiro? Concubine Chu Yu asked this out of the blue. What's white? Shi Jun pretended to be stupid. Don't you know where you were staring at just now? Concubine Chu Yu made it clear directly. Oh. I understand. White, really white, this porridge is cooked white and fragrant at first glance. After Shi Jun finished speaking stubbornly, he turned around quickly, fearing that Chu Yufei would continue to tease him, and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. Looking at Shi Jun, who was fleeing in a panic but still maintaining his stubborn attitude, Chu Yufei snorted softly, then laughed while buttoning the second button on her chest. Then she glanced at the century egg and lean meat porridge in the bowl beside her. Pretend, keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep pretending. Back to school. The cruel military training time began again. Third brother, you didn't come back last night. Where did you go? Wei Hao, the fourth child standing nearby, asked in a low voice with a look of curiosity on his face, looking like a curious baby. Upon hearing this, the king of Qi suddenly looked embarrassed and stammered, not knowing how to answer. You can't say that I was with the counselor Chu Yufei last night, and we were having a great time eating, drinking, and having fun, and we almost had a falling out. I guess I'll be killed by Yin Yang as soon as I open my mouth. I don't know if I believe it or not, but I'll definitely be killed by Yin Yang. Seeing Shi Jun dawdling like this, the second and eldest brothers immediately realized that something was wrong. Old third, you are not. Before Zhao Ling could finish his words, Shi Jun quickly interrupted his rogue thoughts. Hey! Stop talking nonsense. I'm telling you, put away your yellow and greasy egg yolk pie ideas and behave properly. The reason I didn't come home yesterday was because I went to have a meal with a sister I hadn't seen for 6 years. I was so engrossed in the conversation that I forgot to go back to bed. Chu Yufei is also my sister, and the time is right. Very good, I didn't lie. Really? You can't just make it up. The second child, Hanwen, expressed doubt. Really, there's nothing to lie about. We should have the most basic trust between people. Oh. So that's what's going on. After hearing Shi Jun's explanation, the three friends' original evil intentions immediately disappeared. Look, boss, I told you that you were just making wild guesses. He also said that he would be with teacher Chu all night, which I think is simply nonsense. Wei Hao spoke suddenly, and Shi Jun shivered with fear. My goodness, these 3 old perverts guessed it right. Seeing this, the boss Zhao Ling immediately felt that he was wrong and quickly apologized. Yes, you are right, it is indeed my fault this time. I shouldn't have said anything nonsense without any evidence, I'm sorry, Mr. Qi. After hearing this, Shi Jun did not blame him too much in his heart, but just smiled. It's okay. I understand. After all, my appearance last night was a bit scary. Plus, there is indeed some relationship between Chu Yufei and I, so I can understand why you have those yellow and greasy thoughts in your heads. Good fellow, third brother, please be more careful with your words. Wei Hao protested. That's right, third brother, if you want to say this, you should talk to the eldest brother. The two of us are just spectators at best. The second child, Hanwen, followed suit. Similarly, those who eat melons and don't stop them are also guilty. The king of Qi spoke righteously. That's not the case, third brother. Then, Wei Hao admitted his mistake again and said, how about we treat you to shaved ice and milk tea after the military training as an apology? Is that okay? Yes, let's treat you to an apology, okay? Han Wen and Zhao Ling said in unison. Seeing this, Shi Jun didn't want to make things too difficult for him, so he pretended to be reluctant and spoke. Well. Okay. I want acacia bean ice, less shaved ice, and 2 more spoonfuls of red beans. As for milk tea, I'd like lemonade. Half ice is fine. Hearing this, Zhao Ling and others nodded quickly, like chicks pecking at rice, to indicate that there was no problem. Chapter 14 Goodbye Lu Susu, a chance encounter? The training is over and everyone is dismissed to rest. At the instructor's command, Qi Jun and others dispersed. As for Qi Jun's 3 rebellious sons, they went to buy shaved ice and milk tea as agreed. He was sitting in the shade of a tree not far away, resting bored. A moment later, Qi Jun suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder, and thought to himself, those 3 guys must be back. Hey guys, you're really good. Usually when I ask you to run errands, you're as slow as a snail, but today you're so fast. Qi Jun's face was full of joy. He turned his head while speaking, but he was dumbfounded. Standing in front of me was a girl who was not a stranger. Senior Lu, why is it you? Qi Jun was stunned for a moment, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, don't you have classes today? At this time, Lu Susu hadn't spoken a word yet, but was just smiling, with a hint of shyness on her face. She looked even more charming and lovely in a pink tube-top dress. Seeing this, Xia Hoiwei at the side said helplessly for her, hello, junior brother Qi Jun. We don't have classes in the morning, so we came to watch the military training and pick some good candidates to join the student union or clubs. We just happened to pass by your team. Oh. Senior Xiaoho, you're here too. Hearing the voice, Qi Jun tilted his head and looked behind Lu Susu. Another pretty lady, wearing a simple blue and white dress, exuding a cold beauty. Xiaoho Yu nodded slightly as a return gesture. Seeing this, Lu Susu quickly smiled and agreed, well, Sister Xiaoho was right, we just happened to pass by. I saw a silhouette over there that looked like you, so I came over to say hello, but I didn't expect it to be you. It was such a surprise. Hearing this, Qi Jun glanced at her in confusion, and without thinking too much, nodded in response. Yes, I was surprised too. So, how have you been recently? Are you adapting to the military training life? Well, it's not bad. The instructor is quite humane. He lets me rest from time to time so I won't get tired. Oh. Then it seems you are quite lucky. Lu Susu said with a smile. Qi Jun smiled and did not refute. Fine. So, Senior Lu, what kind of club is this? Have you recruited anyone yet? Hearing Qi Jun's question, Lu Susu couldn't help but smile and responded enthusiastically. Well, we are in the classical dance club, Senior Xiaoho is the club president, and I am the vice president. At present, we have recruited quite a few people through private introductions, most of them are girls, and together with the old students, there are probably more than 200 of them. But the gender ratio is seriously unbalanced, with only more than 20 male students. At this point, Lu Susu looked at Qi Jun eagerly and said, Brother Qi Jun, do you have any favorite club now? If not, would you consider joining us? Looking at the passionate and smiling Lu Susu in front of him, Qi Jun, who had always been thick-skinned, was too embarrassed to refuse. After hesitating for a long time, he tactfully said, Actually. Well, I don't seem to have much talent in dancing. Moreover, I prefer to appreciate rather than learn. Yes, appreciation can make people happy. When Lu Susu heard Qi Jun's answer, the smile on her face froze instantly. But he quickly regained his enthusiasm, smiled, and said, Junior brother Qi Jun, talent is not important. Interest is the best teacher. Moreover, our club has professional teachers to guide us. Our 2 presidents will also help students with unsatisfactory grades to improve together. We will definitely not let you come in vain. My goodness, it would be a lie to say I'm not tempted. If it were someone else, they might have really joined. But to be honest, Qi Jun is not the kind of person who is greedy for beauty. And most importantly, this project is not the type he likes at all. Since childhood, his hobbies have been more or less influenced by his father. He likes martial arts and calligraphy, and occasionally reads spring and autumn annals when he has nothing to do. Dancing? Impossible, absolutely not even a little bit. When Jun thought of this, he shook his head without hesitation and refused. Senior Lu, thank you very much for your invitation, but I am really not suitable. However, if you are really short of people, my 3 roommates will be here later, and I can help you promote it. How about that? Hearing this, Lu Susu bit her lips lightly, and a hint of loss flashed in her eyes. But he quickly adjusted his mood and said with a smile, well, although it's a pity, if you change your mind in the future, you are always welcome to join our club. Of course, if your roommates want to join us, we welcome them too. After hearing this, Jun smiled and nodded without saying anything more. Just then, Jun's 3 rebellious sons came back with shaved ice and milk tea. Third brother, the godfathers are back, why don't you come over to greet them quickly? The boss Zhao Ling's loud voice came from a distance. Upon hearing the sound, Jun and the other 2 all looked towards the right rear. Good fellow, these 3 rebellious sons only know how to take advantage of me. Jun smiled helplessly and explained, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you 2 senior sisters. You are all naughty and rebellious children in the dormitory. You are itching to be punished. It's a joke, please don't mind it. After hearing this, Lu Susu and Xia Hoyue smiled awkwardly and looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. I was thinking, the way of addressing the men's dormitory is so complicated. Afterwards, when the 3 rebellious sons saw Lu Susu and Xia Hoyue, they were stunned at first, and then overly enthusiastic smiles appeared on their faces. He didn't even bother to eat the watermelon in his hand, he just stuffed it into the bag and rushed over like a fly. This scene scared Lu Susu and Xia Hoyue who were standing nearby, but they soon found out that it was a false alarm. The 3 of them rushed forward with smiles on their faces, posing as if they were looking extremely handsome. When passing by Lu Susu and Xia Hoyue, he did not forget to greet them like a gentleman. Then, the 3 of them pulled Jun aside, surrounded him, and started to make a noise with each other. Wei Hao butted Jun with his head and said viciously, fuck you, third brother, you are so mean. We worked so hard to buy you shaved ice and milk tea, and even gave you a piece of watermelon, but you ended up having a beautiful woman by your side. That's right. Zhao Ling and Han Wen also looked up with their heads, their eyes full of resentment. Third brother, you actually eat alone. It's fine if you don't mention teacher Chu's beautiful sister, after all, they are related, but what about these 2? They can't all be your relatives, right? Zhao Ling yelled in a low voice. That's right, third brother, you don't consider us as your friends. I'm still single and you don't even introduce me to someone. Han Wen, who has always been reserved, couldn't hold back anymore. Hearing what these 3 lecherous and rebellious sons said, Jun's face was full of helplessness, and he cursed in his heart, these guys are really unruly. He rolled his eyes at them and explained, can you all keep your thoughts pure? You are just talking nonsense. Get out of here, get out of here. I'm really afraid that you will pollute my pure heart. As he spoke, Jun pried their heads open with force and walked out of the encirclement. Let me introduce you to these 2, they are senior sister Lu and senior sister Xiao. Today I am here to recruit students for the classical dance club. If you are interested, you can sign up. Seeing this, Lu Susu and Xia Hoyue greeted them politely. Hello? Hello? Good man, when the girl smiles, the sperm goes to my brain. Chapter 15, A Man Who Knows the Times is a Hero? These 3 guys seemed to have lost their souls in an instant, and were obsessed with lust. Then, the 3 rebellious sons threw Jun shaved ice and milk tea to him without saying a word. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them, with shameless faces, rushed towards Lu Susu and Xia Hoyue like hungry wolves seeing meat. There was a smile on his face that was so enthusiastic that it was almost obscene, and his tone was so warm that it gave people goosebumps. Come on, senior sister Lu, you're welcome. We just got some watermelon. It's just perfect for quenching your thirst in this hot weather. Come on and take it. Zhao Ling's face was full of smiles, and he looked so attentive that he almost knelt down to Lu Susu. Ah. Thank you. No need for the watermelon. Lu Susu waved her hands embarrassedly. That's right, what's so delicious about that broken watermelon? Senior Lu, please eat my shaved ice. It's plum ice, sweet and sour and refreshing. Don't worry, I haven't touched a single bite of it. Han Wen was really trying his best. He didn't even care about the boss Zhao Ling's face. He just opened the shaved ice he had just bought and handed it over, and kept bragging about it. I bought this shaved ice from the most popular store in front of the school. There's a long line there. Senior Lu, please try it. As for the fourth brother Wei Hao, he picked the most difficult one to deal with, Xiahou Yu. Senior Xiahou, it is my honor to meet you today. In fact, I have always admired you for a long time. I wonder if I can. Wei Hao hadn't finished speaking yet. Cannot. Xiahou Yu refused without hesitation, her voice as cold as ice. Wow, she is really aloof. This Xiahou Yu is really hard to deal with. On the contrary, Lu Susu was surrounded by two old perverts, Zhao Ling and Han Wen. She looked shy and her face was as red as a ripe apple. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet and was at a loss. Seeing this, Xiahou Yu ignored Wei Hao, walked quickly to Lu Susu, pulled her behind her, and rescued her like a hen protecting her chicks. Then he gave Zhao Ling and Han Wen a cold look. The scene was amazing, as if two cold rays shot over, instantly bringing the two men's blood to freezing point, like eggplants hit by frost, instantly losing all vitality. We are just here to promote. If you are interested, you can sign up. If not, don't bother us. Bye. Xiahou Yu said unhappily, with a hint of impatience and a bit of disgust in her tone. After saying that, Xiahou Yu directly pulled the delicate Lu Susu away. Goodbye, junior brother Qijun. If you change your mind, remember to come find me. I'll be waiting for you in the club. Before leaving, Lu Susu did not forget to turn back and shout. I'll wait for you. The voice was coquettish. Seeing this, Qijun smiled silently, waved his hands helplessly, and said nothing. The three rebellious sons smiled warmly and waved goodbye, muttering, Senior sister, take care. Goodbye, senior sister. Even until they could no longer see their figures, Zhao Ling and others stretched their necks to look. After a long while, they reluctantly came back to their senses. However, just when Qijun thought the matter was over, Wei Hao suddenly bumped into his shoulder. That overly enthusiastic smile made Qijun's chrysanthemum tighten. Then he quickly waved his hand to push Wei Hao away and interrupted anxiously. Hey, hey, hey! Let me make it clear first, I have a normal sexual orientation, so stay away from me. Hearing this, Wei Hao's face suddenly turned dark, but he came to his senses in the blink of an eye and said with a smile. Brother Qi, you really know how to joke. Actually, brother, I just want to tell you a few words from the bottom of my heart. After these words were spoken, Qijun and the other two were all confused. But Qijun did not stop it. Okay, then you go ahead and do what you want. Just don't get close to me. I'm scared. Ever since we moved into this dormitory, I have treated you with the utmost respect, as you can no doubt see. In this way, I will suffer a little loss and take you as my foster father, how about that? Wei Hao spoke sternly and righteously. However, after hearing this, Qijun was speechless. He sneered and rolled his eyes at him. Come on. Just now when they were here you said I was unkind to eat alone, but now that they've left you're shamelessly calling me godfather. What's going on? What's your conspiracy? After hearing this, Wei Hao was not annoyed at all. Instead, he smiled and hurriedly took out the watermelon that he had not even touched from his bag, handed it to Qijun respectfully, and then massaged his shoulders attentively. Father, you are joking. That was a long time ago. I have forgotten it long ago. At this time, the second and eldest brothers on the side saw Wei Hao's flattering look and were full of contempt. Old four, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but can you please have some backbone and show some manliness? That's right. This time I agree with the eldest brother. The fourth brother, you are really bringing shame to us men. After hearing this, Wei Hao chuckled. You two idiots, what do you know? I recognize a thief as my father. No, I recognize my relative as my father. That is for my life's most important event. You are short-sighted and cannot understand my grand blueprint. Right. Godfather. Well, the fourth one is sensible and knows how to handle current affairs. Qijun said as he ate the watermelon given by Wei Hao. Then I won't treat you unfairly. You went through so much trouble just to get Senior Xiaoho's flying star, right? As he spoke, Qijun took out his cell phone from his pocket. But Wei Hao still pretended to be reserved and said, Oh. Look at what you said, Godfather, it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it at all. Oh. It seems that I am being too sentimental. I won't give it to you then. After saying that, Qijun pretended to put the phone back into his pocket. Seeing that Qijun did not play according to common sense, Wei Hao suddenly panicked and hurried to stop him. He smiled frivolously and said, "He. Godfather, you are joking. I don't really want it, but since you are ready to give it to me, it would be too ungrateful if I don't want it." As he spoke, Wei Hao took out his cell phone at some point and signaled Qi Jun to send him Feishan. Seeing this, Qi Jun couldn't help laughing, but didn't make things difficult for him and sent it to him. "Thank you, foster father. Foster father, please accept my humble respect." Looking at the message on his phone, Wei Hao wanted to kneel down immediately. Qi Jun hurriedly stopped him. Okay, that's enough. I know what you are thinking. Get away now if you get the advantage. Yes, my godfather is right. I'll leave now. After saying that, Wei Hao got ready to pursue his own happiness. Before leaving, he did not forget to make a face at the eldest brother Zhao Ling and the second brother Han Wen and shook the screen of his mobile phone. That smug look really deserved a beating. Finally, I want to say something to you two fools. A true man is one who can bend and stretch, and a man who knows how to adapt to changing circumstances can become a hero. Goodbye, I'm going to pursue my love. After saying that, he ran away without a trace. Remember to add friends in the name of joining the club, otherwise you will be easily deleted. Qi Jun shouted in a hoarse voice. Don't worry, son. Daddy knows. Hearing this, Qi Jun's face darkened and he cursed, "Spicy neighbor, this rebellious son has a wife and has forgotten his father." Watching Wei Hao running away with the flying star in his hand, the remaining Zhao Ling and Han Wen also woke up as if from a dream, and instantly realized, becoming the Emperor of Understanding. The two of them had such a tacit understanding that before Qi Jun could come to his senses, they spoke in unison. Godfather, please accept my humble respect. Oh my god. It's happening again. After the final round of bargaining, the two of them got Lu Susu's flying star as they wished. Similarly, the two of them took full advantage before leaving. Looking at the rebellious sons walking away, the old father Qi Jun felt a mixture of love and hate. Finally, he sighed and said, "Forget it. They are just kids. I am a magnanimous person and I won't bother with them." Afterwards, Qi Jun stopped talking and just leaned against the tree to enjoy the cool air, eating shaved ice with a spoon. Somehow, his mind suddenly thought of Chu Yufei again. I don't know, what is she doing now? Chapter 16, A Day of Leisure. The morning's military training ended hastily, and Zhao Ling and others were exhausted and panting, as if their bodies were hollowed out. However, this kind of training intensity is a piece of cake for Qi Jun, a drug addict. At most, he will just sweat a little. However, this also gave Qi Jun an additional task, which was to help bring meals. As a result, he was once again promoted to the godfather of all dormitory 369. After lunch, Qi Jun and his friends rested for a while, and then headed towards the playground in groups. The brutal training begins again. This kind of training continued until about 3:30 in the afternoon, when a miracle happened. God was merciful and it rained suddenly and heavily, and the military training was forced to be temporarily stopped. Everyone, go back to the dormitory early to rest and take a shower, don't catch a cold. Also, no one is allowed to leave the school at will. If the rain stops tonight, we will have activities. Did you hear that clearly? The instructor shouted loudly. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Okay, then everyone go your separate ways. Before he finished speaking, Qi Jun and others dispersed like wild horses, at an incredibly fast speed. After a long time, Qi Jun and his companions ran all the way back to the dormitory, their clothes already mostly wet by the rain. Oh, it rains at the perfect time. Look at me, there are few dry spots on my body. While complaining, Zhao Ling quickly took off his wet shirt, looking like a drowned rat. Qi Jun couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, and said with a smile, "Don't complain, this is a good opportunity to take a break." That's right. If it hadn't rained so timely, we would probably still be in the playground under the scorching sun. Han Wen couldn't wait to turn on the computer and continued, "Well, those of you who want to take a shower should go quickly. I'll play some games to relax first." Seeing this, Wei Hao shook his head helplessly. "Second brother, you are really good. Then, eldest brother, third brother, who of you will wash first? I can wait." Hearing this, Qi Jun and Zhao Ling looked at each other and shook their heads. Seeing this, Wei Hao was no longer polite. "Well, you are all brave men, but I can't. I need to take a hot bath first, so as not to catch a cold." After saying that, he went straight into the bathroom and started washing. A moment later, Qi Jun and others also finished their showers and lay comfortably on their beds, playing games leisurely. Boss, hurry up and come here. Han Wen's voice echoed throughout the dormitory. Don't lick the loot there, be careful of Lao Lu. Second brother, take a deep breath, don't get excited, don't get excited. Look, I am safe and sound, right? That means there is no Lao Lu. Zhao Ling soothed. However, the slap in the face came too fast, like a tornado. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang and the boss Zhao Ling's game character instantly fell to the ground and crawled. His old face suddenly twisted, and he said indignantly, hurry, hurry, there's Lao Lu, there really is Lao Lu. Then run. Wei Hao couldn't help but speak. Run? Where can I run? I'm already on the ground, I can't run. Upon hearing this, Qi Jun was speechless. Boss, don't move. Find some cover and lie down quietly. I'll be right there. Hearing Qi Jun's voice, Zhao Ling calmed down a little. Okay, come quickly, I found a wall to hide, and the sniper on the opposite side can't see me. Well, third brother, go help the eldest brother up, and I will go behind them and surround them with the fourth brother. Han Wen began to arrange the strategy and said confidently. After hearing this, Wei Hao quickly agreed, okay, no problem, I'll be right there. After that, everyone took quick action. Qi Jun quickly ran towards Zhao Ling, while Wei Hao and Han Wen tiptoed and carefully moved towards the enemy's rear. Third brother, hurry up, I feel like the eldest brother can't hold on any longer. Han Wen shouted at the top of his voice. Qi Jun controlled the character to run as fast as he could while responding, I know. Don't worry. Just as Qi Jun was about to approach Zhao Ling, a barrage of bullets whizzed past like raindrops, scaring him so much that he trembled all over. Oh my god, I almost died here. Luckily his bullets are very flexible, the opponent is probably holding an AK and is 6 times more powerful. Qi Jun complained with lingering fear. Immediately, Qi Jun controlled the character to lie down in the deep grass area. Then, without hesitation, he threw the only 2 remaining smoke bombs forward. While the smoke was rising, he gave himself an energy injection to increase his speed. Then, the controlled character quickly stood up and ran towards Zhao Ling. Finally, when Zhao Ling's health was only a small amount left, he successfully clicked the heal button. After a moment, they helped him up and they immediately found a shelter to hide. At the same time, Wei Hao and Han Wen had quietly gone behind the enemy. Second brother, prepare for action. Wei Hao said in a low voice. Han Wen made a gesture to indicate that he was ready. Enough. Charge upwards. I'll cover you on your right. At Wei Hao's command, the 2 men rushed out at the same time like arrows from a bow, sweeping wildly and catching the enemy off guard. Day. There was a chorus of gunfire. Pretty. Zhao Ling shouted excitedly. It was very fast. The battle was resolved in just the time it took each of them to fire 2 magazines. After dealing with this wave of enemies, the 4 of them quickly gathered together, looted the loot, replenished their equipment, and continued to move towards the final circle. In the final circle, there is only 1 team of enemies left. Everyone be careful, don't act rashly. Qi Jun reminded carefully. Look, there's movement over there. Zhao Ling quickly marked a direction and said. Qi Jun observed carefully and said, prepare to attack. The 4 of them cooperated well and after a fierce firefight, they successfully wiped out the last team of enemies. Let us eat chicken. There was a sudden burst of cheers in the dormitory. Even though this fight wasn't very satisfying, it was really enjoyable. Han Wen said with a smile, his face full of excitement. Thanks to everyone's cooperation. Qi Jun said, his eyes full of relief. That's right, keep going, and try to win the chicken again. Wei Hao shouted excitedly, rubbing his hands together and getting ready for another fight. Although I think it's fun, I'm afraid I don't have time now. Qi Jun's voice suddenly sounded, pouring cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. Old 3, what's going on? What happened? Why don't you want to play anymore? Zhao Ling was full of doubts. Hearing this, Han Wen and Wei Hao also cast inquiring glances towards Qi Jun. Helplessly, Qi Jun could only nod and explain, concubine Chuyu sent me a message just now. Because the rain has stopped, there will be an activity at the military training site at 7 p.m, we have to go eat, let's play again when we come back. After listening to Qi Jun's explanation, everyone was not too depressed. After all, you can play games at any time, and watching beauties. No, the activities of appreciating talents are not available every day. Then don't dawdle, let's go, brothers. Let us finish our meal early, then gather at the playground to see which handsome guy or beautiful girl is the most outstanding tonight. Zhao Ling became excited instantly. After saying that, everyone stopped talking and got up and left the dormitory. Afterwards, Qi Jun also sent this message to the group. After all, he was the squad leader, so he still had to do his job. The students cooperated and responded in an orderly manner. Chapter 17 Beautiful Night. After a long time. After dinner, Qi Jun and his friends came to the playground early in the afterglow. Along the way, they felt like they had entered an enchanting wonderland and were dazzled by the scenery along the way. The campus at this time is no longer the monotonous colors of camouflage uniforms and military training uniforms, but instead has many more dazzling scenery. This also made Qi Jun's 3 old, lecherous, and rebellious sons quite restless. Hey, look at that girl over there in the floral dress. Her slim waist and long legs are absolutely stunning. Zhao Ling's eyes lit up and his mouth watered. TSK, that's nothing, look at the one wearing hot pants, her body proportions are perfect. Hanwen retorted with disdain. Don't argue, the girl in Hanfu is still the most charming. Her temperament is so charming. Wei Hao also expressed his own views without giving in. As for Qi Jun, although he was not as addicted as those 3 guys. But it's pretty nice to appreciate it occasionally. Oh my god, no wonder people say that college is good. After seeing it today, it is indeed true. This beautiful youth is open and enthusiastic. Zhao Ling's voice of praise rang out, his tone full of intoxication. Of course, look at that lovely girl in white silk in front of you, she is exactly my dream girl. I wish to crown Baici as the eternal god. Hanwen looked like an infatuated fan, his eyes were fixed on her. But before he finished speaking, opposition voices were heard. Hey! I don't like to hear that. Wei Hao looked disdainful, and then continued, white silk is nothing, if it comes to Shangguan Shud, the daughter of the coal boss in our class, black silk is the eternal god. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. No, Lao Si, how do you know what clothes she is wearing today? Zhao Ling had a puzzled look on his face, frowned, and was full of curiosity. Hearing this, Wei Hao smiled evilly, and there was a hint of mystery in that smile. He. Of course there are photos. Oh my. As soon as these words came out, Qi Jun and the others were immediately excited. Fuck, no way. It's fine if the 3rd brother eats all by himself, but what's wrong with you, kid? Why don't you share this good thing with your godfathers? Zhao Ling looked excited and rubbed his hands impatiently. Hearing this, Hanwen followed suit and said, that's right, Lao Si, you are really not kind. Come on, take it out and show it to us, so we can taste what the brand tastes like. Although Qi Jun was somewhat curious, he was not yet that excited. After all, he had been facing Chu Yufei every day for the past 2 days and had eaten too much bran, so his appetite was a bit picky. Seeing this, Wei Hao naturally did not hesitate. He quickly took out his mobile phone and looked around carefully like a secret agent. After confirming it was safe, he quickly called everyone to gather together to enjoy the show. It was a photo, and judging by the angle, it was obviously taken secretly. Shangguan Shud wore a white shirt, as pure as snow, and a playful short skirt, the flying hems of her skirt showing her agility. The black stockings wrapped around her legs are extremely charming, and the handsome marten boots on her feet make her look cool and charming. Her outfit not only shows the vigor of youth, but also exudes an irresistible charm, which makes people can't help but take a few more glances. When Qi Jun saw this, he nodded silently to show his agreement. See? Black stockings are the eternal god. This is the most powerful proof. Wei Hao said confidently. But before the words were finished, another questioning voice sounded. Actually, I think fishing nets are pretty good. Hearing the voice, Qi Jun, Wei Hao and Hanwen's eyes all turned to the boss beside them, with different expressions in their eyes. Wei Hao asked with a puzzled look on his face, I'm not saying anything, boss, why do you have another hobby? If you ask me, Baici is still the eternal god. Hanwen simply ignored it and continued to firmly defend his point of view. Hey, I'm not saying anything, guys, you guys have been looking at all those photos for nothing, right? Black stockings are the coolest, okay? Wei Hao spoke loudly, standing on his own position, unconvinced. Hearing this, the eldest brother Zhao Ling was not to be outdone, and stiffened his neck to express his firm opinion. I don't care anyway. I just like fishing nets. I will never make a speech without them. Black stockings. Black stockings. Black stockings are the love that men should pursue most. I is the eternal goddess in men's hearts. I don't want to listen, I just like fishing nets. Fishing nets are the coolest, I won't listen to anything you say. At this time, Chi Jun was watching these three rebellious sons and was extremely speechless. People can fight like this for black and white silk and a strange fishing net. Really, this is all I can achieve in this life. Afterwards, the three of them quarreled for a long time, and their voices became louder and louder, even attracting onlookers from time to time. See this scene. Chi Jun simply refused to tolerate it. After all, he would rather go forward alone than be treated like a monkey. He left resolutely without looking back. As for the three rebellious sons, they didn't notice anything at all and continued arguing with each other. That's enough, stop arguing. Suddenly, a clear female voice sounded like a silver bell. The three of them were startled and turned around to look. It turned out to be Yao Pingping, the vice class monitor and the most beautiful girl in the class. She was wearing a simple dress with fluttering sleeves, looking fresh and beautiful. There were three girls standing next to him, and they seemed to be roommates in the same dormitory. You grown men are making a scene over a girl's little thing. Aren't you ashamed? Yao Pingping crossed her arms over her chest, frowned slightly, and said with a look of disgust. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Ling and the other two's faces instantly turned red, and they felt embarrassed and ashamed. After a long pause, Zhao Ling spoke with a smile on his face, trying to save their face. Captain Yao, what you said is too serious. What we are doing here is just a normal aesthetic discussion. Humph, men, you are full of nonsense, and your mind is full of those improper thoughts besides eating, you are all bitter creatures. It would be better to think about how to improve yourself instead of spending this time here. Yao Pingping rolled her eyes at them, her eyes full of contempt. Hearing this, Zhao Ling immediately became unhappy. Just as he was about to argue, he was stopped by Wei Hao, who was standing beside him. He shook his head to signal Boss Zhao not to worry about it. Wei Hao quickly agreed, yes, squad leader Yao is right. Please don't bother with us, we will leave right away, and we will never bring shame to the class. Hurry, what are you waiting for, go. Hanwen also scratched his head embarrassedly and said, then goodbye, squad leader Yao, we will go back now. Looking at the three old perverts fleeing in panic, Yao Pingping snorted, turned around and left gracefully with her sisters. Chapter 18. Every rebellious son can get a summer cooling package. As for Boss Zhao and the other three, they hurried back to the team. At this time, Chi Jun was sitting leisurely beside the tree, chatting with three beauties. These three beauties are Lu Susu, Xiaohuyu, and Shangguan Shud, the most beautiful girl in Chi Jun's class and also the school beauty. The scene was so beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. At the same time, it also attracted envious and jealous looks from everyone, as if they wanted to eat Chi Jun alive. Good fellow, after all this time this kid has started to eat alone again. I said that Senior Lu's flying star couldn't be added, it turns out that I was not in her eyes at all, whoa. Zhao Ling cried and looked extremely aggrieved. After hearing this, Hanwen responded, after hearing what you said, I feel much more comfortable. I didn't add it. Before he finished speaking, Wei Hao on the side couldn't help laughing out loud, with a smug look on his face. Oh my god. No way. You didn't even add one? When Wei Hao suddenly said this, Zhao Ling and Hanwen immediately felt something was wrong. You are not. Before the two of them finished speaking, Wei Hao spoke excitedly, yes, you two are really smart this time. I added senior sister Xiaohu's flying star. And I will chat with her when I have nothing to do. Although she ignores me most of the time, we can still chat. So looking at it this way, I seem to be the winner. Ahahaha. Oh my god, someone wants the fourth one. This is worse than eating shit. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling covered his heart with his hands, wrinkled his facial features, and spoke in great pain. On the side, Hanwen was not in much better condition, and also looked very hopeless. Old four, you damn bastard, this is more painful than killing me. With your nonsense and mean look, you actually added senior sister Xiaohu to it. It's more painful than killing me. Looking at the two people's exaggerated and dramatic appearance, Wei Hao was so happy that he lost himself in joy, and his tail was about to reach the sky. Of course, to be honest, Chi Jun's three rebellious sons are all very good looking, all scoring above 85 points. But compared to Wei Hao, Zhao Ling and Hanwen are inferior in their eloquence, as they are really not good at making sweet speeches. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded. Shoo! The instructor's resounding voice followed closely behind, all members assemble urgently. Hearing the voice, Ji-jun had to temporarily say goodbye to Lu Susu and the others, and quickly returned to the team with Shangwan Shud. Zhao Ling and the other two who were having fun playing around quickly stopped, quickly straightened themselves up, and hurriedly returned to the team and stood in line. In a short while, all the team members lined up neatly. Upon seeing this, the instructor glanced around with a sharp gaze and carefully determined the number of people. Then, after making sure everything was correct, he began his speech. "We will be entertaining you tonight, and you should feel honored. Because this time it's not just you who are having fun, students from the neighboring team will also be playing with us, and our college's classical dance club will be dancing to celebrate with everyone. Please welcome him with applause." Welcome. Wow. I didn't expect we would have such good fortune. Who said it wasn't? It's a club at the school level, and it wins a lot of awards. I heard there are 2 school beauties in it. Ouch. I mean, buddy, this news is out of date. Just now I saw Shangwan Shud from our class join us, and now we have 3 school beauties. Everyone at this moment was extremely excited, and they were talking to each other, with anticipation and excitement on their faces. But at this moment, a dissonant voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, hey, hey! Look to the left, wow, it's so beautiful. So cool. And there are lots of watermelons and milk tea in the back." Hearing the sound, everyone looked to the left in unison. At this time, there was indeed a team of people walking towards the team where Ji-jun was. Leading the group were Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong, and if I'm not mistaken, the class following behind them should be Hua Linglong's. There are quite a few boys, with a male to female ratio of about 2 to 1. Moreover, each of the boys was holding 2 watermelons, and the girls behind him were holding 4 or 5 cups of milk tea. They looked like they were here to give gifts? Hey! Why does the first boy behind teacher Hua look so familiar? Wei Hao's voice suddenly sounded, with a strong sense of doubt in his words. After hearing this, Ji-jun became curious and asked, "Why, have you seen him?" Before he finished speaking, Zhao Ling could not wait to answer. "Oh. I remember now. It seems that the watermelons that were picked up from the supermarket entrance this morning were given away by him for free. I heard that he did this to woo a girl." Hanwen frowned and spoke with a suspicious look on his face. "Oh. It turned out to be this kid. So they are making such a big fuss. Are they trying to demonstrate to us, or are they here to snatch the girl?" After hearing this, Wei Hao pondered for a moment, and then a light bulb went off in his head, as if he had thought of something important. Yes, I think I remembered it too. This guy seemed to have posted an article online before, apparently just to pursue a girl. If I remember correctly, that girl is Shangwan Shud from our class. Oh my god, this kid is quite courageous. The fierce offensive started right after the school started, and this guy is quite anxious. After hearing this, Zhao Ling teased sourly, his expression full of envy and jealousy. "Ha, boss, why do I feel that what you said is so sour?" Ji-jun couldn't help but speak, with a playful smile on his face. Before he finished speaking, Boss Zhao was instantly unhappy. "Hey. Third brother, I was just worried that I had no reason to punish you." "That's great, you're running right into my gun. I'm not saying anything to you, it's fine if you just eat alone, but you didn't even call us when you ran away, isn't that too unkind of you?" Yes, that's right, this time we fully support the boss." Han Wen and Wei Hao said in unison, their tone extremely firm. "You just run for your own sake, and make us brothers be laughed at like monkeys." In the end, he was even caught red-handed by his classmate Yao Pingping. That woman has no mercy at all. She started to mock us and our faces turned red as monkey butts. We were too embarrassed to face anyone. Wei Hao became more and more excited as he spoke, his face turning red, as if he had suffered a great injustice. "That's right, third brother, you were really unfair this time, you must compensate us." Boss Zhao immediately agreed and took the opportunity to put forward his conditions. His eyes were full of anticipation, like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep. Seeing this, Ji-jun didn't know what to say. Although it was mainly their own fault for misbehaving, Ji-jun himself did do some things wrong, and he admitted his mistake. Okay, I admit it, this time it's my fault. How about this, I'll make the decision. From today on, I'll buy you a set of summer cooling meals every day during the military training, including watermelon, cold drinks, and shaved ice. Is that okay now? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 3 rebellious sons changed so quickly. They smiled instantly and their eyes lit up. Really, Godfather? 3. The 3 of them looked excited and shouted in unison. Jun looked at the three rebellious sons in front of him, whose skins were just as thick as his. He sighed helplessly and could only nod. Really? But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in my mind. Chapter 19: The First System Mission. Ding dong. It has been detected that someone else is trying to load coins. As the host of the system, I naturally cannot be outdone. I am issuing the task now. The system's mechanical yet somewhat anxious voice sounded in Jun's mind. System Task 1: Provide watermelons to students to cool down during military training. System Task 2: Prepare watermelon, shaved ice, and drinks for students to cool down during military training. Host, please choose for yourself. Looking at the system task that suddenly appeared in front of him, Jun was suddenly confused and frowned slightly. Tonzi, this is your first time issuing a mission, and this is the result? Ding dong. Host, please do not look down on the system's tasks. Every one of my tasks is absolutely for the good of the host, and the benefits behind it are beyond your imagination. Hearing this, Jun rolled his eyes speechlessly. Naturally, he was too lazy to listen to the system's nonsense. Okay, whatever you say is right. Then explain to me, what are the differences between these two tasks, and which one has more check-in points? Ding dong. In a word, energy is conserved. The more you work, the more you get. After hearing this, Jun finally understood that if he wanted more check-in points, he had to pay a proportional amount. Thinking of this, Jun no longer hesitated and said decisively, okay, then I will choose the second system task. Ding dong, okay, the system task has been issued. The system check-in points will be issued after you complete the task. After saying that, the system automatically withdrew as if it had completed its mission, and Jun's mind returned to calm. Good evening, everyone. Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong had already arrived in front of Jun's class at this time. They spoke with a smile. Their voices were clear and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. Today I heard from the instructor that you all have activities. It just so happens that teacher Hua's class next door is very close to us, so I decided that our two teams should spend the evening happily together. In addition, congratulations to our classmate Shangguan for successfully joining the classical dance club ahead of schedule. Let us applaud and congratulate him. After he finished speaking, the two teams below burst into applause. Crash, crash, crash. Teacher Chu, do we have a share of the delicious food and drinks that the students from the next class brought? Someone in Jun's squad suddenly spoke, and his voice was full of anticipation. As soon as these words were spoken, the others echoed them. Yes. Teacher Chu, are we going to get any of the watermelons and milk tea that teacher Hua's class has? Yes. Yes. Did they bring it for us to share? Everyone was talking at once, and the scene was very lively. After hearing this, Chu Yufei smiled, looked at everyone gently, and said, "Don't worry, classmates. Since the two teams are doing activities together, the delicious food and drinks will naturally be shared by everyone." Hearing this, the students cheered excitedly. But before that, everyone please be quiet for a moment. Chu Yufei stretched out her slender arm and gestured. Hearing this, everyone became very obedient as if they were under a spell, and immediately became quiet and honest. Seeing this, concubine Chu Yu nodded with satisfaction and continued. Although the things that the students in teacher Hua's class brought will be shared with everyone, we should also be polite and thank them before that. These things were bought by Lin Zihao, the monitor of the next class, and everyone thanked him with warm applause and enthusiastic cheers. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in Jun's class burst into extremely enthusiastic applause and cheers as if firecrackers were lit. Seeing this, the young man named Lin Zihao walked up to Jun and others with a smile on his face and very confidently, and bowed slightly as a polite return. Thank you very much for your welcome, but since this is a jointly organized event, you are welcome to enjoy the food. I also ordered a lot of pizza and burgers, which will arrive later. Finally, I wish the joint evening party of our two teams goes smoothly. Thank you everyone. After saying that, Lin Zihao bowed slightly again, and then returned to the team with an upright posture. I have to say, Lin Zihao is really capable. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately won the favor of most of the people in Jun's class. The girls' eyes were twinkling with admiration like stars, and they were secretly thinking that this man was not only handsome, but also hospitable and generous. He was simply the perfect ideal boyfriend in their minds. Even though the boys felt jealous, as if they had drunk a large jar of aged vinegar, they had to grit their teeth and admit that this time the boy had indeed stolen the limelight. Afterwards, everyone sat down under the careful arrangement of concubine Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong. Under the leadership of Lin Zihao, watermelons, milk tea, etc. were distributed to the students in Qi Jun's class in an orderly manner. Although they are not expensive things, the thought and thoughtfulness of this gesture are still very touching. One could even faintly hear someone starting to compare Qi Jun and Lin Zihao. After a long time. The most important part of this event was that Xia Houyu, Lu Susu, and 3 other beautiful girls came in front of everyone. Each of them was wearing a green and white gauze dress. The gauze dress was soft and flowing, like the hazy mist in the early morning, dimly highlighting their exquisite figures. They were like fairies descending to the earth, so charming that one could not take their eyes away. Under Xia Houyu's command, everyone formed their own formations. Then, Xia Houyu opened her red lips and sang a beautiful voice like a nightingale. Next, we will perform a wonderful dance for you. If any classmates think that we dance well, please encourage us with warm applause. Afterwards, you can also come here to sign up to join our classical dance club and become a part of us. Okay, that's all I have to say. Now please enjoy the dance we bring to you, Searching for Tea. After they finished speaking, melodious music started playing and they began to dance with graceful movements, like a beautiful painting slowly unfolding. Their movements are light and graceful, their arms swing as softly as willow branches, and their waists sway like willows in the spring breeze. Every turn and every jump is full of lively charm. Her every frown and smile reveals her charm. Not only the boys, but even the girls were fascinated by the scene at this moment. The crowd's applause surged like a tide, and the cheers rose one after another, like bursts of thunder exploding in their ears. During the dance, Lu Susu would look at Qi Jun from time to time, intentionally or unintentionally. The look seemed to be electrified, with a hint of fondness and teasing. But Qi Jun just looked at her politely a few times without any further response or action. It's not that he didn't want to look, but Qi Jun had already noticed Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong not far behind him. The cold gaze from Chu Yufei behind him was like a sharp sword, which made him feel fearful and afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Chapter 20, Cooperation. On the side, Boss Zhao's 3 rebellious sons also keenly sensed that something was wrong. Then, Zhao Ling winked and said with a sly smile, "Hey, third brother, could it be that senior sister Lu is interested in you? Look at her eyes are almost glued to you and can't be pulled away." That's right, the way I looked at senior sister Lu was really weird. No wonder she didn't agree to my boss and I adding her flying star before, it turns out she has deep feelings for you. Han Wen also echoed, with a hint of envy and jealousy in his tone. After hearing this, Qi Jun rolled his eyes at the two of them speechlessly and said unhappily, "I'm not saying that you two can keep your minds purer every day. Read more books when you have nothing to do, and don't just make random guesses all day long. If I hear you say one more word of nonsense, I will ignore what I said about the summer package during military training." Upon hearing this, Boss Zhao and the other men instantly became like eggplants hit by frost. They immediately became much more obedient, stopped talking nonsense, and watched the performance seriously. As for the 4th brother Wei Hao, he was too busy to pay attention to her. His eyes had been fixed on Xia Houyu since she appeared. He was completely immersed in it and had no intention of making a fuss. However, the quarrel between Qi Jun and Boss Zhao was eventually seen by Chu Yufei, who was not far away. Sure enough, the stinky little brother is a pervert, he really deserves to be punished. Chu Yufei gritted her teeth, her cheeks puffed with anger, and she muttered to herself angrily. As she spoke, she unconsciously compared herself to Lu Susu, who was dancing in the distance. But no matter how she looked at it, she just couldn't understand where she lost. Whether it is the proud baby granary or the long and beautiful legs that make men salivate, she is better than Lu Susu in everything. Why on earth? Why didn't your stinky brother attack me? Concubine Chuyu frowned, full of doubts. She bit her lip and stamped her feet. After thinking for a long time, Chu Yufei finally came to a conclusion. All men are bad, including Qi Jun's stinky brother. She wrinkled her nose and looked angry, looking like a cute kitten with its fur standing on end. "Humph, Qi Jun, you are mine alone, my stinky brother. No one can take you away from me." The next day. The morning light is just breaking, and the light is gradually appearing. Qi Jun got up as usual, signed in, and then started the morning military training. There is nothing special to be gained from signing in, and the price is random, so Qi Jun usually chooses the guaranteed 1 million cash. The military training did not end until noon. Afterwards, Qi Jun did not return to the dormitory with Boss Zhao and the other two this time, but went to a supermarket called Hayulai on campus alone. This supermarket is the largest of the 3 supermarkets on campus, with 3 floors in total. However, although it is called a supermarket, it is actually more like a small shopping mall on campus. This small shopping mall is like an exquisite little world with unique charm. Stepping onto the first floor, it feels like being in a vibrant square. In the spacious and open space, sunlight pours in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the marble texture on the floor is delicate and smooth. In the center of the square, there is an exquisite small fountain, surrounded by lush and green plants that are scattered in an orderly manner, adding a touch of vitality and freshness to the entire space. People are either strolling leisurely or taking a leisurely rest, feeling very comfortable. Take the escalator to the second floor, which is a food paradise. Restaurants and snack stalls are lined up in an orderly manner, and the aroma of delicious food fills the air. From traditional Chinese dishes to exotic specialties, from spicy Sichuan snacks to exquisite French desserts, and finally, there is a wide variety of fruit drinks. The decoration styles of the shops vary, some are retro and elegant, some are simple and fashionable. Students are enjoying the food in them, all of them look satisfied. Going up to the third floor is the entertainment world. The lights in the arcade flicker dimly, the sounds of game consoles rise and fall one after another, young boys and girls are immersed in it, having endless fun and casting away their worries. The comfortable seats in the cinema are ready for the audience, wonderful movies are playing on the giant screen, and the sound of balls hitting each other in the billiard hall are crisp and pleasant, all together creating a joyful melody. Each floor of this mall has its own unique charm, making people linger and enjoy a wonderful time here. Shi Jun's purpose of coming this time was very clear, and that was to purchase. Then, with firm steps, he ran straight to the sweet and sweet fruit shop on the second floor like a gust of wind. After a brief exchange with the clerk, he called out the store owner. A moment later, a middle-aged man walked out of the house. He was dressed casually, wearing a loose t-shirt and casual pants, and his hair was a little messy. Before coming, Shi Jun also made some inquiries and found out that the owner of this fruit shop is actually also the owner of the Chinese medicine health milk tea shop on the second floor, and his name is Wang Nan. So, adhering to the principle of completing two things at once, he came directly over. "Handsome guy, I heard from my employees that you are here to discuss big business, right?" Wang Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. Shi Jun smiled slightly and said politely, "Boss Wang, that's true. I plan to purchase fruits, drinks, and shaved ice from you on a long-term basis for our class's military training. I just don't know how the price is." Hearing this, Wang Nan thought for a moment, then spoke readily. "Young handsome man, since this is a long-term cooperation, the price can definitely be negotiated. However, please tell me the specific demand and purchase frequency first." Shi Jun nodded and explained his needs in detail. The order period is 10 days. For food, I want watermelon and shaved ice. For drinks, I want to buy two things, green bean soup and sour plum soup. As for the number of these things, I don't have a specific number yet. So, this afternoon I hope you will distribute them directly in the shade of the trees next to our class formation in the number 2 playground. Finally, regarding the price, I can be responsible for reimbursing both the labor and the goods." When Wang Nan heard this, he immediately felt good and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, after a heated discussion, the two sides finally reached a satisfactory cooperation agreement. "Boss, happy cooperation." Shi Jun smiled and stretched out his hand. "It's a pleasure to work with you, handsome boy. Come often in the future. Also, if you have any problems with the product, remember to come to me at any time." The man responded with a smile, and that smile was full of sincerity. "Must." After saying that, Shi Jun left without looking back. Chapter 21 shocked the whole audience. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Shi Jun and Wang Nan had agreed upon, it was almost time for Wang Nan to arrive. "Hey, hey, hey! Third brother, where is the summer heat relief meal you promised me? How come we haven't even seen a single hair of him until now?" Wei Hao's complaint suddenly came from behind Shi Jun. Hearing this, Boss Zhao and Han, on Shi Jun's left and right, immediately turned their eyes to him. "That's right. Third brother, you're not going to make fun of us again, are you?" Before Zhao Ling finished speaking, Hanwen couldn't wait to continue. "I don't think he looks like it, is it?" Hearing this, Shi Jun looked helpless. He was indeed curious about Wang Nan's efficiency, which was indeed a bit slow. Don't be anxious, what are you all in such a hurry for? Isn't it just a few sets of summer meals? Yours will be there, don't worry, they will be here soon." As soon as Shi Jun finished speaking, the three rebellious sons heard a noisy sound coming from a distance before they had time to refute. Prepare them all for me one by one. This is a big customer. Don't break anything and don't spill the soup. Did you hear that? I heard it. At this time, Wang Nan hurriedly got down from a Wuling limousine, followed by 4 teenagers, who nimbly opened the door at the back of the car and got out. This series of operations simply stunned everyone in the audience. Oh my god, isn't this the owner of the sweet and sweet fruit shop? Why is he here selling watermelons? One classmate opened his eyes wide and his jaw almost dropped in surprise. Hey! You know what, this is really a good deed. It saves us from running so far to buy water and watermelon during our breaks. Another classmate said with a smile, his face full of surprise. That's right, judging from the looks of it, the boss must have brought everything with him. It's like door-to-door service. In one word, thoughtful. Another girl echoed and gave a thumbs up silently in her heart. Hey! What do you think? Could it be that Lindsay Heo from the next team has come up with something new? A curious voice came. You never know, maybe it's possible. Someone else speculated. Even if it's possible, what does that have to do with us? He's not our squad leader. Go ahead and envy him. A sour voice sounded. At this time, everyone in the several teams not far away started talking at the same time, and of course the most talked about voices came from the yin and yang within Chi Jun's class. Chi Jun didn't care when he heard this. It was a mission anyway, and maybe these little brats would get slapped in the face soon. But he didn't spoil his 3 rebellious sons. It's fine if it's almost there. If you think other classes are better, then go to their classes. Why do you keep talking so much here? Don't you think you are annoying? Zhao Ling spoke directly and refused to tolerate it at all. Wei Hao also shouted, that's right. If someone else thinks there's something good about them, then go ahead and do it. Don't be so sarcastic. Hanwen was so angry that he jumped up and down, that's right, they are just disgusting. Third brother, just ignore them. After hearing the words of these 3 rebellious sons, Chi Jun felt a little warm in his heart. To be honest, it was not in vain that I loved these 3 rebellious sons. Be quiet. But unfortunately, this shouting was ruthlessly suppressed by the instructor, and they all immediately became obedient. The instructor stared at him and said seriously, be quiet and watch carefully. If you need it, just go buy it yourself later. If you don't need it, train well for me. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their voices loud and uniform. At the same time, Wang Nan, who was far away, gave a few instructions and then started walking towards the formation, shouting loudly as he walked. Student Chi Jun, I brought you everything you wanted. Are you here? As soon as these words were spoken, all the teams that could hear Wang Nan's call, from front to back, left to right, looked around curiously. At this moment, all eyes in Chi Jun's class were focused on him. Student Chi Jun, if it's inconvenient for you, just let me know. I'll go back as soon as I hear you. Wang Nan added. Seeing this, the instructor of Chi Jun's team was at a loss and could only shout. Chi Jun, step out and get that boss away from me, then come back. Yes, instructor. After Chi Jun finished speaking, he quickly left the formation. Looking at Chi Jun's leaving figure, Boss Xiao and the other 2 couldn't help but be stunned. Oh my god, it turns out I was too narrow-minded. With this kind of scene, the third brother might have moved half of the store here. Boss Xiao opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Hearing this, Wei Hao and Hanwen just nodded blankly, their mouths slightly open, as if they were frozen, obviously shocked by Chi Jun's actions. Boss Wang, I'm here, stop shouting. Hearing the voice, Wang Nan quickly turned around, and after seeing that it was Chi Jun, a warm smile immediately bloomed on his face, and he hurriedly said, oh. Classmate Chi Jun, I finally got you here. Come on, come and have a look at my team. I guarantee you will provide good service. After hearing this, Chi Jun looked carefully at the back and saw that each employee had a dull expression and indeed did not seem very enthusiastic. However, the watermelon, shaved ice, and cooling drinks were very well prepared, with sufficient quantities like a small mountain, and they were neatly arranged, which was pleasing to the eye. Seeing this, Chi Jun nodded with satisfaction, very good, it can be seen that Boss Wang is still very sincere. That's right, for those of us who are businessmen, we are absolutely sincere. But since you didn't tell me exactly how much to prepare, I probably prepared enough for 2 teams, which shouldn't be too much. Wang Nan said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Hearing this, Chi Jun just smiled and nodded decisively. Not much, I just accepted a gift from someone yesterday, so today I am returning it. I've reimbursed all these things and the labor costs, just give me the amount. Seeing Chi Jun being so straightforward, Wang Nan's smile froze instantly and he quickly spoke. Okay, since this is our first cooperation, I don't want much, how about you give me a friendly price of 5,000 yuan? After hearing this, Chi Jun had almost no hesitation. After all, this amount of money is not much for him now, and it is also in line with market conditions. Okay, then I'll use the flying star to spin you. After that, Chi Jun took out his mobile phone and pretended to say, system payment. Then a crisp sound was heard. Ding dong. Payment successful. At the same time, Wang Nan on the opposite side was also grinning from ear to ear and took the payment directly. Well, I've delivered this thing too, employee, I'll leave it here for you first. Actually, I had planned to stay here, but unfortunately, the store was short of staff and I had to go back quickly, so I won't chat anymore. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye Boss Wang. The two waved goodbye. Afterwards, Wang Nan walked quickly towards the Wuling magic car. He opened the door, got in the car, closed the door, started the engine, all in one smooth motion, and then drifted away in a chic manner, leaving only a cloud of dust. Wow, this guy is amazing. I didn't expect that he looks like a fat otaku, but he actually has such a special skill. Chi Jun was somewhat envious, and couldn't help wondering when he could show off his skills so elegantly. Chapter 22, Carry Out System Tasks. Afterwards, Chi Jun also returned to the team, and everyone started training absent-mindedly again. Third brother, that's you. Wei Hao had just started to speak when he was rudely interrupted by the instructor at the back of the formation. Everyone, shut up. I don't want to hear any more noise from the formation. Otherwise, the whole class will practice together. Is that clear? The instructor's voice was like thunder. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, the shout was so loud, and then their thoughts were more or less withdrawn. After a long time. Okay, time is up, everyone disperse and take a rest. As soon as the instructor finished speaking and everyone was about to scatter, Chi Jun's voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, wait a moment. Sorry to take up a little of your time. Upon hearing this, everyone in Chi Jun's class was confused, frowning, and had no idea what the squad leader was going to do. Chi Jun looked at everyone with a puzzled look on their faces. Some of them even had a bit of anger on their faces. That expression seemed to say that if what Chi Jun said next was useless, they would definitely curse him. My dear students, I know that the sun is scorching hot these days and everyone is feeling very hot, so I will make my speech short. This is the first time I'm a squad leader, and I may not be doing well in many areas, but I can humbly accept any criticism you give me. Yesterday, I saw the actions of the squad leader Lin from the next team, and I reflected deeply on it, so I decided that I would also make some contributions to my classmates within my ability. I'm not saying anything, squad leader Chi, why are you nagging so much? What on earth do you want to say? If it's not something important, please don't delay us from going to buy water. We still have military training later. That's right, squad leader Chi, if you have something to say, can you just say it directly? You are so slow. Hearing this, Chi Jun just smiled helplessly and comforted, okay, it will be done soon. Don't worry, everyone. I will say a few words at the end, and then you can decide whether to stay or go. Then hurry up and tell us. Don't waste our time. Okay, then I'll get straight to the point. In order to make up for my personal shortcomings, I have prepared all the cooling packages for everyone during the next 10 days of military training at my own expense. Now you can go to the shade of the trees over there and enjoy them at will. There were watermelons and shaved ice to eat, and green bean soup and sour plum soup to drink, and everyone enjoyed them to their heart's content. The words fell. After a long moment, everyone was stunned, looking at each other left and right, as if trying to confirm that they were not suffering from heatstroke or hallucinations. See this scene. Chi Jun was also speechless. He treated everyone to a meal out of his own pocket, but was still suspected. This situation made him feel angry and amused. In desperation, the king of Chi had to wink at his 3 rebellious sons. Upon seeing this, Boss Zhao and the other 2 immediately understood what he meant and were not polite at all. Let's go. You're welcome. Didn't you just say that the monitor was stingy? Now that he's generous, we can't refuse, right? After Boss Zhao finished shouting at the top of his lungs, he quickly ran towards the shade of the trees without hesitation. Seeing this, Wei Hao and Hanwen were unwilling to fall behind and followed without thinking. You were shouting so loudly just now, but now you have no courage to eat me. What a coward. That's right, it's just stupid to be polite to the monitor. Although this may sound a bit unpleasant, the effect is surprisingly good. Seeing this, the others stopped being coy and polite and walked towards the shade of the tree one after another. Even some girls who were traveling in groups would stop and nod their heads in gratitude when they passed by Chi-jun. Seeing this, Chi-jun also smiled and nodded in response as if he was doing something official. On the other side, everyone's eyes were wide open and shining as they looked at the wide variety of summer relief delicacies placed in front of them. Wow, squad leader Chi is awesome. He has a really complete range of dishes, and they are all freshly made, nutritious and healthy. Some people couldn't help but exclaimed loudly at the top of their lungs. That's absolutely right. Besides, the military training lasts for 10 days, which is really cool. Yesterday I thought our class monitor Lin was very handsome, but now it seems that our class's Chi-jun is the most handsome. Ha, I think you are just a nymphomaniac when you see something good. Fuck you. Eat your watermelon. At this moment, those students who were originally acting sarcastic now looked embarrassed and lowered their heads in embarrassment. Chi-jun stood at the back and raised his voice and said loudly, "Everyone, please don't be polite, eat quickly to cool down." Okay. Thank you, squad leader Chi. Everyone responded in unison, their voices uniform and loud. Afterwards, Chi-jun specially invited the instructor to enjoy the meal together. At the beginning, the instructor was a little embarrassed to maintain his dignity. In the end, Chi-jun not only invited him, but also invited Lindsay Hayo's class and their instructor from yesterday to come and taste the food. After all, they were all in the same military training ground, and the two classes had some intersection. In terms of interpersonal relationships, they had to show some courtesy and return the favor. For a moment, the team was filled with laughter and praises, and everyone was immersed in this happy and harmonious atmosphere. The people in other teams in the shade in the distance were extremely envious of the scene in front of them. They all took out their mobile phones to record it. Some posted it in their videos, some posted it on their moments, and some posted it specifically on the campus network. In short, there are only two words to describe it: jealousy and envy. On the other side, Chi-jun also took a bowl of mung bean soup and found a cool place to rest, and watched some funny videos to relax. However, he didn't read for long before he was interrupted by Chu Yufei's fashing news. "Chu Yufei, what good things have you done again?" Chi-jun was stunned when he saw the news. "Chi-jun, I didn't do anything. I started military training as soon as I woke up in the morning." After the message went out, Chu Yufei paused for a moment and sent another video, saying, "See for yourself." Chi-jun clicked on the video with great confusion. It contained information from Douying and the campus network, including videos, photos, and captions. The content was a scene of Chi-jun and his people eating, drinking and having fun there, which received a lot of likes and envy. "Love is like the sea, oh my god, please give me a dozen squad leaders like this. I love Nyo-Nyo, me too. The galaxy is right in front of me, I'm already jealous, so I want to ask timidly, does that squad leader still need a girlfriend? I think I can." Following closely are several photos of black stockings, white stockings, and JK. Judging from the photos, at least the quality is good, showing that a woman of tolerance is great. "I am the pervert at beautiful girl, can you look at me? I can buy you a summer cooling package." There's no end to the scroll below, and all kinds of nonsense are going on. However, when Chi-jun saw this, he just glanced away and didn't pay much attention to it. Chapter 23: Sending a summer gift package to concubine Chu Yu. Afterwards, Chi-jun carefully began to explore Chu Yufei's thoughts. "Chi-jun, Teacher Chu, I just did what a class monitor should do, there is nothing wrong with that." Chu Yufei, "That's right, of course it's right, I didn't say you were wrong." Chi-jun, "Then what do you mean by this?" Chu Yufei, "It's nothing, it's just that Teacher Hua and I have been sitting in the air-conditioned room, my mouth has no taste, and my throat is a little dry, do you understand?" Seeing this, Chi-jun was immediately happy, and he turned the table over in his heart. "Good fellow, this woman is here just to take advantage of me." However, although Chi-jun thought so in his heart, he was helpless and could only quickly make an appropriate response. "Chi-jun, I understand. I'll send it to you later, okay?" Chu Yufei, "Well, that's great. Our identities this time are not teacher and student but brother and sister. Brother Chi-jun is a very well-behaved boy. You can get busy. Remember to come later. I'll be waiting for you in the office. Finally, I want acacia bean ice with more red beans. Teacher Hua's is the same as mine. Bye." Thank you. He also added a cute little white rabbit thank you emoticon. Chi-jun, okay. After saying that, Chi-jun also added a carrot smiley face emoticon. After a long time. Shoo. Shoo. The long whistle signaling the end of the military training sounded, and the instructor immediately opened his voice and shouted, "The morning military training is over now. Everyone should go to eat early and come back for training early in the afternoon, so that we can disperse." After he finished speaking, Chi-jun and others dispersed instantly as if they had been pardoned. "Old Third, are you going to the cafeteria to eat?" Boss Zhao asked weakly. The voice seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Following behind him were the two playful, unruly and rebellious sons Hanwen and Wei Hao. Seeing this, Chi-jun shook his head helplessly and sighed. "No, I have to go give my sister a gift package to relieve the heat later, so I'm afraid I won't have time to bring you food." Hearing this, Boss Zhao and the other two immediately looked miserable, their expressions like eggplants hit by frost, wilted, but they could only nod to show their understanding. "Okay then. Third brother, you're busy, we'll just go back to the dormitory by ourselves. See you later." "Well, see you later." After that, Chi-jun hurried to the Tianyushan fruit shop and bought 2 carefully prepared fruit sets, which included juicy watermelons, delicious strawberries, and crystal clear grapes. Then I bought 2 more servings of the same acacia bean ice cream, as well as a bowl of mung bean soup and a bowl of sour plum soup. Then he rushed to Chu Yufei's office without stopping. A moment later. Arriving at the office door, Chi-jun took a deep breath, as if to cheer himself up, then raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Chu Yufei's clear voice came from inside, like the sound of a yellow oriole singing in a valley, pleasant to the ears. After hearing this, Mr. Chi pushed the door open without much thought. There was no one in the room at this time. Chu Yufei was busy with her work with her head down. She looked so focused that it seemed as if everything around her didn't exist. "Sister Yufei, I brought you something," Chi-jun said with a smile. At this moment, she was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a teacher's uniform. The slim-fitting top perfectly outlined her graceful curves, and the straight and slender legs under the short skirt were even more eye-catching. She looked very abstinent, yet exuded a different kind of alluring charm. Maybe that's why so many people like role-playing. The unique charm is irresistible. "Hey, classmate Chi-jun, you are quite considerate. Come on, give it to me so I can have a bite. I've been busy all morning and I'm starving." Concubine Chu Yu's tone was full of impatience. Hearing this, Chi-jun quickly put away his admiring look, walked quickly to the table, handed the thing to her, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "I'm worried that your mouth might be tasteless and your throat might be dry, so I'm speeding up a bit." "Okay, naughty little brother, you are getting bolder and bolder now. You even dared to tease me, your sister." Chu Yufei took the things from Chi-jun's hand and spoke coquettishly. Hearing this, Chi-jun just smiled and dared not say anything more. Seeing that Chi-jun didn't say anything, Chu Yufei curled her lips and didn't bother to pay any more attention. She just opened the lid and started eating the watermelon. That satisfied look was as sweet as if the heart was filled with honey. "Well, this fruit is good. I think you are thoughtful. If you make me angry again from now on, I will try to be gentle with you." Then I really have to thank you in advance. But I see you're the only one left here, why isn't Teacher Hua here? Before Chi-jun finished speaking, Chu Yufei, who had been smiling, suddenly changed her expression like a Peking opera performer, and became serious in an instant, and said in a cold voice. "Why, does it matter to you whether Teacher Hua is here or not? Who are you to her? Why are you meddling in other people's affairs?" Seeing this, Chi-jun was also stunned. No, it's okay, she's not related to me, I'm just asking out of curiosity. After all, you asked me to buy too. Wouldn't it be a waste if I'm not here? You better say this stuff, or you're dead." As Chu Yufei spoke, she picked up a piece of watermelon, stuffed it into her mouth and chewed it hard. Her eyes were vicious, as if she was warning Chi-jun not to talk nonsense. The scene was a bit awkward for a moment. It was not until Chu Yufei finished eating the fruit platter that her complexion looked a little better. "Okay, considering this is your first offense, I won't bother with you this time. Remember, you are not allowed to ask other female teachers about their whereabouts at will, okay?" Hearing this, Chi-jun suddenly came back to his senses, full of doubts. Why? Why so many whys? As a boy, you should know that there are differences between men and women, especially since the identities of teacher and student are inherently sensitive. So, you have to behave yourself in school, okay? Concubine Chu Yu said righteously. Hearing such unorthodox ways, Chi Jun was completely stunned and his head was buzzing. What the hell is this? He couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was about to open his mouth to refute, but he noticed Chu Yufei's cold and murderous eyes. Chi Jun's heart skipped a beat, and his stubbornness instantly disappeared like smoke. He had no choice but to give in. No. After hearing the final answer, Chu Yufei nodded slightly with satisfaction, and felt somewhat relieved in her heart. Well, very good, my little brother is very obedient now. As a reward for today, I'll take you out for dinner. I guess you haven't eaten yet. Chu Yufei's tone softened a little, and there was a hint of smile on her face. As she spoke, she stood up and began to pack her things. But Chi Jun was not happy to see this, and quickly waved his hand and said, No, that is not necessary, Sister Yufei. Actually, I had already eaten before I came here, so I'm not hungry. You can go by yourself, don't worry about me. Besides, I have military training in the afternoon, so I need to go back and rest early, otherwise I won't have the energy for the training. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's eyebrows suddenly frowned slightly, with a bit of displeasure on her face, and she said coquettishly, I advise you to tell the truth and not treat the teacher as a fool. I know exactly when you will finish your military training from Yao Pingping. And I know the distance from the playground to the supermarket, and it takes more than 10 minutes to get to my place even if you jog. So the question is, how did you finish your lunch? Superpowers? Chapter 24 Military Training ends. Seeing that his lie was exposed, Chi Jun's face suddenly turned bad. He forced an awkward smile and explained in panic. Well, maybe I was in military training for too long and got dizzy from the sun, so I remembered it wrong. Well, I'll go back and eat now. Teacher Chu, you don't have to see me off. I'll go by myself. The words haven't finished yet. Chi Jun quickly put on the grease and ran out of the office. Chi Jun. If you dare to step out of this door today, I will call my godmother. If I say something carelessly, you should think carefully about the consequences. Chu Yufei sat firmly on the Dao Yutai and waved her cell phone at Chi Jun, who turned around. On the screen was Fei Xing's chat page, and the note was clearly Godmother. Ah ha ha ha. Sister Yufei, come on, don't be so serious. I was just playing a little joke on you. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, I feel that having a meal with my sister is not a bad thing. I can do it, Sister Yufei. Chi Jun's face was instantly filled with a cute and obedient smile, and he came back happily. Looking at the Chi Jun in front of her, whose smile was uglier than crying, concubine Chu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. She smiled and said, Really, you're not running away? No more running. Chi Jun answered hurriedly, looking very well behaved. If you don't go back to rest, it won't be good if you don't have the energy for the afternoon military training. Concubine Chu Yu teased him deliberately. Hey! It's okay. I'm young and healthy, and I don't like to sleep at noon, so it's not a problem. Chi Jun had a flattering look on his face, his eyes full of obedience. Hearing Chi Jun's pleasant words, concubine Chu Yu felt as sweet as eating honey in her heart. She was so happy that the smile on her lips became brighter. Very good, let's go. After dinner, the two returned to their respective jobs and their lives returned to normal. What followed were several days of intense and fulfilling military training, during which everyone gradually became familiar with each other through day-to-day training, and their relationships became much closer. Chi Jun's prestige in the class is increasing day by day due to his enthusiastic, cheerful personality and helpful ability. However, his system was not very powerful during this period, and he hardly signed in anything useful. The best is just a Patek Philippe Super Complex Timepiece Series 6104 or 001 watch. In addition, Chi Jun's 3 rebellious sons also brought surprising good news. Boss Xiao and Yao Pingping had always been at odds over the issue of black and white silk. Whenever the two met, it was like a collision of fire and earth, with constant quarrels. But who could have thought that in just these few short days, the two of them would unexpectedly spark love from the intense friction? Nowadays, Boss Xiao hangs around Yao Pingping all day long, and his attentive look makes people laugh. Wei Hao, through his unremitting efforts, successfully obtained the qualification to be Xia Hoyua's boyfriend. In order to pass the test, he tried his best, and his desperate spirit is really admirable. In the end, even Han Wen, a guy who had always been unreliable, found a person with whom he was so-called mutually attracted with the enthusiastic help of Yao Pingping. This kid was smiling from ear to ear the whole day, as if he had won the lottery. Just like that, Chi Jun was the only single guy left in the entire dormitory 369. Of course, there were people who had expressed their affection for Chi-jun. During this period, Lu Susu also came to play with Chi-jun every day with the help of Xia Hoyue and Wei Hao's relationship. Her pretty and lively figure added a lot of color to the boring military training life. But unfortunately, they were seen by Chu Yufei, who came to inspect the military training. After that, no one knew what Chu Yufei and Lu Susu talked about, but Lu Susu stopped coming, and even Xia Hoyue rarely came. Even if they happened to meet him normally, there was something wrong with the way the two girls looked at Chi-jun. One could even say there was a hint of sympathy and pity in their eyes. This situation made Chi-jun completely confused. And because of this, Chi-jun has been often looked down upon by concubine Chu Yu. Anyway, no matter from which aspect, he is the most miserable one. He really has no way to express his pain. Okay, today our military training has come to an end. Everyone, we'll see you again in the future, the instructor said in a sonorous voice. After saying this, the instructor saluted Chi-jun and the others with a standard military salute, then left quickly without looking back. Those firm steps seemed to carry the courage and determination unique to soldiers. Goodbye, instructor. Everyone shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the sky. Looking at his receding figure, Chi-jun had some thoughts, but he was mostly happy. After all, I no longer have to accept military management every day. I feel like I have been freed from all the constraints and have relaxed a lot. Only when the instructor's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight did everyone start to move and prepare to disperse. But just as everyone was about to step out the door, Chi-jun suddenly spoke loudly. Please wait a moment, everyone. I have something important to tell you. After hearing this, everyone was stunned at first, and then turned around and gathered together out of courtesy. Seeing that everyone was almost there, Chi-jun continued, first of all, congratulations on the successful completion of our military training. Secondly, this also means the official start of our freshman year. There is still a long time to come, and we all need to get along well with each other in a friendly and harmonious manner. In order to celebrate these two happy events, several of us class committee members discussed and decided to hold a lively party together with Lin Ziheo's class next door. Of course, you don't have to spend a penny, all the expenses this time are generously paid for by Lin Ziheo. Before he finished speaking, everyone cheered. Don't get excited, everyone, don't get excited, be quiet for a moment. Seeing this, Chi-jun had to raise his voice a bit. His voice was loud and carried an invisible deterrent force, which instantly calmed the situation. There is no way. After all, I am a cadre and a squad leader. The daily affairs of all sizes forced him to develop the ability to command power without even getting angry. Hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down and looked at Chi-jun, waiting obediently for him to continue speaking. Chi-jun looked around and continued, finally, I would like to add that this activity will not force anyone. If you want to go, you can go to the Uyulu Hotel, 3 kilometers away, at 6 o'clock this afternoon. The 12th floor has been reserved by Lin Ziheo. After taking the elevator in, you can enter by simply reporting your student ID and name for verification. Okay, I have finished my talk, you are free to leave now. After he finished speaking, everyone dispersed like horses with their reins untied, and each of them couldn't wait to prepare for the evening party. Chapter 25 System Reward Distribution. Back to the dormitory. Chi-jun and Hanwon were the only ones left in the huge room. After the group disbanded, Boss Xiao disappeared and went on a sweet date with Yao Pingping. The fourth child, Wei Hao, plunged into Xia Hoyue's classical dance club and worked hard to gain recognition as soon as possible. Therefore, at this moment, the two of them were enjoying a leisurely and peaceful time. Old 3, don't play games, I'll take you to play PUBG. Let's play some games, then find a time and go to the banquet at 5:50. Chi-jun had just sat down, and before his butt had even warmed up to the seat, Hanwon appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Chi-jun shook his head helplessly and refused directly. I can't play, I have some personal matters to take care of, so I don't have time to accompany you. Play by yourself. Have fun. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Hanwen's face, but there was nothing he could do but nod to show his understanding. That's fine. You go do your thing, I'll go find Xiao Yeye to play with myself. Xiao Yeye's girlfriend in Korean is said to be Yao Pingping's roommate. After hearing this, Chi-jun smiled and said nothing more. Afterwards, the two of them got busy with their own work. Of course, it's not that Chi-jun doesn't want to play, but the System S rewards have not been distributed yet. He is anxious and has to go and claim them quickly. Then, he silently said in his mind, System, is it here? Ding dong. Host, I'm here. May I ask for your instructions? Tonzi, I have completed my mission. Can't you give me the reward quickly? Shi Jun was full of anticipation, and his tone was somewhat anxious. Received, the system is settling, please wait. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. This time, a total of 30 check-in points were obtained. Please continue to work hard. The words haven't finished yet. Shi Jun felt unwell and his face turned pale in an instant. Walter, Tonzi, are you mistaken? I worked so hard for 10 days, in the wind and rain, and only earned these few check-in points. Could you have embezzled them? Shi Jun asked loudly in his heart. Upon hearing this, the system responded quickly, its voice emotionless. Host, please don't talk nonsense. This system is also mechanical and will not do such things. Nonsense, I see you just won't admit it. Originally, it was said that the more you work, the more you get, and it was proportional, but in the end, I was only given this little. Do you think it is reasonable? Very reasonable. After saying this, the system no longer paid any attention to Shi Jun and left. Shi Jun looked at the blue screen as the system disappeared, and finally had no choice but to endure it. After a long time. Around 5:30 in the afternoon. Third brother, hurry up, don't waste time, we have to get ready to attend the party. Hanwon urged. Shi Jun responded, temporarily put the system matter behind him, and started to clean up. Have Boss Xiao and Boss 4 left? They did set off. Boss Xiao and Yao Pingping took a taxi together. However, Wei Hao said he had an appointment tonight, so he won go. Hearing this, Shi Jun also nodded, with a slight smile on his face, okay. I'm afraid this kid has succeeded, right? Yes, we were thinking alike. Why don't we wait for him to come back and interrogate him? If it turns out to be true, we'll give him a good beating. Hanwon made a big knife with his hand and chopped it down fiercely. Seeing this, the king of Qi was also happy and said that it was feasible. A moment later. After Shi Jun and Hanwon had packed up, they hurried downstairs and went straight to the parking lot nearby. Seeing this, Hanwon's eyes showed some curiosity, and he said uncertainly. Third brother, you don't have a car here, do you? After all, Shanghai University is not an ordinary undergraduate school, and it is located in a key position between 4 provinces. Maybe anyone around you is a hidden rich second generation. For example, the second generation of vegetables, the second generation of iron, the second generation of grain, and the second generation of mines are all possible. After hearing this, Shi Jun had a faint smile on his face and replied calmly, yes. I bought one before I came here, and I remember it was parked here. Oh. Found it. It's just in front. Come quickly. Having said that, Shi Jun started to run quickly. This sudden action ruthlessly interrupted Hanwon, who was about to speak. Soon, the two found the Lamborghini Peugeot in a parking space at the innermost part of the parking lot. This is all thanks to the system. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to detect. Because the car was covered with a white cover, and there was even a little dust on the cover. Seeing this, Shi Jun walked forward without hesitation and removed the car cover neatly and efficiently. The black body of the car shines with a mysterious luster under the light, and the wild car model is like a beast ready to attack, it is so handsome. Hanwon couldn't help but smack his lips, old third, you are too low-key. Are you a second-generation Hong Kong kid? When these words came out, Shi Jun was completely stunned. He turned his head suddenly and looked at Hanwon, who was standing beside him with a puzzled look on his face. What the hell is the second generation of Hong Kong? Second generation of Hong Kong, aren't you from Hong Kong City? So I guess the size of your dock is probably pretty big. He. Hanwon explained with a smile, his expression seemed as if he had seen through everything clearly. After hearing this, the king of Qi was also delighted and did not refute much. As for the car, as long as it can be driven, you should get in quickly. The party is probably about to start, so we should speed up. Having said that, Shi Jun opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Seeing this, Hanwon quickly sat in the passenger seat and looked around excitedly like a child. Fortunately, Shi Jun was forced by his father to learn how to drive during the summer vacation, and he happened to get his driver's license successfully. Otherwise, facing this cool Lamborghini Neo, he could only stare at it and not be able to drive it. Then, he started the car skillfully, and the engine instantly emitted a low and powerful roar, like the roar of a wild beast. The vehicle drove out of the school gate first, the wheels rolling and bringing up a breeze. Afterwards, the two of them rushed towards the direction of the Uyulu Hotel. Along the way, Hanwon looked out the window excitedly, muttering to himself, "Lao-san, your skills are really good. It looks like you've practiced a lot at home. Look how steady you are, like an experienced driver." Chi-jun drove attentively, his hands on the steering wheel, and responded with a confident smile on his face, "That's right, don't you see who I am? The technology still exists." A moment later, the two arrived at the Uyulu Hotel. Downstairs, Chi-jun found a suitable place to park the car and got out with Hanwon. "Sure. This hotel is quite impressive." Hanwon couldn't help but admire. "Yeah. It looks pretty good," Chi-jun responded. Then, the two walked into the hotel side by side. As soon as I entered the door, a waiter with a friendly smile came to greet me and I was led to the 12th floor by the waiter. Chapter 26, Party, Caught by Chu Yufei. Arrive at the venue. Chi-jun and Hanwon were not polite at all. They started eating while spinning in circles like two happy little hamsters. "Every time I go to a food stall, I have to feast on the food. If you meet someone you know, nod politely and say hello with a smile." A long time. Basically, the two of them tried all the delicacies except drinking alcohol. The taste can only be said to be quite good, at least worthy of the price of the private package. "Hey! Third brother, isn't that Shangwan Shud from our class? Oh my god, she is dressed so beautifully, with such a figure and such beauty, she is worthy of being named the school beauty." Hanwon excitedly patted Chi-jun beside him and said. Seeing this, Chi-jun also turned around and looked in the direction Hanwon pointed. He gave a very pertinent comment, "Well, it is indeed very beautiful. The black dress suits her very well and sets off her temperament even more outstandingly." The words haven't finished yet. Chi-jun suddenly felt a cold wind blowing from behind him, and the chilly feeling made his back chill. He subconsciously turned his head to see what was going on, but was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Teacher Chu, Teacher Hua, why are you two here?" Chi-jun forced a stiff smile on his face, his voice trembling slightly. At this time, Chu Yufei folded her hands in front of her chest, her eyebrows raised, her face was unhappy, and her eyes were so cold that they seemed to be able to freeze people. Hua Linglong, who was standing by, saw this tense scene and smiled awkwardly. "Hello, I have something to do, so I won't bother you guys anymore, just chat. See you later, Princess Yu." "Well, see you later," Chu Yufei said calmly, without a trace of warmth in her tone. Seeing this, Hanwon didn't dare to stay any longer. With a polite smile on his face, he hurriedly spoke. "Well, I suddenly remembered that I also have something urgent to do. My girlfriend just sent me a message to look for me. I need to go over there quickly, so I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, Teacher Chu." After saying this, Hanwon was about to run away. But unfortunately, before he could move, Chi-jun grabbed him like an eagle catching a chick. His face was full of panic, and his eyes were filled with pleading. "Second brother, we are no longer brothers in the same dormitory, you have to behave like a human being. Do you have the nerve to leave me here alone to fend for myself?" Hanwon naturally knew that this was not fair, but after looking at concubine Chuyu behind Chi-jun, he gritted his teeth and immediately strengthened his conviction. "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I still need her approval for my leave notes for the next few years. Be honest with yourself. If I helped you, it would be harder than climbing to the sky for me to spend a night with Xiao Yaya outside of school in the future. So, for my own sexual happiness, I can only apologize to you, brother." After saying that, Hanwon no longer felt any guilt. He shook off Chi-jun's hand and ran into the crowd. "Brother, I'm sorry for this time, but don't worry, I will collect your body. Just remember to give me some money for the cremation." Looking at Hanwon's disappearing back, Chi-jun felt like crying but had no tears. He could only bite the bullet and face concubine Chuyu. At this time, Chu Yufei was looking Chi-jun up and down, her eyes were as cold as frost, and she said coldly, "Oh, it's an unfortunate thing for me to come here. Classmate Chi-jun, you looked at classmate Shangwon with a very focused look just now. How about it, she is so beautiful that your eyes are about to pop out, right?" When Chi-jun heard this, his heart skipped a beat and he thought it was not good. He hurriedly waved his hands and explained, No, Mr. Chu, I think you must have misunderstood. Please listen to my explanation." "No, that's not right. Please listen to my explanation. I just glanced at it casually just now, just to appreciate it, and I had absolutely no other ulterior motives." "Oh. Just taking a look? No other ideas?" But why do I almost drool when I see your obsessed look? Concubine Chuyu crossed her arms over her chest, curled her lips, and spoke with a sour and jealous tone. When Chi Jun heard this, his face was instantly filled with bitterness, and he pleaded, "Really not, Teacher Chu, you must have seen it wrong. Besides, look at this place, there are classmates and acquaintances everywhere, so why don't we just make a fuss about such a trivial matter?" Ha ha. Impossible. You looked at the girl with your lustful eyes and I caught you red-handed, yet you still dared to push the blame onto me. What? If you say so, then I am the one being unreasonable. Concubine Chuyu spoke righteously, her voice unconsciously rising several degrees. When the people around heard the sound, they couldn't help but look sideways. No, I definitely didn't mean that, absolutely not. This, in the final analysis, it is definitely not your fault. Yes, it's my fault, it's all my fault. Is that okay, Mr. Chu? How could Chi Jun dare to confront him? He could only nod his head repeatedly and quickly plead guilty. After hearing this, Chu Yufei's expression eased a little, but she still felt a little unhappy in her heart, as if it was blocked by a ball of cotton. Ha! This really pissed me off. This stinky little brother only knows how to deal with me perfunctorily, and he always gets away with it like this. She muttered to herself in her heart, and her coquettish look seemed to be dripping with vinegar. Well then, since you were the first to be unkind, don't blame me for being unjust later. We must make plans in advance. Thinking of this, Concubine Chuyu was too lazy to waste any more words with Chi Jun. Okay, you still have some conscience, I won't bother with you this time. Finally, you must remember that you are not allowed to peek at other girls behind their backs, and you are not allowed to talk about them behind their backs, do you understand? Chu Yufei put her hands on her hips, her eyebrows raised, and she looked like a kitten with its fur standing on end, cute yet a bit savage. Got it, I'll definitely do it. Chi Jun responded hurriedly, nodding his head rapidly, looking as submissive as possible, almost kneeling down to beg for mercy. Seeing this, Concubine Chuyu gave Chi Jun a look that was filled with anger and seemed to hide a bit of resentment. Afterwards, she no longer paid attention to Chi Jun, turned around, and her graceful figure swayed in the crowd as she went to look for Hua Linglong alone. Looking at Chu Yufei's departing back, Chi Jun stood there and breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I finally managed to save my life without any danger. It's really weird day by day. Why is it that whenever I have anything to do with a woman, this Chu Yufei will appear within a few seconds? This refresh mechanism is really amazing. After a long time, the party ended successfully and almost everyone had left. As for Concubine Chuyu, she walked up to Mr. Chi unsteadily, like a willow swaying in the wind, and spoke in a tender voice. Chi Jun, I've had a little too much to drink, please take me home. Looking at the delicate and beautiful Concubine Chuyu in front of him, with her pretty face and graceful figure, it would be a lie for Chi Jun to say that there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. But most of them are still reluctant. After all, what happened at her house last time was still fresh in his mind, and he was still frightened. But Chi Jun didn't dare to show any emotion on his face and could only put on a forced smile. He said tactfully, "This is inappropriate. Teacher Chu, I came here with my roommate, I really don't." But before Chi Jun could finish his words, Hanwen interrupted him very tactfully. There is really no need to send me off. Chi Jun, you don't have to worry about me. I have just discussed with my Xiao Yeye that we will go out and play in the evening. Just take good care of Teacher Chu, I won't say much, bye. After saying that, Hanwen didn't give Chi Jun any chance to react this time. He disappeared in a flash like a whirlwind. Teacher Chu, remember to approve my leave. Chapter 27, it was the first time that Chi Jun saw the delicate Chu Yufei. See this scene. Chu Yufei smiled with great satisfaction, and there was a hint of triumphant cunning in that smile. I can't tell, you are an ignorant kid, but your roommate is very worldly wise, right? Now there is no one around, you should be able to send me off, right? Seeing this, although the king of Chi was furious, he was not so easy to give in. He still said stubbornly, Teacher Chu, I'm afraid it's not a good idea for me to send you off. If you leave by yourself, what will happen to Teacher Hua? What happens to Teacher Hua is none of your business. Besides, she has already bought a ticket to go home. You don't need to worry about her. So, now you just take me back, not to school, I want to go back to the community. Hurry up. Chu Yufei punched Chi Jun lightly and urged him coquettishly. Her pink fist seemed to be strong but was actually gentle. Seeing this, Chi Jun was at a loss and had to accept his fate helplessly. She looked like a wronged young wife, pitiful and mumbling. Then don't move, I'll go drive. Yeah, that's good. Well, I won't move, you go and drive. Chu Yufei said, the smile on her face was as bright and charming as a blooming spring flower. Then, Shi Jun went to the parking lot and drove away cursing. At the same time, not long after Chi Jun left, concubine Chu Yu was harassed. Beauty, why are you drinking bitter wine here alone? Do you want me to take you to have some rest? Hearing this, Chu Yufei, who was pretending to be drunk, suddenly perked up. I raised my head and looked at the Porsche 718 in front of me. Sitting in the car was a middle-aged greasy man with a fat head and big ears, and a face full of flesh. He looked really ugly. Upon seeing this, concubine Chu Yu's face instantly turned gloomy, her eyes were full of disdain, and she didn't bother to pay any attention at all. Seeing that concubine Chu Yu ignored him, the man didn't care. After all, it's normal to have a bit of temper when seeing such a charming beauty like Chu Yufei. Of course, it would be even more exciting if I could go to Wushan with her. Thinking of this, he immediately got out of the car, tidied up his flashy clothes, and walked towards concubine Chu Yu with what he thought was a dashing step. He said in a very greasy way, "Beauty, I know you must be suffering from emotional pain. Come and talk to your brother. Maybe I can help you." As he spoke, the old pervert's hand began to reach out towards Chu Yufei. Just as he was about to touch her, he was firmly grasped by a strong hand. Why, isn't the pet store closed at this time? Why did I let a disgusting pervert like you escape here? Chi Jun had a serious look on his face, his eyes were cold, and he couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. Ah! It hurts, get out of my way, damn, you little brat, do you hear me? Get out of my way. The man screamed loudly, his features twisted in pain. Chi Jun just smiled coldly, that smile was full of disdain, he didn't take the other party seriously at all, he exerted his arm with force and swung him out fiercely. The guy fell flat on his face, looking horrible. Then, Chi Jun looked concerned, his eyes full of anxiety and worry, and asked, "Sister Yufei, are you okay? Did this rascal hurt you?" Seeing this, Chu Yufei, who had already prepared to take action, immediately relaxed her vigilance. She quickly pretended to be weak and pitiful, and her delicate body fell into Chi Jun's arms like a light swallow, snuggling tightly, as if she wanted to embed herself in his chest for comfort. Woo woo. Xiao Junjun, I'm so scared. Just now this bastard tried to bully me, help me beat him up. Chu Yufei cried in a soft voice with a bit of coquettishness, just like a weak kitten acting coquettishly in the arms of its owner. Of course, if Chi Jun didn't arrive in time, then Chu Yufei could easily deal with this gangster. After all, Chu Yufei had practiced grappling and traditional martial arts since she was a child, not only to strengthen her body and deal with hooligans, but also to subdue Chi Jun directly when he resisted. But at this moment, in Chi Jun's warm and solid arms, she just wanted to enjoy the sweetness of being protected and feel the sense of security brought by his strong heartbeat. At this moment, looking at concubine Chu Yufei who was crying for the first time and was so weak, Chi Jun suddenly felt a raging anger in his heart. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Chi Jun's eyes widened with anger and he roared as loudly as a bell. Hearing this, the man immediately got up from the ground in a miserable state, stiffened his neck, and put on an attitude as if he wanted to fight Chi Jun to the death. Seeing this, Chi Jun smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then, he gently and carefully picked up Chu Yufei and slowly put her to the passenger seat of the car. Chi Jun gently touched Chu Yufei's head for the first time and comforted her softly, "It's okay, Sister Yufei. I'll go and help you teach him a lesson." Concubine Chu Yu, who was being touched on the head, was so happy that her heart blossomed. She felt like she had fallen into a honey pot and was feeling extremely sweet. Wow, this is the first time my little brother has touched my head. I am so happy, so blessed. Concubine Chu Yu was cheering in her heart, extremely happy. Having said that, Chi Jun was about to set off to fight with the man. But before he could get up, he was suddenly pulled back by Chu Yufei. But this pull was powerful, and it directly pressed Chi Jun into the snow-white sea of milk, unable to extricate himself. No! I'm scared, please don't go, Xia Junjun. Let's go home, let's go home. Chu Yufei said in a soft voice, which was so sweet and soft that it made people's bones go soft. Then, Chu Yufei, who was sitting in the car, waved to the man outside, indicating that he could leave. Seeing this, the man did not dare to hesitate too much. He quickly got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away like an arrow, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, Chi Jun, who was held in concubine Chu Yu's arms, was almost suffocated by the sweet and milky smell of this gentle land. There is nothing else to it, the main thing is that the soft and cottony dough is incredibly plump and full, and so huge that it is astonishing. Chi Jun's entire head and face were deeply sunken in it, as if he was swallowed up by a huge marshmallow. Breathing became extremely difficult, and it seemed as if he was going to faint in the next second. Sister Yufei, that's enough, that's enough. If you use more force, I'm really going to suffocate. Chi Jun spoke with difficulty, his voice so muffled as if it came from a jar. Hearing this, although concubine Chuyu was still reluctant in her heart, she was extremely unwilling to release Chi Jun. But for the sake of future plans, she also knew that she couldn't rush into it. She then reluctantly let go of Chi Jun. The liberated king of Chi breathed in deep gulps of fresh air like a stranded fish returning to the sea. I can't help but feel how wonderful it is to be able to breathe freely. But when he came to his senses, he found that the man had disappeared. Where's the person? Why did he run away? Chi Jun said with a puzzled look on his face and a frown on his face. Maybe he ran away because he knew there was a huge gap in strength between you and me. Besides, your car looks much more luxurious and domineering than his. He knows he can't afford to offend you, so he'll just run away. Shu Yufei explained patiently, her voice soft and gentle. Hearing this, Chi Jun thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, he is a rich man, so it is normal for him to know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. But for some reason, Chi Jun always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Oh. Xia Junjun, don't think about it, let's go home. I'm so sleepy. Shu Yufei spoke coquettishly, her voice was so sweet and soft, as if honey could drip out, making people's bones go soft. Looking at the delicate beauty in front of him, Chi Jun couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. He didn't think any more about it and just wanted to get rid of this charming trouble as soon as possible. Chapter 28 Concubine Chu Yu's Conspiracy. On the other side, a mysterious transaction was taking place quietly, without Chi Jun's knowledge. In a corner of the second floor of a coffee shop called Xinghe at the south gate of Shanghai University. At this moment, there were two people sitting there. If Chi Jun were present, he would definitely be able to recognize them at a glance. One is a beautiful girl named Hua Linglong. She has delicate makeup, dark eyebrows, and her eyes are lively and intelligent. The other one is the fat and big-eared man who appeared just now. Uncle Dong, I'm really sorry to bother you this time. I made you the bad guy for once. I hope you're not seriously injured. As Hua Linglong spoke, her slender fingers, as white and tender as scallions, passed a bank card across the table. Hey! Miss, you are joking. Being able to work for you and Miss Chu, getting injured is nothing. As for the money, you really don't have to be so polite to me. I can't accept it. Uncle Dong answered quickly, with a humble smile on his face. Hua Linglong heard this and shook her head. No, you must take it. Besides, this money is not my share. It is a reward from Miss Chu. It is both medical expenses and recognition of your performance this time. But this is still not so good. Uncle Dong was reserved, but he couldn't help but glance at the bank card. Hua Linglong smiled and continued, there's nothing wrong with it, this is what you deserve. Also, don't drive the car you normally drive, and don't go to this area if you are safe, as it's easy for people to see you. Yes, I know that, and I promise I won't do it again. Okay, that's all I have to say. I need to go back and rest, so I won't say any more. Keep this card for yourself. Bye. After saying that, Hua Linglong quickly put on a mask, put on sunglasses, lowered the brim of her hat, and stood up and left without looking back. After watching Hua Linglong leave and making sure that there was no one around, Uncle Dong quickly picked up the bank card, carefully placed it in his arms, and patted his chest. Oh. This beating was not in vain. I just don't know how that guy is doing now. I'm afraid he has been hooked into a black carp. TSK. The world is so scary nowadays, this boy must protect himself when he is outside. Uncle Dong talked to himself and shook his head, with a complex expression on his face that was both proud and slightly emotional. After a long time. When they got downstairs, Chi Jun stopped the car steadily, then quickly walked to the other side and tried to help Chu Yufei out. But she stubbornly refused to move, and said coquettishly, No, I don't want to go up there. It's so tiring. The voice was so soft and sweet that it seemed to melt one's heart. Chi Jun looked at Chu Yufei in front of him, not knowing whether she was really drunk or pretending to be drunk, with a helpless look on his face and his brows tightly furrowed. Is he really drunk or is he just playing tricks on me? It's really hard to figure out. Then tell me, how do you want to get up there? Or should I carry you on my back? No, no, I don't want you to carry me on your back. Can you hold me and carry me up? As Chu Yufei spoke, she grabbed Qi Jun's hand and pressed it to her chest impatiently. Her peach blossom eyes were full of desire as she stared at him intently. Oh my god, the feeling is simply indescribable. At this moment, Qi Jun didn't dare to look at her and turned his head away in panic. But he could still clearly feel the exciting touch on his arm, which was as bouncy as jelly and slightly cool, which instantly disrupted his heartbeat. Perhaps it was because the king of Qi was already boiling with blood at this moment, and his face was flushed. Xiao Junjun, just think of it as helping your sister a small favor, okay? Chu Yufei acted coquettishly while rubbing her big white and tender breasts against Qi Jun's arms, which made Qi Jun feel itchy and his breathing became more rapid. This woman is simply fatal. Lord Qi, you must hold on. Although he was cheering himself up in his heart, he still gave in after a moment and nodded hurriedly. Okay, I'll carry you, it's okay to carry you up. Then let go quickly to avoid any trouble in the middle of the night. Seeing this, Chu Yufei cooperated obediently and let go of his hand with a smile. Then, she opened her arms joyfully, looking like a cute kitten asking for a hug, waiting for Qi Jun's hug with great anticipation. Great! Chu Yufei, you are such a genius. You succeeded again. It seems like this naughty little brother Qi Jun is the typical one who only responds to soft words and not hard ones. It's no wonder that the tougher I was, the more he went against me. It seems I have to find the right way. Concubine Qiyu giggled repeatedly, with a smug light in her eyes. Qi Jun sighed helplessly, then gently held Chu Yufei's soft body in his arms. Her body is as light as a feather and as soft as cotton, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that seems to be able to captivate the soul. At this time, Chu Yufei was particularly well behaved. She put her arms around Qi Jun's neck, rested her head on his chest, and a happy smile was on her face. But Qi Jun didn't pay any attention. He just held her and walked upstairs step by step. With every step he took, he could clearly feel her body temperature and warm breath. Xia Junjun, you are so nice. Concubine Chu Yu whispered softly in his ear. Her warm breath was like soft feathers, making Qi Jun's ears tingle. Qi Jun didn't say anything, but subconsciously hugged her tighter and involuntarily quickened his pace. Opened the door. After entering, there was still that familiar and charming fragrance, unchanged at all. Just put me on the sofa. I want to rest for a while. Concubine Chuyu pointed to the sofa in the living room and said in a tender voice. Seeing this, Qi Jun also cooperated very well. Okay, I'll carry you over. Coming to the sofa, he put Chu Yufei down gently as if he was protecting a treasure, and then he was ready to leave. But unfortunately, concubine Chuyu had already seen through Qi Jun's thoughts and simply grabbed him tightly and wouldn't let go. Chu Yufei, get out of here, you're already home, what are you up to? Qi Jun frowned and said helplessly, with a hint of annoyance in his tone. What the hell? I just want you to sit down, take a break and have a glass of water. Really, I don't understand what a grown man like you are afraid of. Chu Yufei said this coquettishly, with a look of dissatisfaction and resentment in her eyes, just like a wronged young wife. After hearing this, the king of Qi was speechless. After all, even if he wanted to resist, his arms were held tightly by Chu Yufei, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. Helpless, he had to sit down obediently. Looking at Qi Jun, who was not very willing but at least obedient, Chu Yufei couldn't help but smile happily. However, there was no kindness in that smile, instead it revealed a cunning conspiracy that was about to succeed. He. You naughty brother, you want to run? No way. Today I will let you know what it means to go but never return. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei immediately stood up and went to carry out the next plan to drink a glass of water, take the medicine. Before leaving, she glared at Qi Jun fiercely and warned him, Little Jun, don't move around. Just sit here obediently. If you dare not obey, the consequences will be very serious, do you hear me? Seeing this, even if Qi Jun was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to nod his head and obey, as docile as a tamed wolfhound. Seeing such a well-behaved Lord Qi, concubine Qiyu finally felt relieved and went to her room with a smile. Looking at the direction where Chu Yufei left, Qi Jun was also stunned, but he didn't think too much about it. Maybe just to get something or charge your phone. But unfortunately, Qi Jun didn't guess any of them correctly. Chapter 29, Forced? Here, Chu Yufei hurried to her room with light but slightly anxious steps. After coming in, she closed the door mostly. The drunken look disappeared instantly, replaced by a face full of calmness, composure, and determination. At the same time, there was a flash of desperate determination and almost crazy passion in Chu Yufei's eyes. She walked quickly to the bedside and took out a packet of cassia bark from the drawer with quick and careful movements. This was something that Chu Yufei spent a huge amount of money on, and asked Hua Linglong to find many experienced Chinese medicine practitioners to carefully prepare. It is a white powder, as fine as snowflakes, easily soluble in water, colorless but with a slightly bitter taste, which can be masked with white sugar. Popular science note: white sugar is also a Chinese herbal medicine. The main effect is to strengthen men and moisturize women, allowing them to enjoy the pleasure of sex and never get tired of it. Looking at the love potion in her hand, Chu Yufei's eyes were so fanatical that she was almost out of control, and she looked as if she was possessed. Brother, this is your fate. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be mine from tonight onwards. Chu Yufei murmured to herself in a low voice, her tone full of strong possessiveness. Then, without any hesitation, she opened the package impatiently, poured the powder into a glass of water, and shook it frantically. A moment later, concubine Chu Yu once again showed her charming look of being slightly tipsy, her slender fingers lightly holding 2 glasses of water, as fresh as green onions. She walked slowly in front of Qi Jun and smiled slightly, with a hint of imperceptible cunning in her smile. Then, concubine Chu Yu handed him the cup of water with the cassia bark medicine added. Xiao Junjun, come and taste this glass of water. Her voice was like a spring breeze, with a hint of sweetness. To thank you, I specially added white sugar. It's very sweet. Come and try it. Qi Jun looked at the sugar water she handed over and took it without thinking much. Thanks. You're welcome, drink it now. Okay, I'll drink it in a minute. The king of Qi was not in a hurry to drink. But this made Chu Yufei very anxious, and her eyes flashed with anxiety. Drink it. Drink it quickly. If you don't drink, how can I have a chance? Seeing this, Chu Yufei smiled and said, Drink. Why don't you drink, little prince? It won't taste good if it gets cold. The voice was sweet with a hint of urgency, like a cat's claws scratching the heart. Qi Jun smiled slightly. Oh, this water is a little hot, I want to wait a while before drinking it. How could that be? I added cold water on purpose, it's definitely not hot. As she spoke, Chu Yufei's tone was hurried and a little aggrieved. Don't you like drinking my water? Do you have a prejudice against me and don't trust me? Her eyes were slightly red, and she looked so delicate that she seemed as if she would cry at any moment, instantly performing the drama of moral blackmail to perfection. My goodness, this woman is really weird today. Qi Jun thought to himself, I didn't see her so talkative the last time she was drunk, what happened today? In desperation, he had to explain, Sister Yufei, you think too much. How could I possibly hold a grudge against that little incident? There is no such thing at all. Then why don't you drink the water I gave you? You are just trying to fool me. Concubine Chu Yu pouted and stomped her feet, looking both cute and stubborn. Seeing this, Qi Jun's heart softened and he stopped explaining, Okay, I'll drink it, isn't it okay for me to drink it? As he spoke, he drank the water in the cup, smacked his lips, and then put the cup back on the table. It tastes good, quite sweet. He praised with a smile. I have already sent the man here, and you also offered me some sweet soup, so we are just exchanging gifts and we don't owe each other anything. After Qi Jun finished speaking, his eyes unconsciously drifted out the window and he looked down at his watch. 8:30. Sister Yufei, it's getting late now. I should go back. Qi Jun stood up and prepared to say goodbye. You should also go to bed early, see you tomorrow. The words haven't finished yet. Chu Yufei immediately interrupted his departure, her voice filled with anxiety. Hey. Don't leave yet. Sit down and feel if you feel uncomfortable or have a fever. There was persistence and expectation in her eyes, as if she was waiting for something. Hearing this, Qi Jun was stunned, with confusion written all over his face. Hot. He frowned slightly, as if he just realized that he was indeed a little hot. Good thing it's a little hot. It might be because I used some effort when I went upstairs just now. It's okay, it's normal. Well, Sister Yufei, please don't send me off. I can walk on my own. Hearing this, concubine Chu Yu was almost going crazy with anxiety. Hua Linglong, you're the jungler. This medicine takes so long to take effect, why didn't you tell me? Concubine Chu Yu cursed in her heart. Qi Jun, stop right there. In desperation, Chu Yufei had to call out to him loudly. Shi Jun was stunned, his body trembled, he slowly turned his head, his eyes full of confusion. Sister Yufei, what's wrong with you? So loud, I don't think I did anything to make you angry this time? At this moment, Chu Yufei's mind was in a mess and she didn't know what to do. Actually, yes, of course. She stammered her answer. Is that so? Shi Jun frowned slightly. Of course. Chu Yufei nodded firmly. Why did you praise Shangwan for being pretty at the party tonight? Do you like her? Speak quickly. At this moment, Chu Yufei's mind was racing, and she finally dug up the old accounts. Hearing this, Shi Jun was completely speechless, and said with a wry smile, Sister Yufei, what are you thinking about? Didn't I explain to you that it was just pure appreciation, a casual glance, nothing more? Besides, how could I fall in love with her in just a few days, understand? Is my explanation clear enough? Shi Jun shook his head helplessly, his tone revealing powerlessness. That would be the best, of course. But you have to answer a few more questions for me. No answer. I'm in a hurry to go back today. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Shi Jun said this and raised his foot to leave. When concubine Chuyu saw this, she became anxious and had no time to think about it. She suddenly pounced on Shi Jun and pressed him down on the sofa. Her cheeks are rosy like delicate flowers, her peach blossom eyes are sparkling, and her figure is graceful, making her look even more seductive as she sways slightly. The tempting touch of the flesh caused a fierce confrontation between Shi Jun's reason and desire. It seemed that he was on the verge of collapse, and his face was flushed. Chu Yufei, you've drunk too much. Let's stop making trouble, okay? Get off me quickly. If you continue like this, I really can't stand it anymore. Shi Jun shouted, his voice full of restraint, trying to make a final struggle to save himself. But concubine Chuyu did it on purpose, so how could she go down so easily? Then answer my questions, and I'll let you go and won't stop you. How about that? To find out what happens next, please see the next chapter. Chapter 30, Before the Wedding Night. Okay, tell me, I will answer. And don't shake it off my body, my dick is about to get horny, be careful not to accidentally discharge it. Shi Jun's voice was hurried and trembling, trying to make Chu Yufei understand that he was almost out of control. However, concubine Chuyu didn't care at all. She continued to sway her body as usual, rubbing against Shi Jun in an ambiguous way. Stop talking nonsense, I ask you questions and you answer them. Who do you think is prettier, me or Shangwan should? She frowned slightly, and her eyes revealed a compelling aura, as if she was conducting an invisible judgment. Shi Jun was stunned, his face full of confusion. This is incomparable, you and Shangwan classmate have completely different types of beauty. Don't fool me, tell me now. Chu Yufei pressed forward step by step, her delicate body leaning forward slightly, as if ready to initiate a battle at any time. At this moment, Shi Jun's sanity seemed to be about to collapse. He gritted his teeth and said, of course, Sister Yufei, you are beautiful. In my heart, you are the only beauty that no one can compare to. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu did not show any satisfaction on her face and snorted softly, humph. Perfunctory. Now answer my second question. No way. There's more. Shi Jun cried out helplessly, secretly groaning in his heart. Who do you think is prettiest, me or Hua Linglong? Who do you like more? Look into my eyes and answer me. As she spoke, Chu Yufei gently held Shi Jun's face with her small hands, and her slender fingers slightly opened his eyes, allowing him to look directly at her. Shi Jun had no choice but to cut the Gordian knot. You, of course you are the prettiest, I like you more, okay? No, you're just trying to fool me. You're just being glib. Chu Yufei's lips curled up slightly, her eyes full of expectation. Then tell me, what do you like about me, what is beautiful about me? After hearing this, Shi Jun thought for a moment and stammered, well, I like it all. You are beautiful everywhere. Your eyes, nose, and mouth are all pretty. They are all beautiful. Although Shi Jun's words still had a perfunctory tone, concubine Chuyu couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing them. It's not that what he said was so funny, but she could clearly feel the lust in Shi Jun's eyes that was so strong that it was about to burst out. It seems like it's time. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei stopped teasing and said lightly, look at your silly look, okay, because you were so sweet, I will forgive you this time. However, I have a small request. Can you buy me a breakfast and send it to my office tomorrow morning? As soon as the words fell, Shi Jun suddenly felt relieved. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, sure, no problem. I guarantee that I'll complete the task. After saying this, Chu Yufei stopped teasing him and slowly climbed up from him, her movements gentle and graceful. Seeing this, Chi Jun was naturally overjoyed. But just when he wanted to get up and leave, he found that he had somehow lost some strength. Moreover, the whole person seemed to be hot from the inside out, as if he was in a blazing furnace. He was extremely thirsty and had an extremely strong desire. Concubine Chiyu looked at Chi Jun, who was blushing and panting at the moment, and a smile of success involuntarily appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she was secretly proud of herself. She hurried forward, pretending to be concerned, her voice soft and gentle. What's wrong, Chi Jun, are you okay? Do you have a fever? Is it serious? Hearing this, Chi Jun panted and tried to squeeze out a few words. Sister Yufei, I feel something is wrong, and my whole body is very hot. There was a glimmer of cunning in Chu Yufei's eyes, like a successful little fox. She continued to pretend to be innocent, with a hint of fake panic in her tone. Oh, what should I do? Did you eat something unclean? Why don't you rest here for a while, maybe you will feel better after a while. After hearing this, Chi Jun still had a trace of clarity in his mind and tried to refuse. No, Sister Yufei, this is not good. But Chu Yufei ignored him completely, and directly reached out to gently pull him, saying coquettishly, oh. You are so silly, I am your teacher and your sister now, don't you have this little trust? Besides, you are a grown man, what do you have to be afraid of? Will your sister eat you? As she spoke, she increased the strength in her hands a little more, and her soft fingers held Chi Jun tightly, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Chi Jun was no longer able to resist at this time, and was half pulled and half dragged by Chu Yufei into her bedroom. He felt helpless and at the same time had some inexplicable anticipation. Bang! The door was locked heavily, and the sound seemed particularly abrupt in the silence. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Chi Jun completely lost control, like a violent and out-of-control beast, and suddenly hugged Chu Yufei tightly in his arms. The power was so great that it seemed to embed all of her into his body. See this scene. Concubine Shuyu's body trembled at first, and she was startled as if she had been electrocuted. Then, her flower-like cheeks were dyed with a layer of gorgeous blush like the sunset, and the red quickly spread to her ears, and even her white neck was filled with a charming pink luster. She did not resist at all, but gently closed her eyes. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly, like a small fan gently flapping, as if silently issuing an alluring invitation. Concubine Chuyu, what on earth did you give me to drink? Why am I like this? Chi Jun's voice was filled with anger and uncontrollable desire. He. It's nothing, just a few good things. Trust me, you will thank me later. Chu Yufei responded in a sweet voice, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Okay, very good, since you admit it, then you did it yourself, so don't blame me for letting you down. I will definitely, thank you very much. Chi Jun spoke with the last bit of rationality he had left, his voice low and hoarse, full of suppressed desire. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu no longer concealed her feelings. She smiled, opened her lips slightly, and slowly uttered 4 words. I'll leave it to you to deal with it. After saying this, Chi Jun no longer hesitated or was polite. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, the two of them kissed passionately in an instant. Of course, it's not accurate to call it a kiss. It was just Chi Jun's one-sided and crazy demand, and Chu Yufei tried her best to cooperate. After all, it was the first time for both of them to experience such a thing and neither of them had any experience. Just like that, the two people's breathing became more and more rapid, like the dull and heavy thunder before a storm, hot and urgent to the extreme. Pieces of clothing were scattered one by one, like withered petals, falling randomly and carelessly on the ground. Chu Yufei bit her lips lightly, unable to suppress the faint, sobbing and plaintive moans that sounded like the humming of a nightingale. Chi Jun released his long-suppressed desires, and his hands greedily wandered over Chu Yufei's body. The process is omitted here, 10,000 words, don't ask, because if you ask, it just can't pass the review. They spent a passionate and enchanting night together. Chapter 31 Chi Jun is responsible. That absurd night completely turned Chi Jun's life upside down. It's over. My 18 years of innocence have vanished just like that. At this time, Chi Jun shook his dizzy head and looked at the beautiful Chu Yufei beside him with complicated eyes. It's absolutely nonsense to say that I had no feelings of love before, but it's also an exaggeration to say that I love you deeply. Maybe his love was shallow before, but at this moment, looking at her charming and beautiful appearance, Chi Jun couldn't help but feel ripples in his heart. After a night of crazy indulgence, his body was barely holding on and his waist seemed not to have completely collapsed. In the final analysis, it was the powerful pills he bought from the system before that made his physical fitness beyond imagination. Last night, he even made Chu Yufei gasp and beg for mercy countless times under him. That voice was like a bewitching devilish sound that made him lose himself in the abyss of desire. Water! I want some water! At this moment, concubine Chu Yu suddenly uttered a weak moan, interrupting Qi Jun's reverie. Hearing the voice, Qi Jun pondered for a moment, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed helplessly, as if he had already accepted his fate. Then, he got out of bed and poured a cup of warm water for Chu Yufei, then slowly walked to her and said softly, "Chu Yufei, your water is here." At this time, Chu Yufei's consciousness was still hazy, and her whole body ached as if all her bones had been pulled out, and every inch of her muscles seemed to be protesting. She didn't open her eyes, and her delicate little hands groped around in the air almost instinctively. Seeing this, Qi Jun helplessly held her soft little hand and slowly handed her the cup of water. Chu Yufei took the cup of water, her eyes full of desire, and she couldn't wait to pour the water into her throat. Gudong gudong. Wow, great, much better. She sighed with contentment, handed the cup back to Qi Jun, then turned over and fell asleep again. After a long time, concubine Chu Yu woke up slowly. She first let out a moan, and the sound was so soft and gentle that it seemed to melt a person's bones, and it seemed that the warmth of last night's love still lingered. She slowly opened her eyes, which showed a bit of confusion and laziness, and her peach blossom eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist, which was very touching. Chu Yufei stretched out her arms from under the quilt, and stretched her jade-like arms lazily. It feels so good. Then, she tried to get up, but she groaned softly because of the pain in her body, frowned slightly, and bit her red lips lightly. She looked pitiful and seductive. After a while, Chu Yufei's consciousness gradually became clear. She glanced at the situation in front of her. Panic and shyness instantly dyed her pretty face, and a delicate blush bloomed like petals. Oh no! This is terrible. What should I do? She looked at Qi Jun, who had a calm expression on his face, and felt secretly anxious. Woke up. Qi Jun suddenly spoke with a sly smile on his face. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's heart tightened, as if she realized that she had done something shameful. In panic, the blush on her face became more obvious. Yeah, just a little sore, and still a little sleepy. She responded in a low voice, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Qi Jun, testing his reaction, feeling uneasy. My goodness, are you pointing at me? Qi Jun snorted lightly, sneered with a hint of helplessness, and nodded. No more? Forehead. Chu Yufei was suddenly speechless. She looked up at him blankly, and found that there was no anger on Qi Jun's face, and she felt a little relieved. Sorry. She finally mustered up the courage, her voice trembling with a hint of inexplicable innocence. Sorry? Then tell me, how can you be sorry? Qi Jun raised his eyebrows, as if smiling. I know you may not believe anything I say now. But this thing has already happened, and the two of us can only accept our fate, right? Besides, can you bear to abandon me? Chu Yufei began to show her acting skills. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she looked pitiful, as if she had transformed into a poor victim. See this scene. Qi Jun shook his head helplessly, feeling both angry and amused. Then, according to what you said, I still have to be responsible for you. Of course, of course. I've already given you my first time, do you still want to be irresponsible? There was a hint of provocation in Chu Yufei's voice, as if forcing him to respond. After hearing this, Qi Jun pondered for a moment, then nodded. Perhaps, you are right, I really have no other choice. When Chu Yufei heard his calm words, she was shocked and could hardly believe it. You admit it? You really won't run away? I admit it. I admitted it when I woke up this morning. Qi Jun smiled, his tone firm but gentle. Besides, if I really wanted to run away, I would have slipped away in the morning while you were sleeping. Why would I pour you water and stay with you? Hearing this, Chu Yufei was stunned, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart, but she didn't know how to respond. She just stared at Qi Jun infatuatedly, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes, both joy and worry. Then do you still blame me? Chu Yufei asked cautiously, her voice soft. Qi Jun couldn't help but smile, with a hint of helpless bitterness on his lips, but more of doting. He silently accepted Chu Yufei's willfulness and compromised willingly. Well, don't blame me. It's useless to blame you anyway, it's already happened. But don't worry, I will be responsible. Qi Jun's voice was low and firm, and he made an unquestionable promise. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu's pretty face froze for a moment, and a mixture of sweetness and uneasiness surged in her heart like a tide. After a moment of silence, Chu Yufei stared at Qi Jun seriously, with a hint of nervousness in her tone. "What you said, is it true?" Qi Jun nodded firmly, his eyes sharp. "Really, although this matter was deliberately done by some people. But since I have done it, I will be responsible for you to the end." As soon as these words were spoken, concubine Chu Yu was so excited that she lost all her reserve and threw herself into Qi Jun's arms, a bright smile on her face, and she cheered. "Wow! Oh my god! This is amazing! This is amazing! Ha, Qi Jun, you are not lying to me, right? You really have to be responsible for me. Ha ha, I must be dreaming." At this moment, the warm sunlight sprinkled on Chu Yufei's naked back, as soft and smooth as jade, and as delicate and soft as flawless mutton fat jade. Her graceful curves were looming, and her body exuded an enchanting fragrance, which instantly aroused Qi Jun's strong desire in his heart. See this scene. Fortunately, Qi Jun still had some rationality. He forced himself to close his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried hard to suppress his impulse. "Chu Yufei, what are you going to do? Get off me now." He spoke hastily, pulling up the quilt to wrap her up, trying to cover up this heart-pounding and embarrassing scene. Chapter 32. Get the certificate when it's time. Don't want. Chu Yufei hugged Qi Jun tightly, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. "If I let go, you will definitely run away." "I told you I won't run away, so just listen and let go." "No, I won't." Chu Yufei responded stubbornly. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't let go, and the gun goes off accidentally, you'll be the one to suffer." The king of Qi fought back mercilessly. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yufei's delicate body trembled suddenly. The madness of last night emerged in her mind, and her heart couldn't help but blush. Her consciousness suddenly became much clearer. "Well, okay then. But you have to promise me that you won't bully me after I let you go, okay?" Concubine Chu Yu carefully put forward the conditions, looking very pitiful. He. Qi Jun couldn't help laughing out loud. "What do you mean I bully you? You were crazy on me for a long time last night." In the final analysis, it is still unclear who was bullying whom. Chu Yufei's pretty face turned red at his words, and she burrowed back into bed in shame, feeling both ashamed and angry, like a little rabbit unwilling to give in. A moment later, Chu Yufei mustered up the courage to show her head again, and said seriously, "Well, since we have already done that, should you and I also go and get a marriage certificate?" After hearing these words, Qi Jun was stunned and stood still. He did not respond immediately, but he did not object either. After all, Chu Yufei's request was reasonable. Moreover, he knew very well that this was a first of great significance for both of them. However, just as Qi Jun fell into deep thought, the system's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Ding dong. It has been detected that the host has defiled someone else. Please assume the responsibility of a man and be responsible to the woman, concubine Chu Yu. System task: go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. The reward system level will be directly upgraded to level 2. Hearing this, Qi Jun glanced across the system panel in front of him. In addition to the task information, Chu Yufei's personal information was also clearly visible. Name: Chu Yufei. Charm appearance: 100 points. Age: 24. Height: 178 centimeters. Weight: 119 caddies. Constitution: 72, currently in a weak state. Loyalty: 100, full level, never betray. Private: 1. The host needs to take responsibility and show the responsibility of a man. This time, there were 2 very noticeable changes on the panel. First of all, there is the loyalty item, which was not there last time. The second thing is the particularly eye-catching private column, especially the eye-catching one on it. It is difficult for Qi Jun to pretend not to see it. Last night, he forcefully took away Chu Yufei's virginity and turned her into a real woman. Recalling the shy look on her face, Qi Jun couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable pride in his heart. Seeing this, Qi Jun took a deep breath, without any hesitation in his heart. In any case, he gained a lot this time. Not only did he get a stunningly beautiful woman who was in tune with him, but he also got the opportunity to upgrade his system. This was a perfect win-win situation. Finally, after careful and detailed discussions, Qi Jun and Chu Yufei decided not to notify their families first and get the certificate quietly. However, since Qi Jun did not bring his household registration book with him when he went out, Chu Yufei had to ask Chi's mother for it in the name of a counselor. Fortunately, the two parties have a good relationship and the matter went quite smoothly. Mother Chi responded enthusiastically, "It will be delivered to you by express tomorrow afternoon at the latest." After hearing this, the two of them felt relieved and stopped worrying about the matter. After a long time, Chi Jun drove back to school alone. After all, today was the first day of school and he couldn't be absent. As for Chu Yufei, because of the extremely crazy lovemaking last night and it was her first time experiencing sexual intercourse between a man and a woman, her body ached badly and she had to take leave to rest at home. Of course, Chi Jun also said that he would come to accompany her after class in the morning. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu reluctantly let Chi Jun leave. I gritted my teeth and struggled to put on my pajamas. Chu Yufei endured the severe pain, slowly stood up, and prepared to clean up the mess. Her movements were as slow as a weak and injured kitten, and she took a lot of effort to lift the quilt. The moment of opening. The bright red on the bedsheet is like a passionately blooming rose, gorgeous yet dazzling. Hiss, it hurts. Chu Yufei took a breath of cold air, and the movements of her hands froze instantly. It took a long time. The piercing pain was slightly relieved. At this moment, Chu Yufei stared at the bloodstains on the bedsheets, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. I had only heard people say that a woman's first time would be unforgettable. But after experiencing it myself, it is indeed so real. However, this matter is also the fault of Chi Jun's stinky younger brother. It didn't stop for the whole night, like a tireless animal, tormenting me to death. Speaking of this, a sly smile inexplicably appeared on the corner of Chu Yufei's mouth. But, as they say, there are only tired cows, not plowed fields. If this is the case, I am afraid it won't be long before I can easily control him in my hands. Then by then, wouldn't I just? He. Chu Yufei's fantasies began to spread wildly, and her eyes flashed with a fanatical light like a yandere. In her mind, Chi Jun was lying naked on the bed, his face full of panic, tightly wrapped in the quilt. His eyes seemed to be filled with tears. He looked so pitiful, as if he might collapse at any time. "My dear wife, please let me go this time. You've squeezed me 7 times, and I really don't have a drop left." Woo. Chi Jun's voice was full of helplessness and despair, as if he was the bullied young wife. "Oh. Really? But I haven't had enough fun yet. How can you rest, little Junjun?" Chu Yufei raised a wicked smile and swayed towards him, with an inexplicable excitement in her eyes. She stretched out her hand, lifted Chi Jun's chin domineeringly, and said softly, "Stinky brother, don't cry. There is a time limit for crying. This sweet and crazy chase has just begun." The scene changed. Chi Jun had already driven back to the school and stepped into the main hall. Fortunately, I sent a message to those 3 rebellious sons in advance, so they avoided the conspicuous position in the front row. I found a secluded corner and sat down quietly. At this moment, because Chi Jun was too indulged in crazy last night, he was extremely sleepy and could hardly hold on. In desperation, he briefly explained the situation to Boss Zhao and the other 2 beside him, then lay down and prepared to rest. Of course, Chi Jun did not fall asleep immediately after he lay down, but his consciousness entered the familiar system sign-in page, intending to participate in the daily sign-in flash sale event. After entering, complete the sign-in as usual, and then smoothly come to the flash sale page. There was nothing special, so I simply chose 1 million cash for the flash sale. Chapter 33 Successfully Obtained Certificate, System Upgrade. A few days later. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chi Jun and Chu Yufei each held a bright red certificate tightly in their hands, their faces filled with irrepressible joy and extreme happiness. Concubine Chu Yu smiled with her eyebrows curved and her heart was filled with joy. I never thought that things would go so smoothly and quickly. The scenes in my dreams actually became reality. Thinking of this, her gentle gaze involuntarily turned to Chi Jun, and her eyes seemed to turn into the shape of a love. My stinky little brother is still as good looking as he was when he was little. I never thought that in the blink of an eye, the little brother I watched grow up since childhood would become my husband. This feeling is really wonderful. I feel extremely happy just thinking about it. He. Carrot. At the same time, Chi Jun's mind at the moment was not entirely focused on the sweetness of his newlywed life. He was more concerned about what new and wonderful things would appear after the system was upgraded. For this, he waited all morning without signing in. I look forward to the system upgrade after completing the task, and then I can sign in and grab the desired item. Tonzi, have you upgraded? Chi Jun couldn't help but ask in his heart. Ding dong. The system is being upgraded. It is estimated to take half an hour. Please use it later. Hearing this, Shi-jun was speechless and excited, with a wonderful expression. Okay, hold on tight. After all, I have paid for my life's happiness, so please don't let me down. Host, rest assured. The system will automatically notify you when the upgrade is complete. Please don't communicate with me now. I want to concentrate on the upgrade. After that, the system stopped making any sound. Seeing this, Shi-jun didn't know what to say anymore, so he went back to the car with Chu Yufei with full expectations. Husband. Chu Yufei was sitting in the passenger seat and suddenly shouted. Upon hearing this, Shi-jun's hand, which was about to light a fire, suddenly stopped. He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Yufei beside him, calling me. Looking at Shi-jun's silly look, Chu Yufei couldn't help but laugh happily. Yes. Hubby, we're married now. Concubine Chu Yu happily waved her and Shi-jun's marriage certificate. Seeing this, Shi-jun calmed down, smiled and nodded, yes. That's right. We are now a legal couple. So what is the matter with you calling me? Chu Yufei smiled sweetly, revealing her neat, white teeth. She looked extremely happy, and that happiness overflowed from the bottom of her heart. She shook her head, it's okay, I just want to call you husband. Well, it's getting late and I have classes later. We should go back now. After hearing this, Shi-jun felt a little puzzled, but he just smiled and didn't think about it anymore. Then, the car started and the two drove towards the school together. At first, the car was very quiet. Shi-jun was driving attentively, while Chu Yufei turned her head to look at him from time to time, with a happy smile on her face. Perhaps because he was a little shy under Chu Yufei's fiery gaze, Shi-jun's face actually blushed a little. What's wrong? You're looking at me like that. Is there something on my face? As he spoke, Shi-jun freed one hand and touched his face. The result was nothing. Nothing. Chu Yufei replied with a smile, her voice was clear and pleasant. So what are you looking at? Shi-jun asked her curiously. I'm just simply looking at you. After all, you are so beautiful. It would be a waste if I didn't appreciate you more. Chu Yufei said coquettishly, her eyes full of love. Hearing this, Shi-jun smiled awkwardly, with a hint of shyness in his smile. Then I didn't know what to say, so I just concentrated on driving. After a long time, the car drove slowly into the school. Shi-jun parked the car in a remote, quiet and sparsely populated corner, then got out with Chu Yufei. Then husband, I'm going back to the office first, bye. Concubine Chu Yu had a beautiful smile on her face and said in a tender voice. Okay, then you should be careful and don't let outsiders know about our relationship. Shi-jun's tone was calm, but it was full of concern. Chu Yufei nodded repeatedly like a well-behaved kitten to show that she understood. Then, she added coquettishly, then, before you leave, tell me goodbye, my wife. After hearing this, Shi-jun was stunned and his face turned slightly red. After a while, he turned his head to look at Chu Yufei who was standing beside him with a look of anticipation. Do you just have to say it? Shi-jun said shyly. Of course. Concubine Chu Yu stood up straight and looked lovely. Now we are legally married. You are my dear husband and I am your sweet wife. Is there anything wrong with you calling me wife? Seeing that concubine Chu Yu was so persistent, Lord Qi didn't know what to say. Goodbye, my wife. Shi-jun's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum, and his shy look made concubine Chu Yu feel itchy. I really want to hug my stinky little brother and kiss his mouth so hard that it breaks. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei couldn't wait to get closer, with her ear almost touching his mouth. What? Did you speak? Louder. Shi-jun had no choice but to repeat softly in her ear, goodbye, my dear. That's great. Today is another happy day. My stinky little brother finally calls me his wife, ha ha ha, so happy. Carrot. Afterwards, concubine Chu Yu stood up excitedly, smiling. He looked so proud as if he had won a prize, and patted Shi-jun's shoulder affectionately, well. Very good, my wife is very satisfied. Then I'll reward you. Kiss me again. Concubine Chu Yu became more and more demanding, her eyes full of anticipation. After hearing this, Shi-jun frowned slightly. Concubine Chu Yu, you are getting a little too far. The words haven't finished yet. Concubine Chu Yu immediately became unhappy, and she pouted her little mouth, making her pink lips look particularly attractive. She quickly straightened her body and looked at Chi-Jun seriously. I don't care, this is my basic benefit as your wife, you must satisfy me, hurry up. Don't want. Chi-Jun refused stubbornly, but his eyes were somewhat evasive. Well no, I don't care, just kiss me once. Concubine Chuyu hugged Chi-Jun's arm, pressed her body against him, and acted coquettishly like a child asking for candy. Shu Yufei, you are not like this before. Where is your aloofness? Chi-Jun said helplessly. What do you mean by aloof? Those are for outsiders. We are our own people now. Kiss. Don't want. A moment later. The king of Qi could no longer resist concubine Shuyu's constant nagging and compromised again. Okay, I'll kiss you, okay? Then he quickly kissed her right cheek, as if a dragonfly touched the water and then left. Tastes good. Finally getting what she wanted, Shu Yufei smiled so hard that her mouth couldn't close, and her eyes were full of sweetness. I wanted to have another kiss, but seeing that Chi-Jun didn't seem to be happy about it, I gave up the idea for the time being. After all, the marriage certificate has been obtained, and she has successfully slept with the man. Chi-Jun is destined to never escape from her clutches in this life. Therefore, concubine Shuyu was not in a hurry at the moment. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'm going back to work. You should go home early too. Shu Yufei said. With a cheerful smile on her face, she left happily. But after taking a few steps, she turned back and smiled sweetly at Chi-Jun. That smile is as beautiful as a flower blooming in spring. Then, concubine Shuyu trotted away with brisk steps. Chi-Jun looked at her receding back, his eyes full of tenderness, and smiled unconsciously. A wonderful and sweet feeling surges in my heart. He just looked on quietly. After a long time, until Chu Yufei's figure disappeared around the corner in the distance, Chi-Jun reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the classroom. Chapter 34. The system has been successfully upgraded and the flash sales have started. After class, Chi-Jun went straight back to the dormitory because he had nothing to do. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I felt it was a bit empty. Those rebellious sons of bitches were all out with their partners, so he was the only one left in the dormitory. Seeing this, Chi-Jun was too lazy to care about it and just lay down on the bed leisurely. He couldn't wait to open the system to see if there were any good things after the upgrade. After entering the system's flash sale page, the first thing that comes into view is 5 items, 2 of which are limited time flash sales, namely Super Cooking Skills 0.1 Yuan flash sale price. Kwanshan Chong'e No. 1 Single Family Villa 9.9 Yuan flash sale price. Seeing these 2 things, Chi-Jun didn't hesitate too much and paid for them immediately. Moment. The rich knowledge about cooking delicious food and how to use various tools were all clearly imprinted in his mind like carvings with a knife or an axe. A moment later. Chi-Jun turned his attention to the remaining 3 items. After the system upgrade, the prices and rarity of these 3 items have increased significantly. But there is a rule that you can only choose one, which are Grandmaster Calligraphy 0.1 seconds price. Bravest G 902 Yuan flash sale price. 10 million yuan in cash 1 yuan flash sale price. Seeing this, Chi-Jun couldn't help but laugh, a relaxed smile appeared on his face. He doesn't really need money, as long as he has enough to spend for now. I just didn't expect to see another new car, and it was a G-Class, which is really his favorite. After all, no matter how good a sports car is, the problem of hard seats is still a bit of a flaw. After all, the G-Class is more comfortable to sit in. Then, Chi-Jun didn't think anymore and paid immediately. Ding dong. The instant kill was successful. The key has been automatically placed in the system space. The vehicle has been parked in the underground garage of the No. 1 single-family villa in Kwanshan Chong'e. Please check it yourself. Warm reminder, please note that due to the system upgrade, the sign-in time has been increased to once every 2 days. The upgrade sign-in points are 1,000 points to upgrade to the 3rd level system. Hearing this, Chi-Jun's originally good mood suddenly became a little worse, but he could barely accept it. Afterwards, after completing this series of operations, Chi-Jun didn't think about anything else, he just opened the game and started playing again with great interest. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye it is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chi-Jun felt physically and mentally exhausted after playing the game too much in the morning. After lunch, he fell into the bed and had a comfortable sleep. It wasn't until the crisp ring of the phone pulled him out of his sweet dream. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. Hearing the sound, Jun suddenly got up from the bed and began to look for his phone with sleepy eyes. He fumbled frantically in the quilt, but didn't find it, so he looked in the pile of miscellaneous items beside the bed. Finally, he found the ringing cell phone under the pillow. He grabbed it and quickly answered the call. Hey! Who? Wow, haha. Who is it? Jun yawned loudly and asked in a vague voice. The caller was a man. After hearing Jun's question, the other party responded quickly and enthusiastically, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Chi himself?" "Yes, I am." "What's wrong?" Jun's voice was still filled with sleepiness. "Oh. That's great, ha ha ha. Mr. Chi, let me introduce myself to you first. My name is Fong Li, and I'm the sales general manager of Kwanshan Villa Complex. I just learned from my subordinates that you bought our Kwanshan Chong'e No. 1 single-family villa this morning. So, this call is specifically to ask you a question. When is our check-in time? That way I can arrange for the cleaning of the villa and other property services for you." After listening to Fong Li's long speech, Jun now became much more sober. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, looked at the time on his phone, and thought for a moment. He responded, "It's not too late at this time. Please wait a moment. I will go over to take a look around 5 o'clock. After hearing Jun's answer, Fong Li simply exchanged a few words with Jun and then hung up the phone. Seeing this, Jun also prepared to get up and go out for a walk to stretch his body. A moment later, Jun quickly and simply packed himself up and prepared to go downstairs. But just as he picked up the phone, by coincidence, a message from Chu Yufei came in. Seeing this, Jun had no choice but to open his phone to check. "Chu Yufei, he. What are you busy with, my dear husband? Didn't this girl say she had classes in the afternoon? How come she has time to send me a message now?" Jun muttered. But he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. "Jun, I just woke up and was ready to go out for a walk and exercise." "What? Don't you have classes this afternoon? How come you still have time to send me a message now?" Chu Yufei, he. "I'm so sorry. I remembered that I had a class, but when I got to school I realized it was tomorrow's class." Seeing this, Jun was immediately amused by her. "Jun, then why are you sending me this message?" "Chu Yufei, I'm just bored, so I want to chat with my dear little husband. But since you are going out to exercise, why don't you take me with you?" Followed by a very cute big white rabbit praying emoticon. Seeing this, Jun didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, what happened in the past 2 days was so bizarre, like an absurd dream. A sister who was 6 years older than me and who I grew up with actually slept with me. And to be responsible, I got married to her in a daze. But on second thought, he felt that he was not at a loss, having a wife who was as beautiful as a fairy. Apart from Ryandara possessiveness towards him and her occasional lustful temper, all other aspects of her were acceptable to him. This is a big step forward, and we have successfully taken the lead in the entire dormitory. Jun was overwhelmed with thoughts during this moment, until Chu Yufei's message came again, and he suddenly came back to his senses. "Chu Yufei, what are you doing, little hubby? Why are you ignoring me?" followed by a frightening expression of staring into the abyss. Seeing this, Jun had no choice but to respond quickly, "It's okay, I was just thinking about something and accidentally lost my focus. If you want to come, then come. Just wait for me at the car, I'll be right there." Chu Yufei, "Okay. I love you, husband. Chu Yufei, remember to reply to me too." Seeing this, Jun smiled slightly, obeyed obediently, and replied, "Okay. Love you, my wife. Manager Fong, please change the time. I'm free now and will go over in about an hour." After Jun finished chatting with concubine Chu Yufei, he sent a message to Fong Li. "Fong Li, okay, I'll arrange it right away." Chapter 35, Almost a Thunderstorm. Here, I'm here." As soon as Chu Yufei saw Jun walking towards her from a distance, she immediately smiled and called out loudly. Hearing the sound, Jun was really scared. He instantly changed from a leisurely stroll to a quick run, came in front of Chu Yufei, and covered her mouth without saying a word. "Oh my goodness, shut up now." Jun lowered his voice and said anxiously in her ear, "Chu Yufei, are you crazy? This is a school, keep your voice down." As he spoke, Jun looked around nervously. Fortunately, this place was relatively remote and no one passed by. He then put his hand down with peace of mind. Seeing this, concubine Chu Yu just smiled lightly and didn't say anything more. After all, Shi Jun did this for the good of both of them, and she could understand. So where are we going now? Concubine Chu Yu immediately hugged Shi Jun's arm, with a sweet look on her face and said with a smile. Looking at Chu Yufei beside him, Shi Jun also smiled helplessly. I was planning to take a walk, but since you insist on coming, let's go see the house together. After hearing this, Chu Yufei was stunned for a moment, but then a cunning look flashed in her eyes and she smiled wickedly. This stinky little brother, he really still covets my beauty. I just didn't expect that he was so eager to have some time alone. But it's not a bad idea. It's a good idea for me to win my little brother's heart sooner rather than later. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei pretended to be puzzled again and asked in a delicate voice, House? Did you rent a house outside? No, renting a house is too troublesome, so I just bought one. Anyway, I can't explain it clearly, so I won't say it anymore. I'll just take you to see it. After saying that, Shi Jun gently shook off Chu Yufei's hand, sent her to the passenger seat, and quickly returned to the driver's seat, started the car and drove out of the school. The scene changed. In a place that Shi Jun and Chu Yufei were completely unaware of, that is, in Suya's office in the School of Business Administration. At this time, Suya was holding a glass of warm water elegantly, her brows slightly frowned, and she stared at the computer screen in front of her with a puzzled look, which showed a real-time surveillance video. This real-time surveillance content shows the extremely intimate interaction between Shi Jun and Chu Yufei. Fortunately, the camera installed at this location can only capture images but cannot record sounds, so even though Suya watched attentively, she could only guess and speculate based on the images. It's really strange, why are these two children so close to each other recently? Also, what are these two people driving to do? Suya frowned slightly and muttered softly. Her eyes were filled with deep curiosity, as if they could penetrate the screen and see the secret behind it. After a long time, Shi Jun drove like lightning, and in just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the so-called Shanquan Chong'e No. 1 single-family villa. After parking the car steadily in the yard, the two of them couldn't wait to get out of the car. Looking at the magnificent Chinese-style single-family villa in front of them, their eyes lit up instantly and they were filled with joy. Wow! It's so beautiful here. Concubine Chu Yu looked at it infatuatedly, a little dazed, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Set amidst the tranquil and peaceful mountains and waters, this villa shines like a bright pearl. It is located close to the mountains and beside the water, surrounded by green hills. The green shadows of the trees sway in the wind, in various postures. A clear stream gurgles in front of the door, and the crisp and pleasant sound of the flowing water is intoxicating. The appearance of the villa is like a beautiful ink painting, with white walls and black tiles, simple and smooth lines, and every turn contains a unique charm. Well, it's really beautiful. Shi Jun nodded and said with a smile, How about it, do you like it? I like it, I do like it. However, such a good location and such a big house must cost a lot of money, right? Where did you get so much money? Did you ask Uncle Chi for it? Chu Yufei frowned slightly and asked worriedly. Hearing this, Shi Jun also smiled. Fortunately, the system was sensible enough and directly turned the sources of the money into regular transactions, which made it easy to explain. How could I dare tell my parents? I earned all this with my own ability. I invested all the pocket money my parents gave me in the stock market. In the past 5 or 6 years, it has increased several times, which is enough for our small family of 2 to eat, drink and have fun. Shi Jun explained calmly. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu didn't think any more about it. After all, the truth of this statement was quite high. But soon her attention shifted from the source of money to the small family of 2. What a wonderful name. Afterwards, just as Shi Jun and Chu Yufei were about to continue their chat, 2 people, a man and a woman, walked to the door. Walking slightly ahead was a middle-aged man who looked quite businesslike. He was wearing a formal suit that was exquisitely tailored and without a single wrinkle, giving him a strong sense of professionalism. The same goes for the middle-aged woman next to her. Soon, the 2 of them came in front of Shi Jun and his companions. The leading man took a step forward, with an extremely respectful look on his face, and introduced himself. You should be Mr. Chi, Mr. Chi. Let me introduce myself. I am Fong Li who contacted you on the phone before. You can just call me Manager Fong. And the person next to me is our property manager, Li Lan. Seeing this, Shi Jun nodded slightly, politely extended his hands and shook hands with the 3 people, thus indicating that they knew each other. Then, Fong Li turned his gaze to Chu Yufei who was standing beside Shi Jun. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly praised, "Oh, my eyesight is really bad. I didn't notice the person behind you before. If I'm not mistaken, it should be your wife." As he spoke, Fong Li bowed slightly and nodded politely, with a flattering smile on his face. Seeing this, concubine Chu Yu also nodded politely in response. "Manager Fong, you are too polite. If you have anything to say, just talk to my husband. I won't interfere." Then, she came to Chi Jun again and said coquettishly, "Hubby, let's not stand here stupidly, okay? Let's go in and take a look." Hearing this, Chi Jun didn't say much, and nodded slightly. "Okay, let's go in and talk." "Manager Fong, Manager Li, please come on, let's go together." "Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Chi, please go first," the two said in unison. After hearing this, Chi Jun did not hesitate and took Chu Yufei directly into the villa. Chapter 36, Chi Jun, I seem to be a little obsessed with Chu Yufei? A moment later. After not chatting for long, Fong Li and Li Lan left tactfully. After all, for both of them, this first meeting was just to get familiar with the client Chi Jun in order to facilitate the future work. Finally, since there are still many supplies in the villa that have not been fully equipped, we will have to wait until at least tomorrow afternoon before we can move in with our luggage. Therefore, Chi Jun and Chu Yufei did not stay in the villa for too long and then drove back to school. After a long time, the two arrived at the school safely. "Honey, Linglong has urged me several times just now. I'm going to go back first. We'll move together after class tomorrow." Chu Yufei unbuckled her seatbelt and hurriedly got out of the car, while speaking to Chi Jun. Chi Jun listened, got out of the car, and said, "Okay, but you should also be careful. Try to call me by my name when you are in school next time, so as not to cause trouble accidentally." Okay, I got it, don't worry." Chu Yufei responded nonchalantly. Then, she walked quickly to Chi Jun, with her pretty face slightly tilted, and moved closer to him. "What are you doing?" Chi Jun asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing this, concubine Chu Yu looked unhappy and said speechlessly, "What nonsense are you talking about? My face is almost touching your mouth, of course I want you to kiss me, idiot. Hurry up, this is a goodnight kiss. You will have sweet dreams at night after you kiss it." As she spoke, Chu Yufei moved her pretty face closer to Chi Jun, looking anxious and cute. See this scene. Chi Jun couldn't help but laugh. Although he was a little speechless, he couldn't suppress his happiness in his heart. Boo! A crisp kiss sound was heard. "Okay, now it's okay." Hearing this, Chu Yufei did not say anything, but turned her face to the other side playfully. Seeing this, Chi Jun smiled even more, his eyes full of doting, and he did not refuse. Boo! Another crisp kiss sound was heard. "I think you should be satisfied now." "I'm not satisfied. You still haven't given me a crucial kiss." Chu Yufei stretched out a finger and said proudly. "What the hell?" Chi Jun was confused again, with a bewildered look on his face. "Don't you want to taste my lipstick?" Chu Yufei spoke with a somewhat shy tone and blushing cheeks. After listening to it, Chi Jun immediately understood the meaning. But he did not choose to agree, but said with a serious face, "Chu Yufei, you are a little too much." Hearing this, Chu Yufei's pretty face instantly fell, full of displeasure, and immediately retorted, "Anyway, I don't care, I'll give you two choices, either you kiss me, or I kiss you. Hurry up." As she spoke, she pouted her lips, stamped her feet coquettishly, put her hands on her hips, and looked like she would not give up until she achieved her goal. See this scene. Chi Jun shook his head helplessly, frowning slightly. "Does it have to be like this? Of course, I deserve it." Chu Yufei raised her chin with a firm look in her eyes, as if she was declaring her sovereignty. Chi Jun looked at her stubborn appearance, sighed helplessly, then slowly approached her and said softly, "Well, little ancestor, I surrender to you." Hearing this, Chu Yufei's eyes lit up, the corners of her mouth turned up, and she closed her eyes with anticipation, waiting for Chi Jun's kiss. Unexpectedly, Chi Jun just leaned over slightly and gently left a kiss on Chu Yufei's forehead, and then left as quickly as a dragonfly touching the water. Concubine Chu Yu was very dissatisfied with this result. She opened her eyes suddenly and said angrily, "This doesn't count. I don't want to kiss your forehead. Let's do it again." After hearing this, Chi Jun couldn't help but pinch her small nose and said, "Stop making trouble, my little ancestor, it's getting late, I'll go back with you early." "No, since you don't want to kiss me, I'll do it myself." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yufei hugged Chi Jun's neck and took the initiative to give him her sweet and tempting kiss. The moment their lips touched, The warm and soft touch made Chi Jun stunned at first. Afterwards, due to Chu Yufei's fierce attack, his reason was instantly overwhelmed by desire, and he gradually responded enthusiastically. Chu Yufei's delicate body trembled slightly, and her hands tightly wrapped around Chi Jun's neck. Their breathing gradually became rapid, and their breaths intertwined. After a long time, the two separated reluctantly. Chu Yufei's face was as red as a ripe apple. She was beautiful and charming, and she was breathing slightly. Chi Jun looked at her lovingly, his eyes full of lust. What a torturous little devil. It's a pity that the venue is not suitable, otherwise I would definitely teach her a lesson. Finally, Chi Jun took several deep breaths before he was able to suppress the impulse in his heart. Are you satisfied now? Concubine Chu Yu nodded coquettishly. Well, I am satisfied for the time being. As soon as the words fell. At this moment, Chu Yufei's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and said with a pout, "Oh, it's Ling Long, rushing me again." Seeing this, Chi Jun smiled and said, "Okay, we've made enough noise and kissed each other, so I'll go back with you." "Okay, let's do it together," Concubine Chu Yu said with a smile. Along the way, both of them were very quiet. But inside, they were as excited as deer running around in their hearts. The soft moonlight poured down, and the dim lights also tried hard to emit light. At this moment, Chi Jun's eyes would involuntarily look at Chu Yufei, whose face was filled with a happy smile, and for the first time, he felt a sweet feeling like honey in his heart. Maybe, it would be nice to spend my life with her like this. Back to the dormitory. Hey, second brother, fourth brother, you two should hold on tight, I still have 2 sixth brothers to catch. Zhao Ling's anxious voice echoed throughout the dormitory. I know. Don't worry. Even if I drive fast, it will still take me half a minute. If you don't want to die, find a good place to hide. I'm on the way with Lao Si. Han Wen responded. I'm telling you, boss, you should just come with the two of us. If you keep running around the map like this, people who don't know would think this is a parkour game. Wei Hao couldn't help but complain. Do you think I want to run all over the map? I can't even get any equipment with you two, otherwise why would I run to the next point? Zhao Ling retorted loudly. Okay, that's enough, stop talking. Boss, find a place to hide, we'll be there soon. Han Wen quickly interrupted. Bang! The sound of 2 doors opening and closing suddenly rang out, briefly attracting the attention of the 3 people. Old Third, you're finally back. Don't you know that I was bullied to death by these 2 minks during your absence? Zhao Ling said this aggrievedly while playing PUBG. Seeing this, Chi Jun couldn't help but smile and said, Why, with the second and fourth brothers leading you, you still can't beat them? Hey, don't mention it. Without you, we had to play in a 3-person team. We had an extra strange and stupid teammate. He didn't turn on the microphone or follow the team. He just flew alone. When he died, he turned on the microphone and screamed. It was so annoying. Han Wen looked helpless and spoke out of emotion. No problem, third brother. Since you're here, clean up and play in a 4-person team with us for a while, so you won't be tricked by outsiders and lose points. Wei Hao echoed. Okay, in that case, wait for me for a moment. I'll wash up and we'll go to the 4th row. After hearing this, Chi Jun smiled and nodded, then went to the bathroom. Chapter 37. An ordinary day, a comfortable day. The next day. A very ordinary day. After Chi Jun finished a whole day of classes, he met Chu Yufei at the old place as agreed, and then set off together to Quanshan Chong'e No. 1 single-family villa. A moment later. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the two arrived at the villa smoothly. Chu Yufei got out of the car first, and Chi Jun slowly drove the car into the garage. Afterwards, the two of them held hands, with sweet smiles on their faces, and walked into this warm home that belonged to them alone. Walk into the villa. Chu Yufei excitedly opened her arms and turned around happily, then fluttered onto the sofa in the living room like a happy little bird. Wow! Honey, this will be our little world from now on. After hearing this, Chi Jun looked around with a smile, then nodded and agreed, yes, if nothing unexpected happens, this will be our future home in Quancheng. How's it going? Are you happy? Happy, of course I am happy. But, shouldn't we eat now? I'm so excited that I'm a little hungry. Concubine Chu Yu touched her flat belly and spoke in a sweet and naive tone. Hearing this, Chi Jun was also overjoyed. Okay, then wait, I'll go see what ingredients are in the kitchen and make you something delicious later. Good. No. I'd better accompany you. After all, we are husband and wife now, so I need to participate in things like washing clothes and cooking. I'll let you taste my cooking skills and let you know that marrying me is definitely not a loss for you. As she said that, Chu Yufei smiled and took Chi Jun's arm, pulling him towards the kitchen. She looked playful and cute. Compared to the serious and cold Chu Yufei before, she is undoubtedly more gentle and virtuous now. Of course, this is also what Chi Jun has always wanted. At this moment, the smile on his face became more and more intense, and his heart felt sweet. After coming to the kitchen, bang! The refrigerator door was opened and the two of them looked it over carefully from top to bottom. There is a wide variety of food, including a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, as well as common chicken, duck, meat, eggs and milk. Are there any dietary restrictions? Chi Jun read it carefully twice and asked softly. Chu Yufei tilted her head in thought for a while before responding, no, as long as it's not too spicy or fishy, I'm fine with it. Well, in that case I'll make 2 ordinary dishes. Chi Jun said confidently, a dish of sweet and sour spare ribs and a braised eggplant, and some rice to go with it. Hearing this, Chu Yufei smiled sweetly, okay, I like both of them. Then I will also make 2 of my specialties, a pork liver soup and a tomato scrambled eggs, what do you think? Okay, let's get started now. Good. After that, the two of them started to get busy, preparing to cook. Fortunately, Chi Jun had acquired super cooking skills from the system before, so his technique was extremely proficient. I saw him skillfully cut the ribs into pieces and blanch them in water, then stir-fry them in the pan. After a while, the tempting aroma of the sweet and sour sauce filled the air. At the same time, Chu Yufei was carefully cutting tomatoes and preparing scrambled eggs. During this time, the two smiled at each other from time to time, and the atmosphere was warm and subtle when their eyes met. When concubine Chuyu was cooking soup, Chi Jun was there to help pass the seasonings. While Chi Jun was cooking, Chu Yufei gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Her movements were gentle and natural. After a long time, as delicious dishes come out of the pot, the whole kitchen is filled with the smell of happiness. Dang dang dang. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are ready, come and try my cooking. Chu Yufei took out a pair of chopsticks excitedly and handed them to Chi Jun, urging him impatiently. Good. As he spoke, Chi Jun took the chopsticks, picked up an egg, put it in his mouth and chewed it. After swallowing a few bites, he said, it tastes good, sweet and sour. Yeah. After receiving the approval of the king of Qi, concubine Chuyu cheered. Since it tastes good, eat more. I'll serve you some rice. After saying this, without waiting for Chi Jun's reaction, Chu Yufei happily ran to serve the rice. See this scene. Chi Jun was extremely happy. He felt very relieved that concubine Chuyu was so sensible for the first time. Sure enough, women still need sleeping clothes. If it were in the past, as long as Chi Jun was present, he would definitely be the one to do this kind of dirty work, without any room for negotiation. Now, we can only say that after 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, the farmers have finally stood up and become the masters of their own destiny. Just one word, cool. Soon. After Chu Yufei served the meal, she brought it to the table and said to Chi Jun with a smile, my dear, come and eat. Let's enjoy this delicious meal that we made ourselves today. Chi Jun smiled and nodded, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Chu Yufei's bowl, and said, you can try the ribs I made. As he spoke, he took 2 more pieces in a row, eat more, you've worked hard. Looking at the considerate Lord Qi in front of her, concubine Chuyu felt sweet and warm in her heart. Okay, I'll try it too. She responded with a smile, then picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in her mouth. However, the moment she entered the room, Chu Yufei was stunned with her eyes wide open. Seeing her like this, Chi Jun thought for a moment that what he cooked was not to her liking. How is it? It won't taste bad, right? He probed carefully. After hearing Chi Jun's voice, Chu Yufei came back to her senses and immediately ate the half-piece of ribs in her mouth. She quickly shook her head and said, no, these ribs are so delicious, really super delicious. It's the first time I've eaten such delicious ribs. I'm a little surprised. How can it be so delicious? After hearing this, Chi Jun burst into laughter and then put another piece of pork ribs into Chu Yufei's bowl. If it tastes good, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll make more for you later. Okay, honey, I love you so much. Mwah. After saying that, concubine Chuyu didn't want to say anything more and just started to eat heartily. Hey, slow down, no one is competing with you for it, all of it is yours. Shi Jun looked at her anxious expression and spoke quickly. Then he stood up and served her a bowl of soup. Don't choke, take the time to drink some soup. At this time, Xu Yufei's mouth was already full of food and she couldn't open her mouth. She could only nod repeatedly in response. Seeing concubine Xu Yufei not caring about her image for the first time, Shi Jun was happy again. He couldn't remember how many times he had been so happy from the bottom of his heart. Days like this are so comfortable. Chapter 38 Xu Yufei, I will depend on you forever. Shi Jun, I will accompany you forever. After a long time. Xu Yufei ate so much that her belly swelled slightly, and then she put down her chopsticks contentedly. Wipe your mouth, it's all greasy. Shi Jun handed over a piece of tissue and said considerately. Thank you, husband. Xu Yufei took it with a smile, wiped her mouth carefully, looked at Shi Jun happily, and then said, Husband, if you make such delicious food for me every day in the future, I will definitely become as fat as a pig. Hearing this, Shi Jun smiled and gently scratched her nose, saying, It's better to be a little fatter, it's cuter. Anyway, no matter what you become, you are my wife, and I like you. After hearing this, concubine Xu Yu's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment and she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. It will make me happy. Although she said this in anger, her heart was as happy as if she were immersed in a honeypot. Okay, be good, don't move around when you're full. Go sit on the sofa for a while. I'll go wash the dishes. Shi Jun smiled and said gently. Well, since you are so diligent, I won't stop you. Go for it. After saying that, Xu Yufei walked slowly to the sofa not far away and lay down, turning on the TV to try to relieve her boredom. Although her eyes seemed to be fixed on the TV, her mind was completely on Shi Jun, who was busy in the kitchen. Today is another day to take advantage of my stinky little brother. What a pleasure. A moment later. After Shi Jun cleared the tableware, he came to the sofa and sat down side by side with Xu Yufei. At this time, Xu Yufei snuggled on Shi Jun's shoulder like a kitten, whispering softly, Husband, days like today really make me feel extremely happy. Every day will be this happy from now on. Shi Jun hugged her gently and promised. Hearing this, concubine Xu Yu suddenly sat up straight, staring at Shi Jun with her beautiful eyes. Then let's agree that no matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, we must be as happy as we are today. And the most important thing is, if I really eat myself into a pig, you are not allowed to look down on me. Of course, if you really dare to dislike me, I don't care. Anyway, I've already relied on you, so don't even think about getting rid of me for the rest of your life. Shi Jun listened with a smile and nodded solemnly. Okay, I promise you everything. How could I dislike you? I will be with you forever. As they talked, the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. First, their foreheads touched lightly together, their breathing intertwined, warm and rapid. Then, their eyes met, and the love in their eyes seemed to be able to melt each other. Then, their lips moved together involuntarily and kissed each other fiercely, passionately, and affectionately. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and there were only the two of them left in the whole world, enjoying this extremely warm and intoxicating moment. After a long time, the night grows darker. Shi Jun reluctantly let go of Xu Yufei's delicate lips that were as tender as petals. Threads of sweet saliva were still pulling out an ambiguous thread between their lips. Wife, it's late, it's time to rest. I'll carry you back to the room. The king of Qi said. Hearing this, Xu Yufei naturally knew what might happen next, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The nervousness made her breathing a little rapid, and she nodded gently. Good. Her soft voice was like the humming of a nightingale. After hearing this, Shi Jun no longer hesitated, and carried Xu Yufei into the bedroom gently as if he was protecting the most precious treasure in the world. He carefully placed her on the bed, then immediately pressed on her impatiently, as if wanting to start another passionate battle. Shi Jun. Wait, don't do this for now. Xu Yufei finally couldn't help but speak, with a hint of coquettishness and pleading in her voice. Hearing this, Shi Jun instantly regained some of his sanity and his eyes became much clearer. Then he quickly stood up, took several deep breaths, and said apologetically, Sorry, I'm a little sorry. No, it was last time I haven't rested enough. And I have classes tomorrow, so just bear with it for a while, okay? Xu Yufei said in a delicate voice, looking extremely adorable. Hearing this, Shi Jun didn't say anything more, but just nodded gently. I can understand. It was my fault last time and I caused you trouble. As he spoke, he gently covered concubine Chuyu with a quilt and left a loving kiss on her smooth forehead. Then go to sleep, my dear. Good night. Then, Shi Jun prepared to get up and leave. However, before he could get up, Chu Yufei grabbed his hand tightly. You won't come with me? After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled and said, No, I'm afraid I can't help it. It's okay. The bed is so big, we can just use 2 quilts. Concubine Chuyu's eyes were pitiful, with a bit of reluctance and expectation, and her appearance was extremely attractive. Alas, Shi Jun couldn't stand the pitiful look of a woman, and immediately said that he would not leave. Okay, in that case, I'll stay with you, okay? As he spoke, Shi Jun gently lay down beside her, and their eyes met with deep affection. Good night, my wife. Good night, husband. The two hugged each other tightly and fell into a sweet dream together. The moonlight shone through the window onto them, as if covering them with a soft veil. The next day, when the sun just poked its head out, the golden light began to slowly spread to the earth. At this time, concubine Chuyu slowly woke up from her sleep. It's so comfortable. Then, with her sleepy eyes, she began to grope around her, trying to find Shi Jun's figure. However, after groping for a while, he still couldn't touch Shi Jun. Suddenly, Chu Yufei opened her eyes abruptly and looked around. Where are the people? Why did you disappear so early in the morning? Wife, you're awake. Shi Jun's voice suddenly came. Hearing the sound, Chu Yufei looked towards the door anxiously, and her eyes lit up instantly. Hubby, why did you get up so early? And what's that smell coming from the living room? It smells so good. Hey, of course I'm preparing breakfast for you. How was your sleep last night, honey? Shi Jun responded with a smile. Excellent. I was very pleased with your company last night. Concubine Chuyu said in a tender voice. If you are satisfied, shouldn't you give me some reward? Shi Jun slowly approached Chu Yufei, and their faces were very close. See this scene. Chu Yufei stepped back unconsciously, her face flushed with shame, but her heart was full of anticipation. Then, what kind of reward do you want? Let me think about it. How about, you drive me there later? Shi Jun said. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's originally blushing face instantly lost its smile. That's it. That's it. What's the matter? Is it not okay? Chu Yufei was so angry that she laughed and couldn't say anything. No, get out of the way, I have to go wash up. After that, she said no more, simply reached out and pushed Shi Jun away, then stood up and left. No progress. Chapter 39. 30% of the shares of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort a super value flash sale price of 2 yuan. Seeing this, Shi Jun did not stay for long. He turned back to the living room and started eating. At the same time, he skillfully opened the system, signed in, and then entered the flash sale page. It's still the familiar old rules, choose one of 3. Grandmaster level music only 1 yuan flash sale price. 30% of the shares of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort a super value flash sale price of 2 yuan. 30 million yuan in cash also a surprise flash sale price of 1 yuan. He stared at the page for a long moment. In the end, Shi Jun chose the shares of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort without hesitation and sold them out instantly. After all, for him at the moment, assets that can make money are undoubtedly the best choice. Besides, Shi Jun had heard of the Chiang Lake Leisure Resort a long time ago. It is a well-known resort near Quancheng, with a huge flow of visitors and considerable economic benefits generated every year. After breakfast, Shi Jun and Chu Yufei returned to school together. Park the car properly at the old place. Chu Yufei and Shi Jun got out of the car and chatted casually as they walked. Today is the day for all the school clubs to recruit new members, and the location is right here in the campus square. You can take some time to see if there are any clubs you want to join, so that your future university life will be more colorful. Chu Yufei said with a smile. However, Shi Jun shook his head after hearing this. I'm not interested. Having you in college is already rich enough for me. I don't need anything more. Hearing this, Chu Yufei just smiled sweetly. Okay, it's up to you. Then I'll go to class first, and I'll drive back by myself in the evening. Bye. Okay, see you tonight. After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled and waved his hand, and the two of them then walked in different directions. Come to the date hall. The king of Qi successfully reunited with the 3 rebellious sons. Old third, where did you go last night? You didn't come back all night again. Did you do something bad behind our backs? Zhao Ling suddenly hugged Qi Jun and said with a sly smile on his face. Hearing this, Han Wen and Wei Hao also interrupted to echo. That's right, third brother, I haven't seen you for a night, and you smell so good. And it smells like a woman. Yes, the smell is a bit familiar, I feel like I have smelled it somewhere before. Who is it? As he spoke, Qi Jun began to feel a little nervous. My goodness, these three people have dog noses, right? I took a shower this morning and I could still smell it. Thinking of this, Qi Jun hurriedly coughed a few times and interrupted, what woman's fragrance? This is the smell of ordinary laundry detergent. Perhaps you have smelled it somewhere before and it just feels familiar to you. Han Wen questioned, really? Qi Jun said firmly, really. After hearing this answer, although everyone still had doubts in their hearts, they also felt that it seemed to make sense and did not delve into it further. Okay, let's forget about the fragrance, but why didn't you go back to the dormitory last night? Wei Hao asked again. Oh. This matter is actually simpler. Last night I went to have another meal with my sister who lives here. Her house is a little far from here, and it was late after dinner, so I stayed at her place for the night. Qi Jun said seriously. Can we trust you? The three of them turned their heads towards Qi Jun and stared at him intently. At this moment, Qi Jun knew that he could not show his weakness, so he said calmly, rebellious son. Anyway, I have said everything I need to say. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Now please make way for me, my godfather, I am going to play badly. After saying that, Qi Jun didn't stay in the crowd any longer. He stretched out his hand to push the heads of the three of them away and strode towards the corner at the back. After sitting down, he took out his mobile phone and opened the PUBG app skillfully. Timmy. That familiar voice sounded again. Seeing how calm and composed Qi Jun was, everyone gave up the idea of asking further questions and believed his nonsense for the time being. Afterwards, the three of them also came to Qi Jun's side, found a seat and sat down, took out their mobile phones, and opened the game together. Timmy. 3. The uniform movements and sounds made the people around them stunned. Looking at them like this, I guess I have escaped a disaster again this time. Qi Jun couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. Time flies, and it's noon in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, today is Friday. After the morning classes are over, there will be no classes in the afternoon, which is equivalent to starting the holiday mode in advance. Third brother, today is Friday. We don't have classes this afternoon. How about we go check out the club's recruitment after dinner? Zhao Ling came up to Qi Jun and suggested. I won't go. What's so fun about recruiting new members? I might as well go back to the dormitory and lie down comfortably and play with my phone. Isn't that nice? Qi Jun looked reluctant. No, third brother, you're free this afternoon anyway, what's the point of staying in the dormitory all the time? Let us go and see how nice the girls in the club are. And I have an insider tip that all the school clubs are going at full throttle today, and the seniors are all showing their enthusiasm. Then, drink. It will be a spectacular scene. Han Wen said excitedly. Hearing this, Qi Jun looked disdainful, then looked at Wei Hao beside him and asked, Old Four, don't you have nothing to do this afternoon? How about you go with them? No, Wei Hao shook his head after hearing this, I'm really sorry, everyone, I already have an appointment. Senior sister Xiaoho told me yesterday that today is the day for recruiting new members, and we new members also have to help with the recruitment, so I really can't go with you. As soon as the words fell, a small cloud is coming slowly. Wei Hao's cell phone rang. Seeing this, he quickly answered the phone, and soon a slightly cold female voice came from the other end. It was Xia Hoyue. Where are you now? Our classical dance club will start recruiting students soon. Come quickly. The location is at the 16th tree in the campus square. Hurry up. Okay, I'll be there soon, just wait a moment. Wei Hao responded quickly. Afterwards, he left in a hurry without even having time to say hello to Qi Jun and the other two. Seeing this, Qi Jun and the other two just smiled and didn't take it too seriously. I bet $10 that this guy and Senior Xiaoho will be together before the end of this semester. Zhao Ling said. I bet 20 that it won't take that long. He will definitely be able to win in 3 months at most. Han Ling said. Chapter 40 System Tasks, choose any club you like to join and get 100 sign-in points as a reward. The scene changed. In the school S number 2 restaurant, in front of the braised chicken rice window on the second floor. How should I put it? Perhaps in every school, at the end of the day, the only food that is acceptable is the braised chicken. At this time, Chi-jun and the other two were sitting here having dinner together. Third brother, have you thought about it? Don't run away by yourself later, you have to go with us to have a look. Zhao Ling spoke first. That's right, third brother, you have 3 years in college, do you really want to spend the whole time alone in the dormitory? Besides, it is much easier to get extra credits by joining a club, so you don't have to ask someone to help you get extra credits before graduation. Han Wen also advised from the side. Hearing this, Chi-jun fell into a brief contemplation. He understood the good intentions of the two guys, but it was hard to change his lazy habit. Thinking back to when I was in junior high and high school, I was urged around every day and my dad was watching over me at home, so there was nothing I could do. But now that he's in college, it's really difficult to get him to take action. Without a reason to act and without a nemesis, Chi-jun completely lost his motivation. Ding dong! It is detected that the host is in trouble again, so let the system make a choice for the host. Option 1, I will do what I want. If I say I want to go, I want to go. I will just throw down my chopsticks and leave. Reward, none. Option 2, go to the club recruitment location and randomly select a club to join. Reward, 100 sign-in points. Hearing this, Chi-jun no longer had any reluctance and nodded decisively to show his agreement. I silently said in my heart, I choose 2. Received. Mission received successfully. Please go to the location as soon as possible to complete the mission. After saying this, the system retreated directly. Ahem, hearing this, Chi-jun coughed twice and then spoke again, since you have said so much, it would be immature of me to refuse. I'll go with you after dinner. See if there are any good clubs I can join to enrich my future college life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ling and Han Wen's faces beamed with joy. It was obvious that they were very satisfied with Chi-jun's change of attitude. The scene changed. After dinner, Chi-jun and the other two walked to the gathering place for all school clubs to recruit new members, the campus square. It's very lively here and crowded with people. Don't miss it if you pass by. As a freshman, are you still bored with evening self-study? Are you still worried about it? Hey, you are lucky today. Our billiards club is recruiting new members, and there are public holidays every day, so you can say goodbye to late self-study classes. Hey, come and have a look, our street dance club is full of handsome guys and beautiful girls. The seniors are not aloof, they are warm and caring. If you want to be successful in both career and love in the next 3 years, please join us. In short, there are all kinds of opinions, and the promotional tactics are really varied. Clubs that have female resources will put the girls in the front to recruit new members. If there are no girls, just pick a few good-looking boys, put some makeup on them, put on a wig, and finally put on black stockings. As long as they don't say a word, they will look like real dumb brides. Oh my god, they say universities are free and open. Today I finally saw it with my own eyes. It's really true. Look, I used to think that fishnet white stockings were charming enough, but now they are so weak in comparison. Look at the 2D club over there, my god, it's all black stockings and long legs. Zhao Ling pointed excitedly at the 2-dimensional club in the distance, looked at those cold and domineering ladies, and couldn't help but sigh loudly. Yes, I want it too. Look, those long legs are longer than my life. Han Wen also followed suit. Third brother, what do you think? I hope your trip was worthwhile. Look at this scene. You can only encounter such a scene a few times in your life. Zhao Ling hugged Chi-jun and said with a sly smile on his face. However, after hearing this, Chi-jun just shook his head and chuckled. If the system panel hadn't shown that those people were all men, he might have actually believed it. That's enough, you guys don't really think that cold beauty over there is a woman. As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles on Zhao Ling and Han Wen's faces froze instantly. What's the meaning? The two asked in unison. Open your eyes and take a good look at their necks to see if they are covered. Look at their finger joints and see if they are a bit off. Also, look at their skeletons and body shapes. They are obviously males. Chi-jun revealed the answer directly. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way, this can't be true. Everyone has really tried every possible way. It's so sad, the mute bride is gone just like that. Okay, these are just some rouge and powder outside, nothing to see, let's go inside and take a look. After saying that, Chi-jun didn't delay any longer and walked inside. Seeing this, Zhao Ling and Han Wen immediately lost their enthusiasm for appreciation and quickly followed Qi Jun in. The three of them walked for a while. Soon, they arrived deep into the campus square. Compared to what it looks like from the outside, this place is home to a large number of high-quality communities. Old 3, Old 2, look, isn't that Old 4 over there? Zhao Ling suddenly pointed into the distance and spoke loudly. Hearing the voice, the two of them looked over immediately. There was a crowd of people under the parasols. The most eye-catching ones among them are two women and one man, namely Xiaoyu, Lu Susu, and Wei Hao. Han Wen asked, should we go over and say hello? Forget it. There are so many freshmen there. We'll just cause trouble for them if we go there. Let's just go our separate ways and find a suitable club. Qi Jun made a suggestion. Hearing this, Zhao Ling and Han Wen nodded in agreement. In that case, let's separate here. I just saw a pretty good basketball club and I plan to try it out. Zhao Ling suggested. That's fine. I just saw a pastry club that seems pretty good. Xiao Yaya happens to like desserts, so I'll practice my craft and make her a birthday cake myself. Han Wen echoed. Hearing this, Qi Jun also smiled and nodded. Well, since you all have your favorite clubs, then go quickly. I'll go take a look inside, and we'll meet here later. Good. Zhao Ling and Han Wen responded in unison. After that, the three of them no longer hesitated and immediately set off, each walking in a different direction. Chapter 41, The Wushu Club is recruiting new members. Make friends through martial arts. Stop when you are done. 1. We walked for about another 4 or 5 minutes. Qi Jun finally found a very interesting club at the end, the Wushu Club. Very different from other clubs, this is a large arena built on an open space with flags hanging on both sides with 8 big characters written on them. They are, make friends through martial arts, and stop when it's enough. There was a table nearby, with a man and a woman sitting at it. They were wearing training clothes and were playing games with nervous expressions. The area around it was deserted, with almost no new students coming to inquire. After walking around for a long time, I found that there were no interesting clubs, either little girls playing house or playing mahjong. Why not try this one? Qi Jun muttered to himself. Then, he walked towards the two men. Come on, hurry up, my saber is almost bent, come over here. The man shouted loudly to the woman beside him. I want to go too, but there are 2 guys behind me with crossbows chasing me and shooting at me. How can I get through? The woman looked anxious, and then said, besides, can't you just not put in the coins? After finally opening a golden sword, you insisted on picking a fight with others. Now look what happened, you're being beaten up by a group of people. You deserve it. Hearing this, the man was speechless and could only desperately control the character, trying to fight a desperate battle. But ideals are always beautiful, but reality is cruel. Just listen. Clang. A crisp sound of a vibrating knife was heard, which was also the sound of a broken heart. Ah! Holy crap, holy crap! My sword, my golden sword was knocked off by him. Ah! Character dies. Ah! Fuck, this unsportsmanlike bastard actually waved his sword. How can you wave your sword during a fight? The man roared in anger, his heart broken. Soon. Ah! Character dies. Ah! It's so annoying, these people are making noise. He kept chasing me and shooting at me with a crossbow. In the end, I even ran out of ziplines and couldn't escape. Rubbish game, it makes me sick, sick. The woman also shouted angrily. At the same time, Qi Jun has already come to the side of these two people. Seeing that their game was finally over, he knocked lightly on the table. Boom, boom, boom. The crisp knocking sound instantly attracted the attention of the two. Excuse me, I want to ask, how can I join our martial arts club? Qi Jun asked politely with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the two of them immediately put away the unhappy expressions on their faces and looked at Qi Jun enthusiastically. Ah, welcome, welcome. The man stood up suddenly and said excitedly, my name is Wu Song, and I'm the president of our martial arts club. My name is Li Mulan, and I'm the vice president. The woman immediately stood up and introduced herself. Hearing this, Qi Jun nodded politely in response. Well, actually, it's quite simple to recruit new members to our martial arts club. There are only a few competition rules. As long as you can hold out for 3 minutes without falling off the ring under the hands of either of us, you will be considered a successful candidate. Wu Song explained the rules simply and clearly. Qi Jun nodded again, with a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Shall we start now? Okay, then you can choose it yourself. Just pick one between me and her. As Wu Song was speaking, Li Mulan beside him also stood up, stretched her arms and legs, and showed an eager-to-try attitude. See this scene. Qi Jun did not act impulsively, but quickly looked at the system panel, and the information of the two people was clearly presented in front of him. Name, Wu Song. Gender, male. Status, junior student, president of the martial arts club. Age, 20. Height, 182. Physical fitness, 86. Overall appearance, 80. Ability, average learning ability, average comprehensive living ability, mastered the martial arts Bagwazang for 10 years. Name, Li Mulan. Gender, female. Status, sophomore, vice president of the Wushu Club. Age, 19. Height, 170. Constitution, 80. Overall appearance, 85. Ability, good learning ability, good comprehensive living ability, 5 years of martial arts and boxing skills. It looks like my grandmaster level Bajiquin should be able to win directly. Let's stop bullying the little girl and fight Wu Song. Qi Jun thought to himself. In that case, I will choose President Wu. I will be willing to take action this way. After Qi Jun thought about it, he said to Wu Song. Hearing this, Li Mulan snorted unhappily. Wu Song was delighted. Okay, now that it's decided, let's prepare a little and go on stage directly. But let me make it clear first, I will not show mercy in the ring. After hearing this, the Lord of Qi was also happy and said, it should be so. After all, in the eyes of martial artists, words are often the most pale and powerless. If you have real skills, you have to show them in fists and feet. Afterwards, Qi Jun and Wu Song each went up to the stage. At the same time, many curious students gradually gathered around. Hey, man, what are they doing? Someone asked curiously. You don't even know this, but this is a necessary part of the Martial Arts Club's annual enrollment, sparring. As long as you can hold on for 5 minutes without falling, you will be admitted into the society. Otherwise, you will fail. A man explained. Wow, today we are going to have a feast for the eyes. Someone shouted excitedly. Of course not. Did you see that guy in the training suit? He was the Bagwazang champion of our province in the past 3 years. His techniques are simply unbeatable. At this time, the area below the ring was bustling with people talking. Both players get ready. I'll count to 3, and it starts when the word 3 comes out. Do you understand? Li Mulan shouted. Understood. Qi Jun and Wu Song responded in unison. Don't worry, Junior. Since you are the first one to join the club today, I will try to be gentle with you. Wu Song said as he stretched his body. Qi Jun smiled and said, okay, then I won't be polite to you, senior. Let us see the truth with our own hands. Well, you have guts. 1, 2, 3, start. Li Mulan gave an order. Ha! Wu Song shouted loudly, took the lead in attacking, and swung his fist and changed his palm to attack Qi Jun swiftly. Seeing this, Qi Jun was not panicked at all. He just turned sideways and dodged easily. Before the first move was successful, Wu Song followed up with another fierce flying kick. There was a whistling sound of the wind. Ha! Qi Jun did not choose to resist, but continued to dodge flexibly and instantly came behind Wu Song. Then he took decisive action and punched Wu Song on the back of the head with a slight sonic boom. Thank you. Fuck. Sonic boom, it's a sonic boom, this kid actually made a sonic boom, fuck. He's so handsome and a good fighter. It must be a blessing to be his girlfriend. Not bad, not bad. You're only 70% as strong as me. Someone come and give some water to the guy upstairs to wake him up. See this scene. The audience below couldn't help but be shocked and burst into enthusiastic cheers. Wu Song was also shocked when he saw this, then he slowly stood up and took a few steps back. You are really low-key, you must have mastered Bajiquin to perfection. Li Mulan shouted loudly from the audience. Senior, you are joking. It's nothing, it's just my practice. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wu Song put away his initial contempt and his eyes became focused and serious. Junior brother, it seems that I really underestimated you. I will go all out from now on. If you get hurt, you can't blame me. Please. Shi Jun looked calm and composed, calmly making a gesture to accept the attack. Chapter 42, The Wushu Club is recruiting new members. Make friends through martial arts. Stop when you are done. 2. That's all. Wusong rushed forward like a tiger again, his fists and feet as fast as the wind, pa. The attack was swift, powerful, and forceful. However, the King of Qi handled the situation with ease, as if he was strolling in the garden. He was able to accurately and appropriately resolve Wusong's fierce attacks every time. Oh my god, this is too fierce. Who is this new student? There were exclamations and discussions among the crowd. Shi Jun suddenly increased his speed, his fists made a whirring sound, and Wusong gradually found it difficult to resist. During this period, many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures and quickly posted them online. Time is up. Li Mulan suddenly spoke loudly. Brother, thank you for letting me. Shi Jun said with a smile, then withdrew his hand and stood up. Wusong also stopped his action and said with a cupped hand, This is the first time in my life that I have met someone who was so much stronger than me. I admire you. This spectacular fight was filmed by many people and uploaded to the internet, instantly attracting widespread attention and creating a lively comment section. Which school's martial arts club is this? It's awesome. More than awesome, I know the man in the martial arts uniform. He's the provincial martial arts champion, an absolute master. Then, according to that statement, this freshman must be an expert among experts. Love it, I want all the information about this little brother. +1+1. Back to reality. Shi Jun and Wusong walked down the stage together. Congratulations, Junior. From now on, you are a member of our club. Li Mulan said with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Then, Shi Jun asked again, Now that I have successfully joined the company, is there anything else I need to do next? No, our martial arts club usually has a loose management. We will add a flying star later, and I will invite you to join our big family. Usually everyone practices on their own. However, our club has a tradition of holding an internal competition every month to test whether everyone has made progress. If you rank in the bottom 3 in the competition for 3 consecutive months, you will be kicked out of the club directly. This is the rule set since the founding of the club. You can accept it. After hearing this, Shi Jun nodded slightly. I understand. I can understand. Practicing kung fu is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. Okay. Well, in that case, we'll see you later. Today's enrollment ends here and you can leave. If you have any questions later, you can contact us directly. Wusong laughed heartily, and his favorable impression of Shi Jun increased a little more. Okay, then, goodbye, seniors. Shi Jun simply said goodbye to the two of them and added flying stars to each other. Then I was pulled into a new group. Wushu Club 12 Heavenly Kings. Boss Wu changed the name of the group to Wushu Club 13 Tai Bao. Boss Wu, let us welcome our new freshman, Shi Jun. Applause. Soon, several people appeared in the group. The two kings, very good, it's the first time I see the boss being beaten, little 13, you have the strength. Diamond Bachelor at Wu Lauda, that's right, it really made me laugh to death, what is wrong with you, Wu Lauda? October Flower, it's almost done. I'm right next to Boss Wu, and he has already flushed. Two big and small kings, oh. Diamond Bachelor, oh. Interesting. School life will be very interesting in the future. Shi Jun looked at the message in the group and couldn't help but smile. Then he put away his phone and left the venue. The scene changed. Shi Jun came to the admissions office of the classical dance club where Wei Hao and his friends were as agreed. At this time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and clubs and students began to evacuate one after another. Third brother, this way, we are here. Suddenly, Zhao Ling's voice came. When the king of Qi heard the voice and looked, he saw the 3 rebellious sons and the 2 daughters, Xiaoyu and Lu Susu. Here it comes. Shi Jun smiled and waved, then trotted over. Soon, he came in front of everyone. Senior sister Xiao, senior sister Lu, long time no see. Shi Jun first greeted him politely. Haven't seen you for a long time. Xiaoyu responded, and for some reason her tone seemed to contain a hint of unwillingness to have any contact with Shi Jun. Hello, long time no see, junior brother Qi Jun. Lu Susu responded with a smile, but there was an inexplicable regret in her eyes and tone. After hearing the two girls' answers, the smile on Chi Jun's face instantly became a little awkward. This is not the first time. I still remember that the last time they met, the two girls' attitude towards him was not quite right. Especially that time, the look in Lu Susu's eyes when she looked at him revealed an inexplicable sense of pity. When he saw the two girls again this time, they looked the same, which made Chi Jun curious. I'm curious about what Chu Yufei said to Lu Susu last time that could cause such a big change in their views of him. Seeing this situation, Wei Hao quickly came out to smooth things over. Well, third brother, the seniors are tired after a whole day and don't have the energy to talk. Please be more understanding. That's right, after a day of answering so many questions from students, my mouth is dry and my body is exhausted. This is normal. Yes, there were several people here asking for advice just now. Zhao Ling and Han Wen chimed in, easing the awkward atmosphere. Hearing this, Chi Jun could only force a smile and nodded. It's okay, I understand. Since it's getting late, I'll leave first. I won't be staying at school tonight, so you guys should go to bed early. After saying that, Chi Jun didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. 6 p.m. Chi Jun had already returned to the villa and was busy cooking dinner in the kitchen. Shortly afterwards, around 6:30, Chu Yufei also entered the house. Honey, I'm back. As Chu Yufei opened the door and walked into the living room, she shouted excitedly, Wow, it smells so good. What delicious food have you prepared tonight? They're all your favorites, including braised pork ribs, mapo tofu, and tomato and egg soup. Go wash your hands first, it will be ready soon, I will serve the food on the table in a moment. Chi Jun stood in front of the stove, turned around and answered with a smile. Hey, okay, love you husband. 3. Chu Yufei said this with a smile on her face. Chapter 43, Chi Jun made a slight move and Chu Yufei confessed. Dinner is ready. While Chi Jun brought the steaming hot food to the table, he shouted loudly to Chu Yufei who was lying on the sofa watching TV leisurely. Okay. Coming right up. Chu Yufei responded with a smile, her voice clear and pleasant. Then she stood up, put on her cute slippers, and walked briskly to the dining table. Before Chi Jun handed her the rice, she couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and started eating. Wow, delicious. If it tastes good, eat more. Chi Jun smiled and handed the rice to Chu Yufei, saying gently, Come on, don't just eat the vegetables, have some rice with it. Good. Chu Yufei nodded, took the rice, and said to Chi Jun while eating it with relish, Sit down quickly, you eat too. Hearing this, Chi Jun didn't say anything more. He sat down opposite Chu Yufei with his bowl in his hand. He picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in his mouth. While eating, he asked casually, Why did you come back so late today? Is there a lot going on at school? It's much older, and all of it is a mess of information, but I can handle it if I put a little effort in. Chu Yufei answered quickly. After hearing this, Chi Jun smiled slightly, and then put another piece of pork ribs into Chu Yufei's bowl. Eat slowly, don't be impatient. I know you like it, so I specially stewed a lot of ribs. My husband is the best to me after all. Love you. 3. Chu Yufei said sweetly. Hearing this, Chi Jun just smiled and didn't respond. He then asked, Wife, do you still remember a senior named Lu Susu? As soon as these words were spoken, concubine Chu Yu, who was originally smiling and eating with relish, suddenly froze. How, I suddenly remembered to ask her. Chu Yufei's tone was a little nervous, and her eyes unconsciously drifted away. All of this was seen by the Lord of Qi. Sure enough, there is definitely something wrong between these two people. Thinking of this, Chi Jun smiled again and said, Nothing, it's just that the club is recruiting new members today, so I listened to you and went for a walk, and by the way, I found a club to join. Isn't this a good thing then? How is it going? Which club did you join? Chu Yufei asked hurriedly, putting down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands unconsciously. Could it be that he's been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. I clearly remember telling her about this matter and she shouldn't tell anyone. Oh, Chu Yufei, you are so stupid. If you didn't say anything, Chi Jun wouldn't have gone to any club to recruit new members. Now, I'm afraid you have met him. But that doesn't make sense either. If he really knew, shouldn't he have questioned me directly? Is he testing me? In just a few breaths, Chu Yufei's heart was as if a wonderful drama was being staged. Looking at her ever-changing appearance, Chi Jun was able to completely confirm that there was something fishy going on between the two of them. He picked up another spare rib and put it in Xu Yufei's bowl, and said calmly, "It's nothing, actually. I just joined a martial arts club. The president and the others are quite interesting. It feels pretty good. Keep eating." Hearing this, Xu Yufei finally came back to her senses and smiled with a slightly nervous expression. "Good. You eat too." She also picked up a piece of pork ribs for Qi Jun and asked tentatively, "Did you run into Lu Susu again? Did she say anything to you?" "Well, it just happened. There was also Senior Xiaoho. We chatted for a while, but I could tell they seemed to be very resistant to me." Qi Jun ate his meal calmly and answered slowly. "Then maybe there is some misunderstanding between you? At worst, I can just stay away from them in the future." "It's okay," Xu Yufei said, feeling a little relieved. "It seems that they didn't say anything. I guess their attitude was bad." Qi Jun just felt uncomfortable. "It's okay." "Yeah? Yes. Think about it, you two met because of the freshman orientation, and then they came to recruit you to join the club. Their attitude must have been very nice, and they were very attentive. But then you made it clear that you weren't going, so naturally I lost the intention to win you over. This attitude suddenly became a little worse, and I can understand it." "It's okay," Xu Yufei explained with the look of someone who had experienced it, and people who didn't know actually believed her. Hearing this, Qi Jun knew in his heart that this was a typical example of not crying until seeing the coffin. Then, he stopped pretending and said directly, "Wife, I hope we can be more honest with each other and not always be full of lies, okay?" Qi Jun said this, put down his bowl and chopsticks, put away his smiling face, and looked serious and earnest. See this scene. It was too sudden, and Xu Yufei was a little slow to react for a while. She could only force a smile and said, "Husband, you really are so serious today. What happened? You must be thirsty. You haven't eaten much, so you must have choked. Let me serve you a bowl of soup to moisten your throat." After saying that, concubine Chuyu stood up to serve soup to Lord Qi. If one looked carefully enough, one could see that her hands were trembling slightly. Typical panic. Qi Jun saw it all, but just smiled faintly and watched her performance quietly. Soon, concubine Chuyu served the soup and brought it to Qi Jun with an extremely respectful attitude. "Husband, you have worked hard today, drink some first." Seeing this, Qi Jun smiled slightly, but it was a fake smile. Then he took the soup handed to him by Xu Yufei and put it aside. Then, he suddenly made a move, and in front of Xu Yufei's puzzled look, he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. "Ah!" Xu Yufei's scream. "Xu Yufei, you are really getting more and more naughty. This is not the way to fool people. Tell me, I'll give you time to think through the consequences." Qi Jun said with a sly smile as he looked at Xu Yufei, who had not yet come to her senses, in his arms. Do you have to say it? Can I not tell you? I'm afraid." Xu Yufei's psychological defenses were instantly broken by Qi Jun's sudden action, and she said pitifully, "What are you afraid of? Don't think too much. I won't overreact. Don't worry. I can handle it. Besides, between us as husband and wife, mutual trust, honesty and tolerance are all very important, so feel free to speak up." Qi Jun spoke frankly. "Really? Really, more real than real gold?" Seeing that the conversation was still at this point, concubine Chuyu fell into a brief contemplation again. "After thinking for a moment, I finally made up my mind. Then let's make it clear first. I'll tell you what happened later, but you're not allowed to get angry with me, okay?" Concubine Chuyu tentatively put forward the conditions. Hearing this, Qi Jun's curiosity grew even stronger. After thinking about it, he nodded, "Okay, go ahead." After hearing this, Xu Yufei was still a little nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, she suddenly said, "Actually, I didn't say anything, it's just that. Stop wasting time, okay? Just say it." Qi Jun said a little impatiently. I'll tell them you're copper and don't like women, so please let me go." After saying that, Xu Yufei quickly covered her eyes, waiting tremblingly for whatever might happen next. Chapter 44, Go Out and Play, How About Chiang Lake Leisure Resort? As soon as these words came out, Qi Jun was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help laughing. "How dare you to frame me like this? I will teach you a lesson." Qi Jun pretended to be angry and reached out to gently tickle concubine Chuyu. "Ha ha, hubby. I was wrong. Ha ha, I'll never dare to do that again. Concubine Shuyu was tickled so hard that her body trembled all over. Her laughter echoed in Chi Jun's arms like a silver bell. She twisted her body and begged for mercy. Hearing that, Chi Jun naturally wouldn't let her go so easily. He probably teased Chu Yufei for a while before stopping. Then, he looked at the beautiful woman in his arms and reached out his hand to gently lift her chin. Humph, I'll let you off this time, but next time, don't talk nonsense like this and ruin my reputation. Otherwise, I will definitely let you see how powerful Xiao Qijun is. Got it? Chu Yufei panted and looked up at Qijun with a playful look in her eyes. Then, husband, are you angry or not? After hearing this, Qijun gently pinched her nose and said, nonsense, of course I'm angry. But considering that you have been punished, you should be only a little angry. Hey, really? Why, do I look like I'm lying? No, of course not. Chu Yufei quickly waved her hand and shook her head, then continued, then how about I compensate you? Concubine Shuyu playfully blinked her beautiful eyes like autumn water, her eyes showing her charm. As soon as these words came out, Chi Jun suddenly became interested and asked, how do you compensate me? Seeing this, Concubine Shuyu blushed slightly, like a delicate peach blossom, and she leaned close to Chi Jun's ear and whispered, I can. After hearing this, Chi Jun's face instantly showed a smile of surprise, just like Chao's laughter. You said it, don't regret it. Don't regret it. Anyone who regrets is a puppy. Chu Yufei said with a smile, beautiful and charming. Then, the two looked at each other, their eyes intertwined, as if thousands of emotions were flowing in them. Afterwards, Chi Jun said no more. He suddenly picked up Chu Yufei's soft body and walked towards the room with big strides. 10,000 words are omitted here. The next day. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle, it's a perfect day to go out and play. In the room. It looked quite messy. It is not difficult to see that there was a fierce battle last night. At this time, Chi Jun was still sleeping soundly. After all, as the main attacking party, this situation was understandable. At this moment, Chu Yufei had slowly opened her eyes and murmured lazily. Honey, what time is it now? Chu Yufei asked softly, but she didn't get a reply from Chi Jun for a long time. Seeing this, she turned around and looked at Chi Jun, who was still sleeping beside her. Finding that he was still in his dream, she immediately fell silent. Afterwards, looking at the sleeping King Chi, Concubine Shuyu was really bored and immediately felt like playing something. This little brother was so mean yesterday. He bullied me until the early morning. Now my body is still aching. What a bastard. However, since he is still asleep, I might as well take this opportunity to collect some interest. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei's gaze involuntarily turned to Chi Jun's abdomen, with a sly smirk on her lips. It was dark yesterday, so I couldn't see clearly how many abdominal muscles this stinky brother has. Today is a good chance to reveal the answer. It is better to act than to think. Do what you say. Then, she gently and clearly touched Chi Jun's well-defined 8-pack abs, and couldn't help feeling excited again. Hee, success. I didn't expect this little brother to be in such good shape. No wonder he was so strong when he caught me yesterday. It seems he exercises a lot on weekdays. But it doesn't matter. It won't prevent me from controlling you. Hee, carrot. Afterwards, Chu Yufei lay aside again, staring quietly at Chi Jun's handsome face, her eyes full of obsession and love, as if she could never see enough. But just at this moment, Chi Jun finally woke up slowly, and seemed to feel Chu Yufei's gaze in small movements. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly embraced her in his arms. Wife, you are so dishonest so early in the morning. Are you itching for trouble again? Chi Jun laughed softly, his voice revealing a lazy magnetism. Humph, you rascal. You were so rude to me yesterday, and now I'm just accepting a small benefit, is that not okay? Concubine Shuyu said coquettishly, her cheeks flushed, making her look even more charming. Okay, of course. However, how can this benefit be achieved? Otherwise, how about I take a little more loss and serve my dear wife well? Chi Jun said with a wicked smile, his words were full of ambiguity, and then he turned over and pressed Chu Yufei under him. Seeing this, Concubine Shuyu cried out, oh, please don't do that. I haven't rested enough yet. Don't want? Well, if the hard way doesn't work, let's try something soft. Chi Jun smiled evilly and began to tickle Concubine Shuyu with both hands. The room was suddenly filled with laughter and sweet noises, and the atmosphere was warm and charming. After a long time, the couple finally got out of bed, washed up, and had breakfast. Afterwards, the two of them, who had nothing to do, lazily lay down on the sofa together, ready to take a short break and watch some TV series. Honey, isn't this a bit too boring? How about we go out and have some fun? Jun glanced at the time on his phone and said. At this time, the time displayed is 9:10. Going out to play? Where are we going to play? Xu Yufei asked curiously. Do you know Chiang Lake Leisure Resort? Chiang Lake Leisure Resort? Of course I know that. That place is very popular, especially the check-in at the Chiang Lake and the Chiang Lake grilled fish, which are extremely popular. Hua Linglong and I had wanted to go there for a long time, but we couldn't get tickets, so we never went. Why, do you have a ticket? As Chu Yufei spoke, she suddenly became excited, stood up and looked at Jun with sharp eyes. Hearing this, Jun was also happy. Of course there is. So, just tell me directly whether you are going or not. As long as you say go, I can get the ticket for you right now. Really? Are you kidding me? That's absolutely true, it's definitely not a joke. Then, I'll go, but can I bring someone else? Linglong also really wants to go, can I take her along? Xu Yufei said. No problem. Jun replied with a smile. Afterwards, he opened Feishan and sent a message to a man named Lu Yun, the deputy general manager of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort. Chapter 45 Departure to the Resort. It was a few days ago, after Jun purchased shares in the Chiang Lake Leisure Resort. The vice president named Lu Yun took the initiative to contact Jun. He sincerely invited Jun to visit Chiang Lake Leisure Resort and give him advice, and jointly discuss the subsequent development plans. To put it bluntly, I just want to see whether Jun has real ability. If not, then find a way to buy out his shares and kick him out. If the king of Qi is powerful and wealthy, then he should be worshipped like an ancestor. And this is exactly why Jun suddenly proposed to visit Chiang Lake Leisure Resort. After a long time. Jade concubine. Exquisite. At this time, in the living room, the two beauties hugged each other tightly and greeted each other. You haven't been home for a while, and I've been living alone in school. I'm so sick and miss you so much. Hua Linglong said with a slightly sad expression. Oh, dear, aren't you the first person I think of when something good happens? Be good. Concubine Chuyu hugged Hua Linglong, smiling, her tone full of comfort. Hearing this, Hua Linglong put away her sad look and smiled. You still have some conscience. But to be honest, your temperament has really changed a lot in the past few days since I last saw you. Especially the mature charm, which is becoming more and more obvious. Tell me honestly, is it your little man who nourishes you to make you look so radiant? Hua Linglong lightly laid on Chu Yufei's shoulder and whispered softly. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's pretty face instantly turned red. She couldn't help but rolled her eyes at her and said coquettishly, You silly girl, you dare to tease me again after just a few days of not seeing me. I'll teach you a lesson today. After she finished speaking, Chu Yufei's two jade hands were like nimble snakes, groping up and down Hua Linglong's delicate body, tickling her. Oh ha ha ha. Hua Linglong was tickled so hard that she giggled and begged for mercy. Oh, Yufei. Yufei, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me. After hearing this, Chu Yufei did not stop and snorted. No, I must teach you a profound lesson. Let's see if you dare to say nonsense in the future. I don't dare anymore, I really don't dare anymore. Please forgive me this time. If this continues, I will die of laughter. Hua Linglong pleaded again. See this scene. Although it is quite pleasing to the eye, it is not very appropriate after all. So, Jun advised from the side, you two really can't calm down for a moment. I'm still here, so I should at least pay attention to the impact, okay? The words haven't finished yet. Chu Yufei's jade hands, which were originally still playing, suddenly stopped moving. She looked at Hua Linglong, and both of them stuck out their tongues shyly. Concubine Chiyu said in a delicate voice, Oh no, I was just thinking about playing and forgot about this little pervert. Hua Linglong continued, Forget it this time. Let's wait until next time. Next time, I'll treat you to hot pot as compensation, okay? Well, okay, since I am kind-hearted and compassionate, I will spare you for a while. Fortunately, because Jun was around, they did not indulge themselves too much and after a little noise they calmed down. Afterwards, Xu Yufei tidied up her slightly messy hair and said, "Okay, now let's talk business." After hearing this, Hua Linglong nodded slightly. "Okay, then is what you said on the phone true? Did you really get the tickets for Chiang Lake Leisure Resort?" Forehead. "To be honest, this has nothing to do with me. It was Chi Jun who said he could get it, so I called you and asked you to come over," Xu Yufei replied. Afterwards, the two girls involuntarily looked at Chi Jun, who was watching videos alone. "He really got it?" Hua Linglong said with full of doubt. Forehead. "Why don't I go ask?" Having said that, concubine Chuyu was about to go and get it clear. But before she could move, Chi Jun came to them first. "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about the tickets. You two just need to have fun today, and I'll take care of the rest." After saying that, Chi Jun turned around and walked out of the room without stopping. "Pack up, let's go now, I'll drive." "Yufei, your little man seems quite confident," Hua Linglong said with a smile. Xu Yufei also smiled and said, "Then let's trust him this time, elbow." "Good." A moment later. Inside the villa, Chi Jun drove the Brabus G900 steadily to the door and honked the horn gently. "Two beauties, this way, we can set off," Chi Jun shouted loudly. When he looked over to where the sound was coming from, he saw a gigantic vehicle parked right in front of him. Chi Jun rolled down the window and waved happily at the two girls. "Wow! It's so big. Yes, this car is much taller than me." At this time, Xu Yufei and Hua Linglong walked over quickly, arm in arm, with surprise on their faces. "Ha, get in the car, we should set off. The person in charge over there should be getting anxious." Chi Jun laughed heartily. Hearing the sound, the two girls stopped being in a daze and quickly moved and got on the back seat. "Sit tight, let's go." The words haven't finished yet. Chi Jun stepped on the accelerator and the three of them rushed out of the villa like arrows. Along the way, the three of them laughed and talked happily. Soon, we arrived at Chiang Lake Leisure Resort. "Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yufei, look, the Chiang Lake over there is sparkling and must be very lively right now." Hua Linglong was so excited that she could hardly contain herself and couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. After hearing this, Xu Yufei also looked out the window. She was instantly attracted by the beautiful scenery before her and a bright and happy smile appeared on her face. "It's not easy to come here today, we must have a good time. Husband, you are responsible for paying the bill." At this time, Chi Jun, who had been driving all the way, also became happy and nodded repeatedly. Okay, you guys can have fun, and I will pay for all the expenses. But I have to tell you in advance that we have a little surprise in a while, I guarantee you'll like it." "What is it?" After hearing this, Xu Yufei and Hua Linglong asked curiously. "Hey, it's a secret. When we get to the door later, you will understand clearly," Chi Jun said with a mysterious smile. "Humph, what a bummer." Concubine Shuyu curled her lips and said unhappily. Chapter 46 arrived at the resort and was greeted in person by the two CEOs. The scene changed. Inside the general manager's office of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort. Next to the coffee table, two middle-aged men sat opposite each other, drinking from their glasses and talking. "Old Lu, it's been such a long time since we last investigated the background of this Chi kid. Have you figured it out?" The person who asked the question was Hong Xiang, the general manager of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort. "Boss Hong, I am really ashamed to say that I am incompetent. I have used almost all the energy and connections I have accumulated over the years, but in the end, it was all in vain and I found nothing," Lu Yun replied, his tone full of emotion and a hint of joy. "I felt sad that the methods I had used for many years in Quancheng were useless against an unknown teenager. And they were happy because Chi Jun's power was so strong that even the old-timers like them had no idea what to do with him even with all their connections. This also indicates that their future cooperation and the development of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort will be of great benefit." "Ha, old Lu, there's no need to take it so seriously. Since we can't find it, it's a good thing for us after all, isn't it? Relax and try my tea, the authentic Duyun Maojian. I was lucky enough to get it from Mr. Wang last time. It's just a small can, very precious. Normally I would not drink it at all." Hong Xiang was very open-minded and even began to look forward to his first meeting with Chi Jun. "Yes, thanks to your guidance, Mr. Hong, I have let it go. Never mind, let's drink, and let me take advantage of your kindness and taste the flavor of this Maojian tea," Lu Yun said with a smile. Afterwards, the two of them began to leisurely enjoy the tea. However, their pleasant day did not last long as it was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Boss Hong, Vice Boss Lu, our distinguished guests are here, our distinguished guests are here. A young man's anxious voice came from outside the room. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiang and Lu Yun's tea tasting session had to come to a temporary end. Oh, it's true that when you mention Chow Chow, he appears. Old Lu, now that he's here, how about you come with me to meet him? Hong Xiang said with a smile, I'm very curious about this young man. Sure, Mr. Hong, please. Lu Yun responded excitedly. Okay. Hong Xiang nodded slightly, I hope this will bring new opportunities to our resort. After that, the two of them stood up and walked towards the door without any hesitation. Opened the door. I saw a neatly dressed young man standing outside the door. Xiao Wu, hurry up and drive the lake viewing car over so we can welcome our distinguished guests. Also, have all the VIPs been arranged? Lu Yun hurriedly gave orders. Don't worry, Vice President Lu, I have already done everything you thought of in advance. We have taken you directly to the VIP room through the VIP channel, and our best Chiang Lake viewing car is parked at the door, waiting for you two to get in. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Wu is becoming more and more reliable. Hong Xiang said with satisfaction, you have made an indispensable contribution this time. Don't worry, Vice President Lu. It's my honor to serve you and President Hong. Xiao Wu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Hong Xiang and Lu Yun smiled at each other, and there was a bit more appreciation in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Wu. Then, the two of them said no more. Hong Xiang walked in front and Lu Yun walked slightly behind. They walked out of the office building together, got on the lake viewing car and rushed towards the VIP room. The scene changed. Soon, the lake viewing car stopped steadily at the door of the VIP room. After getting off the car, Hong Xiang and Lu Yun each straightened their clothes slightly, put on just the right smile on their faces, and walked calmly into the VIP room. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Qi Jun, Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong sitting on the sofa, leisurely and comfortably enjoying the picturesque lake view outside the window. Master Qi, I have heard of you for a long time. Hong Xiang spoke first, striding forward and extending his hands enthusiastically. Hearing this, Qi Jun and the other two were slightly stunned. Then, he quickly came to his senses, turned around quickly, and held Hong Xiang's hand. Look at your extraordinary temperament, if I'm not mistaken, you should be Hong Xiang, the general manager of Chiang Lake Leisure Resort, Mr. Hong. Hello, I feel honored to be invited to your place today. Ha, Mr. Qi is so polite. It is a great honor for our Chiang Lake Leisure Resort to have you here. Hong Xiang said with a hearty smile. Afterwards, Lu Yun also walked up quickly and shook hands with Qi Jun. Mr. Qi, hearing about you is worse than seeing you in person. You are indeed a young talent. Qi Jun smiled slightly and said modestly, thank you for the compliment, Vice President Lu Yunlu. I will have to rely on your care in the future. No, you are too kind, Master Qi. We should work together to create brilliance. Hong Xiang said proudly. Hearing this, Lu Yun quickly agreed, yes, President Hong is absolutely right. We are making progress together. Afterwards, the two of them turned their gaze to Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong behind them, smiled and nodded slightly as a greeting. Seeing this, Qi Jun hurriedly introduced them. Look at my brain, I forgot to introduce you too. This one is my lover, and that one is my lover's best friend. This time it's not just me who wanted to come, but mainly because they were fascinated by our resort. They had been looking forward to coming before, but had never been able to get tickets, so they happened to come with me today. I wonder if you two would mind. No, Master Qi, you are joking. Why would I mind this? Since Madame Qi and her friends are so fond of our resort, it is enough to prove that we are quite famous. So, I'll make the decision. I'll notify the people below to open a VIP channel for Madame Qi and you too. You don't need a ticket in the future. If you want to visit, you can just come directly, just like at home. Hong Xiang said with a smile on his face. That's so embarrassing. Qi Jun said politely. Mr. Qi, you don't have to be polite, Lu Yun quickly interrupted and said, we are all family, so don't be so discriminatory. Besides, young Master Qi, you three have been here for such a long time, but you have not yet fully experienced the charm of our resort. How about we set off now? Yes, Mr. Qi, there's no need to say those polite words. Since you are here to travel, you should walk around more and experience it for yourself. Please, the car has stopped outside the door, waiting for you to get on the car for sightseeing. Hong Xiang added. At this point, Chi Jun stopped refusing and replied with a smile, "Well, since both of you were so kind, it would be tactless for me to refuse. Then I would like to thank you too on behalf of my loved ones." "Thank you." "No, no, you're welcome," the two said in unison. "But I have a car here, can I drive in? After all, there are a lot of people in the resort area, and I don't like being watched by others." The King of Chi put forward another condition. "No problem. Just follow our car. Vice President Liu and I will personally take you three on a sightseeing tour and head directly to the VIP venue. Please." Hong Xiang was very generous and waved his hand in agreement without hesitation. Afterwards, everyone stopped talking and set off. Chapter 47. It's normal to have some conflicts when traveling. Soon, Shi Jun took Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong with him, driving the domineering Brabus G900 and stopped it steadily in front of Hong Xiang and Lu Yun. "Two bosses, please come in. See this scene." Hong Xiang and Lu Yun were stunned at first, then shocked, with suspicion flashing in their eyes. They secretly speculated that Chi Jun, who could afford such a top-of-the-line luxury car, must have a strong family support behind him. He was probably from a noble family with profound background, and his family assets must be at least 1 or 200 small goals. Fortunately, both of them had seen the world, and after a brief surprise, they greeted them even more enthusiastically. "Master Chi, this car is truly extraordinary." Hong Xiang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, his eyes full of appreciation. "Yes, he is as outstanding as Master Chi, extraordinary." Lu Yun also quickly agreed, with a flattering smile on his face. Chi Jun smiled slightly and said calmly, "Excuse me, it's just a slightly larger means of transportation. It's more important to enjoy the view. Please." Yes, please, we will lead the way." Afterwards, Hong Xiang and Lu Yun entertained Shi Jun and the other two with increasing enthusiasm, vividly introducing the scenery along the way and leading them to the VIP venue. This is a small independent villa area that is like a paradise on earth. It is isolated from the public area. The surrounding environment is quiet and peaceful, and the beautiful lake view of Chiyang Lake can be seen at a glance. Inside the house, 2 rows of maids stood in neat rows, about 10 of them in total. They were all dressed in uniform and looked pretty. You can tell at a glance that they are all professionally trained and absolutely trustworthy. At the beginning, when these girls saw Chi Jun, they were also very happy and had many fantasies in their minds. Unfortunately, when Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong appeared in the background, their beautiful dream that had not yet taken shape was instantly shattered. "Wow, so many beautiful girls, all wearing maid outfits, can your little man control himself?" When Hua Linglong saw this, she couldn't help but whisper in Chu Yufei's ear. Hearing this, Chu Yufei looked unconcerned and smiled contemptuously. "Why, do you have so little confidence in me?" "That's not the case. I just don't have much confidence in your little man." Hearing this, Chu Yufei couldn't help but cast her gaze towards Chi Jun, who was closely accompanied by Hong Xiang and Lu Yun in front. She slowed down a bit and smiled. "Him? Humph, he doesn't have the courage. However, if he really dares to do so, I suggest that all 3 of his legs be broken, and I will personally accompany him for the rest of his life." As soon as these words were spoken, a murderous aura filled the air, and Hua Linglong shuddered unconsciously after hearing it. At the same time, in front, Chi Jun couldn't help but shudder and turned around to look at them inexplicably. "My goodness, how have I offended this little ancestor again?" "Mr. Chi, this is the venue we have carefully prepared for our VIPs. It will definitely allow the 3 of you to enjoy the top-level service and the most unique and extraordinary experience." Hong Xiang introduced it with great emotion. Lu Yun then said, "That's right, Mr. Chi, do you think you are satisfied? If you need anything, just let us know." After hearing this, Chi Jun slowly looked around and nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you for making such a thorough and detailed arrangement." "You're welcome, Mr. Chi. Our greatest wish is that you 3 like it," Lu Yun said quickly. "That's right. However, since we have caught the person, we will not bother you anymore. You 3 can enjoy your meal and have fun. If you are tired, you can take a short rest here. Finally, if you need anything else, just contact us 2 directly without bothering anyone else." Hong Xiang said thoughtfully. "I'm so sorry. We came here to play and have caused you a lot of trouble. I feel really bad about it." Chi Jun looked ashamed and said awkwardly, "Mr. Chi, you are too polite. We are family now. Your business is our business. We should help each other." Hong Xiang said generously. Hearing this, Chi-jun was no longer polite and nodded slightly, accepting the kindness frankly. Thank you very much in advance. But you should take these girls with you. I don't need them here. This. After hearing this, Hong Xiang and Lu Yun were stunned. It was not until he followed Chi-jun's gaze and looked behind him that he saw concubine Chu Yu with her hands folded across her chest, her face gloomy and her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Hua Linglong pouted and muttered, "You know what, your little man is quite sensible." Their expressions made Hong Xiang and Lu Yun instantly understand what Chi-jun meant. Oh. Got it. Don't worry, Mr. Chi. I will make all the arrangements. Afterwards, everyone exchanged greetings enthusiastically. Then, Hong Xiang and Lu Yun tactfully left with the maids. Chi-jun watched for a while until their car completely disappeared around the corner. Why, do you feel bad seeing so many pretty girls leave? At this time, Chu Yufei pulled Hua Linglong, smiling, but with ill intentions in her eyes, and asked slowly. Hearing this, Chi-jun turned around with a sincere smile on his face and said seriously, "Wife, in my eyes, they are definitely not even 1/10,000th of you. I really have no idea about them. The heaven and earth can be my witness." Chu Yufei felt so relieved after hearing this, but she still said toughly, "Come on, when I was looking at the girl's legs just now, I couldn't take my eyes away. I'm afraid my soul was hooked away. I don't want to bother with you, you little pervert. Come on, Linglong, we want to play with him. Let us go to the lake to fish. We'll make grilled fish for lunch and 1 tea give it to him. Humph. Carrot." After saying that, the two girls walked away arm in arm without looking back, leaving Chi-jun with only two graceful backs. Chi-jun smiled bitterly helplessly, shook his head, and didn't take it too seriously. Just think of it as the girl being jealous, having a little trouble, and throwing a little tantrum. Then, Chi-jun shrugged helplessly and followed quickly. Come to the lake. Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong were chatting and laughing, happily fiddling with the fishing tools, while Chi-jun was busy helping out and telling a few humorous jokes from time to time, trying to make Chu Yufei smile. Oomph, don't think that I can forgive you just by telling a few jokes. Chu Yufei was pouting and harsh with her words, but her crescent-shaped eyes could not hide the smile in her heart. Hey, honey, I know you have a kind heart. You definitely don't want me to go hungry at noon, right? Chi-jun smiled ingratiatingly. Oomph, smooth talk. Concubine Chu Yu snorted. Then I will be merciful and give you a chance to redeem yourself. Aren't you boys all known as fishing experts? Okay, I'll give you a rod. If you don't catch 3 big fish before noon today, don't come to see me. Go ahead. After saying that, Chu Yufei was also very straightforward. She snatched the pole from Hua Linglong's hand and handed it to Chi-jun. Afterwards, she pulled Hua Linglong to a lounge chair nearby, lay down comfortably, basked in the sun leisurely, and appreciated the beautiful scenery. Chapter 48 Lies sometimes come true. At this moment, looking at the fishing rod in his hand, Chi-jun also smiled indifferently. I couldn't help but play with it, so I unconsciously did some fancy moves. You're kidding. Have you forgotten what my father does? Today I will show you my skills and open your eyes. Then, he said no more and started professional grass carp fishing mode. Generally speaking, there are 2 best methods. The first method is to observe the aquatic plants. Grass carp often move in groups in aquatic plants areas. Choosing a location with aquatic plants, such as a grass hole or grass edge, may result in good catches. The second method is to find more shade under trees. The shade under trees is an excellent place to fish for grass carp in summer, because grass carp is relatively resistant to high temperatures and likes to forage in cool places. Finally, prepare the tender corn. It must be tender corn, as this will have the best effect. Chi-jun did not delay any longer and started looking for a good fishing spot. At the same time, not far away, Hua Linglong had a confused look on her face. Can your little man do it? There is only less than an hour left until noon. Isn't it a bit of a deliberate embarrassment for him? Also, why did he start running around? Could it be that he gave up? Hearing the voice, concubine Chu Yu couldn't help but look towards Chi-jun, who was not far away, and smiled faintly. It's okay. Chi-jun's family specializes in fish-related businesses. Uncle Chi has taught him about this since he was a child. He is very familiar with it. Don't worry. We'll just sit and wait for the fish. After hearing this answer, Hua Linglong stopped worrying too much, nodded, and began to look forward to the grilled fish dinner in a while. After a long time, the grass carps were caught one after another, and Chi-jun had a great harvest. Honey, it's time. Look, I caught 5 big fish. I think my fishing skills are amazing, Shi Jun said with a proud look on his face. Hearing the sound, Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong stood up and walked over, taking a look at the lively fish in the bucket. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. I'll let you go this time. Now go grill some fish. I'm starving. Concubine Chu Yu said calmly. After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled and said, Okay, I'm happy to serve you and I guarantee that you will be satisfied with my wife. A moment later. The aroma from the oven is everywhere, and the sizzling grilled fish is mouth-watering. I saw the charcoal fire in the oven burning fiercely. The jumping flames licked the fish meat, making its surface gradually become golden and crispy. The fish oil continued to seep out and drip onto the charcoal fire, making a hissing sound and emitting wisps of green smoke. Wow, it smells so good. Yufei, I never thought that your little man has so many abilities. How did you train him? Tell me quickly. Hua Linglong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, her eyes full of envy. Hearing this, Chu Yufei couldn't help but smile sweetly, which was a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. Then, she coughed lightly and said somewhat disappointedly, I would like to, but to be honest, this actually has little to do with me. The way I brought him up since he was a child and what he is showing now are completely different. At that time, all I asked him to do was to be my follower and minion, and I didn't really teach him many practical skills. I even cheated him from time to time. He was beaten by Uncle Chi a lot because of me when he was young. Hua Linglong, so, he learned everything by himself without any teacher. Chu Yufei, yes, that's right. Wife, Teacher Hua, the fish is ready, come and have a taste. Shi Jun shouted loudly, then carefully took the 2 grilled fish off the oven. The grilled fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with crispy skin and juicy meat. He gently placed the grilled fish on a plate. Hearing this, Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong stopped talking. Chu Yufei, let's go, the fish is ready, let's go and try it. Hua Linglong, okay, my stomach has been growling with hunger for a long time. Soon. The 3 of them sat around the table and began to enjoy the delicious grilled fish. It tastes really good, Shi Jun, your cooking skills are simply amazing. Hua Linglong kept praising the fish while munching on it. Shi Jun smiled and replied, if it tastes good, you can eat more. There are 3 more. I will grill them. Chu Yufei also nodded in agreement, it is indeed delicious. I think you have done a great job this time. I will order another one. I want one too, Hua Linglong hurriedly followed. Okay, I'll go right away. You guys eat slowly first. Shi Jun smiled, then stood up and went back to the oven. After a long time, all 3 of them were well fed and satisfied. They strolled leisurely along Qian Lake, enjoying the beautiful and charming lake scenery. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the one-day trip to Qian Lake ended successfully. Boss Hong, Vice Boss Liu, thank you for your hospitality this time. We had a lot of fun. Shi Jun said sincerely. You're welcome, Mr. Chi. Welcome to come again next time. Hong Xiang and Lu Yun responded with smiles on their faces. Before Shi Jun could reply, Chu Yufei smiled and said, Thank you, President Hong and Vice President Liu, for your special hospitality. We'll see you later. Although her words were normal, her tone was a little stiff. It seemed that she was still brooding over the incident with the maid. For a moment, the scene was a little awkward. Well, my wife is right, we'll see each other later. Shi Jun quickly spoke up to smooth things over. After hearing this, Hong Xiang and Lu Yun smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Afterwards, they exchanged a few simple greetings before going their separate ways. The scene changed. Shi Jun and Chu Yufei arrived home safely. As for Hua Linglong, Shi Jun had sent her back to the residential complex where she had previously shared an apartment with Chu Yufei. Wow, I'm finally home and have had a great day. It's been great. Hey, take a nice bath and have a good sleep early. Chu Yufei said with a smile, walking briskly towards the bathroom. At the same time, Shi Jun also entered the room. After hearing what Chu Yufei said, a cunning light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Evil comes from the courage. His restless heart began to stir instantly. Then, he quietly lowered his footsteps and followed Chu Yufei in stealthily. On the other side, Chu Yufei had just walked into the bathroom and was about to close the door, but found that Shi Jun had squeezed in at some point. Hey, why did you come in? Get out, I need to take a shower. Chu Yufei said coquettishly, and an alluring blush instantly appeared on her face, like a ripe apple that made people want to take a bite. Hearing this, Shi Jun smiled wickedly and remained unmoved. He slowly approached Chu Yufei, put his hands on the wall, and trapped her tightly in his arms. Honey, let's take a shower together to save water. Shi Jun said softly, his warm breath brushing against Chu Yufei's ears like a soft feather. At this moment, Chu Yufei's heartbeat accelerated sharply, and the heartbeat like a deer seemed to be about to burst out of her chest. She gently pushed Shi Jun's solid chest. Stop it, you bad guy, get out now. I want to wash myself. Seeing this, Shi Jun did not move at all. Instead, he lowered his head and gently kissed Chu Yufei's delicate cheek. Wife, you are so happy today, let me accompany you. Seeing that Shi Jun was so shameless and unmoved, concubine Chu Yu suddenly felt ashamed and annoyed. If you do this again, I'll be really angry. Get out, quick. When King Chi saw that concubine Chu Yu was really anxious, he just chuckled. Wife, don't be angry. Didn't you say before that I peeked at you taking a bath when you were a child? I had the desire but not the courage, and I dared to do it but not to take responsibility for it? You are talking nonsense. When did I say that? Why didn't I know? Besides, I made that up in the first place. I apologize to you, okay? After hearing what Shi Jun said, concubine Chu Yu suddenly lost her confidence. That shy look makes her even more lovable. Seeing this, Shi Jun smiled, said nothing, stood up and temporarily let Chu Yufei go. Then he closed the bathroom door and turned around slowly with a smirk on his face. Wife, sometimes lies come true. Today, I'll help you make it come true. Chapter 49 Sign-in, Food Restaurant, Shi Jun and Chu Yufei discuss how to confess in the future. The next day. It was cloudy, with the sun shining through the clouds and a gentle breeze, making the weather particularly pleasant. The time came to 8:30 in the morning. In the room. Shi Jun woke up slowly, yawned unconsciously, and stretched his body comfortably. Don't move, I want to sleep a little longer. In his arms, Chu Yufei, who had appeared out of nowhere, murmured like a kitten. The voice was lazily and coquettish, enough to melt one's heart. Hearing this, Shi Jun hurriedly and carefully slowed down his movements, leaned over slightly to hug her tightly, and kissed her forehead softly. Okay, I won't move, you sleep a little longer. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu did not reply, but just snuggled into Shi Jun's arms again and continued to smile sweetly in his warm embrace. Looking at the alluring beauty in his arms, Shi Jun's face showed a silly smile again, full of joy. Then he started the sign-in activity. After signing in successfully, you will then come to the flash sale page. Grandmaster level calligraphy only 1 yuan flash sale price. 100% of the shares of Quancheng Chiang Road Food House a super value flash sale price of 1 yuan. Cash 10 million yuan 1 yuan flash sale price. Compared with last time, the value has been slightly reduced, but it is acceptable. Then I choose the second one, 100% of the shares of the food building. Shi Jun made the choice silently in his heart. Ding dong. The reward has been issued, all shares of the food building have been transferred to your name, and the required information has been placed in the study on the second floor. You can check it at any time. Sensible. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. After lunch, Shi Jun and Chu Yufei lay on the sofa and watched TV series to kill time. Come, open your mouth and taste my favorite, the little red grapefruit. Concubine Chu Yu personally peeled a red pomelo and carefully handed the flesh to Shi Jun's mouth. Delicious. Shi Jun ate it in one bite and smiled with satisfaction. Sister Yufei, I suddenly thought about it and it seems that it is not appropriate for us to move out and live together. Shi Jun spoke suddenly. Upon hearing this, concubine Chu Yu's originally flower-like beautiful mood instantly became cloudy. She immediately looked at Shi Jun with a cold face and said angrily, What, Sister Yufei? We are at home now, and we are a legal couple, with a marriage certificate, do you understand? Call me wife. After hearing these words, Lord Qi couldn't help but be shocked. He obviously didn't expect that such a casual title could make concubine Chu Yu so angry. Then, he quickly changed his words and said, Okay, wife. Then let us move out of school and live together. Sooner or later it will be discovered. What should we do then? Snort. Hearing Shi Jun's change of words, Chu Yufei snorted lightly, and her expression and tone became a little gentler. No big deal, just go with the flow. Anyway, we have already acted first and asked for permission later, so it is only a matter of time before we are discovered. At this moment, after hearing Chu Yufei's calm words, Chi Jun felt even more unsure. After all, such a major event that can determine the fate of two people or even two families is of no trivial matter. If there is any mistake, concubine Chu Yu might not be seriously injured, but Lord Qi would probably have to bear the consequences. How about, let's find some time to do some ideological work for our respective parents? Then I'll pick a good day to confess the matter, otherwise, if the truth comes out, I'm afraid my dad will beat me to death. Just thinking about it, Chi Jun felt a chill in his lower body. There is no way, it is just that Chi's father is too willing to do it. What it looks like, stir-fried meat with bamboo poles, braised meat with cowhide belts, thorn sashimi, plus Chi's mother's 18 dragon subduing palms and Chi's father's Foshan shadowless kick. The educational philosophy since childhood is that boys should be masculine, responsible, go out and explore the world, and stand at attention even if they make mistakes or are beaten. Look at how timid you are. I'm here, what are you afraid of? Concubine Chu Yu gave Chi Jun a blank look and said, with a barely perceptible concern in her eyes. Hearing this, Chi Jun made a bitter face and said helplessly, "My dear wife, you are really talking without any pain in your waist. Those two families treat you like a baby, so of course you are not afraid, but my small body can't withstand my father's torture. He is still in his prime, and if that iron fist as big as a sandbag lands on me, I will definitely be covered in bruises." After hearing this, Chu Yufei finally realized the seriousness of the matter. She said no more and remained silent and thoughtful for a moment. That's not unreasonable. Chu Yufei patted Chi Jun's shoulder and continued, "Okay, then let's do as you said and find a time to confess to both parents. However, you have to be brave and not let yourself down. As for who will be the main responsible party at that time, let us talk about it later." Upon hearing this, Chi Jun's face suddenly fell, and his straightforward personality instantly exploded. "What do you mean the responsible party is speaking? Then the responsible party is?" Before he could finish his words, he suddenly got stuck. It's not that Chi Jun didn't want to say it, but he noticed that Chu Yufei's face beside him suddenly became extremely cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. "Come on, why don't you say anything? Who is responsible?" At this time, Chu Yufei had a cold smile on her face. She gently moved her body, lay beside Chi Jun, and spoke in a bad tone. Although that look was cold and cute, it also made Chi Jun feel frightened. See this scene. Chi Jun dared not say anything more, and quickly apologized with a smile. "What are you talking about? I didn't say anything just now." "Fart. Did you mean to say it was me?" Concubine Chu Yu pointed at him and said. After hearing this, the king of Qi didn't know how to respond for a moment. "Well, I actually think that there is no responsible party for this kind of thing. We both loved each other and then had sex, so we are responsible for each other and we are each the responsible party." "Wife, you said I was right, right?" Chi Jun said cautiously. Upon hearing this, concubine Chu Yu snorted coldly. Perhaps she still had some conscience, so she didn't make things too difficult for Chi Jun on this matter. "Fart. Just put my leg pillow away and stop talking nonsense." After talking about this, Chi Jun said no more and nodded honestly as a response. Little did he know that he had already made a note of this for Chu Yufei in his heart, and secretly vowed that sooner or later he would regain his dignity as a man on his home turf. Chapter 50, Back at school, Chu Yufei meets her biological mother again. Is the truth exposed? In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On Monday morning, the sun shone softly on the earth. Chi Jun and Chu Yufei drove to the school together. One slowly drove in from the east gate, and the other slowly drove in from the north gate. In the end, the two cars stopped side by side. Chu Yufei got out of the car gracefully. When she passed by Chi Jun, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Today, your dear Aunt Sue will lead all the school leaders to check on your freshman classes. Be careful and don't cause any trouble." As she spoke, her hair brushed against Chi Jun's cheek, bringing a faint fragrance. "Don't worry, wife, I promise to complete the task excellently." Chi Jun responded with a confident smile. "That's nothing, I'll leave now, see you at home." Concubine Chu Yu smiled sweetly at Chi Jun, and that smile was as warm as the spring breeze. "Okay, bye." Chi Jun looked at Chu Yufei affectionately, his eyes full of nostalgia. Afterwards, the two of them went their separate ways while smiling at each other, one going to class and the other to teach. They were all busy, but they were in perfect harmony with each other. A moment later. In the dean's office of the School of Business Administration. At this time, Suya was sitting alone at her desk with a cup of warm water, concentrating on handling various matters. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Is Dean Su here? Your dearest subordinate and daughter reports to you. It was concubine Chuyu who said playfully outside the door, with a hint of liveliness in her voice. Hearing this, Suya couldn't help but laugh and shook her head helplessly. You little bitch, just knock on the door, why are you talking so weird, come in now. Hey, okay, I'm just waiting for you to speak. Shu Yufei responded, then gently opened the door and walked in. Dear mother, I am your favorite subordinate and daughter. I would like to ask if you have any new instructions this week? She smiled sweetly, a huge smile on her face. After hearing this, Suya couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's about it. Look how happy you are. How come you have found your ideal husband after not seeing him for a few days? Suya joked. Of course, this joke is not without basis. But the moment Chu Yufei came in, she keenly noticed something unusual. Concubine Chu Yu's temperament has changed significantly compared to before. She even exudes a faint flavor of being a wife. Moreover, for a moment, inexplicably, Suya actually felt that Chu Yufei and Shi Jun were together. But soon, this unrealistic fantasy was forced to break up by her. Perhaps, it was because of the real-time surveillance video she saw before that gave her this illusion. Look, the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Concubine Chuyu was choked by these words for a moment, and then her eyes became a little vague. She pursed her lips unconsciously, trying to control her nervousness. Mom, what are you talking about? How can I find my ideal husband in such a short time? Besides, I don't even have blind dates anymore, so how can I have time to meet other outstanding guys? This kind of thing is simply impossible. That's true. However, I noticed that your temperament has indeed changed a lot since you came in. You look much more refined. If you don't know, you'd think you've already lost your virginity. Suya said with a smile. Although it was mostly joking, his eyes were fixed on Chu Yufei. Hearing this, concubine Chuyu didn't know how to respond for a moment. At this moment, she was very nervous, so she had to force a smile, try her best to maintain her previous state, and try to change the subject. Well, Mom, let's not talk about men, okay? I've been busy with classwork for a while now and I'm already exhausted. If I talk about men again, I'm afraid I'll really collapse. Hearing this, Suya looked at Chu Yufei's slightly panicked appearance again, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. But she didn't ask any further questions. Okay, let's not talk about men. Let's start working and talk about the situation in your class. What is the learning atmosphere like for freshmen recently? Suya suddenly changed the subject. After hearing this, Chu Yufei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, overall, the learning atmosphere in the class is pretty good. Everyone is very active, but there are a few who like to sleep in and skip the morning 8 classes. But the class monitor and other class committee members can still handle it. Suya listened, nodded slightly, picked up the water cup and took a sip, then said, well, that's good. By the way, our college will have to come up with some wonderful performances for the freshman party in the school in a while. What do you think about this? Chu Yufei frowned when she heard this, and after thinking for a moment, she said, I think we can organize a cultural performance so that students with talents can show off their talents. Or maybe we could arrange a martial arts performance, which would be a good way to motivate everyone. After hearing this, Suya nodded slightly. That's a good idea. I'll leave the specific planning and arrangements to you. No, Dean Su, isn't it a bit too hasty to hand over such an important matter directly to me? I'm worried that I can't do it well. Concubine Chuyu looked embarrassed. What are you afraid of? What is there to be afraid of? I'll be behind you to check it, so just go ahead and do it with confidence. Besides, the school has just started recruiting new students, and many matters require the help of experienced teachers. You new teachers can't help out for now, so just focus on the performance and consider it as a chance to gain work experience. Suya encouraged. Chu Yufei heard this and couldn't say anything more. She could only bite her lip and put forward a small condition, then. Dean Su, can you send me one more person? Okay, do you want to team up with Hua Linglong? I agree. After hearing this, Suya immediately understood Chu Yufei's thoughts and approved it immediately. Really? Thank you, Dean Su. Concubine Chuyu said happily. Okay, if you really want to thank me, then this week's Mid-Autumn Festival, remember to go home early to celebrate the festival, got it? Chu Yufei, this. Why, can such a small matter embarrass you? Suya said. No, 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 that's not it. Chu Yufei quickly shook her head and waved her hands, then added, I will definitely go home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but the holiday is only 3 days. Jun probably can't go back. Why not invite him to come with us? Okay, Mom. Hearing this, Suya raised her eyebrows slightly, stared at Chu Yufei for a long time, and then slowly said, Of course, but you have to tell him in advance to see what the attitude of Jun's family is. If your Uncle Chi and the others have no objection, then come on. It will make the house more lively with more people. Besides, your father and I haven't taken a close look at him for a while, and seeing him in person is not as real as looking at photos a few times. After hearing Suya's agreement, a bright smile suddenly broke out on Chu Yufei's face. Okay, I'll definitely pass on the message. Then. Dean Su, I'll leave first if everything is fine. Bye. Okay, see you later. Suya said with a smile. Afterwards, her eyes followed Chu Yufei's leaving figure until the door was gently closed. I don't know what she was thinking about. On the other side, Chu Yufei, who had just walked out of the office, patted her chest lightly and took several deep breaths before she slowly relaxed. Fortunately, I am smart and clever, and I got through this disaster successfully. Today will be another beautiful day. Chapter 51 Chu Yufei, understand? Jun, understand. Time flies, and it's time to go home from school in the afternoon. At 5:30, the afterglow of the setting sun painted the campus a golden color. By chance, Jun met Chu Yufei again. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They smiled at each other, and without saying much, they got into their cars and drove out of the school. After a long time. The two of them were like a couple who had been married for a long time. They went shopping, bought some daily necessities in the supermarket outside, and then returned home. At this time, Chu Yufei was lying on the sofa. Seeing Jun busy in the kitchen, she couldn't help feeling a little happy and sweet in her heart. Then, she walked quietly to Jun's side with footsteps as light as a butterfly and gently patted his strong back. No words. Jun noticed something was wrong, looked up, and saw that it was concubine Chuyu. A warm smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he asked softly, What's wrong? Are you hungry? If you are, go have some snacks first. I'll put it on the dining table in the living room. Go get it yourself. Hearing this, Chu Yufei glanced at the table outside, then turned back, blushing slightly, smiled and shook her head gently, and said, I'm not hungry, I'm just a little anxious, I want to talk to you for a few words, okay? After hearing this, Jun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Go ahead, it won't delay my cooking anyway. The tone was relaxed and casual, yet intimate. Hearing this, Chu Yufei couldn't help but feel nervous. She took several deep breaths before slowly speaking, Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just. I met my mother this morning and we talked for a while. Oh, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. I have been in Quancheng for such a long time, but I haven't had the chance to formally visit your family. How are your uncle and aunt? Are they all living well? Jun suddenly interrupted Chu Yufei's words, put down the knife in his hand, and spoke with a hint of concern in his tone. Chu Yufei was not angry when her words were interrupted. Instead, she was filled with joy after hearing his question. It seems that Xia Junjin still knows something. Then why not? I'll just go on with what I've said. Thank you for your concern, my husband. They are all doing well. Besides, what I want to tell you today happens to be a little bit related to this matter. How about it? Do you want to hear it? Chu Yufei said with a smile, with a mysterious look in her expression. Seeing this, Jun was also happy and nodded readily. If you do, then tell me quickly. Okay, but before that I want to ask you a small question. You have to answer me honestly and don't lie to me. Then just ask. As long as it's something I know, I will never lie to you. Jun couldn't help but respond with a smile. Then I'll ask. Ask. Just, are you planning to go home to visit your uncle and aunt this week for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Chu Yufei asked, her eyes fixed on Jun, feeling a little nervous as she silently waited for his answer. Hearing this, Jun tilted his head and thought seriously for a while, then smiled and said slowly, I originally planned to go back and take a look, but then I looked at the school's holiday schedule, the time is indeed a bit tight, and it's the National Day holiday right after that, so I don't really want to go back. Why, you don't want to invite me to your house for the holiday? Wow, meeting my parents-in-law so early in the morning, doesn't that seem inappropriate? Otherwise, I will buy some more gifts and use them as a betrothal gift for you. Is that okay with you? His tone suddenly changed. This sudden change caught Chu Yufei off guard. Ah. This. Ah, okay, I was just teasing you, look how scared you are. But it's true that I'm not going home this time. Shi Jun smiled. After hearing this, Chu Yufei was immediately ashamed and angry, and punched Shi Jun several times in a coquettish manner. Humph, stinky brother, so annoying. I'm talking to you about something serious, don't mess with me. Ah, okay, I won't say anything more. I'll just let you talk, okay? Shi Jun was still smiling playfully and waving his hands repeatedly as if begging for mercy. See this scene. Although Chu Yufei was still somewhat ashamed and angry, she sensibly stopped beating Shi Jun's hand in order to continue the communication. Then, she adjusted her mood, exhaled a long breath, and mustered up great courage to say, actually, this is what happened. My parents specifically want to invite you to my house to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they are looking forward to meeting you. How about it, do you want to go? After hearing this, Shi Jun's heart skipped a beat and he instantly became a little nervous. He even thought that Chu Yufei was joking. But when he met Chu Yufei's serious and expectant eyes, he felt that this was definitely not a lie. Is this true? Why, you don't even believe what I say now. No, of course I believe what my wife says, but this incident really happened too suddenly. But, since uncle and aunt really want to see me, I will definitely go. You still don't believe me? Do you still think I'm teasing you? Concubine Chuyu laughed again, more because she was angry at Shi Jun. That's definitely not possible. I have absolute faith in my wife's character and integrity. So, when you said that my uncle and aunt wanted to see me, they definitely really wanted to see me, there is no way it could be false. Hearing this, concubine Chuyu was amused by Shi Jun's words and a smile appeared on her face again. But she didn't give Shi Jun a good look directly. Instead, she rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're smart. Now hurry up and cook. I'm hungry." Shi Jun looked at her happy expression and nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, honey, I promise to finish the work perfectly in another 15 minutes, just wait and see." "Okay, then you go do your thing, I'll go watch TV for a while and wait for you." Having said that, concubine Chuyu was ready to turn around and leave. But he was soon stopped by Shi Jun again, and his tone was obviously nervous. "That wife. This matter is really too sudden, and it is of great significance. I am nervous. You have to help me more when the time comes." Seeing Shi Jun like this, concubine Chuyu couldn't help but laugh, and said coquettishly, "Humph, who told you to be naughty just now? But don't worry, I'm here to make sure you get through smoothly." "That's great. We have to prepare carefully and not lose our manners," Shi Jun said seriously. "So what are the hobbies of uncles and aunts? For example, food, drink, entertainment, or consumables are fine. Give me some tips." Hearing this, Chu Yufei smiled, with a sly hint in her smile. "Do you really want to know?" "I really want to." "Okay then, finish your meal early, wash yourself clean, and wait for me in bed. Understand?" At this moment, Shi Jun had hallucinations for the first time. He felt as if he had become the little lamb and Chu Yufei had become the big bad wolf. "I'm asking you a question. Do you understand?" Seeing that Shi Jun was a little dazed, Chu Yufei couldn't help but ask again. "Oh, I understand. I will make sure it is spotlessly clean and my wife will be served comfortably." Shi Jun came back to his senses and quickly smiled ingratiatingly. "Hee, so good, this is my Chu Yufei's good husband." Chu Yufei smiled smugly and said while holding Shi Jun's face with both hands. "I thought to myself, today is another day where I have my stinky little brother under my control. I am so happy." Carrot. Chapter 52. On the way back to the dormitory, I heard a very explosive news. Soon, Mr. Qi and concubine Chu Yufei had a quick dinner. Afterwards, at Chu Yufei's urging, he took the lead in taking a bath and washing up, and then lay obediently on the bed, anxiously waiting for his unknown fate. A moment later, the door was gently pushed open. Chu Yufei, who had just finished taking a shower and had her hair blown dry, walked in with a sly smile on her face. The two looked at each other, but remained silent. The king of Qi really didn't know how to start, while concubine Chuyu was simply too excited to speak. "Little Junjun, come and serve me in bed." Chu Yufei pounced, threw off her slippers, and fell directly into Shi Jun's arms, sitting on him, looking down at him condescendingly. "Wife, please be gentle. This is the first time I have ever been in this situation. So much nonsense. Before Qi Jun could finish his words, Chu Yufei launched a ruthless kiss attack. Soon afterwards, in the room, all kinds of moans and gasps intertwined together, and an enchanting atmosphere filled the air, making people blush and their heartbeats speed up. Xia Junjun, you finally got it. If you want to know the answer, you have to exchange your body like this. 10 million words omitted here. The next day, the early morning sun shines into the house through the gaps in the curtains. Qi Jun slowly put on his clothes and stood up silently. He looked exhausted and his body was covered with red marks and shallow scratches. Oh my god, this woman is just treating me like an animal, torturing me like this. As he spoke, Qi Jun tried to stand up and move around. As soon as he stretched, he suddenly felt unwell. Wow! My old waist, my old waist. Damn it, my old waist. I almost fell to my knees. Qi Jun struggled to support himself and had to sit back on the bed obediently. He secretly thanked his lucky stars that he had bought several pills from the system before to strengthen his body, otherwise he would have been exhausted and died last night. Honey, water, I want to drink water. At this time, Chu Yufei on the bed may have heard Qi Jun's movements and gradually woke up. Hearing this, Qi Jun looked back and said with a tired face, I see. I'll bring it to you later. Hurry up, I have classes today. Concubine Chu Yu urged. After hearing this, Qi Jun gritted his teeth and said, a man can't say no. I can do it. Then he slowly walked out. A moment later. Here you go, it's warm. After you finish drinking it, clean up and get up. I'll go make dinner. After Qi Jun finished speaking, he turned and left, placing the water on the bedside where Chu Yufei could reach it with her hand. I understand. My wife was very satisfied with your service to me last night. Please keep up the good work in the future. Concubine Chu Yu shouted from behind Qi Jun, teasing him even more. Hearing this, Qi Jun shook his head helplessly and smiled. I can't help it. He has two mouths. I can't win the argument. After a long time, the young couple packed up their things and went to the living room to sit at the table to eat breakfast. Chu Yufei had a rosy face and looked refreshed. She finished her breakfast in no time. I'm full. Honey, take your time eating. I'm going to work first. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you before I leave. I won't be coming back to stay tonight. Last time, my mother seemed to have sensed something was wrong, so to be on the safe side, Linglong and I stayed together in school for the next 2 days. If you miss me, please send me a message. Love you, husband. 3. Goodbye. Well, bye. Qi Jun responded weakly, still not fully recovered. Bang! Concubine Chu Yu walked out. Soon afterwards. Ding dong. Message from Concubine Chu Yu. Hearing the voice, Qi Jun opened his phone and looked at it. Chu Yufei, since I was very satisfied with your bed last night, I made a table for you. Take a look at it yourself. Dad, I like white wine and yellow wine, I like playing badminton, and other hobbies are insignificant. Mom, I like to eat. I will eat anything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the sea as long as it is legal. I have no taboos. What I love most is me, and what I want most is a son-in-law. Xiao Junjun, believe in yourself and you can do it. At this moment, Qi Jun looked at the message on his mobile phone and just smiled speechlessly. It's true that people do laugh out loud when they are extremely speechless. Qi Jun, okay, I understand. I will prepare carefully. Chu Yufei, yes, just don't tire yourself out. Also, remember to exercise more and nourish yourself. This will benefit both you and me. Fuck, this woman is getting more and more outrageous. It was just that I was a little careless last night and let her get the upper hand, otherwise it's hard to say who would be unable to get out of bed today. Thinking of this, Qi Jun was full of dissatisfaction, not convinced. Let's fight again tomorrow. Chu Yufei, Lulilu, I don't want to bother with you. I have to drive. It's too dangerous to do two things at once. See you when I get back to school. Xiao Junjun is very stubborn. Sooner or later, he will be completely subdued by sleep. Chu Yufei put down her phone and secretly set this big goal for herself. The scene changed. Qi Jun also set off to return to school. Since he had no classes in the morning, he went straight back to the dormitory. Bang! Qi Jun kicked open the dormitory door. Children, your greatest father is back. However, the following scene was not what he had imagined. Instead, he learned an extremely explosive piece of news. That one. Old 3. Third brother, you're finally back. You didn't know that when you were away last night, fourth brother actually made it official with senior Xiaoho. As soon as Zhao Ling saw Qi Jun suddenly appear, he quickly changed his words. Yes. The fourth brother has made great progress. He managed to win over one of the few beauties in our school. What's going on? As his godfathers, we have to go and support him. Upon seeing this, Hanwen quickly hugged Qi Jun and joked with a smile. That's enough. I paid for your meal and you guys took advantage of me. Is this fair? Wei Hao said speechlessly. Then, he got off the bed, walked in front of Qi Jun, and smiled happily. Brother Qi, come together, it's been a long time since we last got together. Hearing this, Qi Jun was a little confused for a moment, but after a while, he nodded and gave his blessings. It's really sudden. But I will definitely go, and by the way, I wish you a sweet and smooth love, and hope you can get married soon and grow old together. Okay, I'll borrow your good words. Chapter 53. The party was awkward. Is the problem serious? After class in the afternoon, Qi Jun and 3 others went to the food building together as agreed. This was the first time that Qi Jun visited this place for a field investigation. Before coming here, he had heard that this food building was considered the top Chinese restaurant in Quancheng. This restaurant mainly sells the 8 major types of Chinese cuisine, and the floor layout corresponds to them, with a total of 8 floors, 1 floor corresponding to 1 cuisine. There are a total of 64 private rooms, including 8 large rooms, 16 medium rooms and 40 small rooms. The architectural design adopted is of typical Chinese style, with pavilions, towers, carved beams and painted buildings, and an antique charm. The same is true for the staff. The waiters are dressed in traditional Chinese costumes and have elegant manners. The overall design creates a strong classical atmosphere, which looks elegant and comfortable. The private room where Qi Jun and others were staying was located in the medium-sized private room on the first floor. The dishes served were quite special. There were 2 types of cuisines, one was Shandong cuisine and the other was Jiangsu cuisine. Because there are many people coming this time, and most of them are from Jiangsu province and Shandong province, it is most appropriate to serve the dishes in this way, which can avoid the situation where some people are not used to the food. At this time, almost everyone in the room was present, 8 people in total, including Qi Jun and his 4 companions and their respective partners. Of course, except for Qi Jun and Lu Susu, they came alone. The scene was very lively, and everyone first sent a few words of blessing to Wei Hao and Xia Hoyue. Then we started chatting while eating. This week is Mid-Autumn Festival, are you guys free? Wei Hao was the first to ask. I'm busy. I'm anxious to go home. And I want to bring Yaya with me this time. Han Wen responded. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed, woohoo. Oh my god, you're in such a hurry, it's only been half a month and you're already planning to meet the parents? Zhao Ling said with a smile, his eyes full of admiration for the second brother's behavior. What a man. That's right, it's too hasty, won't you two reconsider it? On the side, Yao Pingping was also filled with emotion. No, it's already very slow. Originally, we planned to meet each other's parents this year, and then get to know each other for a while. If nothing unexpected happens, we will get the marriage certificate around the beginning of next year. When the time comes, please have some wedding wine and candy. The person who spoke was Han Wen's girlfriend, Yao Pingping's roommate Yaya, whose real name was Wen Yaya. As the name suggests, she is a very quiet girl, but unfortunately, she was won over by Han Wen, the rebellious son. That's right. By then, we will be the first couple to get a marriage certificate. How about it? Are you envious? Han Wen added, a smug smile on his face. Afterwards, the two held hands, and their sweet appearance was truly the envy of others. But unfortunately, they probably won't be able to get the title of the first couple to get a marriage certificate. After all, Qi Jun, the 6th one, had already achieved this achievement ahead of time, so they could only rank second. Well, since we are all here today, I wish you all the best in your relationship and hope you can get married soon. Qi Jun picked up the juice in front of him and blessed them both. Thank you, third brother. Han Wen responded, also holding up the juice. Seeing this, the others also understood the situation and raised their glasses together. Come on, let's also send our blessings to Lao Er and his girlfriend, and hope they get married smoothly and eat their wedding candy soon. Have a successful marriage, enjoy the wedding candy. Done. Thank you, everyone. Han Wen and Wen Ye stood up together, raised the juice and spoke to everyone. Then, everyone drank the drinks in their cups together. Okay, everyone, sit down and eat your food, eat more food. Wei Hao spoke up. Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly in response and took their seats. Afterwards, Wei Hao and the other two looked at each other, and it seemed as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding when their eyes met. Then, Wei Hao spoke first, with a smirk on his face, "Old Third, and Senior Lu, why are you two still single? There are 8 of us, 3 couples, and only 2 of you are single. Isn't this a bit uncoordinated? Don't you think so?" Han Wen also quickly followed suit. "That's right, look at us, we are all in pairs, you have to work harder too." Zhao Ling was not afraid of making trouble, and laughed and teased, "Third brother, don't ask for too much. Senior Lu, please don't be so picky. Or, you two try it." Once these words were spoken, Lu Susu, Qi Jun and Xiahou Yu all felt a little embarrassed. Good fellow, I was the only one who heard this. If Chu Yufei heard this, I'm afraid you 3 will be either dead or disabled for the next 3 years. Helpless, Qi Jun could only smile helplessly and said, "Don't make fun of me. Fate is something that cannot be rushed." After hearing this, Lu Susu blushed slightly. She looked at Qi Jun unconsciously, feeling very sorry. She muttered softly, "I just haven't met the right one yet. There's no rush." As for Xiahou Yue, she saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so she quickly came out to smooth things over. Love matters depend on timing. Maybe their fate lies somewhere else, not here. However, Wei Hao was a little too excited at this time, and didn't see the problem. He still insisted, "You have to hurry up, don't make us wait too long, we are anxious to eat your wedding candy." "That's right, third brother, you better hurry up. I'm looking forward to eating your wedding candy too." +1. Zhao Ling and Han Wen echoed. After hearing this, Qi Jun just laughed speechlessly. I thought to myself, if you knew the wedding candies you ate belonged to the counselor and me, you probably wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. At the side, Xiahou Yue was also furious at Wei Hao's sudden words. Her little hands under the table were not idle at all. She pinched Wei Hao's thigh hard, causing his face to change suddenly due to the pain. Hiss. It hurts, it hurts. Wei Hao couldn't help but shout. Then he looked at Xiahou Yue beside him with a puzzled look and said softly, "What are you doing? It's such a big occasion, can you please give me some face?" "Fuck you, don't get involved if you don't know anything. They are not suitable for each other at all, so stop trying to match them up." Xiahou Yu replied softly, her eyes full of anger. "Why is it inappropriate? Look, my third child has good looks, a good figure, and is also a rich second generation who was not spoiled. It is hard to find a partner like this even with a lantern. Isn't it okay to match with senior sister Lu?" Wei Hao also said a little angrily. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Yu was extremely angry, but for the future of her best friend Lu Susu, she had to tell Qi Jun the problem. Your good brother is a copper, understand? Between Qi Jun and Lu Susu, they are simply impossible. That's the problem, and that's why we suddenly distanced ourselves from him before. Am I making that clear enough? Chapter 50 for the hidden danger was completely eliminated, and Lu Susu's eyes seemed to be wrong again. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked and the atmosphere seemed to freeze in an instant. The scene was so quiet for a moment that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone had a stunned expression, especially the few girls present, whose eyes were as big as copper bells. Wife, you've caused me so much trouble. It seems that I have to put an end to this matter today. Qi Jun thought for a long time and finally made up his mind. Xiahou Yue, what are you talking about? My third brother is a good man, how could that be possible? Wei Hao was the first to recover from his shock and shouted loudly. Hearing the sound, Zhao Ling and others slowly came to their senses. But the shock in his eyes had not diminished much. He helplessly looked back and forth between Qi Jun, Wei Hao and Xiahou Yu, as if he was watching a play. They were full of curiosity. Who spread this rumor about Qi Jun, and was it true? Sister Xiahou, forget it, let's stop making trouble. You must have remembered it wrongly. Lu Susu saw that Qi Jun was still calm and thought that he was suppressing his anger, so she hurriedly tried to persuade him. I remember correctly, this is clearly what Teacher Chu said to us in person, isn't it? Xiahou Yue revealed the source of the matter without hesitation. Oh my god, this is so explosive? Han Wen was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. No, wait, Teacher Chu, could it be our homeroom teacher Chu Yufei? Zhao Ling grasped the key point keenly. Yes, it's your class teacher Chu Yufei. Last time, when you were in military training, she saw us often going to see Chi-jun, and then she told us about this. Said he was, told us not to waste our time on him, that would be bad for everyone, and asked us to keep it a secret. So, I had no choice but to speak out about this matter today. Chi-jun, I apologize to you. Sorry. But for you and us to get along normally in the future, I think this matter must be clarified after all, so blame me if you want to. Sorry. Xia Hoyue spoke a lot in one breath and finally apologized sincerely. Hearing this, Chi-jun smiled. Immediately afterwards, Wei Hao, Zhao Ling and Han Wen also started laughing. Ha 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 ha, oh ha ha. They laughed so crazily that tears almost came out. It really made me laugh to death, ha ha ha. Han Wen laughed so hard that he slapped the table and his whole body was shaking. Me too, I can't stand it, really. I can't stand laughing so hard, ha ha ha. Wei Hao sat on the chair, holding his stomach, and laughing hard. Ha ha ha. That's enough, Stop laughing, I can't stop either. Zhao Ling pointed at them and looked at Chi-jun who was smiling at the side. Third brother, ha ha ha, why don't you say a few words? We are all laughing so hard that we are almost choking. On the side, Xiaoyu and the others were full of confusion as they watched everyone laughing wildly. Why is that? They laughed for a long time, and Chi-jun finally stood up. Okay, that's enough, just be happy for a while. Look at the way you are smiling. If you don't know, you might think you have inhaled Haoan powder. We didn't want to either. Mainly because your sister is so funny. She made up stories about you without thinking. Wei Hao said, the smile on his face not yet completely gone. Yeah, how did you offend her when you were a child? She's ruining your marriage prospects right after school started. How cruel. That's right, Teacher Chu is so beautiful, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious in private. Zhao Ling and Han Wen also expressed their feelings. Wait, what did you say? Chu Yufei, your counselor is Chi-jun's sister? How is this possible? Xiaoyu widened her eyes and looked at Chi-jun and the other three with a look of disbelief on her face. Sister, next time you must do your research before you speak, don't just believe what others say. Mr. Chi and concubine Chu Yu have known each other since childhood. They can be considered childhood sweethearts and grew up together. It's just that the age difference is a little bit bigger. Now, as they grow up, by some strange coincidence, the two enemies meet here again. Wei Hao explained the hidden message clearly. No way? There are actually such coincidences in the world. Lu Susu was also stunned, with her mouth slightly open. It's nothing we can't do, we knew about this when school started. At that time, Chu Yufei had already started to torture Chi-jun as soon as she entered the class and saw him. Zhao Ling laughed, it was quite interesting. That's right, especially during military training, she would make things more difficult for Chi-jun whenever she had time. Even the position of squad leader was forced upon her. It can really be said that Sun Mukong cannot jump out of Tathagata's five-finger mountain. Zhao Ling said with a smile, shaking his head as he spoke. Brother Chi-jun, is this real? When Lu Susu heard this, she finally couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Chi-jun smiled and nodded heavily, of course it's true, how dare I joke about such things, if you don't believe it, you can go ask Chu Yufei again, and you will know the truth once you ask. Besides, I am a 7-foot-tall man, at the prime age of 18, full of vigor and vitality. How could I be a copper? You can figure it out if you use your brain a little bit. Seeing that things had come to this, everyone stopped having those wild thoughts. After all, Chi-jun's own conditions were indeed quite good, and many people defended and confirmed him. It seems that this matter is indeed a big mistake. Junior brother Chi-jun, I am sorry. I shouldn't have believed your sister's one-sided words before I had figured out the truth, and I shouldn't have slandered you like this. Sorry. At this time, Xiaoyu also behaved very reasonably. She did not refute anymore, but chose to accept the facts calmly and apologize sincerely again. Me too, junior brother Chi-jun, I was also wrong in this matter, I'm sorry. Lu Susu said seriously. And for some unknown reason, a hint of something wrong suddenly ignited in her eyes. Seeing this, Chi-jun just smiled and waved his hand. No need, she has been tormenting me and slandering me for a long time, I am used to it. Moreover, you were also misled by her, and you didn't know the relationship between us, so you ended up making such a big mistake. This is understandable. But then again, concubine Chu Yu is doing this for my own good. After all, my family didn't really want me to fall in love in my freshman year, so she did this out of good intentions. Don't blame her, I'll have a good chat with her when the time comes. After hearing this, no one said anything more. My dear, the matter has finally been resolved. It really caused me so much trouble. Shi Jun felt so miserable. Chapter 55. Prepare to inspect the food building. After a long time, Shi Jun and others finally finished the dinner successfully and went their separate ways. Before leaving, Shi Jun could still clearly feel Lu Susu's increasingly strange look. Fortunately, Xia Hoyue was there, so she didn't make any more noise. It seems that I have to find a time to deal with this troublesome Lu Susu in the future. Otherwise, if concubine Chuyu sees it, I will probably have a hard time again. Shi Jun shook his head helplessly, smiled bitterly, and whispered to himself. Finally, he went to the front desk alone to pay. Of course, Wei Hao should have paid it originally, but he and Xiaoyu were really a little anxious, plus everyone else was busy, so Shi Jun had to do it. However, Wei Hao was not stingy when it came to expenses and gave Shi Jun an extra red envelope, not much, only 88 yuan. I said I was sorry for bothering him, so I just treated him to a cup of tea. As long as the intention is there, Shi Jun didn't bother to be polite and directly clicked to accept it. By the way, he also reminded, bring some umbrellas to avoid bothering the takeaway guy. And there is an early class tomorrow, don't tire yourself out. Then he posted an emoticon of a panda with a smirk on its face. Wei Hao, Lao San, where did you get this dirty idea from? We are just going to practice calligraphy. Wait for me to come back tomorrow. When Shi Jun saw the news, he just laughed, shook his head and ignored it. I don't believe you. A moment later. At the front desk, there were two pretty girls standing. One of them had a mature and steady temperament, while the other looked a little girlish. Hello sir, how can I help you? The mature girl asked politely with a smile on her face. Oh, nothing, I just came to pay. We just finished eating in room 03, but everyone has left. I want to pay the bill. Can I do it here? Shi Jun said in a calm tone. Of course, sir, please wait a moment. After hearing this, Shi Jun nodded slightly. The total cost of room 03 is 3,699 yuan. Do you have a membership here? If not, please pay directly. No, I paid directly. Okay, please open the payment code here and scan it. Ding dong, payment successful. Yes, sir. Thank you for your support, please come this way, I will take you away. Don't worry, I have something else I want to talk to your manager about. Can you please notify him for me? Shi Jun suddenly spoke. After hearing these words, both girls were stunned. After a pause, the girl with a girlish look said, Sir, is there anything wrong with our service? Yes, if there is a problem with our service, you can tell us directly and we will make corrections immediately. Another girl quickly echoed. Hearing this, Shi Jun smiled, waved his hands quickly, and said, No, you don't have any problems. The service is very good. I am very satisfied. I just happened to come here today to have a meal with a friend, and to check out the business status of our food restaurant. Oh, by the way, let me tell you my identity. My name is Shi Jun, and I'm the new owner of this food restaurant. If you don't believe me, you can report it to the general manager. He knows the situation. After saying this, the two women looked at each other with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Then, please wait a moment. We are not sure about this matter. I will inform the general manager right away. After hearing this, Shi Jun didn't say anything more, but just nodded slightly. Okay, thank you for your trouble. The two women did not reply, but just smiled, looking slightly embarrassed. Then, the girl picked up the phone and quickly dialed the number. After a while, the call was connected. Hello? What's up? A slightly irritated middle-aged male voice came out. Hello Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Lu Xiaowen from the front desk. There's a gentleman here who says he's the owner of our food restaurant. His name is Shi Jun, and he wants to talk to you. Lu Xiaowen said respectfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the phone fell silent. A moment later. Seeing that Mr. Wang was still silent, Lu Xiaowen couldn't help but ask again, Mr. Wang, are you there? There is a gentleman named Shi Jun at the front desk who wants to. Before she could finish her words, Mr. Wang interrupted her and said, I'm here. I want to ask you now, is the person named Shi Jun in front of you a man or a woman? What does he look like? How old is he? Hearing this, Lu Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, then quickly raised her head and looked at Chi-jun. When Chi-jun saw her looking at him, he smiled politely. He was already handsome, and his smile directly touched the girl's heart. Her pretty face immediately turned slightly red, and she quickly lowered her head. Yes. He is a young boy. He is very good looking and very young, probably around 18 or 19 years old. After hearing the answer, Mr. Wang fell into a brief silence again. So, how many people are on duty at the front desk now? There are 2 of us, me and Sister Nanxiu. Lu Xiaowen answered quickly. Okay, I understand. Then you go and entertain this gentleman right now, let Nanxiu continue to work at her post, I will be there soon. Remember, this may be our new owner, be respectful, understand? Mr. Wang instructed in an urgent tone. Listen, I understand. After saying that, Mr. Wang hung up the phone without saying anything more. On this side, Lu Xiaowen quickly put down the phone and looked at Nanxiu, her eyes full of shock. Well, what does Mr. Wang say? Nanxiu asked anxiously in a low voice. Boss Wang said, this seems to be our new boss. He asked me to go and entertain him immediately. You can continue to work at your post. Lu Xiaowen said with a slightly trembling voice. Hearing this, Nanxiu was so shocked that his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. The 2 of them never expected that such a plot like in a TV drama would suddenly happen to them. The strong sense of drama made them a little dazed for a moment. Fortunately, they had received professional training and they quickly adjusted their condition. Then, Lu Xiaowen smiled and said softly to Chi-jun, Mr. Chi, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Please move to the sofa in the living room next door and take a rest. Mr. Wang will be here soon. After hearing this, Nanxiu also smiled and echoed, that's right, Mr. Chi, please come this way. After hearing this, Chi-jun smiled and nodded, then followed Lu Xiaowen to the sofa in the living room and sat down slowly. Afterwards, Lu Xiaowen quickly and skillfully brought Chi-jun a cup of hot tea, while Nanxiu brought some exquisite fruit snacks and carefully placed them on the coffee table in front of Chi-jun. Mr. Chi, please wait a moment, Mr. Wang will be here soon. Lu Xiaowen will serve you next. I have to go to the front desk to work. Sorry, I have to leave you. Nanxiu said very politely and courteously. Chi-jun smiled and responded politely, thank you, since you have work arrangements, then you can go and do it first. After hearing this, Nanxiu smiled and nodded. Without saying anything else, she walked back to the front desk alone with light steps and stood upright with dignity. As for Lu Xiaowen, she stood respectfully aside, waiting silently. Chapter 56, Meeting Chu Feilong, Chu Yufei's biological father. Chi-jun, call me godfather. Long chapter, 4,000 words. A moment later. There was a ding sound from the elevator door, and a plump middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit hurried in. This person is Wang Xian, the general manager of the food restaurant. Oh, Master Chi, I have heard a lot about you, a lot about you. As soon as Wang Xian saw Chi-jun, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. He hurriedly stretched out his hands and walked towards him quickly. Seeing this, Chi-jun also stood up and shook hands with Wang Xian. Hello, Manager Wang. After hearing this, Wang Xian smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits, and said enthusiastically, Mr. Chi's sudden visit today really surprised and delighted me, and I was a little at a loss for what to do. Please take a seat, please take a seat. Good. Chi-jun smiled slightly and sat down. Seeing this, Wang Xian immediately added, I've heard that the new boss is young and promising. Today I get to see him in person. He is indeed very charming and his reputation is well deserved. Manager Wang, you are too kind. I am having dinner here with my friends today, so I came by to take a look and learn about the specific situation of the store. I wonder if everything is going smoothly in the store right now. Chi-jun asked. Of course, Mr. Chi, don't worry, all the affairs of the store are progressing in an orderly manner. If there are any details you would like to know, just ask me. Wang Xian smiled and was extremely respectful. Upon hearing this, Chi-jun nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, the two had an in-depth discussion on the business status and future plans of the food restaurant. After a long time, Chi-jun raised his wrist to check his phone and found that it was already late. It was already 8:30 in the evening. Manager Wang, we've been talking for so long, why don't you take me on a tour? I want to experience it for myself. Chi-jun suggested. Hearing this, Wang Xian smiled and nodded repeatedly without saying anything. Yes, yes, of course you can. Please, I will take you to this 8th floor for a tour. Before leaving, he did not forget to instruct Xiaowen, Nan Xiu, you two stay here and watch carefully. If there is anything urgent, call me directly. I will accompany Master Qi to go around first. Yes, Mr. Wang. Master Qi, please take care. The two responded in unison. After hearing this, the two men, Mr. Qi, each nodded slightly and said nothing more. Then, under the guidance of Wang Xin, the two took the elevator directly upstairs and chatted while walking around. Half an hour later. Bite. The elevator door rang again, and Xi Jun and Wang Xin walked out one after another. The two had a pleasant conversation, with smiles on their faces. Arriving at the living room, Xi Jun cast his gaze towards the two people at the front desk and asked, Manager Wang, what time does our food restaurant usually get off work? It's already 9 o'clock, isn't it closed yet? Hearing this, Wang Xin immediately showed a flattering smile. Mr. Qi, you don't know this. Our food restaurant operates in 2 shifts, with each shift working 8 hours, from 8 in the morning to 12 at night. Of course, if there are no more customers, we will leave work early around 11:30 p.m. Look, in the back, in the big box in the middle, there are quite a few guests, all of them are big shots in our Quancheng. Listening to Wang Xin's introduction, Xi Jun suddenly became curious and asked, big shots? Who are they? Seeing Xi Jun's curious look, Wang Xin first looked around, and after making sure that no one was around, he took him aside and said in a low voice, Mr. Qi, the guests here are not ordinary people. They are Director Chu of the Public Security Bureau of Ganquan District in Quancheng and some special heroes. They said they had successfully solved a major case, so the director led them to come to our place. The cost of one table was 15,000 yuan, and there were quite a few people, almost 20 of them. After hearing this, Xi Jun was also stunned. He seemed to hear a familiar name, Director Chu. Could it be that Director Chu's full name is Chu Feilong? Hearing this, Wang Xin was stunned, his eyes widened, and asked, Master Qi, how did you know that? Fuck. How could I not know? Isn't the Ganquan District Public Security Bureau in Quancheng the place where Chu Yufei's father works? Who else could it be other than him? But this is too much of a coincidence. I just happened to stay and inspect it, but I didn't expect to run into my father-in-law. What can I do? It would be fine if I didn't know at the beginning, but now that I know, it would be bad if I didn't go and say hello. After thinking for a long time, Xi Jun smiled helplessly. Hey, it's nothing. Director Chu and my father have close contacts. He is my respected elder, so he naturally knows. Since you are all heroes, let's give you a discount on this meal. It's 15,000, right? Just 5,000. Hearing this, Wang Xin was shocked again. He didn't expect Xi Jun's background to be so strong and generous. Afterwards, he did not dare to refute and nodded repeatedly in response, okay, no problem. Right now they probably don't know how much the meal will cost, so I'll work a little harder, talk less and give them a discount and it will definitely work out. Very good, Manager Wang is indeed a smart man. Well, I can't come here for nothing today, and I didn't bring you any gifts, so let's put it this way, from now on, all employees will get a 5% salary increase, management staff will get an 8% salary increase, and you will get a 10% salary increase. The words haven't finished yet. Wang Xin was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling, and he thanked him hurriedly. Thank you, Mr. Qi, I will definitely go all out to serve the food restaurant. From now on, the food house is my second home. I will take good care of this home for you, so you can rest assured. After hearing this, Xi Jun smiled with great satisfaction and waved his hand gently. However, just as he was about to speak, a staggering figure suddenly walked over and interrupted their conversation. I saw a middle-aged man with a red face, unsteady steps and a dazed look in his eyes. At first, he thought it was an hallucination caused by excessive drinking, so he rubbed his eyes hard, and when he walked closer to take a look, it was really Xi Jun. Oh. Isn't this Xi Jun? I thought I was just drunk and my eyes were blurry. I didn't expect it to be you, kid. The man yelled. Hearing the voice, Xi Jun and the other man turned around and found that it was Chu Feilong who was drunk. Good fellow, if you speak of the devil, he will appear. What a coincidence. However, since we have met, I am afraid we will have to exchange pleasantries. Then, Xi Jun was surprised and smiled as he hurried forward to support him. Oh, Uncle Chu, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Look at what you drink, that's quite a lot. At this moment, looking at Xi Jun whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Chu Feilong was also full of joy. He put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, Hey, we are happy today, everyone is happy. However, I didn't expect to meet you here. My mood has become even better. It's just that I haven't seen you for a few years. Why are you so distant? Call me Uncle Chu, that's the name given by outsiders. Call me Godfather. After hearing this, Shi Jun suddenly looked embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. To be honest, it's a bit difficult to suddenly call someone Godfather after not seeing each other for such a long time. But when I thought about the fact that he and Chu Yufei had already obtained their marriage certificate, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to just call him Dad, let alone Godfather. On the side, Wang Xian was also shocked after hearing this and gave a thumbs up in his heart. Well, after all this time, I am the pure outsider. Afterwards, Shi Jun calmed down, smiled again and said, Okay, Godfather, I'm wrong, please don't take it personally. Hey, it's not strange. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Dad can understand you. Xu Feilong patted Shi Jun's shoulder affectionately and laughed heartily. Well, you've taken all the benefits, what else can I say? Well, I was so busy chatting with you that I didn't even ask how your parents were doing and if they were alright. Okay, everything is fine. Thank you for your concern, Godfather. Well, that's good. By the way, I heard that you are not going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival this year, and your Aunt Su asked your sister Yufei to invite you to our house for the festival, so you can't refuse. Xu Feilong spoke again, holding his shoulders tightly, waiting for his answer. Forehead. Godfather, don't worry, since it's such a good intention from you, Godmother, and Sister Yufei, I will definitely not refuse and will go. Also, I will bring some gifts for you, your Godmother, and Sister Yufei, so please don't refuse. These are just some of my gifts, so please don't use the bureaucratic excuses to refuse them. Shi Jun smiled and said respectfully. Hey, look what you said. Okay, you can take some if you want, but remember don't take anything too expensive, otherwise I won't accept it. Don't blame me when the time comes. Xu Feilong reminded carefully again. Hearing this, Shi Jun didn't say anything more and nodded sensibly. Oh, look at my brain. I've been talking for so long, but I haven't asked you what you are doing here? Why? Are you here to eat with your friends? Pretty much, I just finished dinner with some friends and they all left. I came here to inspect, and it was a coincidence that I ran into you, my godfather. Hearing this, Xu Feilong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Shi Jun's hand. Good boy, great, this place is owned by your family, not bad. But why is your dad so stingy that he didn't even tell me? As a result, I didn't come to support him much. No, I'll call him when I get back and give him a good scolding. See this scene. Shi Jun was also shocked and quickly dissuaded him. No, Godfather, please don't do this, this place has nothing to do with my dad. This is my own property, he doesn't even know about it, I just bought it not long ago, I haven't had time to tell everyone yet. Hearing this, Xu Feilong's eyes began to light up. Good boy, you are not bragging to your godfather. I can tell you, I drank a little too much, but I am not confused. Can this land be yours? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Shi Jun didn't take it seriously and turned his gaze to Wang Xian standing beside him. On the side, Wang Xian kept smiling and didn't dare to interrupt easily. Seeing Shi Jun looking at him, he immediately understood and quickly stood up to prove it for him. Director Chu, what Mr. Chi said is absolutely true. I am Wang Xian, the general manager here, and I can testify for Master Chi. Upon hearing this, Xu Feilong's face suddenly showed a half-believing and half-doubting expression, and his eyes glanced back and forth between Shi Jun and Wang Xian. Real? Shi Jun, you really impressed me. Xu Feilong patted Shi Jun's shoulder with a little more force than before. I never thought you were so capable at such a young age. Not bad, really not bad. Seeing this, Shi Jun smiled modestly and said quickly, Godfather, this is pure luck. I just happened to encounter the right opportunity. Xu Feilong nodded solemnly, his eyes full of admiration. Well, no matter what, being able to achieve this result is enough to prove your ability. However, we must not be complacent and must continue to work hard. Don't worry, Godfather. I know what's going on. Shi Jun responded seriously. After hearing this, Xu Feilong smiled with great satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he said quickly, Oh, I was so busy chatting with you that I almost forgot about the important matter. Manager Wang, right? We've finished eating in the private room and are ready to pay the bill. I'll pay for it myself. Hearing this, Wang Xian smiled and looked at Shi Jun beside him, waiting for his instructions. Seeing this, Shi Jun nodded slightly and said, Manager Wang, please stop looking at me. Although my godfather is a family member, if he doesn't insist on a discount, then remember that the price is what it should be, and you can't charge a penny more. Yes, Mr. Chi, Director Chu, you two can rest assured. The smooth operation of our restaurant depends on the exquisite skills of our chefs and our sincerity. We will never cheat anyone or the elderly, and we will never make a single mistake. Wang Xin said this confidently and with a righteous look on his face. Afterwards, he quickly walked to the front desk and whispered a few words to Lu Xiaowen and the other person. Then he took out another ticket and a payment machine and walked back quickly with a smile on his face. Director Chu, the total consumption is 5,321 yuan. How about this? Let's not be so stingy and just round off the decimals and charge you 5,000 yuan. What do you think? Okay, I think it's okay. Rounding off is a normal business practice. It doesn't violate any regulations. It's not a violation. This is normal business behavior. Every restaurant will give customers a little extra every now and then. It's totally normal. Qi Jun and Wang Xin spoke in unison. On the side, Xu Feilong also drank a little too much and didn't think much about it. After all, this was his first time here and he had no idea about the prices. Besides, with Qi Jun by his side, he thought that he would not rip him off. Then, he took out his mobile phone without hesitation and paid Wang Xin. Ding dong. Feishing received 5,000 yuan. Okay, Director Chu, please keep this receipt. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Mr. Chi, Director Chu, please continue your conversation. Goodbye. Wang Xin said respectfully. Okay, bye. Well, goodbye, Manager Wang. Qi Jun and Xu Feilong responded. It's getting late now, godson, I'm going to go back first. There are some brothers waiting for me over there, and they can't leave without me. Okay, let me support you. Before Qi Jun finished speaking, Xu Feilong interrupted him directly. No, I didn't drink much, I'm not drunk. We'll call a designated driver later, and you should go back and rest early as it's getting late. Also, remember to come to my house with your sister Yufei during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Gifts and such are not important, just coming is enough. After saying that, without waiting for Qi Jun's response, he waved his hand as a farewell and turned to walk towards the private room. Seeing this, Qi Jun was also happy. He kept watching Xu Feilong open the door and enter the private room before turning around and leaving. Chapter 57. The rebellious son is both naive and playful. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Since Chu Yufei was not going home, Qi Jun went straight back to the dormitory so that it would be more convenient for him to attend the 8 morning classes the next day. Bang! The dormitory door was pushed open. The room was pitch dark, with no one in sight. Well, this time it's my turn to be the keeper. These rebellious sons are all living a good life now. Qi Jun couldn't help but complain. Afterwards, he simply made his bed and walked towards the bathroom to wash up and prepare to go to bed early. A moment later. After Qi Jun finished cleaning up, he returned to his bed and lay down leisurely, preparing to play Duiying before going to sleep. But unfortunately, before Duiying could open it, Chu Yufei called first. My wife is calling. Answer the phone. My wife is calling. Video invitation from Chu Yufei. Seeing this, Qi Jun didn't dare to refuse and directly clicked to agree. Soon, concubine Chu Yu's stunningly beautiful face appeared on the screen. Brother, you haven't sent me a single message all day. What on earth are you doing? Did you go and have fun with some wild woman without telling me? Chu Yufei frowned, pouted her lips, and asked with a coquettish look on her face. Hearing this, Qi Jun gave a helpless smile and then said, Wife, don't get angry, let me explain it to you slowly, okay? After hearing this, Chu Yufei twisted her mouth reluctantly and muttered, Okay, then you tell me and I'll listen. Good. In fact, I was really busy that day. From morning to afternoon, except for eating and going to the toilet, I was in class. Then, until around 5 in the afternoon, I was invited by my roommate to attend his successful relationship party, where I met several people, and you knew them all. Among them are the 2 mines you planted as a joke before. One is the heroine of this party, Xia Hoiwe, and the other is Lu Susu. When Qi Jun said this, he couldn't help but look at Chu Yufei opposite him with a headache, and that expression seemed to be silently complaining. Look what you've done. Finally, and most importantly, I met my godfather. We chatted for a while, and he asked me to accept your and Aunt Sue's invitation to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at your home. Listening to Qi Jun's words, concubine Chu Yu's expression was also quite interesting. Then the two of them didn't say anything excessive, right? Also, you didn't do anything revealing when you met my dad, right? There was a hint of embarrassment and a hint of fear in Chu Yufei's tone. The two bombs eventually exploded, but fortunately, they were resolved without any major incidents. As for my godfather, my acting skills are first rate, he definitely didn't see anything, so you can just put your mind at ease. Shi Jun said confidently. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's heart, which had been hanging high, finally settled down and she felt much more at ease. It's alright, it's alright. Well, it's really late now, you should get some rest. And the most important thing is, remember to prepare the gift you want early in the next 2 days when you have time, don't forget it when the time comes. She gave her instructions again carefully. After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled and said, okay, I understand, my dear wife, just relax. I don't have classes tomorrow afternoon, so I will definitely go then. Okay, then you go to sleep quickly, I'll go to sleep first, good night. Remember to dream about me. Concubine Chuyu said in a delicate and sweet voice. Okay, I miss you in my dreams, so you should go to bed early. Good night. Shi Jun said gently. Afterwards, Chu Yufei hung up the phone, and Shi Jun watched Dui Ying for a while and then went to rest. The next day, Shi Jun woke up early from his sleep and got up quickly to sign in. System sign in. Receive. The system's crisp response sounded instantly. Sign in successfully. Immediately afterwards, Shi Jun couldn't wait to enter the flash sale page. While washing up in an orderly manner, he stared intently at the information on the system. Master level treasure appraisal only 2 yuan flash sale price. Super driving skills including land, sea and air super value flash sale price of 2 yuan. 30 million yuan in cash 1 yuan flash sale price. Shi Jun took a quick look, and instantly, one of the items caught his heart. System, kill the second super driving technology in seconds. He made the decision without hesitation. Receive. Instant kill success. As soon as the words fell, Shi Jun only felt that his brain seemed to have experienced a wonderful electric therapy. The comfortable feeling was simply indescribable. In an instant, a large amount of knowledge flooded in like a tide. A moment later, he said with satisfaction, not bad, not bad. This is definitely one of the most useful and most frustrating things I've come across since I started killing in seconds. Afterwards, Shi Jun packed up neatly, picked up his phone, and headed straight to the cafeteria, ready to enjoy a delicious breakfast before going to the morning class. I love Zaoba. No one would believe it. The morning breakfast was simple and plain, an egg, 2 pig head buns and a cup of sweet rice porridge. While eating, Shi Jun lowered his head and browsed the messages on his mobile phone. 3 identical messages were displayed on the screen, with almost identical times and contents, all sent at 2 or 3 in the morning. Zhaoling, Godfather, Ping Ping and I had stomach upset last night, so we can't go to the office this morning. I've sent you the note. Thank you. Korean, Father, I left in a hurry yesterday, and I caught a cold from using the air conditioner at night. Yeah, accompanied me to the hospital today. The leave note has been sent. Thank you very much. Wei Hao, Godfather, senior sister Xiaoho and I ordered a midnight snack last night, but we got sick and couldn't go to school early. I've sent you the note. Thank you, Godfather. Shi Jun couldn't help laughing when he saw the news, and shook his head and sighed. See, what did I say yesterday? Now, everyone has ruined themselves, they are so inexperienced and love to play. But then again, I am their adoptive father. Oh, forget it, my son's business is my business. He sighed softly, his heart full of responsibility and concern. Done. Chapter 58 Choose a gift. Time flies, and it's already afternoon school time. Originally, Shi Jun planned to go to the city center alone to buy gifts, but he never expected that at this time, Chu Yufei sent a message and insisted on going with him, saying that she wanted to help with advice. Seeing this, Shi Jun did not refuse. It was a good opportunity to have someone close to him, and the gift touched his heart. The scene changed. In the East Gate parking lot, King Chi and concubine Chu Yu met here. They looked at each other in silence and got into King Chi's car. How's it going? Are today's classes and activities over? Shi Jun asked casually. Chu Yufei smiled and replied, about the same. I don't have many classes today, and I've been dealing with documents for the rest of the time. I'll be able to finish it in 2 more days if I work hard. Shi Jun nodded slightly and said, okay, then I'll have to trouble my wife to give me some advice and help me with the process today. See what your parents like, don't be polite, just pick whatever you want, I'll pay. TSK, 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 what's going on? Now he doesn't even say fuck anymore, but just calls mom and dad. Great, he's really getting more and more sensible. Concubine Chu Yu teased. Hearing this, the king of Qi just smiled and said nothing more. It was only a matter of time. Then, let's go straight away. After a long time, the two successfully arrived at the largest and best reputed shopping mall in Quanchang, ready to start their shopping trip. Where should we start? Qi Jun asked. Hearing this, Chu Yufei tilted her small head and thought for a moment, then said, why don't we go to the liquor store first and pick out 2 bottles of liquor for dad? As for my mom, she likes to eat, but food is hard to store. Let's negotiate with the merchants first and have them deliver the food to her door. What do you think? Okay, I think that's good, let's go. After saying that, Chu Yufei took Qi Jun's arm, and the two walked side by side towards the elevator and came to a liquor store on the 3rd floor. There were few customers in the store. There was only one middle-aged man at the front desk. He was very idle and was watching TV series on his mobile phone. Boss, it's almost the holidays, do you have any good wine in your store? Do you have any Maotai Feiqian or Wuxing in stock? As soon as Qi Jun and his companion entered the room, concubine Chu Yu was the first to ask. Hearing this, the boss raised his head slightly, looked them over, and said calmly, handsome guy and beautiful girl, you came at a very unfortunate time. As the festival is approaching, the store's alcohol stock is indeed running low. I've sold out the 5-star Matai a long time ago, but I still have 1 bottle of Feiqian Matai left, but it's a set meal, the price is more than 4,000 yuan, and it comes with a bottle of Finjiu Qinghua, what do you think? After listening to this, Chu Yufei nodded slightly, then looked at Qi Jun beside her and said, hubby, this is the Matai my dad loves the most, why don't we choose this one? After hearing this, Qi Jun smiled heartily and responded without hesitation, okay, this is the set meal, boss, I'll pay. Okay, my 2 distinguished guests, please wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away. After saying that, the boss went to get the wine with a smile on his face. A moment later, Qi Jun and his friend walked out of the store carrying the wine they had carefully selected. Then, under the guidance of Chu Yufei, they came to the seafood area on the 5th floor. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, a strong salty smell of seawater and seafood hit me in the face. Then, the two began to wander in it. Finally we stopped in front of a shop that looked pretty good. The boss is a kind and amiable middle-aged woman who was warmly greeting the customers coming and going. Boss, do you still have Australian lobsters and king crabs in stock? Can you provide door-to-door delivery service? After Chu Yufei took a look at the store, she was the first to ask. The boss heard this and smiled, and quickly came up to the 2 of them and introduced, girls, don't worry, we have everything. The newly arrived king crabs and Australian lobsters are all huge, with rich meat and absolutely fresh. As for door-to-door delivery, that's definitely no problem. You just need to pay a little more for the travel expenses. Otherwise, you two can come in and take a look and choose for yourself. Hearing this, Chu Yufei looked at Qi Jun who was standing beside her and said, let's go in and take a look together. Qi Jun nodded, okay. Then the boss warmly welcomed them into the store. All you see are large transparent tanks filled with all kinds of common seafood. Don't get too close, just look around, they're all good stuff. After hearing this, Chu Yufei smiled and nodded without replying. Then, she stepped forward and took a closer look, then turned to look at Qi Jun and said, honey, these are the 2 seafoods that our mother likes to eat the most. How about buying 1 each? Hearing this, Qi Jun nodded without hesitation and said, of course, it's okay, but during this big festival, good things come in pairs. How about buying 2? That is not good, this stuff is more expensive than the wine my dad likes to drink. 1 is good enough. Besides, there are only 4 of us, so we can't finish it all. Concubine Chu Yufei showed a distressed look on her face, and was obviously worried about the expenses. It's okay, your husband and I don't need this little money. Besides, there is only one family reunion festival a year, and there is nothing wrong in spending some money to have fun. Besides, this seafood looks big, and when it is cooked and served on the table, there may not be enough to share, so just listen to me, good things come in pairs, buy 2 of each, okay? Qi Jun smiled and said seriously. Hearing this, concubine Chu Yu wanted to argue a few more words, but Qi Jun just shook his head, indicating that she didn't need to say more. Seeing this, she had no choice but to accept it. Although the king of Qi was indeed not short of money, for concubine Chu Yu, who had disliked luxury since childhood, this was indeed a bit extravagant and wasteful. Well, boss, let's listen to him. We'll order two king crabs and 2 Australian lobsters. Then, we pay half of the money first, and the other half on delivery, is that okay? No problem. Just leave me your address and phone number. I will pick the best one and send it to you when the time comes. The boss smiled happily and responded enthusiastically. Finally, after finishing the gifts for Chu Yufei's parents, Shi Jun took her to a high-end women's clothing store. Shi Jun, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree to go home? Why did you bring me here? Chu Yufei asked with full of doubts. Hey, isn't August 15th the lunar calendar also your birthday? So I thought I'd give you a gift too. Don't reject my kindness, okay? Shi Jun said with a smile. No, Chu Yufei curled her lips, looking reluctant. Even if it's my birthday, you don't have to give me such expensive clothes. Anyway, I don't want it. It's too expensive. It's a waste. I want to go home. After saying that, she turned around and was about to leave without waiting for Shi Jun's response. However, how could Shi Jun let her go so easily? He immediately grabbed Chu Yufei's hand and pulled her into his arms. Chu Yufei, you are so disobedient. Be good and listen to me this time. After saying that, Shi Jun ignored Chu Yufei's objection and put his arm around her waist and walked into the store. Among them, there are a total of 5 employees, all of whom are ladies, which is understandable. This is my wife. Her birthday is in 2 days. I hope you can match her with the most outstanding and beautiful outfit. Money is not a problem. May I? Shi Jun spoke generously as soon as he entered the door. No, I don't want it, let me go, I want to go home. Concubine Chu Yu was still struggling hard, but her voice was very small and only Lord Qi could hear it clearly. Seeing this, the 5 employees immediately surrounded them and entertained them warmly. Yes, of course. Our people are the most professional. Choosing us is definitely the right choice for you. But, your wife doesn't seem to be very cooperative. This makes us a little. Don't pay attention to her. If you want to make money, just do as I say. Just pick the best and most suitable one for her. You can take her away. I'll wait here. Is that okay? Shi Jun did not hesitate and gave the order directly. Yes? I see. The customer is God. Come on, let this God in. The middle-aged woman in the lead gave the order decisively. Yes. Immediately, the other 4 women took action, completely ignoring Chu Yufei's struggles, and took one side each, pulling her back and forth, and brought her in. Sir, please wait for a moment, we will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. After hearing this, Shi Jun nodded slightly and said nothing more. As for the middle-aged woman, she also followed him in. Chapter 59. Shi Jun holds his waist and begs for mercy. After a long time. Sir, here is the perfect answer you wanted. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yufei walked out gracefully surrounded by several employees. She was wearing an elegant long dress, the sleeves of her skirt fluttering in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. The pair of exquisite high heels on her feet made her figure even more graceful. The carefully groomed hairstyle and perfect makeup make her naturally beautiful face even more bright and charming, and her every frown and smile exudes an intoxicating charm. See this scene. Shi Jun couldn't help but be stunned for a long time, staring straight ahead, as if he had been cast under a spell. How come, after watching for so long, you don't even recognize your own wife? Concubine Chu Yu felt shy under Shi Jun's fiery gaze, her cheeks flushed and her body felt slightly hot. Hearing this, Shi Jun suddenly woke up from his dream, grinned unconsciously, and walked forward impatiently to gently hold her hand. Beautiful, honey, you are absolutely gorgeous. You are naturally beautiful, but you usually dress too simply. You really need to buy more clothes in the future. Hearing Shi Jun's slightly exaggerated praise, Chu Yufei's blush deepened, and she said coquettishly, "That's enough, there are outsiders here. Besides, although this dress looks good, it is shockingly expensive. This time it's my birthday, but don't buy me such expensive clothes in the future. A simple life is the real life." After hearing this, Shi Jun just smiled and said nothing. After all, the two have some differences in values, but this is not a big problem. Okay, I'll try to pay more attention next time. But, on some special days in the future, the necessary sense of ceremony cannot be missed, okay? Okay, since I can't argue with you anyway, I'll just deal with special cases in special ways from now on. Concubine Chu Yu smiled sweetly. The happy and sweet feeling in my heart is overflowing. At this time, the middle-aged woman in the lead stepped forward again and said with a smile, "Sir, your wife looks absolutely beautiful in this dress. Do you think there is anything else that needs to be adjusted or matched?" After hearing this, Shi Jun couldn't help but hold up Chu Yufei's pretty face, looked at her carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. "No need, just this set, wrap it up." Hateful, Chu Yufei slapped his hand away coquettishly, and whispered, "Actually, there's really no need to rush to buy it." Shi Jun smiled gently, took her hand, and said affectionately, "Wife, this is the first time I personally celebrate your birthday since we've been apart for so long. You should be happy and don't think too much." "Oh well." Chu Yufei, he. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. "Well, sir, this dress and high heels cost 19,999 yuan in total. Would you like to choose facing payment or credit card?" The middle-aged woman spoke again. "Well, this price has a good connotation. Let's pay directly with facing. Do you want to sweep me or do I sweep you?" "Okay, then please follow me to the front desk and I'll scan you." After saying that, Shi Jun took Chu Yufei's hand and walked to the front desk. After a brief operation, the woman said, "Okay, sir, you can pay now." Upon hearing this, Shi Jun opened the payment code without hesitation and placed it in the scanning area. Ding dong, Feishing received payment of 19,999 yuan. "Okay, sir, you two are welcome to come again next time. I'll take you two there." After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled slightly and waved his hands with Chu Yufei. "No, thank you." Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the store hand in hand sweetly. As for the 5 waiters, due to necessary regulations, they still stood at the door to see them off warmly. Back at the parking lot, the two got in the car. Concubine Chu Yu was standing by, muttering inexplicably, "Oh, spending so much money is really too wasteful." After hearing this, Shi Jun turned around and said with a smile, "It's a waste if you don't spend a lot of money, and this little money is really nothing to me. It's getting late now, let's go back to school." "Well, what you said seems to make sense, but in the future, we should spend this money on more valuable things." Concubine Chu Yu responded. Okay, I'll do as you say. Let's go back to school now," Shi Jun said. After a long time, the two arrived at the parking lot smoothly. "Take this wine home sometime, it's not appropriate to leave it at school. Also, I will stay at school for another day and go home tomorrow. Then, after class on Saturday, we'll go directly to my house. What do you think of this arrangement?" Concubine Chu Yu gave careful instructions as she got out of the car. "No problem, that's fine, I'll follow your arrangements," Shi Jun responded casually without caring. Perfunctory. Chu Yufei curled her lips, looking unhappy. "Well, I'm going back now, won't you express your gratitude again?" As she spoke, her pretty face unconsciously flushed a little, and she looked at Shi Jun with a slightly shy look, her expression clearly hinting at something. Seeing this, Shi Jun naturally understood what she was thinking, but he deliberately did not reveal it, and instead started his daily humiliating mode. "Express? What does it mean? I don't quite understand. How about, Teacher Chu, please tell me about it," Shi Jun said with a wicked smile on his face. "You naughty brother, I just praised you for being sensible, but now you start to act naughty again, how annoying." "Hate." Concubine Chu Yu pouted, stretched out her jade-like little hand and punched Shi Jun. Shi Jun still had a playful smile on his face. He quickly fought back and took her into his arms. All right, Mr. Chu, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I'll show my respect right now, okay?" "No. That was just now. Now tell me where you went wrong," Concubine Chu Yu said relentlessly. This. "Teacher Chu, look, we are in school now, there are many people around, maybe we are being stared at right now. So it's not that I don't express my feelings, but our intimate behavior is too dangerous. I'm doing this for your own good," Shi Jun said with a serious face. "Humph." Chu Yufei snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at him. "Man, you'd better speak the truth, otherwise I will sooner or later make you obedient and make you beg for mercy too late." As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Jun was so amused that he fell backwards. Okay, I've listened to everything Teacher Chu said. Let's stop here for today. Let's have a hug and end it perfectly." As Shi Jun spoke, he opened his arms, waiting for Chu Yufei in his arms to take action. "Humph, you naughty brother, I'll let you off this time, but you'll be in trouble when you get home tomorrow." While uttering harsh words, concubine Chuyu threw herself into Chi Jun's arms. After hearing this, Chi Jun was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He unconsciously touched Chu Yufei's head and said, "Teacher Chu, anyone can say harsh words. If you have the ability, let's fight with real guns and real bullets tomorrow." "Pervert, you are so disgusting, don't touch my head, if you touch my head you won't grow taller. And don't be too arrogant, sooner or later I will make you unable to get out of bed, and then you will hold your waist and cry for mercy." Chu Yufei said coquettishly again, her cold, cute and slightly strong look had a unique charm. Chapter 60, when the rebellious son makes a mistake, the adoptive father is also guilty. The next day, the three rebellious sons still did not come to class and sent leave notes in the same way, begging Chi Jun to help them overcome the difficulties again, and solemnly promised that this would be the last time. To explain, generally speaking, what men call the last time is equivalent to n plus 1 times. Perhaps it is the wonderful feeling of love that makes them deeply immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. It has even reached the point where I am so happy that I don't want to leave. At first, Chi Jun didn't want to pay any attention to them, but their calls of foster father full of affection were so kind that they finally aroused the few fatherly loves in his heart. Helplessly, Chi Jun decided to help them this last time. After a long time. It was not until the end of the first class at 8 a.m. that Chi Jun went to see the teacher with the three of them's leave notes. He was a middle-aged man named Duanmu Shingheng, their professional teacher. He was an extremely serious person and would not tolerate any carelessness in his class. "Professor Duanmu, here are the notes for the 3 students in our class who are absent. Please take a look." As Chi Jun spoke, he opened the leave notes from the 3 rebellious sons in his mobile phone and handed it to him. Hearing this, Duanmu Shingheng took the phone without saying anything and checked it carefully. Time, place, reason for leave, etc., nothing is left out. A moment later. "Okay, I understand. I have carefully read the leave notes of these 3 students and there should be no problem. However, I still need to verify with your counselor. If there are no accidents, I will go through the normal leave application process for them. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Goodbye." After Duanmu Shingheng finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Chi Jun and then left. Seeing this, Chi Jun didn't say much. He put away his phone, hurriedly left the classroom, and went to the playground to prepare for the physical education class. The scene changed. Chi Jun was on his way to the gymnasium when he suddenly received a message from the physical education teacher. "Teacher Wang, Chi Jun, your second class today is physical education, right?" Chi Jun glanced at it and then replied. "Chi Jun, that's right, Teacher Wang, all the students in our class are on their way to class now." "Teacher Wang, okay, tell everyone not to come." "Teacher Wang, I suddenly have something urgent to do today. The school has informed me that I need to go on a business trip for a week. This class can only be made up after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Please help notify the students and let them go back." "Teacher Wang, as for the specific time of the makeup class later, I will inform you in advance." When Chi Jun saw this, he couldn't help but feel happy. He really didn't expect such a good thing to come so quickly. "Chi Jun, okay, Teacher Wang, I will convey it right away." "Chi Jun, finally, I wish you a smooth business trip and a speedy return." "Teacher Wang, thank you, see you later." It was followed by a fist-holding expression and a red flower. Having said this, the communication is over. Afterwards, Chi Jun quickly sent a notification in the class group. "Chi Jun and everyone, a temporary notice. Our physical education teacher, Mr. Wang, has to go on a business trip due to some unexpected matters, so today's physical education class will not be held. It will be moved to after the Mid-Autumn Festival. The specific time will be notified separately." Very fast. Almost instantly, a bunch of people said got it. Looking at this situation, the sudden suspension of physical education classes is really a happy thing. See this scene. Chi Jun happily opened the schedule again and checked it, and found that there was no class today due to the sudden change of physical education class. So, he planned to pack up and go home directly to make preparations for the confrontation with Chu Yufei in the evening. This time I must be fully prepared, firmly grasp the initiative, and let her know who is the boss in the family. Chi Jun is quite confident in his own strength. But unfortunately, good luck will never always be with a person. Tai Chi's birth and death is also an eternal and unchanging truth. Chi Jun soon received terrible news. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Call from concubine Chuyu. Although he didn't really want to accept it, Jun finally succumbed to reality. After all, it would not be good if you missed something important. Soon. The call was connected, and Shu Yufei's stern voice came quickly. Mr. Qi, where are you now? Me? I'm on my way to the playground, but my physical education class was just rescheduled, so I don't have class today. I'll be going home soon. What's the matter, Teacher Chu, do you have anything to tell me? Jun heard something wrong in Shu Yufei's tone, and asked softly, speaking carefully. Humph, you did a good thing yourself, don't you have any idea about it? Shu Yufei snorted coldly and questioned directly. What did I do? I was very obedient today and only attended the first class in the morning. I didn't do anything else. Jun was full of doubts and confusion. Just now Professor Duanmu came to ask me about the 3 people in your class who asked for leave. What's going on? I clearly didn't approve any of today's leave notes, so where did they come from? Concubine Shuyu thought that Jun was lying on purpose, so she just said it directly. As soon as these words came out, Jun was stunned for a moment. I was completely stunned and my brain short-circuited for a while. Fuck. These 3 rebellious sons are so bold, damn it, they even dare to forge a leave note, they must be tired of living. Jun was so angry that his face turned red on the spot. But this was not the time to get angry, he could only try every means to calm concubine Chuyu down first. Well, Mr. Chu, please listen to my explanation. I really don't understand this matter. They just sent me this leave note this morning and I didn't think much about it. Who could have expected something like this to happen? I am innocent, I am wronged. Are you innocent? Are you wronged? As a squad leader, don't you even have such basic common sense as verifying the leave note? Anyway, I don't care. This is your mistake at work. It is also a disguised way of providing them with assistance. You are also wrong. However, considering that this is your first offense, I will ask each of you to write 10 self-reviews as punishment. Do you understand? Concubine Shuyu spoke sternly and clearly. Teacher Chu, this is inappropriate. I was just careless for a moment and didn't notice it. It shouldn't be like this. The King of Qi attempted a final resistance. As for. Absolutely. Think about it, if Professor Duanmu hadn't come to ask me this question today, then the 3 of them would have successfully skipped class. Who will be responsible for any subsequent consequences? It's you and me. So, essentially, this matter is quite serious, understand? Ming, I understand. The King of Qi was so angry at the 3 rebellious sons that he gritted his teeth. Okay, I understand. Finally, since I can't contact them, please inform those 3 students that they have been recorded as absent from Professor Duanmu's class once. If they are absent twice more, they will fail the course and have to retake it. Is that clear? Concubine Shuyu instructed again. Okay, Mr. Chu, don't worry, I will definitely pass on the message to those 3 guys. However, can you please spare me the review? Before Jun finished speaking, Shu Yufei interrupted him directly, with a playful tone. Student Jun, you have to understand that I have the final say on this matter. So, it's not a question of whether I can do it or not, but a question of whether you understand it or not. Do you still want me to teach you personally? Well, I was thinking of having a good game, but now these 3 rebellious guys have made it difficult for me to win again. I'm going to work early. The anger level instantly reaches the maximum. Afterwards, Jun took several deep breaths, which calmed him down a little. He tried to smile and said, I understand. Don't worry, Teacher Chu. I understand everything. I understand. I won't say any more extra words. I still have things to do here. Remember to get things done as soon as possible, so that I will be happy and you will be relieved too. Also, if you don't have classes, go home early and don't let your family members worry about you. There was a hint of pride in Chu Yufei's tone. Afterwards, the 2 chatted briefly for a few more sentences and ended the call. Chapter 61 Life is about learning to increase knowledge and posture? Immediately afterwards, Jun opened their dormitory group with a lot of resentment. The group name is Hip Hop Dormitory. Jun at everyone, you 3 rebellious sons are so bold that you even dare to forge a leave note. Shu Yufei has already found me. Each of you should write 10 self-reviews. And for this morning's class, congratulations, each of you will be recorded as absent once. If you miss twice more, you will have to retake the class. As soon as the message was sent, there was a reply. Boss, Godfather, is this matter really irreversible? Second brother, +1. Old 4, +1. The second oldest Hanwen and the fourth oldest Wei Hao followed suit. At this moment, Shi Jun was very upset when he saw these three rebellious sons who were still ignorant of the danger. Shi Jun, save it, bullshit. I have tried my best. Each person must write 10 self-reviews. Shi Jun, and it's not just you three. I also have to write 10 self-criticisms. How unfair it is for me. Once these words were spoken, they fell on deaf ears. The dormitory fell silent instantly. Shi Jun flipped the table in anger. Hashtag. Finally, it was not until the afternoon, when Shi Jun's anger had almost subsided, that the three of them sent another message. The general meaning is to express deep apologies and be willing to compensate Shi Jun, to be his adopted son for one day and be available at any time. At this point, the matter has come to an end. In the evening, around 6:30 p.m., Lord Qi had already prepared dinner and was enjoying it with concubine Chu Yu. However, both people at the table seemed a little absent-minded. Shi Jun racked his brains while eating to think of a countermeasure. After all, the lesson from last time was too profound, forcing him to be cautious and on guard. Otherwise, no matter how good his physique was, his old waist would not be able to bear it. On the side, concubine Chu Yu was feeling both anxious and excited. She glanced at Shi Jun in front of her from time to time, and her saliva was almost flowing out. You can see that she is really hungry. A moment later. Neither of them took much of the food before they both said they were full. Those who understand will naturally understand the reason. Well, I'll go wash the dishes first. Shi Jun spoke first. No, I'll do it. Husband, you cook and I wash the dishes. It's reasonable. Concubine Chu Yu quickly responded. Well, okay, you wash the dishes and I'll watch some TV. Shi Jun tried to delay time. Why are you watching TV? It's getting dark now, you need to take a rest. Go take a shower now, don't waste time, watching TV hurts your eyes, I'm doing this for your own good. Concubine Chu Yu didn't give him any chance at all and kept urging him to act quickly. Hearing this, Shi Jun just laughed, helplessly, nodded, and got up and walked towards the bathroom. Very good, you little devil, just wait for me, I will make you cry and beg for mercy tonight. After a long time, Shi Jun was still in the bathroom, and concubine Chu Yu began to become anxious. She walked quickly to the bathroom, knocked on the door gently, and shouted, Husband, why haven't you finished washing yet? How long will it take? At this time, Shi Jun was lying leisurely in the double bathtub, brushing his shadow comfortably. Hearing the sound, he suddenly came back to his senses and said slowly, Not yet, wife, I need to wash for a while longer. Rub the dust off your body and rinse twice, that's enough, just wait a little longer. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu was extremely unhappy and anxious like an ant on a hot pan, but there was nothing she could do. Well, okay, but could you please be a little faster? I'm waiting to take a shower too. Honey, there are other bathrooms upstairs. It doesn't matter where you take a shower. I won't go. I'm so tired today and don't want to move. I just want to take a shower downstairs. Hurry up. Concubine Chu Yu urged again. After hearing this, Shi Jun laughed. Tired? Don't want to move? Humph. Fairy, I see you are clearly trying to suck my young chi. Okay, got it. I'll be there soon. You go back and watch some TV. I'll be out in a bit. Don't worry. Shi Jun comforted him again. Hearing this, Chu Yufei had no choice but to stamp her feet angrily and leave unwillingly. Before leaving, I couldn't help but look back inside. Then hurry up, I'm really anxious. Okay, got it. In the bathroom, Shi Jun heard the footsteps of Chu Yufei leaving, and he was immediately delighted. Little guy, you are still a little naive to fight with me. You can't control me. Another half-hour passed. Soaking in the bathtub all the time was not a solution after all, and Shi Jun finally came out under the constant urging of Chu Yufei. Asshole, you're taking so long, are you going to take all the baths you'll ever take in there? Concubine Chu Yu said coquettishly. Hee, Shi Jun smiled and shook his head proudly, it's about the same. I soaked a little too long. To be honest, it's really comfortable to soak in the bath leisurely. Stinky brother, you'll still stink no matter how you wash, get out of the way. Chu Yufei said angrily, then pushed him away, walked in with a bath towel, her eyes full of resentment. Seeing this, Chi Jun just smiled without saying anything and returned to his room in a leisurely manner. Let you go crazy, you will cry later. 8 o'clock in the evening. Concubine Chuyu is still taking a bath and has not returned yet. Chi Jun was lying on the bed, concentrating on reading his study materials, intending to teach Chu Yufei a good lesson today. It's a pity that he had very high standards and couldn't find any satisfactory information after searching for a long time. Alas, this male protagonist is not strong enough. Ouch, this female lead is disappointing. No, these plots are too bad. Chi Jun read for a long time, shaking his head like a rattle, feeling worried. He had read for such a long time but his knowledge had not increased much, which was really frustrating. Bang! Brother, I'm so annoyed. It's all your fault. You've been dawdling for so long. It's already past 8 o'clock. Hurry up and get to work. Chu Yufei suddenly opened the door and walked in, wearing a thin and sexy pajamas. It can be seen that she put a lot of effort into this aspect. Chi Jun was startled when he heard the voice, and then quickly put his phone away, and stammered, well, it's already so late, why don't we go to bed early, it will be good for both of us. No. Chu Yufei was reluctant after hearing this. She quickly came to the bed and pointed at Chi Jun and said, I'm already prepared like this, don't you know how to take the initiative? I'm not taking the initiative? I've already taken a shower and am lying on the bed obediently, what else do you want me to do? Chi Jun pretended to be stupid and confused. Okay, very good, you are playing this game with me, right? You are playing dumb, right? What did you promise me this morning? Come on, lift the quilt, I want to go in. Concubine Chuyu was so angry that she laughed. She stopped pretending and gave the order directly. Seeing this, Chi Jun stopped making things difficult. After all, this was what he was waiting for. He briskly lifted the quilt and said, come in. You know something. Don't worry, I will be gentle to you later. Concubine Chuyu was delighted to see that Mr. Chi was so obedient. Then he took off his slippers and pounced towards Chi Jun. Hee, you came just in time. I'm waiting for you to fall into my trap. Chi Jun laughed loudly, then rolled sideways to let Chu Yufei miss. Then, he quickly stood up and pressed her delicate body under him. Chi Jun's left hand held her wrists tightly and raised them above her head. You devil, you actually dared to come to my door. I will take you in today. Don't want. Chu Yufei was frightened by this sudden turn of events and screamed. What do you mean? It's too late now. Chi Jun said with a wicked smile. Asshole, stinky brother, I don't want it, I want to be on top, let me go. Chu Yufei said while struggling shyly and angrily. Hee, things change over time. Today it should be my turn on top. You, just accept your fate. After saying that, Chi Jun did not give Chu Yufei a chance to speak. He simply pinched her chin with his right hand and kissed her fiercely. Successfully silenced concubine Chuyu. Chapter 62, Things Between Husband and Wife, Meeting Lu Susu again. The next day. The weather was clear and the breeze blew gently like soft silk. The clock has already pointed to 7 in the morning. Chi Jun jumped up from the bed with full energy and stretched his body comfortably. Great, my whole body feels comfortable. As expected, learning brings joy and knowledge is power. Chi Jun said with a smug look on his face. Shut up, bastard. Concubine Chuyu was finally woken up by his noise and cursed angrily. However, unlike before, her voice this time was a bit lazy and hoarse. If you look closely, her slightly swollen lips seemed to be telling of the madness of last night. Upon hearing that, Chi Jun was overjoyed. He turned around with a wicked smile, leaned gently beside Chu Yufei, and spoke in a frivolous tone. Wife, it's getting late, time to get up. Oh, by the way, remember to drink more water when you wake up in the morning. Look, your delicate lips are a little chapped. You must take good care of yourself. If you don't feel sorry for yourself, your husband, will feel sorry for you too. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's eyes, which had been narrowed, suddenly widened, filled with anger and resentment, and stared at Chi Jun. You bastard, you jerk, you make me sick. Hee. After hearing this, Chi Jun didn't mind at all, but laughed even more wantonly. Then he reached out and gently touched Chu Yufei's head, and said softly, My dear wife, you can scold me as you like. As long as it makes you feel comfortable, I am happy to do whatever you scold me. Go away. Hurry up and get me a glass of water. My mouth is dry and I'm dying of thirst. Concubine Chu Yu was so angry that her chest was heaving, but there was nothing she could do about him. She was really tormented by Chi Jun the whole night and was completely subdued. Seeing this, Chi Jun was very tactful. He said no more, stood up and walked out neatly to pour water for concubine Chu Yu. After all, jokes aside, as a husband, you should do your best to love your wife when it's time to do so. A moment later. Here's the water. The temperature is just right. I even added some rock sugar for you. Drink it now. Chi Jun said this and carefully handed the cup to concubine Chu Yufei. Hearing the voice, she slowly stood up, took the cup, and glared at Chi Jun with resentment, then she slightly opened her cherry mouth and drank gently. Gurgle gurgle. Wow, I'm finally alive. Soon. Chu Yufei finished drinking the water and handed the cup to Chi Jun. Stinky brother, I think you did a good deed this time. After hearing this, Chi Jun grinned and said, well, after all, it was you who started this matter. Besides, I served you wholeheartedly last night, why are you still not satisfied? You, bastard, shameless. Concubine Chu Yu's cheeks turned red with anger, and she said coquettishly. Oh, yes, what you said is right. But, it's getting late now. If you don't want to be late for work, get up quickly. I made a simple breakfast. Come on and eat it. After saying that, Chi Jun stopped talking and turned away with a smile. Chu Yufei was left lying on the bed, feeling ashamed and annoyed, beating the pillow wildly to vent the dissatisfaction of love and hate in her heart. A moment later. Chu Yufei walked out of the room with difficulty, limping, and her body movements were very uncoordinated. Seeing this, Chi Jun burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Chu Yufei's eyes were like sharp swords, staring at him intently. Seeing this, Chi Jun instantly became very sensible, immediately behaved himself, quickly shut his mouth, then walked to her side and gently picked her up. Wife, if you can't walk, don't force yourself. Just call me husband. How can I ignore you? Chi Jun tried to seek a lighter punishment for himself. Hearing this, Chu Yufei in his arms snorted coldly and rolled her eyes at him fiercely. Asshole, you take advantage of everything, don't you? Besides, it's all because of you that I'm in this state today. If you hadn't held me down last night and refused to let go, I wouldn't be like this. Besides, I'm sure I won't be able to drive the car soon. I'm so annoyed. Please take me there. Chu Yufei was so angry that her face turned red, and she even punched Chi Jun several times in his arms involuntarily. Chi Jun quickly said with a smile, Okay, don't be angry, my dear, it's all my fault, I will pay attention next time. Well, let's eat first, and then I'll take you to work right after that, okay? After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu still snorted in annoyance and turned her head away stubbornly. After a long time, Chi Jun and Chu Yufei returned to school together. I'll get off first, and then you can leave. Remember? Chu Yufei's tone was gentle but contained a hint of unquestionable determination, and it was clear that her anger had mostly dissipated. Don't worry, honey. It's nothing. It's fine. Chi Jun said confidently. Seeing his smug look, Chu Yufei suddenly felt a surge of anger and punched Chi Jun coquettishly. Hate it, it makes me angry when I see you so proud. Chi Jun felt a little aggrieved and touched his arm pitifully. It really hurt. But he didn't dare to say much. It was his own fault for being so ignorant yesterday. He deserved it. Afterwards, the car stopped steadily, and Chu Yufei pushed open the door and walked away slowly and gracefully with her long, beautiful legs. Chi Jun followed the agreement and waited patiently for a while before opening the car door and getting out. Be prepared to go straight to class. However, maybe it was a trick of fate, but he actually ran into an old acquaintance again, Lu Susu. She was wearing casual clothes, a black short-sleeved shirt and a white short skirt that complemented each other, and a pair of classic black shoes. She looked playful, lively, and extremely cute. Her appearance attracted the passionate gazes of many boys, and even some girls couldn't help but glance at her from time to time. But in Chi Jun's eyes, although this cuteness and liveliness are good, it is ultimately overshadowed by Chu Yufei's charming, cold, and abstinent unique temperament. Looking at her appearance, she must be waiting for someone. Never mind, it has nothing to do with me, so it's better to stay away from her. Chi Jun pondered it in his mind and finally decided that it would be better to avoid it. However, before he could turn around and slip away, Lu Susu had already spotted him. Her eyes lit up instantly, a brilliant smile spread across her face, she waved to Chi-jun, and walked towards him quickly. Oh my god, no way. I just pissed off concubine Chuyu today, and now another trouble has come up. I might end up in jail again. Chi-jun looked at Lu Susu who was walking towards him, feeling a little flustered as if he was looking at a flood or a beast. But at this time, the distance between the two was already very close, and it was impossible to avoid it. Furthermore, Chi-jun had actually wanted to resolve this trouble of hers as soon as possible, so he could take this opportunity to see what she was up to and make plans for subsequent responses. Chapter 63, Lu Susu's thoughts. Chu Yufei decided to do it herself. Good morning, junior brother Chi-jun. Lu Susu came up to Chi-jun with a smile on her face and said sweetly. Well, good morning, senior sister Lu. Chi-jun smiled and nodded gently, then asked, well, I saw you standing here for quite a long time just now, what's going on, are you waiting for someone? Hearing this, Lu Susu immediately blushed and hesitated for a long time before slowly speaking, actually. I wasn't waiting for anyone in particular, I just wanted to find you. Looking for me? Chi-jun pretended to be surprised and suspicious. Right. So, Senior Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Well, a little. It's just. Isn't this week the Mid-Autumn Festival? During the last gathering, your roommate, Wei Hao, originally wanted to suggest that we go to Huangshan together, but after what happened, he didn't say it. Lu Susu explained softly, glancing at Chi-jun from time to time, and spoke slowly. So, you came here today to help him and me talk about going to Huangshan for the Mid-Autumn Festival, right? Chi-jun asked directly. Yes, Lu Susu said with a smile, didn't he offend you yesterday? He also made you write 10 self-criticisms, so he didn't dare to say it, so he asked me to do it. Hearing this, Chi-jun couldn't help but laugh. I thought to myself, okay, after all this time, it turns out that the rebellious son of the fourth brother is also involved. Great, he is just about to pack me up and send me away. What a pity, fate is hard to say. Since I am already with Chu Yufei, I am destined to be with Lu Susu. I still have to find a way to cut off this feeling. Thinking of this, Chi-jun also made up his mind, coughed twice, and then smiled and spoke in a very tactful tone. I'm really sorry, senior sister Lu. I have a very important matter to attend to during the Mid-Autumn Festival this week. I need to visit the elders here on behalf of my parents. Our two families are close friends, and I have to go and see them this time. I really can't get away. So go ahead and have fun. I hope you have fun. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Susu's face, which had been wearing a sweet smile, suddenly fell. She looked a little dazed and seemed at a loss. Is that so? Well, it's okay. Since your Mid-Autumn Festival is so important, it must be visiting the elders. Yes, I was rash. Sorry. She said with a forced smile. No, it's my fault. I didn't explain it clearly last time, which caused you so much trouble. It must have delayed you a lot. Hearing this, Lu Susu wanted to say something else, but the class bell suddenly rang, interrupting her. Ding dong ding dong, ding ding dong dong. And this is simply life-saving gospel for Chi-jun. Then, he hurriedly spoke first. Well, senior sister Lu, let's stop talking about this today. I still have to go to class. The teacher in the morning class is very strict, so I can't be late for too long. After hearing this, Lu Susu looked helpless, but still tried to keep smiling. Oh, okay, then you go and do your work, I won't bother you anymore, bye. Well, but since you are here, please also pass on a message for me. It is my personal problems that prevent me from attending this time. After I return from the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will treat you to a meal to express my apologies. That's it for now, I'm leaving now, goodbye, senior sister Lu. After saying that, Chi-jun no longer waited for Lu Susu's response. He walked quickly past her and headed straight for the teaching building without looking back. At this time, Lu Susu was left alone in the open space, looking at Chi-jun's departing back with reluctance and regret. Oh, I'm so annoyed. Lu Susu, you are such a fool. What did you talk about during such a good opportunity? Wow, it's all screwed up. Lu Susu complained to herself in frustration. Ding dong. The notification sound of phishing message. Hearing this, Lu Susu had no choice but to stop complaining and open her phone to check. It turned out to be an inquiry from Xia Hoyue. Xia Hoyu, how about it, Susu, did Chi-jun agree? Lu Susu, woohoo. No, he said he had something to do during the Mid-Autumn Festival and needed to visit the elders here on behalf of his parents, so he couldn't get away. Xiaoyue, what? This is obviously just a perfunctory response. You can't visit your elders for 3 consecutive days. Really? Lu Susu, Sister Xiaoho, I failed the first time I took the initiative. What should I do next time? This was followed by a crying emoticon. Xiaoyue, okay, don't be sad. Now is not the time to be sad. Tell me in detail what you two talked about, and then we can think of a solution. Lu Susu, okay. After a long time. After Xiaohou understood the whole story, she suddenly felt very disappointed with her friend. Xiaohou, Susu, I told you a long time ago that your cuteness and liveliness and enthusiasm are good things, but it depends on where you use them. For a well-educated man like Qi Jun, the more enthusiastic you are, the more inappropriate he will feel, and it is easy to create a gap. Lu Susu, no way, woo-woo, does that mean I have no chance at all? Lu Susu, Sister Xiaohou, you must help me. I was attracted to him when I first saw him, but unfortunately there was a misunderstanding later. In the end, it's all Chu Yufei's fault. How can a sister be so cruel as to make such an excessive joke? Xiaohou, okay, I got it. I will definitely help you. Didn't he say that he would treat us to a meal after the Mid-Autumn Festival to express his apology? I will be by your side to assist you and make sure you can take him down. Lu Susu, really? Xiaohou, really, don't worry. I'm no longer single, so my best sisters will surely be able to be single too. Lu Susu, that's great. I'm so excited that I don't know what to say. I really love you so much, Sister Xiaohou. 3. Xiaohou, okay, I love you too. The scene changed. Inside the office of the Department of Business Administration. Akiyu. Chu Yufei was chatting with Qi Jun when she suddenly sneezed. She then rubbed her nose with her hand and didn't take it too seriously. Chu Yufei, so what are you planning? Are you ready to talk it out with her? Qi Jun, that's about it. Anyway, I can't let Lu Susu continue to hold out hope for me. After all, it's impossible. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Chu Yufei, well, as my husband, you are very sensible in this regard. I am very pleased. Qi Jun, hee hee. This is what I should do. Chu Yufei, but after careful consideration, I have to personally handle this matter. You just need to stay by my side and listen to me. I guarantee that she will stop thinking about you completely. Qi Jun, okay, don't go too far, leave some room for others so that we can meet again in the future. Chu Yufei, I know what's going on. You should study hard, play less with your phone, and learn more knowledge. Chapter 64 Mid-Autumn Festival is here, and a call comes from my biological mother Suya. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is time for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Time, 7:30 in the morning. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. A rapid phone call suddenly woke Chu Yufei from her deep sleep. Who is it? It's so early in the morning, and you can't even let me sleep well. It's so annoying. Concubine Chu Yu complained loudly with a strong sense of irritation. Hubby, don't sleep, go answer the phone. Then, she kicked Qi Jun, who was sleeping beside her, without any hesitation, and urged him to deal with it quickly. Qi Jun was suddenly awakened, looking confused. What's wrong with my wife? What happened? The phone is ringing. Go check who's calling. It's keeping me awake. It's so annoying. It keeps ringing non-stop. Chu Yufei urged impatiently, then wrapped the quilt around her head and prepared to continue sleeping. Oh, I see. I'll go right away. Qi Jun rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned loudly, calmed himself down, and then slowly set off. He got out of bed, put on his slippers, walked to the table next to Chu Yufei and picked up his phone to check. Wow, I didn't know until I saw it. It was so shocking that my originally confused brain suddenly became clear. The 2 big words "Mom" were clearly displayed on the phone screen. No need to think, this is the call from Suya. Lao, wife, hurry up, answer the phone, it's our mom. Qi Jun was so nervous that his tongue was a little tied. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Yufei immediately opened the quilt like a spring and said in surprise, fuck? Come on, let me take a look. Hearing this, Qi Jun handed her the phone without hesitation. Oh my god, it really is. Didn't you say you could just come over at noon? Why are you calling me now? Xu Yufei took the phone, took a look, and found that it was indeed her biological mother Suya calling, and she was full of doubts. Hey, don't worry about it, just answer it quickly, or you'll get scolded again later. Shi Jun hurriedly reminded him. After hearing this, Xu Yufei thought it made sense, so she took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and pressed the answer button. The voice instantly became gentle and sweet. Mom. Suya's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Daughter, are you up? Yeah, I got up a long time ago. I was just washing up, so I didn't hear the phone ringing. I just came back from work. Oh, the sun really is rising from the west. Normally at this time of year, it would be unusual for you not to sleep until noon. Why is it so early today? Suya said suspiciously. After all, she is her own daughter and she has raised her for so many years, so she knows Xu Yufei's living habits very well. Forehead. Mom, how can you say that to me? I'm usually very diligent. Look at me, I've been at work for so long, but I've never been late once. Xu Yufei tried to add some brilliance to her image. Come on, don't show off your little tricks in front of me. I called you this time because I know your temper too well. If I didn't call you at this time, you might sleep until the afternoon. Suya showed no mercy and exposed it directly. After hearing this, Xu Yufei was immediately displeased. Mom, how could you do this? Don't we have the least trust between mother and daughter? Can't you trust your dearest and most beloved daughter? Cannot. Suya replied directly and decisively. Hearing this, Xu Yufei was about to make a few more explanations, but was interrupted by her mother again. Since you became an adult, you have become so independent that even the words you say are not trustworthy. I have to think about it more. Also, Shi Jun will be here today. I have been busy preparing meals since early morning, and I am eagerly looking forward to your return. Hearing this, Xu Yufei finally seized the opportunity to interrupt and said hurriedly, Mom, didn't you say you would go there at noon? It's only a little after 7 in the morning, so there's still plenty of time. Suya was obviously unhappy after hearing this, and she said angrily, I'm just looking forward to seeing you guys sooner. Besides, if you come back earlier, we can spend more time together, right? Besides, if Chi Jun came earlier than you, would you be able to save face? Are you trying to spend more time with me? You're clearly in need of a worker to wash the vegetables. Besides, it is impossible for Chi Jun to arrive earlier than me. Concubine Chuyu said angrily and unconvinced. Seeing that her little thoughts were exposed, Suya was not flustered and changed the subject casually. What vegetable washing laborer? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Besides, why couldn't Chi Jun arrive earlier? Why, you are with him. When these words were spoken, both Chi Jun and Xu Yufei were shocked. Chi Jun thought to himself, my mother-in-law is really good at judging people. Fortunately, Xu Yufei had a strong psychological quality, and she quickly calmed down and said in a calm tone, then it must be. No. But this does not affect my knowing that he will definitely not arrive earlier than me, because I told him last night in advance and asked him to pick me up later, and then I will take him to our house personally. How about it, Mom? Isn't my arrangement considerate enough? Well, you are a bit sensible girl. Well, hurry up and pack your things. Don't let Chi Jun arrive while you're still dawdling. Finally, she heard something pleasing to her ears. Suya smiled on the other end of the phone and gave some instructions. I know, Mom. Don't rush us. We will definitely do it as soon as possible. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu responded with a wry smile. After that, the two chatted for a few more words before Suya hung up the phone. Afterwards, Xu Yufei turned her head and cast her gaze at Chi Jun, who was standing beside her. She said with a bitter face, hurry up and pack up. Mom is urging us to do it urgently. We can't delay any longer. Chi Jun smiled and nodded, and without saying anything, he immediately took action. Then, the two of them began to clean up in a hurry. Honey, have you seen my sleeveless dress? No, think carefully about where you put it and look carefully. Chi Jun said. Oh, this is so annoying, I clearly remember leaving it at home, why can't I find it? It's all your fault. You kept pestering me last night and kept me awake until late at night. Now I'm sleepy and tired, and my mind is all foggy. Xu Yufei was anxiously searching for clothes in the closet while muttering and complaining. When Shi Jun heard this, an embarrassed smile appeared on his face, and he replied, this is not my fault, it's because my wife is so charming that I just can't control myself. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu rolled her eyes at him and said, stop saying sweet words to coax me and move faster. Yes, my dear wife. Chi Jun responded with a smile. After a long time. Honey, are you ready? Mom and the others are already urging you to come. It will be ready soon, give me one more minute. Chi Jun took the time to respond. Be careful, don't leave anything behind. We're going to stay at my parents' house for several days. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Chu Yufei, wearing a black suspender skirt, crossed her legs leisurely, kept stuffing snacks into her mouth, and shouted loudly. Bang! 2 suitcases were carried out. Chi Jun finally packed up Chu Yufei and the clothes he would need for his stay at Chu Yufei's house for the next 2 days. Don't worry, everything has been packed, we can set off now. So fast, Chu Yufei was a little surprised, then she sat up straight and said, well, wait for me for a moment, I'll go change my clothes before leaving. Okay, hurry up, I'll go drive and put the luggage away. Okay, I'll be right there. After saying that, Chi Jun set off and walked out with 2 boxes. Chapter 65. Chu Yufei said, I feel like I have lost my father's love. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Chi Jun and Chu Yufei arrived at their destination safely. This is an upscale residential area with a pleasant, quiet and elegant environment. From now on, you call me Sister Yufei, and I call you Lord Chi. Do you understand? Chu Yufei opened the car door swiftly and got out while giving serious instructions. Don't worry, I promise to remember it and I won't let you know. Chi Jun said confidently. Okay, get out of the car quickly, I'll take you up. After saying that, concubine Chu Yu quickly led the way. Then the 2 of them walked into the elevator together and soon arrived at the 6th floor. Ding dong, we're on the 6th floor. Follow me, my house is on the left. Chu Yufei said. Good. Chi Jun nodded and followed him out. After a while, the 2 arrived at the door. Nervous? Chu Yufei suddenly asked, and turned to look at Chi Jun beside her with a smile. To be honest, Chi Jun smiled unconsciously, I'm really nervous. You'll have to help me a lot later. Don't worry, I'm here to help you disperse the fire. Then I'll ring the doorbell, get ready. Good. After that, Chu Yufei did not hesitate, pressed the doorbell 3 times in a row, and shouted, Mom and Dad, we are here, open the door quickly. The scene changed. Inside the house, Suya, who was busy in the kitchen, vaguely heard the doorbell. She quickly put down the work in her hands and hurried out of the kitchen. Old Chu, don't just stand there and watch, hurry up, didn't you hear the doorbell? My daughter and godson are here, go open the door. Suya had a smile on her face and her tone was a little anxious. At this time, Chu Filong was lying on the sofa watching TV leisurely. After hearing Suya's words, he woke up from his dream. Oh, okay, I'll be there right away. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to open the door. No, wait a moment. Seeing this, Suya suddenly spoke up and stopped Chu Filong again. Hearing this, Chu Filong was stunned and stood there blankly. What's wrong, wife, is there something wrong? Didn't you ask me to open the door? Oh, you are such an old man, look at your collar, it's a mess, don't embarrass yourself in front of the children, stand still, I will tidy it up for you. Suya looked at Chu Filong, whose clothes were a little messy, and hurriedly tidied them up for him, giving him some instructions. Remember, be happy to see your godson later. This is the first time he has come to our house in such a long time. Don't worry, honey. As your godfather, there will definitely be no problem. But, our daughter doesn't care? Hey, my girl can come anytime, she can't run away anyway. Our godson is here today on behalf of the Chi family, so we must be serious. Besides, look at what was delivered just now, Australian lobsters and king crabs, they are very sincere, we can't fall behind. Suya said seriously. Chu Filong nodded slightly after hearing this, thinking it made sense. Well, okay, don't worry, wife, I will definitely take good care of this kid in a while. Then, I took out a bottle of my treasured daughter's red wine. I'm happy today, so I'll drink some with my godson. Drink, that's all you know how to do. Forget it, I'll get you a bottle today for the sake of your godson. But I have to remind you, there isn't much daughter's red wine left, and there are only 3 bottles left, including the ones that haven't been dug out. Don't let it be embarrassing when your daughter gets married and you don't have this wine anymore. Suya instructed seriously. Don't worry, I can definitely keep it. I guarantee I can give it to my daughter when she gets married. Chu Filong smiled and said confidently. Ding dong. Mom and Dad, are you home? Open the door. Concubine Shu Yu's urging voice came again. Okay, that's it. We've almost finished tidying up. People outside are rushing us. Remember to be happy and go open the door. Su Ya said. Shu Feilong smiled and nodded. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work, I'll go and entertain them. After saying this, the couple went about their own business. Then, Chu Feilong strode quickly to the door, a bright smile instantly appeared on his face, and he quickly opened the door. Children, you are finally here. The door opened. Shu Yufei and Shi Jun shouted in unison, Dad, Godfather. Hey, good son. Chu Feilong responded loudly with a smile, and this shout stunned the two people outside the door. Shi Jun really didn't expect Chu Feilong to be so direct, and he was stunned. Concubine Shu Yu opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. She never expected that because of Chi Jun's arrival, she would instantly lose father's love in this family. Dad, what about me? Concubine Shu Yu pointed at herself angrily and asked anxiously. Oh, you're fine, aren't you? Chu Feilong glanced at Chu Yufei casually and responded nonchalantly. Afterwards, he came to Chi Jun with great enthusiasm, put his arm around him tightly, and asked with great concern, Son, I haven't seen you these few days. How have you been? Are you used to eating and drinking in Quanchang? Are you getting along well with your classmates at school? This series of questions made Chi Jun a little confused, but he quickly tried to stay calm, smiled and slowly said, I am living very well, the environment in Quanchang is particularly pleasant. I am used to the food and drink, and I get along well with my classmates. After hearing this, Chu Feilong laughed and said, that's good, that's good. This, if you have any problems in the future, your sister Yufei and your godmother are here. If you need help, as long as it does not violate the rules, just say it directly. We are all family, so don't be polite. Okay, Godfather, but I'll try not to cause any trouble to sister Yufei and godmother. Hey, this kid is still the same as when he was little, so honest. But, Godfather likes you like this, keep it up. Okay, Godfather, I definitely will. Chi Jun responded with a smile. At the side, Shu Yufei looked at the two people in front of her who really looked like a pair of real father and son, and she felt inexplicably sad and irritated in her heart. Then, she couldn't help but interrupt and said, Okay, Dad, that's enough. If someone didn't know, they would think you had a new son. Come in quickly, I am exhausted after sitting in the car all the way. Yes, blame me, I was just thinking about chatting, look, I haven't even entered the house yet. Then let's go inside and talk. Let's go inside and talk. As Chu Feilong spoke, he warmly welcomed them into the house. Chapter 66, The Sensible King Qi and the Jealous Concubine Shu Yu. Godfather, don't worry. I brought you something this time. Shi Jun said, and then he brought the mutai in front of Chu Feilong. Because I don't know what you like, I asked Sister Yufei to accompany me to buy it. Fei Tian mutai, you should like it. Oh my, Chu Feilong was instantly excited, and quickly took the gift box to check. Wow, this has really cost you a lot of money. The lobster and crab you bought just now have been delivered. It must have cost you a lot of money in total. Godfather, you are too polite. This is a family matter. It's the reunion festival and the godson is giving gifts to his parents. How can we talk about money? It's not a big expense. This is what I should do. Shi Jun smiled and said respectfully. Hearing this, Chu Feilong smiled with relief. Then he looked at Chu Yufei, who was waiting for dinner with empty hands, and his expression suddenly turned bad. Maybe I still want a son. Chu Feilong muttered softly. Afterwards, Chu Feilong warmly embraced Shi Jun and took him into the house. Sit anywhere, just like you're at home. Okay, thank you, Godfather. You're welcome. What would you like to drink? We don't have anything else at home. How about tea? Godfather, don't bother you, I can do it myself. That won't do. You finally come here once, how can I let you do it? Hearing this, Shi Jun was also helpless and said with a smile, then, I'll just drink some plain water, it's fine. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. I'll go get you something. You and Yufei can go sit in the living room for a while. After Chu Feilong said this, he walked towards the tea machine beside him. Concubine Shu Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes and said sourly, Humph, Dad, I'm not your biological daughter anymore. This differential treatment is too obvious. What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful. Your mother might hear you and scold you. Chu Feilong responded. Walking into the living room, Chu Yufei's temper flared up and she pulled Qi Jun aside to sit down. Now it seems that I am the outsider. You are much closer to my family than I am. After hearing this, Qi Jun smiled and comforted her softly. Sister Yufei, don't get excited. It's been a long time since I came to visit you. It's normal for my godfather and his family to be more enthusiastic towards me. Don't be too jealous. Humph, I don't think so. Look at the way my old Chu acted just now. He was just about to take you out and announce it to the world as his own son. Chu Yufei said. At this point, Qi Jun was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Here's the water. Chu Feilong came over quickly with 2 glasses of water. What's going on? I heard you guys talking there just now. What are you talking about? Tell Dad about it, and make things more lively here. No, we didn't say anything. We just briefly talked about some things at school. It's nothing important. Ah, yes, Sister Yufei just talked to me about some school matters, nothing more. Qi Jun quickly agreed. After hearing this, although Chu Feilong didn't believe it in his heart, he couldn't say anything else and could only nod and smile. Then, concubine Chu Yu spoke again to change the subject. Well, Dad, where's my mom? Why can't I see her? Did she go out? Hearing this, before Chu Feilong had time to speak, Suya brought out some fruit from the kitchen and said with a smile, Come on, eat some fruit first, the food will be ready soon. Seeing this, Qi Jun quickly stood up and took the fruit plate, saying politely, Thank you, godmother. Chu Feilong smiled, patted Qi Jun on the shoulder, and said, Don't be polite, son, just treat this place as your own home. That's right, just treat it as your own home. Although I know ours is indeed much smaller than your villa, just make do with it. This, godmother is joking. It doesn't matter how big the house is. As long as the family is there, it doesn't matter where it is. It's just. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I need to get used to your sudden visit. Qi Jun scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Hey, look at this child, he is still the same as when he was little, shy, and sensible. Okay, well, old Chu, come over and help me with some work, I can't handle it alone. Also, Yufei, please take care of things. Your brother Qi Jun just arrived and needs some time to adapt. Please help him out. Suya smiled and said with concern. I know, Mom. Why, when he came today, I felt like an outsider, as if I was not your biological child, but he was. Concubine Chu Yu complained coquettishly. Hey, girl, why did your parents treat you badly? Why are you saying such heartless things? Suya said unhappily. Hey, honey, you forgot that we haven't processed the Australian lobster and king crab that our godson sent us yet. Hurry up, it's getting late and the kids will be hungry soon. On the side, Chu Feilong spoke to ease the situation. Well, if your father and Qi Jun weren't here today, I would have punished you severely. After Suya finished speaking, she turned around and took Chu Feilong to the kitchen to get busy. Godfather, godmother, do you need my help? Qi Jun shouted loudly towards the kitchen. Hey, kid, you and your sister Yufei can just play in the living room. Your godfather and I are enough here. There won't be room for more people in the kitchen. You young people can chat and watch TV for a while, and then you can eat soon. Suya was very happy and responded with a smile. Hearing this, Qi Jun wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chu Yufei who pulled his arm. That's enough. The more filial you are, the more miserable I will be. Do you know that? Stop talking about that. What's wrong? Are you angry? Qi Jun asked with a smile. Nonsense, my house is almost becoming your home. My parents are going to treat you as their own son. How can I not be angry? Chu Yufei said unhappily. Seeing this, Qi Jun said nothing more and just smiled. Okay, then I will try not to show off myself, that should be fine. That's more like it. Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. After a long time. The clock pointed to just after 12 noon. Children, it's time to eat. Suya brought out the steaming dishes from the kitchen and shouted loudly. I know, Mom. Okay, godmother. Concubine Chu Yu and Qi Jun responded in unison. Then, everyone moved to the dining table together. Suya had prepared a table full of dishes. The delicious aroma of the dishes made people salivate. Come on, godson, let's have a good drink today. Chu Feilong smiled particularly happily, took out the matai that Qi Jun brought, and was about to pour him a glass. No, 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 Godfather, I should be the one pouring the wine. Jun was flattered and said quickly. Hey, I'm happy today. Let's not talk about so many rules. The most important thing is to have a good time drinking. Chu Filon said generously. Okay, Lao Chu, you should restrain yourself a little. Don't drink too much and make a fool of yourself in front of the kids. Suya reminded. Impossible. With my alcohol tolerance, half a bottle is no problem. I can definitely control myself. Don't worry, wife. Hearing this, Suya rolled her eyes at him and said, well, you can do whatever you want. If you get drunk later, you can just sleep on the sofa outside. Hearing this, Jun and Chu Yufei couldn't help but smile. Godfather, Godmother, I am sorry to bother you by visiting you today, so I would like to raise a glass to wish you good health and happiness every day. Jun raised his glass and said solemnly. Kid, this wine is quite strong, drink less. Suya said with concern. Hey, our son is an adult, a man, so what's there to be afraid of if he drinks a little? I'll accompany you. Chu Filong responded. Thank you for your concern, Godmother. I'll have a drink with Godfather. Cheers. Okay, great, I'll do one too. They both drank it in one gulp. Cool. The two said in unison. Okay, eat something quickly. Don't just drink. It's hurting your stomach. As she spoke, Suya gently put a piece of pork ribs into Chu Feilong's bowl. Seeing this, Chu Yufei naturally put a piece of pork ribs into Jun's bowl and said, Here, try it. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Chapter 67 Fun at Home. Yufei, what are you doing? Chu Feilong widened his eyes, a little stunned, and asked with a puzzled look on his face. At the side, Suya was also looking at her blankly, with a strange look in her eyes, not quite understanding her actions. Oh no, we've been together for so long, I've gotten used to picking up food, and it became easy for me. At this moment, Chu Yufei's heart was instantly in a mess, and Jun's heart was in his throat, and he was secretly sweating. Well. Jun, he's a guest, and he's also my brother. I haven't seen him for such a long time, so I must take good care of him. Isn't that what you said? Is there anything wrong with that? Concubine Chu Yu thought quickly and corrected the plot with a smile. This doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Chu Feilong nodded slightly, thought about it carefully, and felt that it seemed to make sense. Ah yes. Sister Yufei may have seen that I was a little reserved, so she gave me a piece of pork ribs. I like it very much. Thank you. Jun quickly responded, trying hard to force a smile on his face. You're welcome. Chu Yufei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and smiled. If you like it, eat more. You haven't eaten your godmother's cooking for several years. Try it more and see if it still tastes like when you were a child. Hearing this, Suya felt a little strange, but she didn't think too much about it at the moment. Then, she quickly stood up with a smile, picked up a piece of pork ribs for Jun, and said enthusiastically, Yes, I still remember that when you were a child, you liked to come to my house for dinner with your sister Yufei. I haven't eaten it for so long, try it and see if it tastes the same as before. Seeing this, Jun quickly picked up the bowl and stood up, carefully catching the ribs Suya picked up. Thank you, Godmother, really, I don't even need to taste this dish, just smelling it is almost the same as when I was a child. If I eat this, it will definitely be better than when I was a kid. Oh, this boy is so sweet and his words are so pleasant to the ears. Suya was so happy to hear this. Then you have to eat more and can't be polite to your godmother. Yes, definitely, definitely. Jun smiled and nodded. Godmother, Godfather, you guys eat too. Don't just watch me eat. Sister Yufei, you eat too. Jun said with a smile. Ah, okay, let's all do it together. Suya and others responded with smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Chu Yufei gently picked up a plump crab claw, carefully placed it in Suya's bowl, and said, Mom, you have worked hard. Suya's smile became brighter, and she said, It's not hard. Seeing you guys enjoying your meal so much, I'm so happy. Everyone was enjoying the delicious food and chatting happily, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was evening. This time, Jun took the initiative to step forward and offer to cook for Chu Yufei's family. Godmother, please don't be polite with me. It's just cooking a meal. It's a piece of cake for me. It's very easy. You, go watch TV with Yufei and Godfather and have a good rest. I will take care of the kitchen. Jun said with a smile on his face. That's so embarrassing. We invited you to be our guest, so how can we ask you to cook for us? That's totally inappropriate. Suya hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, godmother, what are you saying? When I came here at noon, you and godfather said I was one of their own. Now that we have to work, you are being so distant with me. This is unacceptable. This. Suya didn't know how to refute for a moment. Look, you can't even refute me, right? You can just watch TV with them. I can handle this job. I am a pretty good cook. You will know when you try it later. Jun struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade. At this point, Suya was really at a loss, so she smiled and nodded, reluctantly agreeing, okay, this dinner will be left to you. But if you encounter any problems while cooking, just call me and I will watch TV with your sister Yufei and the others in the living room. Okay, just go ahead. I promise I can do this job beautifully on my own. After saying that, Jun happily sent Suya out of the kitchen. Then, go ahead and do your work. Just call me if you need anything. Suya did not forget to remind him again before leaving. Okay, don't worry, I will. Jun promised solemnly. Hearing this, Suya said no more, smiled and nodded, then went to the living room to watch TV with Chu Yufei and others. Come to the living room. Hey, why are you back? Did your godson really persuade you to come back? Chu Feilong was lying comfortably on the sofa eating melon seeds at this time. When he saw Suya coming, he immediately started talking with a smile. Hearing this, Suya smiled, grabbed a handful of melon seeds from the side, and said, that's right, this child is so sensible and thoughtful. He insisted on showing us his skills, and I couldn't stop him no matter what I did. That's right. Don't you see whose brother's son he is? My brother's son is definitely sensible and well behaved. He is like a model soldier, always ready to serve everyone. Chu Feilong smiled, his face full of pride. Look at what you've done. Suya smiled, rolled her eyes at him and said, Dad, Mom, that's enough, please stop talking, I can't hear the sound from the TV clearly. Chu Yufei, who was lying leisurely on the side, suddenly interrupted and revealed a hint of dissatisfaction in her words. After hearing this, Chu Feilong smiled again, cooperated and stopped talking. After all, she is his biological daughter, so there is still some fatherly love for him. Oh, what's wrong? Are you interrupting the little ancestor from watching TV? Suya was a little unhappy when she saw this. I really mean that there is no harm without comparison. Look at Jun, who is 6 years younger than you. He is sensible and obedient, well-behaved, and especially polite. Now, look at yourself. All you do is eat and sleep. You are nothing like me as a mother. You are just like your father. Mom, you're going too far. Why are you still making personal attacks? When concubine Shuyu heard this, she felt as if she was pricked by a needle and felt extremely uncomfortable. Why, I'm telling the truth and that's considered a personal attack. Then what's wrong with me? Why do I only eat and sleep? I'm not incapable of cooking, but does that mean my behavior is inappropriate? Shu Yufei said unconvinced. Oh my, you are so rebellious. I always give in to you at school, but at home, have you forgotten who is in charge? You are the only one who can cook. What else can you do besides stir-frying shredded potatoes, making tomato and eggs, and adding 1 or 2 soups that rely on technological seasonings to enhance the flavor? Also, behave properly? Yes, I only pretend when I'm outside, but I also have a stern face, as if someone owes me $2.58 million. Perhaps your inability to find a partner has a lot to do with your problems. Suya's rapid-fire attack directly broke down Chu Yufei's defense. Mom, you are really... What's really wrong with me? That's really the truth, isn't it? I think so too. You... Dad, look at Mom. She is such a bully. She has belittled me to the point of being worthless. Chu Yufei had no choice but to place her hopes on Chu Feilong, hoping that he could show his fatherly love and give her some warmth. Chapter 68, When My Own Mother Speaks, It Really Hurts. Having said that, Chu Feilong's eyes involuntarily glanced back and forth between Chu Yufei and Suya several times, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. If I help my daughter, my wife will definitely be cruel to me, no. But if I help my wife, my own daughter might not get any benefit, so that is not okay. Otherwise, help your daughter first and then go along with your wife, maybe you can have the best of both worlds this way. Thinking of this, Chu Feilong finally forced a smile on his face. He looked at Suya on the side, coughed twice and said, "Oh, mother, our daughter is not that bad. She just needs more experience and growth." Still needing to gain experience? Suya couldn't help but smile when she heard this. She snorted and retorted, "She's already that old and still needs to grow up. You should just spoil her as much as possible." Hearing this, Chu Feilong shook his head helplessly, looked at the angry Chu Yufei beside him, spread his hands, and said nothing more. "Dad, you are such a jerk." Chu Yufei stamped her feet angrily. "Humph, you guys just teamed up to bully me, I won't pay any attention to you." After saying that, she turned and left. "Why are you going?" "We'll have dinner soon." Chu Feilong quickly spoke upon seeing this. "You guys said I was lazy, I'm going to the kitchen to help Chi Jun cook, so you can see how I've grown," Chu Yufei said without turning her head, with a little temper. "Look, it's all your fault," Suya complained. Hearing this, Chu Feilong could only smile bitterly, shook his head, and said no more. You can't please both sides. On the other side, as soon as she entered the kitchen, Chu Yufei saw Chi Jun busying herself in an orderly manner. "I'll help," Chu Yufei shouted loudly. Hearing this, Chi Jun was stunned for a moment, turned around to look at her, and said with a smile, "Sister Yufei, why are you here?" "I can handle it here." Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him and said, "Humph, do you think I want to come? I just don't want to listen to my mother nagging in the living room." "Haha, what's the matter? Did you make your godmother angry again?" Chi Jun couldn't help but laugh and joked. "Go to hell." Chu Yufei's temper flared up when she heard this. She quickly walked forward and punched him with her fist. "Your godmother has devalued me to the point of being worthless. What can I do? How dare I mess with her?" Chi Jun chuckled, "It seems so." Chu Yufei snorted, rolled up her sleeves and said, "Stop talking nonsense and find me something to do, otherwise I'll have come here for nothing." Seeing this, Chi Jun smiled and pointed to the vegetables piled on the side, then Sister Yufei, please help wash these vegetables. Chu Yufei glared at him fiercely and muttered softly, "I was being polite to you, but you really weren't being polite." But he still picked up the vegetables obediently and started washing them. Seeing her like this, Chi Jun hurriedly coaxed her, "Okay, Sister Yufei, don't be angry. I just want to stay with you for a while longer." As he spoke, he gently held Chu Yufei's hand. Seeing Chi Jun being so bold, Chu Yufei's face instantly flushed with shyness. She gently broke free from his hand and said softly, "You don't dare yet. You are very brave. Just cook well and don't touch me." Chi Jun smiled and nodded, then continued to work. "Hey, Chi Jun, why is my mother so nagging? We are all teachers, why am I so bad?" Chu Yufei complained while helping to wash the vegetables. Chi Jun smiled and said, "Godmother is doing that for your own good. She hopes that you can excel even more." Chu Yufei curled her lips, "Humph, you can't insult me like that." "Okay, don't be unhappy. I'll make a delicious meal later to appease Godmother," Chi Jun comforted softly. Chu Yufei glanced at him and said, "Okay, then it depends on your ability." At this time, Chi Jun suddenly leaned close to Chu Yufei's ear and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, dear, I'm here." Chu Yufei's face became redder and she whispered, "Hate it, don't yell like that, be careful someone might hear you." The two smiled at each other, and the kitchen was filled with a sweet and ambiguous atmosphere. At this moment, Suya's voice suddenly came from the living room, "What are you two doing in the kitchen? How long will it take for the meal to be ready?" After hearing this, Chu Yufei quickly replied, "It's almost done, Mom. Don't worry. It will be almost done in about 10 minutes. Yes, Godmother, don't worry, it will be ready soon, very quickly." Chi Jun also echoed. Then, he quickened his movements and said, "Speed up a bit, don't let Godmother and the others wait too long." Concubine Chu Yu nodded in agreement. Chu Feilong and Suya in the living room heard the response from the kitchen and smiled at each other. These two kids are quite affectionate when they are together, Suya said with a smile. "Yes, maybe our daughter can learn some cooking skills from Mr. Chi," Chu Feilong responded. After hearing this, Suya shook her head and said, "I don't think it's possible." "Oh, honey, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but sometimes you have to be more tolerant of your daughter." "Am I not tolerant enough towards her? Old Chu, to be honest, your daughter will be 30 in a few years, are you anxious?" Suya directly used her ultimate move. Hearing this, Chu Feilong hesitated for a moment, and finally waved his hands helplessly, shaking his head in surrender. Okay, I won't talk to you about this, do whatever you want." After that, the two stopped talking and focused on watching the TV series. After a long time. Mom and Dad, the meal is ready. We can serve the meal now. Xu Yufei shouted. Then, she and Jun walked out of the kitchen with delicious dishes and put them on the dining table. See this scene. Suya couldn't help but be a little surprised and said, "Wow, I didn't expect you two to be so capable." After hearing this, Xu Yufei said with a smug look on her face, "What do you think, Mom? I am not without any strengths, am I?" "Yeah. That's not right. Why don't I see any tomato, eggs, or shredded potatoes?" Suya was truly hurt as soon as she opened her mouth. Xu Yufei's face fell instantly, sad, "I want to cry." "Okay, wife, be gentle with your words, let's eat, let's taste the meal cooked by our godson and daughter." Xu Feilong looked at his daughter, who looked so aggrieved that she was about to cry, and couldn't help but speak. "Yes, godmother, let's eat first and rest early. You have been tired all day." Jun also hurriedly advised. "Alright, everyone, protect her. Come on, let's eat first. Sit down." Suya didn't say anything more and asked everyone to take a seat. As for concubine Chuyu, she curled her lips and her temper came out again. She walked straight to Jun, sat down, and started eating. Chapter 69. Jun's mother called and agreed that Xu Yufei would go to Jun's house to celebrate the National Day. Just when everyone was having a great time eating and chatting, suddenly, a phone rang. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Hearing the sound, Xu Yufei hurriedly reminded, "Mr. Qi, it seems that your phone is ringing, let's take a look to see who is calling." "Oh, really?" After hearing this, Jun began to grope his body and finally found his cell phone in the pocket behind his butt. "All I saw on the screen was Mom. It's my mom calling," Jun said with some surprise. As soon as these words came out, Suya suddenly became excited. "Hey, that's great. He even knew to call you. Okay, pick up the phone. I want to hear what this old guy has to say." "Old Chu, be serious, the children are here." Suya couldn't help but speak when she heard his somewhat rude words. "Hey, it's okay. We have been comrades in arms for 8 years. What I said is much better than what we said in the army. If you don't believe me, ask Lao Qi if this is true." Xu Feilong started to defend himself. After hearing this, Suya rolled her eyes at him, looking speechless and not bothering to pay attention to him. "Then I'll take it." Jun suddenly spoke. "Well, answer it quickly, don't make your parents wait anxiously." Suya spoke up. "Good." Jun nodded and then clicked the connect button. Soon, the video was connected, and a woman wearing a facial mask appeared on the other end. It was Jun's mother Chen Yan, not his father Yu. "Hey, little brat, you finally answered the phone. What took you so long? I was so anxious. I thought you were asleep." Chen Yan's voice sounded a little anxious, but her tone was full of care. Hearing this, Jun couldn't help but smile and responded, "Mom, I'm visiting Sister Yufei's house for the Mid-Autumn Festival and having dinner. I answered the phone as soon as I heard the voice." "But why are you holding my dad's phone? Where is he?" "He's busy. My phone is charging, so I used your dad's phone to video call you and see how you were spending Mid-Autumn Festival. Now it seems that you are doing pretty well. Then I must have had a good Mid-Autumn Festival. Let me show you, my godfather, godmother, and Sister Yufei are all here." As he spoke, he took out his phone, turned on the rear camera, and slowly looked around. "Mother Qijuan, long time no see, how have you been lately?" Suya said with a smile on her face. "Oh, Mother Yufei, it's been a long time since we last met. I've been very idle recently and have nothing to do. I've been doing pretty well, just wandering around like usual." Chen Yan responded with a smile. "Hello, Qijuan's mother. Long time no see. Why haven't I seen old Qi recently? Is he not at home?" Xu Feilong smiled and greeted politely. "Well, hello, Yufei father, long time no see. Lao Qi has been very busy these past 2 days, discussing projects with other people every day. He is so busy that he comes home in the middle of the night. It's so annoying. Hey, let us not talk about him anymore. I hope Yufei's father is doing well at work recently." "Yeah, it's going smoothly. We just solved a big case and arrested more than 10 people. That's pretty good." "Oh, that's good. This job is hard and dangerous, so you must pay attention to safety. That's right, definitely. Okay, it's my turn, take a picture of me. Concubine Chu Yu was so anxious that she was jumping up and down. I know, don't worry. Shi Jun comforted. Oh, it sounds like Yu Fei, right? Yu Fei, please show up and let Godmother see if you are more beautiful now. Shen Yan said excitedly. Hearing this, Chu Yufei didn't bother to be polite with Shi Jun. She directly snatched the phone and switched it to the front position. She had a sweet smile on her face and her voice was even sweeter and more pleasant. Godmother, long time no see. Oh, my girl, Godmother misses you so much. Let me take a good look and see if you have become more beautiful again. No, it's still the same as before. Chu Yufei said shyly. Looking at the delicate concubine Chu Yufei in front of them, Chu Feilong and Suya were dumbfounded. Suya whispered, "Is this still my daughter? Why is she so well behaved?" Chu Feilong blinked in confusion. Yes, it's our daughter, she looks like this is the first time I've seen her, she is indeed much more well behaved. Look, you are still being modest, aren't you? Our daughter is so beautiful even without beauty filters, it's really enviable. I haven't seen you for a long time. I feel you have become thinner and your face is whiter. Is it because you don't eat enough? You should eat more protein, which is good for your skin and your body. You won't gain weight easily. Shen Yan's tone was soft and full of concern. Thank you, Godmother. I'm sorry for your trouble. Chu Yufei replied with a smile, that feeling is really closer than having one's own mother. Alright, that's enough. If you don't know, you would think Sister Yufei is your biological daughter. Shi Jun looked at the two of them and spoke sourly from the side. Oh, are you jealous, little brat? Shen Yan said jokingly, you know what, back then all I wanted was a daughter, but your dad was too fussy and only wanted a son. However, it's not bad to have a daughter like Yufei now, which makes up for a little regret I had back then. Come to think of it, I really envy Yufei's mother. It's so good. She must be very loving to raise this girl. I don't know which brat will get her in the future. Shen Yan's tone was full of envy. Chu Yufei was so happy that she said, really, Godmother, am I as good as you say? Of course, my daughter must have confidence in herself. Shen Yan gave a positive evaluation. Don't, Shi Jun's mother, what you said is that you don't see her often, otherwise, it would be a good thing if she didn't make you angry to death. However, Suya did not think so. Instead, she felt that this would easily make Chu Yufei feel proud. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's originally smiling face suddenly became ugly, but she was too lazy to waste words with Suya and still called her godmother. Hi, Yufei's mother, children are young, lively and active, so it's good to be naughty. I like our daughter's personality, she is cheerful and lively. Chen Yan said. See, my godmother still loves me. I love you, godmother. 3. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu laughed so hard that she couldn't stop. Okay, it can be seen that your godmother really likes you. How about? I think this is how it should be. This mid-autumn festival, Shi Jun will come to our house to celebrate the festival. He will give gifts and cook for us. This is a real thoughtful thing. So, it's only right to reciprocate. National Day will be here in a week or two. At that time, concubine, you should not go home, but go directly to your house with Lord Qi. This way I won't be bothered by it. I'll go on a trip with Lao Chu to relax. Is that okay with you, Madam Qi Jun? Suya immediately came up with a clever idea, shocking everyone. Qi Jun, I'm stunned. Chu Feilong, I'm dumbfounded. Chu Yufei, her eyes widened, the corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than AK, she was so happy. Shen Yan, okay, that's great, this is totally fine, I fully agree with it, it's fine, it's great, I don't know what to say, just send it over quickly, it's settled. What? It's settled. Shi Jun was dumbfounded. Yes, wife, isn't that too hasty? This is your biological child, are you just going to give it away like this? Chu Feilong said. No, didn't you hear how happy Qi Jun's mother was? I think this is a good idea, so let's make it a deal. When the time comes, I'll let your beloved goddaughter serve you. Suya was also very happy to see that her casual proposal was achieved. Hey, how can we let our daughter serve us? We have me and old Qi in this family. If all else fails, we still have Mr. Qi. I promise to take good care of your daughter and make her beautiful. Shen Yan was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Afterwards, they chatted for a few more minutes and hung up the phone. Chapter 70. It's normal for sister and brother to play a game. Soon, this rather pleasant dinner came to an end. Mr. Chi, it's getting late, go wash up and get some rest. Well, your room is inside, next to concubine Yu's room. I'll take you there to have a look. Suya said with a smile. Good. Chi-jun nodded slightly in response, then followed closely behind. After walking a few steps, they arrived in front of two doors facing each other. Suya pointed to the room on the left, opened it gently, and said, I heard that you were coming, so I cleaned it up in advance. This room had been empty before, almost no one lived there, and I just changed the bed and quilt and everything else, and they were all washed, so they are absolutely clean. At this time, Chi-jun slightly turned sideways to look inside. The room was simply decorated, but it had all the necessary things and was indeed spotlessly clean. That's really too much trouble for you, godmother. Chi-jun smiled and said with respect. Hey, kid, don't be so polite all the time, just treat this place as your own home and live comfortably. Take a look later. If you need anything, remember to tell me and I will prepare it for you. No need, godmother. This is already very good. I brought the rest with me. I don't need anything. Hearing this, Suya smiled and nodded. Okay, then you pack up first, I have to go back and rest. I still have some things to deal with at school tomorrow, so I can't stay up all night. Okay, godmother, see you tomorrow, good night. Well, bye, good night. After Suya finished speaking, she smiled and waved, walked towards the living room, and returned to the master bedroom. Bang! Suddenly, just as Suya closed the door, Chi-jun heard the sound of a door opening from behind. How's it going? Has mom gone home yet? Concubine Chuyu half poked her head out and looked out cautiously. Seeing this, Chi-jun couldn't help but laugh and nodded slightly. Godmother left, I just saw her close the door with my own eyes. Hey, that's good. Are you going to wash up now? Chu Yufei raised the corner of her mouth and asked with a smile. Well, it's getting late. I plan to wash up and go to bed early. Chi-jun replied. Really? You can sleep so early? Concubine Chu Yu had a look of suspicion and disbelief on her face. I really couldn't sleep, but I just lay down and played with my phone for a while, and then I fell asleep naturally when I got tired. Playing with your phone is so boring. How about you come in and play something interesting with me? As Chu Yufei spoke, the expression on her face became more ambiguous, her eyes were full of charm and she was seductive. Moreover, she deliberately stretched out one of her white, slender, jade-like legs, gently took off her slippers, and rubbed her delicate feet slowly on Chi-jun's legs, which was so tempting that it was difficult to suppress the impulse in his heart. When Chi-jun saw this, his eyes widened and his desire was aroused. Chu Yufei, I advise you to be honest, what are you thinking about all day? This is in your house, be careful not to be discovered, or we will be in trouble. The king of Qi was very cautious and tried to control himself. He did not let the beauty before him carry him to his head and spoke righteously. After hearing this, Chu Yufei immediately laughed maliciously and said coquettishly, Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that I'm not thinking well. I think you are the one who has the wrong idea and you are blaming me instead. After saying that, Chu Yufei snorted, retracted her beautiful legs, and gave him a fierce look. There was still some seductiveness in those eyes. Seeing this, Chi-jun was too lazy to bother with her anymore. After all, this little devil was extremely cunning, and the longer he was entangled with her, the more difficult it would be for him to control himself. In the end, Chi-jun shook his head helplessly, suppressed the impulse in his heart, tried to restrain himself rationally, turned around and prepared to go back to his room to avoid temptation. But Chu Yufei did not let him go easily. Instead, she grabbed the corner of his clothes and said coquettishly, Humph, you have no conscience, are you really going to leave? Seeing this, Chi-jun had no choice but to stop, looked back at her, and said helplessly, What else? Should I let you tease me like this again? Do you know that if you continue like this, I am really afraid that I will completely lose control? Hearing this, Chu Yufei became playful and winked playfully. She leaned closer to Chi-jun and whispered in his ear, If you can't control yourself, don't control yourself. I've heard that being a ninja is bad for a man's health. At this moment, sniffing Chu Yufei's body fragrance and listening to such provocative words, Chi-jun's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a few times. He struggled to hold on to his reason and said, Stop it, my wife. If we are discovered, we will be finished. Humph, you still know how to call me wife. Chu Yufei curled her lips, but didn't care at all. She tightly wrapped her arms around Chi-jun's neck and whispered in his ear, What are you afraid of? As long as you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know? After hearing these words, Jun was finally tortured by this little devil and lost his last bit of patience. He made up his mind and looked over at the master bedroom. There was still no movement, so he simply hugged Chu Yufei tightly in his arms and quickly moved into her boudoir. Then he gently closed the door and locked it, his movements smooth and seamless. You asked for this, little devil. You are going too far. I can't stand it anymore. You'd better be prepared to accept the punishment. Jun was breathing heavily at this moment, with desire burning in his eyes. No, Chu Yufei in his arms immediately became cowardly after hearing that. I just said it casually. It was purely nonsense. I was bored and wanted to talk to you. I really didn't think about that. Can you restrain yourself? Restraint? It's come to this point, and you told me that you just wanted to chat, and you still want me to restrain myself? After hearing this, Jun was completely stunned. Why, after all this time, you only care about lighting fires and not putting them out? No, I don't care. You have to take responsibility for what happened today. I'm very angry right now, and you have to solve it for me. Jun stopped talking and, with a sly smile on his face, directly asked Chu Yufei to take responsibility. How can I be responsible? I was really just joking. Who knew you were so bold and really wanted to execute me on the spot? Can you please restrain yourself a little longer? I will obey you when we get home. Concubine Chuyu began to show weakness. Her rosy cheeks were like ripe apples, her pink neck was as slender and attractive as a swan, and her delicate appearance made people more and more fascinating. After all, if something really happened, she couldn't guarantee that her parents wouldn't find out, which would be a very bad outcome. Hearing this, Jun still looked indifferent. Just as he was about to say something else, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice outside. Knock, knock, knock. Jun, just now, Godmother went back and thought about it, and suddenly remembered that your room seemed to be missing a socket strip. I'll send you a small one. Open the door and I'll hand it to you. Suya's voice suddenly sounded outside. At this moment, Jun and Chu Yufei were instantly panicked upon hearing this. They never expected that the thing they were most worried about would eventually happen. Mama's here, she's just outside the door. Why are you still holding me? Let me go. Upon seeing this, concubine Chuyu hurriedly struggled and urged. After hearing this, although the king of Qi was reluctant, he was helpless. He could only take several deep breaths and try to calm his restless emotions. Then he slowly let go of the irritating concubine Chuyu. I'll let you go this time, but if you do this again next time, even if my godmother comes, I will definitely punish you. Oh, I see, I know I was wrong. But the most urgent thing now is how you explain the problem in my room. Concubine Chuyu said in a panic. What else do I need to explain? Playing games. I came to your place to use the internet, and we can play games together as a sister and brother. That should make sense, right? Jun said seriously. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu thought about it and felt that it was feasible and seemed to make sense. That's what we'll do. Chapter 71. You start the fire and put it out yourself. It's your own fault. Mom, who are you looking for? After opening the door, Chu Yufei held the phone and deliberately turned up the volume, then leaned out her head and asked. Hearing the voice, Suya also turned around and looked. I didn't do anything, I just sent a socket to your brother Jun. Did you see him? Bomb. Don't want. Chu Yufei was concentrating on operating her phone while she responded absent-mindedly, Oh, I saw it. He's in my room. We're playing poker together. 5-star explosion. Hearing this, Jun in the room also responded promptly, Godmother, I'm here. Sister Yufei and I are playing games. I heard that you are looking for me. What's the matter? Seeing how absorbed the two were in playing the game, Suya felt something was strange in her heart. She always felt that they were a little sneaky. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just remembered that your room was short of an extension cord, so I gave you a small one. You can use it for now. Suya said with a smile. That's really too much trouble for you. You still have to worry about such a small matter. No trouble. 8-star explosion. Don't want. Oh, this is so annoying. Don't you know to let me play my cards first? I only have 2 kings left and I win. Chu Yufei suddenly interrupted and complained. Sister Yufei, don't be impatient. Look, I still have 2 8-star bombs in my hand. Throw them out to get higher scores. Wait a little longer. Chi Jun hurriedly comforted him. Seeing this, Suya didn't know what to say. She reached out and gently patted Chu Yufei, put the power strip here first, and give it to Chi Jun when he leaves later. After hearing this, Chu Yufei took the power strip reluctantly and said nonchalantly, I see. If you have nothing else, go to bed early. Our nightlife for young people has just begun. Hearing this, Suya couldn't help but rolled her eyes at her and pointed at her. I'm too lazy to talk to you, don't lead your brother Chi Jun astray, go to bed early, understand? Don't worry, godmother. I'll play with sister Yufei for a while and then leave. I promise not to disturb your rest. You should go to bed early. Chi Jun spoke again. After hearing this, Suya smiled, nodded slightly, said no more, and turned and left. Well, you guys play for a while, I'm leaving first, go to bed early. Okay, bye, godmother. I know, mom. Bye, bye. Go to bed now. Concubine Shuyu said with a sweet smile. Just like that, a slightly crude play finally tricked Suya away. Go to bed early and don't play too late. I know, mom. Bang. Extremely quickly, the moment Suya closed the door, Chu Yufei also closed the door immediately. Her pretty face, which was originally smiling, instantly returned to normal. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner tension. Seeing this, Chi Jun didn't care and jumped directly onto Chu Yufei's bed. It's fragrant and sweet, really good. Pause for a moment. Chu Yufei turned off the game, walked to the bed with the power strip, and handed it to Chi Jun. Here you go, take it away later. Seeing this, Chi Jun didn't throw away the bomb. He quit the game directly, took the power strip and put it aside. What are you doing? Take it and leave. Concubine Chuyu said coquettishly. Hey, I don't. Chi Jun smiled mischievously, stood up and quickly came to her, hugged her tightly. You have had enough of playing and making trouble, but what about me? I haven't gained anything. You, don't act like a hooligan. The person has just left. Be careful that he will come back and attack us. Then we will both be finished. Concubine Chuyu said in a slightly threatening tone. Well, that makes sense, Chi Jun smiled evilly, leaning gently against her ear, teasing her with his hot breath. But, my wife, have you ever heard a saying? What? The timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. I want to die of hunger once, is that okay? No, please really, restrain yourself for a moment, okay? Not good. After saying this, Chi Jun didn't bother to talk to concubine Chu Yufei anymore. He just threw her soft body onto the bed and pressed her down. Concubine Chu Yu was frightened by his sudden action and cried out. Hey, don't be so impatient, let me go this time, okay? She tried to delay time by acting cute, and as she spoke, she used her hands and feet to retreat frantically. Chi Jun saw through her trick at a glance. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He reached out and grabbed her slender legs, pulling them back gently but firmly. He leaned over and pressed her down again, his eyes fixed on her, his gaze blazing. Don't worry, I won't do that this time, let's try something new. Change the way of playing? You, what are you going to do? It won't make a lot of noise, will it? Chu Yufei's mood at this moment was extremely complicated, with inexplicable excitement, joy and resistance intertwined. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no movement, it will be quiet. As he spoke, Chi Jun cast his scorching gaze on concubine Chu Yufei's pair of jade feet, and his expression became very strange. Following his gaze, Chu Yufei suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart and hurriedly tried to retract her foot, but she was a step too slow after all. Upon seeing this, Chi Jun stretched out his hands, grabbed it tightly, and held it in his arms. Honey, don't be anxious. Just satisfy my little request, okay? No, you stinky brother, you are such a pervert. Let go, let me go. Chu Yufei tried hard to resist, but even if she tried her best, she couldn't retract her foot. Seeing this, Chi Jun also smiled wickedly, holding her jade feet tightly. After all these operations, Chu Yufei was filled with mixed feelings, with an inexplicable sense of comfort and a strong sense of shame intertwined. She was too embarrassed to look at it, and too ashamed to say it out loud. Finally, I was completely immersed in this ambiguous atmosphere. After a long time, Chi Jun felt refreshed. He pulled up his trousers, tidied himself up carefully, and then stood up. Honey, take a rest. I'm going to take a shower. Go to bed early, good night. Go to hell, you bastard. At this time, Chu Yufei, who was lying on the bed, was so tired that her legs and feet were weak, and she cursed with a coquettish tone. Hearing this, Shi Jun couldn't help but laugh. He turned around and gave her a gentle goodnight kiss. Have a good rest, you will become more skilled at this kind of thing in the future. Shameless, disgusting, get out of here, I don't want to see you. Concubine Shuyu said coquettishly, then turned over, wrapped herself in the quilt and ignored this pervert. Ha, well, you've learned a lot this time, so I'll collect the tuition fee later. I'm leaving now. Shi Jun joked, then left happily. Stinky brother, shameless, bastard. Concubine Shuyu cursed after he left. Unfortunately, the door closed too quickly and Shi Jun was unable to hear the coquettish scolding. Chapter 72. Seeing the three rebellious sons again, I look much more haggard. Soon, King Qi and concubine Shuyu's family spent an unforgettable and happy mid-autumn festival together. It's time to go to school again. On the afternoon of the mid-autumn festival, Shu Yufei and Shi Jun left early on the pretext of returning to school. In fact, the two of them returned to their warm little home. In the living room, Shu Yufei changed into comfortable clothes, lay lazily in Shi Jun's arms, ate delicious snacks, and watched TV leisurely. Remember what the club you joined last time was called? It was called the Martial Arts Club, right? Shu Yufei asked softly. Yes, it's the Martial Arts Club. What's going on? Shi Jun responded nonchalantly. Nothing much. It's just that our college is having a welcome party before the National Day and we need some wonderful performances. Do you want to sign up for your martial arts club? It can add credits. How much can you add? 4 head. Actually, it's not particularly important whether or not you get extra credits. The key is that you think this will help you improve your ability to present yourself in front of the public, right? Concubine Shuyu quickly changed the subject. Hearing this, Shi Jun was also amused. Come on, this kind of tiring work doesn't even earn you a few credits. You can't find anyone in the academy who is willing to perform, so you come to me. When concubine Shuyu saw that her thoughts were exposed, she was not in a hurry and just smiled awkwardly. Don't say that. It's not that we can't find any talent at all, it's just that there are very few of them, and the quality isn't very high. I guess many people will be dissatisfied with the performance. At this point, she couldn't help but slowly climb up from Shi Jun's arms, and said seriously, this is the first time I've taken over such a large-scale event. There are many things that I am confused about, and now it is only with the help of Hua Linglong that I can finally figure it out. Can you please help me? Please. Concubine Shuyu began to act like a spoiled child, trying to soften Shi Jun's heart. Hearing this, Shi Jun fell into a brief contemplation. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is having difficulty making a choice, so the system will solve it for you. Task 1, choose to accept, and you will be rewarded with 100 sign-in points and a second-generation Dahompo worth 10 million per kilogram. Task 2, choose not to accept, no reward. System, seriously, sometimes I feel like you're kidding me. You can give me nothing, but you insist on giving me a second option. I give up. Shi Jun complained helplessly. Upon hearing this, the system's tone remained calm. The choice is in your hands, host. After hearing what the system said, Shi Jun said no more, nodded, and chose to accept task 1. Okay, stop looking at me expectantly. I promised you that I would talk to them. After all, I am just a member and cannot make the decision. Hearing this, Shu Yufei was very happy. Try your best. If it really doesn't work, I'll think of other ways. Okay, I'll try my best. Shi Jun said. The next day, Shi Jun and Shu Yufei returned to school together and, according to old rules, parted ways in the parking lot. Soon, Shi Jun came to the day hall alone. At the same time, he also met 3 rebellious sons whom he had not seen for a long time. However, what was different from before was that each of these 3 seemed to be much more haggard. See this scene. Shi Jun also understood instantly, shook his head, and whispered beside them, "It is understandable that young people are greedy for the secular world, but you must also act within your ability and be more restrained. Look at your appearance, your yang energy has weakened a lot." Hearing this, Zhao Ling and the other 2 could only smile bitterly and had no energy to refute. After all, the facts are too powerful, and words seem pale and useless at this moment. Don't even mention it. I barely slept for 2 days and nights. That bitch Xia Hoyue almost killed me. Now you can still see me alive, it is my good fortune. Wei Hao lay on the table and said weakly. Same, my family is the same. And she went even further, trampling on my dignity as a man, eating the same dishes every day, wolfberry, leeks and oysters, which made me want to vomit when I see leeks and oysters. I really can't stand it. I didn't expect it. We are in the same boat. I drink wolfberry water in the morning and they deliberately order chive dumplings for me at noon. I am really impressed. Who invented chive dumplings? It's really amazing. Zhao Ling and Han Wen cried together. On the side, Shi Jun listened and laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Third brother, can you please have some humanity? Isn't your laughter a little too loud? Zhao Ling couldn't help but speak. That's right. You guys are all in such a miserable state, but you can still smile. If you don't make up for it, I'm afraid you will have to eat a feast one day. I can't do it anyway. I've already told my girlfriend these past 2 days that I have something to do at home and I won't go out with her during the holidays. I'm really afraid that I'll end up in bed that day. Wei Hao and Han Wen said. Alright, you guys are just greedy for beauty, and you still have the nerve to talk here. Shi Jun said. Oh, that's right. We really admire you for being single till now. A few days ago, I was thinking of bringing you up with Lu Susu, but I didn't expect you to find an excuse to turn it down. You are amazing. After hearing this, Wei Hao spoke. And how come we didn't know anything about this? Yeah, there was no news at all, but you secretly brought them together. You are really not a good person, third brother. Senior sister Lu is so cute, but you didn't even give her a chance. Aren't you moved? After hearing this, Zhao Ling and Han Wen became nervous and started to speak, wanting to find out more about the gossip. Don't mention it. I told you last time when we had dinner together that I'm a freshman now and my family doesn't want me to fall in love too early. So just put away your unnecessary enthusiasm. Shi Jun emphasized again. Look, he's getting anxious. That's right, you are a bit ungrateful, third brother. Nothing to say. If it were me, I would have to talk about it first. When the time comes, I'll tell my family the truth. Then, I'll just drop a bomb on the plane and that'll be it. They won't even have a chance to refute me. Hearing the nonsense of these three people, Shi Jun was so angry that he laughed. Damn it, I'm the only one who heard this. If concubine Shu Yu heard you guys chatting like this, I guess you'd either be exhausted to death or tortured to death in the rest of your life. Seeing that Shi Jun didn't answer, Wei Hao stopped joking. He said seriously, okay, no more jokes. But, last time you told senior sister Lu that you invited us to dinner to apologize, you have to give us some time, otherwise, it will be unacceptable. Hearing this, Shi Jun did not deny it. He nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, wait a minute. I have a lot of things to do these days. If possible, I will tell you in a few days, and then you can notify Lu Susu. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hearing this, Wei Hao didn't say anything more and nodded in agreement. Chapter 73 The problem of the Wushu Club's welcome party performance was successfully resolved. In the afternoon, Shi Jun and his three friends had no classes, so they all stayed in the dormitory obediently, some playing games, some chatting. At this time, Shi Jun remembered that he wanted to inquire about the martial arts club's performance, so he took the initiative to contact the president Wu Song. Shi Jun, President, are you there? Not long after the message was sent, I received a reply. Wu Song, well, I was playing games just now. What happened? What happened? Shi Jun, I do have something to do. Our school is going to hold a welcome party. My counselor is in charge of this event, so I want to ask if our club would like to participate? Wu Song, of course, they can, but it's a thankless task, so I'm afraid they won't be willing to do it. Shi Jun, is it inconvenient in terms of schedule? Wu Song, that's right. After all, apart from me and Li Mulan, the others in the club are basically working part-time. Apart from attending classes and practicing martial arts, their time is fully scheduled. After understanding the general situation, Shi Jun immediately showed a relaxed smile. Shi Jun, President, can you please communicate with them and tell them that I am willing to pay them 200 yuan per hour for their help? As for the arrangement of the martial arts performance, you and senior sister Li will be in charge, is that okay? Wu Song, Jr., are you sure? Wu Song, 200 per hour. We invited those guys just to perform a show. There are more than 10 days before the welcome party. This is a lot of money. Shi Jun, money is not a problem. As long as they are willing to help, 200 per hour will be my hospitality fee. As for the credits, they will be given as usual. How about that? Wu Song, yes, that's definitely possible. To be honest, I'm tempted by the price. Do you think Li Mulan and I can participate? Shi Jun, of course, as long as you want to come, the money will be calculated on an hourly basis, the same for everyone. Shi Jun, as for the payment method, I can directly transfer money in the group and then receive it directly when the time comes, is that okay? Wu Song, that is absolutely no problem. No more words to say. Leave it to me. Credits or not are not important. We will definitely make the money. Wait for my good news. Having discussed this, the matter was successfully settled. Sure enough, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. 200 an hour is nothing compared to a kilogram of second-generation Da Hong Pao. Massive profit. Shi Jun said happily. I returned home at 6:30 in the evening. At this moment, Shi Junjiang and Xu Yufei were having dinner and chatting happily. I have already done what you asked me to do. I helped you contact the society today, and they responded, saying they are willing to participate. Really? So straightforward. Xu Yufei said with a little surprise. Shi Jun smiled and said, it's going well. It's a small matter, and they still give me face when I take action. Xu Yufei rolled her eyes at him and said, well, I haven't even started to praise you yet, but you're already getting cocky. After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled awkwardly and did not respond, but cleverly changed the subject. Let's leave this matter at that for now, let's talk about something else. Do you remember what I told you about Lu Susu before the Mid-Autumn Festival? Xu Yufei thought for a moment and said, well, it's about Lu Susu, right? Yes, that guy Wei Hao mentioned it to me again today and asked me when I would treat them to a meal. And what was your answer? What can I say? I'll just say I'm busy these days and I'll treat them when I have time. I'll let them know then. Hearing this, Xu Yufei nodded slightly. Okay, then when are you free during this period? We will set it on that day, and I will arrange it then, you just listen to me. Okay, I'll listen to you. This Sunday then. Good. The next day. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing his class, Shi Jun went straight to the activity room of the martial arts club. He came here to meet other members of the club. Wu Song, everyone is here, when can you arrive? Everyone is eager to see you. Shi Jun, sorry, I am far from the club activity room. I am on my way here. It will take about 5 or 6 minutes. Wu Song, okay, I'll entertain them first and wait for you. Shi Jun, okay, thank you for the trouble. After the chat, Shi Jun quickly put away his phone and started running. The scene changed. Inside the martial arts club activity room. Come on, everyone gather around, I have something to say. Wu Song shouted loudly. What's the matter, President Wu? Is Shi Jun not coming? Li Mulan asked first. What are you talking about? How could he not come? We are all here today because of him. I just contacted him and he is on his way. Wu Song hurriedly explained. Boss, are you serious? This treatment is too good, 200 an hour, are you kidding me? Yes, I was really moved when I heard it. Me too, I'm so excited. Everyone started talking about it. Alright, that's enough. He drives a sports car. This little money is nothing to him. Besides, this was a task assigned to him personally by his counselor, and perhaps because they had a good relationship, Shi Jun wanted to get this done and pay some money, so he would definitely not be the one to benefit in the end. Think about it, we can also get the money, anyway, it is a win-win situation. That seems to be the case. Li Mulan nodded slightly to show her approval. Indeed, I've seen that sports car before. It's worth several million. Wow, I'm so greedy. Yes, he is so rich and powerful, he is really amazing. Everyone said this with envy in their tone. After a long time, Shi Jun finally hurried to the scene, breathing slightly heavily. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Shi Jun said apologetically while wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Hearing the voice, everyone's eyes turned to him. Wu Song saw this and hurriedly went over to greet him with a smile. Look, you're here. Good to see you're here. Come over here and I'll introduce everyone to you. As he spoke, Wu Song pointed at everyone and introduced them to Shi Jun one by one. This is Li Mulan, you already know each other, I will introduce the others to you. This is Gao Wu, he is an expert in Bajiquan, and this is Fong Su, he is good at leg techniques. After a while, Wu Song finished his introduction and everyone had a preliminary impression of each other. Then, Shi Jun smiled and politely nodded to everyone, saying hello, it is a great honor to work with you all. I firmly believe that we can make the welcome party a great success. Before coming here, Senior Wu should have told everyone about the relevant things, so let me emphasize again the issues that everyone is most concerned about. Money is not a problem, as long as the final performance is amazing enough to satisfy everyone, the money is worth it. After hearing this, everyone nodded, their eyes filled with enthusiasm to try. Li Mulan said, Student Shi Jun, don't worry, we will do our best. Shi Jun responded, that's great, our goal is to get this done. During this process, if you have any ideas or suggestions, please don't hide them and bring them up at any time so that we can discuss them together. Wu Song continued, yes, we are all honest and speak freely. Next, everyone began to enthusiastically discuss the specific arrangements and details of the program. Shi Jun also actively participated in it, and from time to time put forward some insightful opinions. The whole activity room was filled with a harmonious and positive atmosphere. Chapter 74, The Red Book is worth 1,000 words. Time flies, and Sunday is here in the blink of an eye. On the way to the food building. In the car, Shi Jun's tone was a little nervous. Wife, are you ready? Today, the 5 of us are having dinner together, but please don't make any big trouble. Don't worry, I'm here, just wait and see. Xu Yufei replied confidently while playing with her phone. Seeing this, King Qi was helpless. After all, concubine Shuyu probably wouldn't listen to anything he said. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Shi Jun Navigation's cell phone rang. The 4th one called. Why did Wei Hao call? You'll know once you pick it up. After hearing this, Shi Jun freed one hand and answered the phone. Hey, old 4, what's up? Third brother, how long will it take you to arrive? The 2 little ancestors are waiting anxiously. Wei Hao's tone was quite anxious. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. However, I have to give you a heads up. My sister, Xu Yufei, is here too. Tell them to be careful with their words. Shi Jun reminded. What? Broken voice. Teacher Chu is here. Student Wei Hao, could you please keep your voice down? I can hear you. After hearing this, concubine Chu couldn't help but complain. Ah. Hello, Teacher Chu. I was ignorant. I will pay more attention next time. When Wei Hao heard what Xu Yufei said, he suddenly became nervous. Don't be nervous. This time I am attending the party as Shi Jun's sister, not a teacher. Don't be too serious. Xu Yufei said lightly. Let's forget it. Whether you are a teacher or a sister, you are worthy of our respect. Well, Shi Jun, the signal here is not very good. I won't call you for now. Please come over as soon as possible. I'm hanging up. After Wei Hao finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Shi Jun's reply. Beep. I didn't expect this kid to be so afraid of you. Wife, your master's power is so strong. Shi Jun said with a smile. I'll take that as a compliment. Xu Yufei responded with a smile. A moment later. At the entrance of the food building, Wang Xian had already been standing there with everyone to greet them respectfully. Welcome young Master Qi to inspect. Welcome young Master Qi to inspect. Led by Wang Xian, everyone shouted in unison. What is going on? When did you become a VIP here? Xu Yufei, who was in the passenger seat, was also bewildered when she saw this scene. It's hard to explain right away. Anyway, this is my property. That's it. Get out of the car first. Shi Jun gave a simple explanation. Then, he quickly got out of the car, handed the car keys to Wang Xian, and said, I'll give you the car. Don't follow me. Are all my guests here? Everyone has been arranged and is waiting for you. Don't worry about the car, I'll find someone to take care of it. Wang Xian quickly responded. Okay. Shi Jun nodded with satisfaction, then walked to the passenger seat and opened the door. Sister Yufei, get out of the car. The car door opened, and Xu Yufei got out of the car with her long beautiful legs under the gaze of everyone. There are so many people here, it's so awkward, is this a meeting? Concubine Xu Yu whispered in Shi Jun's ear. That's about right. Never mind. Let's go in first. Shi Jun comforted him softly. Okay, then I'll hold your arm and you walk faster. I don't like this kind of socially awkward scene. Got it, let's go. After saying that, the two of them held each other's arms and walked in quickly together. Seeing this scene, Wang Xin and others were all envious and started talking in low voices. Alright, let's just disperse. Those who need to work should do their work and stop standing here to watch the fun. Xiaoyu, come here and park the car. I'll go in first. Wang Xin said. Okay, Manager Wang. After that, everyone returned to their respective jobs and started working in an orderly manner. The scene changed. In front of the door of a small private room on the first floor. Jun whispered to Chu Yufei again, "Are you really not going to tell me anything else?" Hearing this, Chu Yufei was speechless and said impatiently, "You have asked me more than 10 times along the way, aren't you annoying? I still say the same thing, just watch me, don't say a word, no matter what I say, just nod and cooperate, don't worry about whether it's right or wrong, understand? That's all. That's it, it's that simple. Just nod and agree with me. If I don't say anything, you should shut up and watch me do it. Do you understand?" After hearing this, Jun's expression became a little strange for a moment and he said no more. "Well, I'm knocking on the door, so get ready. Hurry up, my stomach is growling with hunger, I need to eat." Chu Yufei urged nonchalantly. "Knock, knock, knock. Wei Hao, we are here, open the door." Jun shouted. "Okay, I'll be right there." Wei Hao responded quickly. Bang! The door opened, Wei Hao smiled and said respectfully, "Teacher Chu, Mr. Qi, please come in." "Good. Thank you, classmate Wei Hao." Lord Qi and concubine Chu Yu responded together. Then, the two of them walked into the room. The private room was not big, it was an ordinary table for 6 people. Xia Hoyue and Lu Susu had already stood up to express their welcome. "Hello, Teacher Chu, and hello, Junior Brother Qijuan." "Hello, Teacher Chu. Long time no see, Junior Brother Qijuan." Xia Hoyu and Lu Susu said with a smile on their faces. "Qijun, hello, Senior Sister Xiao, hello, Senior Sister Lu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Chu Yufei, "Hello, sorry for the wait." "It's okay, please take a seat." Yes, please take a seat. The food is ready. Please take a seat first." Xia Hoyu and Wei Hao hurriedly greeted them. Seeing this, Jun and Chu Yufei did not hesitate and sat down. In order to avoid trouble, Jun sat next to Wei Hao under Lu Susu's expectant eyes. As for Chu Yufei, she sat next to Lu Susu with a smile on her face. Afterwards, as soon as everyone sat down, Lu Susu kept picking up food for Jun, her eyes full of tenderness and concern, and she would find topics to chat with Jun from time to time. Concubine Chu Yu saw all of this and her face gradually became gloomy. But he still suppressed his anger and didn't get angry. Not long after, Lu Susu got up and said she wanted to go to the bathroom. Seeing this, concubine Chu Yu also found an excuse and followed him out. Outside the restroom, concubine Chu Yu stopped Lu Susu. "Student Lu, this is the second time we meet, let's chat." Chu Yufei said bluntly. Lu Susu was slightly startled when she heard this, and then she showed an awkward smile. "Teacher Chu, what do you want to say?" Chu Yufei took a deep breath and said seriously, "Student Lu, I can see clearly that you are interested in Jun. But he is my husband, so I hope you can keep a proper distance from him." When these words were spoken, Lu Susu's face was filled with shock, her mind went blank in an instant, and she was stunned for a long time. But she quickly came to her senses and smiled, as if she had seen through Chu Yufei's tricks. "Teacher Chu, I know that you have a good relationship with Jun, and you are his sister. But please also respect his personal wishes and don't make nonsense here and destroy his reputation. I've been fooled once, and I don't want it to happen again. Please move aside, I want to go back." After hearing this, Chu Yufei nodded slightly, her expression still calm and composed. "I know you don't believe it, so I brought the evidence, you can see it for yourself." After saying that, she took out 2 marriage certificates from her bag without hesitation and handed them to Lu Susu. "Look, this thing is absolutely genuine." Concubine Chu Yu had a smile on her face and looked calm. At this moment, looking at the 2 red books in front of her, Lu Susu suddenly became flustered. But in light of the lesson from last time, she still took it and took a look. As expected, it was the wedding photo of concubine Chu Yufei and Jun, with a clear stamp on it, absolutely true. You can't force love. Mr. Qi only has me in his heart, and we are very loving. Previously, due to family and school reasons, it was not convenient to publicize it. That's why Chi Jun claimed to others that his family didn't want him to fall in love during his freshman year. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't because he had already been married to me. Do you understand? Furthermore, I firmly believe that someone as outstanding as you, Lu, will be able to find your own true happiness. As for Mr. Chi, it was impossible from the moment you first met. After hearing this, Lu Susu fell into a long silence and shock. After a long while, she nodded. Teacher Chu, you are right, maybe this is just fate. I understand. From now on I will no longer have any improper thoughts about Chi Jun. I wish you happiness. After hearing this, Chu Yufei smiled and patted Lu Susu's shoulder. Thank you for your understanding. When the two returned to the private room, Lu Susu's attitude towards Chi Jun became obviously polite and distant. Concubine Chu Yu smiled confidently at Chi Jun. Although Chi Jun was a little confused, he didn't ask any more questions. Finally, the party ended in a subtle atmosphere and everyone went their separate ways. Chapter 75: A Day to Test My Husband. The next day. It's still a day off. However, unlike the past, today is a special day for Chu Yufei, the day when her period comes. In the early morning, Chi Jun was unaware of the situation and got up early as usual to prepare dinner. A moment later, Chi Jun came to the bed and whispered, "Wife, get up. It's past 8 o'clock. Hurry up and have some breakfast." No, I'm not feeling well and I don't want to eat breakfast today." Chu Yufei's voice was a little fragile. Hearing this, Chi Jun immediately realized something was wrong, and reached out his hand to gently feel her forehead. After a moment, he spoke again. "No, your head isn't hot, it doesn't look like you have a cold. Wife, tell me, what is wrong with you right now?" Chu Yufei looked like a listless sick chicken at the moment. "I just feel uncomfortable in my stomach, it seems like my period has come." "So that's how it is," I was shocked. "Then wait a moment. I'll go get you a new breakfast. I guarantee it'll whet your appetite. Just wait for me." After saying that, Chi Jun gently lay down beside Chu Yufei, kissed her forehead tenderly, and carefully covered her with a quilt. Then, without staying for a moment, he quickly stood up and walked quickly towards the kitchen. After a long time, Chi Jun returned again, holding a cup of steaming and slightly hot brown sugar water in his hand. "Just drink it slowly and then I'll make you breakfast. Be good." He touched her head lovingly, his eyes full of love. "Don't touch my head, it's annoying, and I won't grow taller." Chu Yufei muttered stubbornly. "Wife, height has become your obsession. You should learn to look at growth issues scientifically." "No, I think I can still grow a little taller, just a little bit. At least, it's about the same as you," Chu Yufei said softly. "Why?" Chi Jun was full of curiosity. "Because then I can take advantage of you." As she spoke, concubine Chu Yu restlessly stretched out her right hand and made a pinching motion, which really made Chi Jun laugh. Okay, then grow up well. I'll go make you breakfast first, and then come back to accompany you later. Have a good rest." "Good." After saying that, Chi Jun said no more. He turned around and went back to the kitchen to get busy again. After a long time, Chi Jun came back again, this time with a bowl of steaming porridge. "Wife, wake up, come and try your husband's cooking, red dates, peanuts, and barley porridge, it warms your heart and stomach, I guarantee it will make you happy," Chi Jun said happily. Hearing the voice, concubine Chu Yu sat up in a daze and looked at Mr. Chi in front of her with sleepy eyes. "What the hell, what's your new idea?" This porridge can replenish chi and blood, it's a good thing, especially suitable for you girls to eat during these special few days, it couldn't be better," Chi Jun explained with a smile on his face. Seeing this, concubine Chu Yu didn't think any more and reached out to take the bowl of porridge, but was decisively interrupted by Chi Jun. Don't move, don't move. I'll feed you myself." "No, it's so embarrassing. I'm an adult." Concubine Chu Yu blushed and said coquettishly. "I know, but that doesn't stop me from expressing my loyalty and showing my affection," Chi Jun said with a concerned look on his face. "Shame on you." Concubine Chu Yu lightly hit Chi Jun and said coquettishly. Chi Jun scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently a few times, and then handed it to her mouth. "Whatever you say, come on, open your mouth and drink the porridge." Ah. Concubine Chu Yu opened her mouth obediently. Chi Jun asked expectantly, "Is it delicious?" Chu Yufei chewed it carefully, savored the flavor and said, Delicious, the red dates are sweet, and the porridge is also great. That's good. If it tastes good, eat more. I'll make you black chicken soup at noon, and then some spare ribs, okay? Shi Jun asked. Yeah, okay. Chu Yufei responded sweetly, with a happy smile on her face. But, husband, can you get me a hot pack now? Chu Yufei frowned slightly and spoke softly. What's wrong? Do you have a stomachache? Shi Jun asked with concern. No, Chu Yufei shook her head, my feet are a little cold, I want to warm them up. Oh. Shi Jun said in a long voice, with an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, I understand. Leave this kind of thing to me. Human flesh is more effective in keeping warm and there is no risk of burns. Shi Jun had a wicked smile on his face, with a cunning gleam in his eyes, as if he had got himself an excellent job. No, your smile is as obscene as last time. I want the warm baby, not you. Chu Yufei thought of her last experience and refused without hesitation, with a hint of anger on her face. Shi Jun was speechless for a moment. Actually, I can explain it. That time was purely an accident. I had to resort to this desperate measure because of special circumstances. Don't worry, I will definitely not do that again this time. I just simply covered your feet, nothing else. Shi Jun explained anxiously, his expression very sincere, he was almost ready to raise his hand and swear. Real? Chu Yufei looked at him doubtfully. Really? I promise I'm just covering your feet. I'm definitely not crossing the line. Shi Jun nodded quickly and promised solemnly. Well, okay, then give me the porridge first, and go over there to cover your feet. Remember not to do anything bad. Chu Yufei hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe him. Okay. Shi Jun laughed happily, quickly handed the porridge to Chu Yufei, then couldn't wait to take off his outer clothes, leaving only his underwear and got into the bed, carefully placed Chu Yufei's feet on his belly, carefully covered them with clothes, and held them tightly with his hands. Wife, what do you think? My human body warmer is much better than that one. It's really good, warm and comfortable. Chu Yufei said with satisfaction, the smile on her face becoming even brighter. It's the first time I touched my abdominal muscles like this. It felt weird, but I was still very happy. Concubine Chu Yu muttered to herself with a hint of shyness on her face. At this time, Shi Jun, who was holding Chu Yufei's feet in his arms, felt something strange. Her feet kept moving back and forth on his abdominal muscles. Wife, you are being dishonest. Don't move your feet. Keep them in place to keep warm. Shi Jun pretended to be angry and said this while holding her feet firmly. Humph, stingy. Upon seeing this, concubine Chu Yu snorted coquettishly, but her face was full of smiles. Chapter 76 Welcome Party, Run away, my wife has to work overtime and I will accompany her. Hey, which class are those people over there from? Don't sit there, that's the seat for the law department. And the class over there, come over here, this is where your civil engineering is, the front row has a great view. Today is the freshman welcome party, held in the spacious auditorium. The scene is crowded and noisy. Yao Pingping, take the students in our class to seat number 1 on the second floor of Area A, and have them sit down one by one. Try not to move around at will. I have some things to take care of here, so I'll leave it to you. Shi Jun gave serious instructions to the deputy monitor Yao Pingping. Okay, don't worry, just do your thing first, I'll take them there. After hearing this, Yao Pingping agreed without hesitation. Follow me, everyone. Don't fall behind. Good. No. Don't be my friend, do we have to hold this party? I really don't want to watch the show. I want to go back to the dormitory and sleep. I don't want to watch the show either. The scenery outside is so beautiful at this time. I might as well take a walk and chat with my partner. It's better than being blinded by the lights here. From these words, we can tell that not everyone likes this kind of large-scale program. Many of them are full of resentment and complaints. Seeing this, Shi Jun couldn't help but laugh. In fact, he also thought so in his heart. Who likes to watch shows here for nothing? Isn't it nice to watch some doing? Besides, with such a beautiful night view and few people in the school, it would be so pleasant if I could take my wife for a stroll and chat. The main point is to slip away with ease. The scene changed. School of Business Administration, at the entrance of the teacher's office. Boom boom boom. Come in. It was concubine Chu Yu's voice, sounding a little tired. Bang! The door opened and Shi Jun walked in quickly with a cheerful smile on his face. The lights in the office were on, but the huge space seemed very empty. Only Chu Yufei was there, and no one knew what she was busy with. Why, you're the only one here, and you're still working overtime. Today is the welcome party, don't you want to go and see it for yourself? Hearing the voice, Chu Yufei, who was still busy correcting things, immediately looked up. When she saw that it was Shi Jun, a smile unconsciously broke out on her face. Why are you here? Oh. I have something urgent to do at the welcome party today, so I've asked Hua Linglong to watch it. Aren't you going to watch the party? I'm not going. Shi Jun curled his lips unhappily after hearing this, and then said, this thing is the same in every school every year, there's nothing new. It's better to go out with my wife to enjoy the evening breeze, have a barbecue, and chat for a while. You just know how to be a nagging person. Concubine Chu Yu said coquettishly. Then why don't you stay in class? Be careful, if you get into trouble later, you'll be in trouble. Hee, don't be afraid. I told the deputy monitor Yao Pingping before I came here. With her here, plus the 3 buddies in the same dormitory helping us, there will be absolutely no problem. Shi Jun said confidently. Then, he quickly walked to the seat next to Chu Yufei, tilted the chair, and sat down directly. How is it? How much is left? I will take you to have a barbecue later. It's not far away, just near the school. My roommate and I went there to eat not long ago. It tasted great. I'll take you to try it. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's already hungry stomach growled unconsciously. Gurgle gurgle. Really? Stop talking. I didn't even go to the cafeteria for dinner because I was working so hard. If you keep listening, I'm going to starve to death. Then let's go now, I'll take you to eat. Upon seeing this, Shi Jun immediately stood up and said with a smile. No, Chu Yufei disagreed, with a bitter look on her face, I can't go. I'm almost done with today's work, so I can't go. Why don't you go back first? If you really don't want to go to the welcome party, then go home early and make something and I'll go home and eat directly. Seeing concubine Chu Yu looking weak and hungry, Shi Jun felt very uncomfortable and his face darkened. It hurts to see you like this. After hearing this, Chu Yufei felt very warm in her heart. She stretched out 2 fingers and placed them above the corners of his mouth, outlining a smiling face. Don't be unhappy, this is my job. I have to do it no matter how hard or tiring it is. This is my responsibility and obligation. Although I can't accompany you to have barbecue today, I can do it tomorrow. I don't have classes tomorrow, so I'll finish my work early today and go to have barbecue with you, okay? Chu Yufei said this with a smile, poking Shi Jun's face with 2 fingers, trying hard to cheer him up. Not good. Shi Jun still did not smile. He reached out and held Chu Yufei's small hand. The touch was warm and soft, very comfortable. Tomorrow is tomorrow, today is today, since you can't go hungry. How about this, I'll go out for a bit and bring you some skewers, and we can eat while we work, and I'll keep you company, okay? No, Chu Yufei shook her head after hearing this, the barbecue smell is too strong. If we eat it here, we won't be able to explain it the next day. I appreciate your kindness. Go back early, prepare dinner at home, and warm the bed. That is the best comfort for me. Then how long will it take you to finish? Shi Jun asked again. Chu Yufei looked at the computer and documents on her desk and thought for a moment. It's past 7 p.m. now. There are still about 2 hours. If I hurry, I can probably go back by around 9 p.m. No, it's too late. I go home after 9 o'clock, eat and wash up, and it's almost 11 o'clock. I have to go to work the next day. It's too hard. Shi Jun shook his head repeatedly. It's okay. It's not like I haven't suffered before. This little bit of hardship is nothing. I'm not as delicate as you think. Chu Yufei said seriously. That won't work either. Working on an empty stomach will make you very tired. How about this, I'm not going back anyway, and I can't bear to leave you here working alone. I haven't eaten yet, so let's order some takeout and eat together. Shi Jun came up with an idea. Forget it, takeout is only okay for breakfast, forget about the rest, I don't eat it. Concubine Chu Yu shook her head frantically to express her refusal. Don't worry, my takeaway is different from theirs. How can they be different? Aren't they all produced in small workshops or pre-prepared dishes? What's the difference? can they add an extra drop of oil or an extra grain of rice? Hearing this, Shi-jun did not answer, but just smiled. If I don't tell you, you can't guess it. As he spoke, he looked at the time on his phone again. It's 7:20 now. I will definitely make you eat delicious food before 8:30. Don't worry, the smell is definitely not strong, no need to explain. Seeing that Shi-jun was so mysterious, concubine Chuyu didn't say anything for a while. Okay then, you can play here by yourself for a while, but keep your voice down. I need to work, so don't disturb me. Don't worry, honey. I promise to keep my mouth shut and not even look at my phone. I'll just stay with you quietly. You smooth talker, be quiet. Chu Yufei snorted, smiled, and ignored it, continuing to focus on the work at hand. Shi-jun just lay there obediently, watching her quietly, enjoying this peaceful life. Chapter 77, Slightly Plump Women Are the Best. Time flies, and soon it is 8:10. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Wang Xin called. Seeing this, Shi-jun tiptoed out of the office to answer the phone in order not to disturb Chu Yufei's concentration on work. After the call is connected. Hey, Mr. Chi, I brought you the dinner you requested, but the security guard wouldn't let me in. Do you want to come and get it yourself? Wang Xin said anxiously. Okay, which door are you at now? I'll be right there. Shi-jun asked hurriedly. I heard from the security guard that I am at the east school gate now. Okay, I got it. I'm very close. I'll be there in about 2 minutes. Just wait a moment. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Chi. Well, bye. After saying that, Shi-jun hung up the phone. Then, he gently pushed open the door and said to Chu Yufei with a smile, Wife, the takeaway has arrived. The security guard won't let me in. I'll go get it and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Chu Yufei heard the voice, raised her head, looked at him softly, nodded casually and replied, Okay, go ahead, I won't accompany you. Okay, see you later. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi-jun did not dare to delay for a moment. He closed the door carefully and ran towards the east gate like an arrow. The scene changed. East School Gate. Master Chi, here, I'm here. Wang Xin noticed Shi-jun's figure with his sharp eyes and waved his hands excitedly and shouted at the top of his voice. Upon hearing this, Shi-jun quickly looked in the direction of the voice. After locking the location, he quickened his pace and walked over quickly. How's it going, Manager Wang? Have I brought everything I want? Shi-jun asked anxiously. Don't worry, Mr. Chi. I've brought them all. They're very fresh out of the pot. They're still warm. I guarantee they'll taste good. Wang Xin said this with a beaming expression on his face as he hurriedly handed the 2 lunchboxes in his hand to Shi-jun. Seeing this, Shi-jun took it, then opened the top layer of one of them and took a look. He sniffed it gently, and a burst of hot air hit his face. Yeah, it's really good. Oh, thank you for troubling you this time. I have to ask a manager like you to come here so late at night when you should be off work. Shi-jun said with a grateful look on his face. Hey, Master Chi, you're joking. Whatever the boss asks us to do, we have to finish it well even if we have to work overtime. Besides, it's just after 8 o'clock, and there rests still an hour before getting off work, so there rests no rush. Wang Xin laughed heartily. Hearing this, Shi-jun was not prepared to stay any longer and simply said a few words. Well, it's getting late. If the food hall is not busy at this time, go home early, eat when it's time to eat, and sleep when it's time to sleep. Oh, by the way, this week is the National Day. I will give you a day off in advance, paid leave, and take your family to travel and see the sights in advance. Well, I'm really sorry. I'd like to thank Master Chi first. After hearing this, Wang Xin laughed so hard that his eyes almost narrowed into slits and his mouth could hardly close. You're welcome. I want to thank you for coming so quickly today. You helped me a lot. Well, I won't talk to you anymore. You should go back early. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Shi-jun stopped talking and turned around and hurried towards the school. Goodbye, Mr. Chi. If something like this happens again in the future, just call me directly. I'll be there whenever you call. Wang Xin looked at Shi-jun who was walking away and shouted loudly. Got it, go back early. Shi-jun didn't look back, but just waved his hand and responded while running. Soon. Shi-jun returned to the office again, opened the door carefully, and walked in quietly. Honey, look what delicious food I brought you. Jun had a smile on his face, and as he spoke he quickly walked to the desk and gently opened the lids of the 2 lunchboxes. Instantly, a rich aroma of food filled the air, immediately arousing concubine Chuyu's appetite. Her stomach also started to rumble again, singing the empty city plan. Afterwards, Chu Yufei stopped moving her hands, and her bright eyes stared at the lunchbox in Jun's hand, her eyes full of anticipation. What's delicious? I seem to smell the aroma of meat. Is it spare ribs? Oh, my wife has a really sharp nose. You guessed it right. I asked someone to prepare some delicious braised pork ribs for you. There are also sweet and delicious stir-fried shrimp, sweet and soft pumpkin porridge, and golden and crispy scallion egg pancakes, which will definitely suit your appetite. As Jun spoke, his hands did not stop moving for a moment and he placed the 2 lunchboxes neatly. Come on, you've been busy for a long time. I'll feed you a small piece of pork rib to save your poor little tummy. Ah! Jun picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of temptingly colored and fragrant braised pork ribs, and gently handed it to Chu Yufei's mouth. Looking at the fragrant and colorful spare ribs in front of her, Chu Yufei took a bite without any hesitation. Tasty. Chu Yufei's eyes curved into crescents as she exclaimed with satisfaction. Hey, it's delicious, right? If it's delicious, eat more. Have another bite of the stir-fried shrimp. After Jun finished speaking, he took out a spoon, scooped out a large spoonful of soup, and put it to her mouth. Chu Yufei didn't hesitate at all and swallowed it all in one gulp. Her little mouth was chattering and she couldn't stop eating. In this way, concubine Chuyu ate with relish, and Jun looked at her lovingly, his eyes full of tenderness and love. Eat slowly, honey. Don't choke. Come, have some pumpkin porridge. Jun said in a gentle voice, and then gently handed the spoon of pumpkin porridge to Chu Yufei's mouth. Chu Yufei swallowed the food in her mouth, drank a mouthful of porridge obediently, raised the corners of her mouth, and said with a smile, "Husband, you should eat too, don't just look at me. I'm not in a hurry. I ate some snacks in the afternoon when I had nothing to do. I'm not hungry. I'm happy to see you eating." Jun responded with a smile. You're lying. Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him, her eyes full of charm. I'll do it myself, you go eat too. Seeing this, Jun smiled and obediently handed the bowl and chopsticks to Chu Yufei. I'm really not hungry. You eat first and I'll watch you eat. It's up to you. If you don't eat it, I'll eat your portion of ribs soon, and then you won't have anything to eat. Chu Yufei pretended to threaten. Okay, whatever you want, just take whatever you want. This way you can eat more and gain more flesh, making you cuter. Jun joked. I don't want to gain weight, so I won't eat it. Concubine Chuyu seemed to be extremely resistant to gaining weight and looked unhappy. After hearing this, Jun smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch her pretty face. It's okay, growing some weight can make you cuter and more beautiful. You're lying, Chu Yufei slapped Jun's hand away and said coquettishly, you men only know how to coax people. If every woman was fat, you probably wouldn't like any of them. Then you'll say you like slim girls. You're all the same. Man, I saw through your trick. No. Jun hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands after hearing this. I'm different from them. I like slightly plump women. Slightly plump women are the best. Chapter 78. It is common for couples to be cheap to each other, just get used to it. He. Man, you are shameless. Chu Yufei said this coquettishly, with a look of cute annoyance on her face. Whatever, it's just my hobby, you can say whatever you want. Jun looked indifferent and prepared to go out for dinner. Seeing this, Chu Yufei snorted lightly, ignored him, and continued to eat her meal. But at this moment, Hua Linglong's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Remember to dim the stage lights a little bit. Don't make them too bright. Otherwise, it will easily dazzle the surrounding students and it will be bad for the eyes. Got it? Hua Linglong's voice was clear and serious. I understand, Teacher Hua. Do we need to make any other preparations? There is nothing much to prepare for. As long as there are no mistakes with the hosting and no problems with the backstage lighting, basically there will be no problem. Oh, by the way, remember to keep an eye on the students present, don't let them run around or riot, don't let them yell or scream, got it? Hua Linglong instructed carefully. Okay, Mr. Hua, I got it. Okay, let's do this for now. You can go back first. I'll get some things and then go back later. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Goodbye, Teacher Hua. Well, bye. Then, the sound of high heels tapping was heard as they walked quickly towards the office. Oh no, Teacher Hua is here, should I hide? Chi Jun suddenly panicked and said nervously. Why are you hiding? It's just Linglong. It's okay. Concubine Shuyu looked indifferent and waved her hand gently. That's hard to say. If some students suddenly come back and see us like this, it would be a little hard to explain. I'd better hide. Chi Jun frowned and insisted on hiding. Seeing this, although Chu Yufei was full of confusion, she was too lazy to care. It's up to you, then see where you can hide. Before she could finish her words, she was stunned by Chi Jun's actions. It was seen that Chi Jun actually got into the empty hole of the desk in front of Chu Yufei with lightning speed and extremely agile movements. What are you doing? Concubine Shuyu was shocked and angry. It's okay, it's okay. Chi Jun said in a muffled voice. You bastard, you could have said it was nothing, but now that you've been discovered, everything has turned into something serious. Get out now. Concubine Shuyu pouted and reached out to try to pull Chi Jun out. I won't. This is a benefit I got for myself. The king of Qi was very stubborn and resisted madly. Bang! Just when Concubine Shuyu was still trying to get Chi Jun out, the door opened. Yufei, you haven't left yet? Hua Linglong walked in and saw Chu Yufei still at her post, and asked with concern. Ah! Upon hearing this, Chu Yufei screamed before she could reply. What's wrong, Yufei, did something happen to you? Upon seeing this, Hua Linglong hurried over with an anxious look on her face, ready to check on Concubine Chu Yu's condition. No, it's okay, you don't have to come over, I'm fine. Upon seeing this, Concubine Chu Yu had no time to pay attention to Chi Jun, who was sitting at the table, and hurriedly tried to comfort Hua Linglong. Are you really okay? Hua Linglong stopped immediately after seeing this. Are you injured somewhere? Do you want to go to the infirmary first? After hearing this, Chu Yufei's eyes were a little flustered, and she stammered, No, I just suddenly remembered that my favorite snacks at home are gone, and it's too late now, so I don't have time to buy them, so I feel a little uncomfortable. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought you were injured. Hua Linglong didn't think much about it after hearing this. After all, she was well aware of Chu Yufei's greedy little problem. Chi Jun, don't go too far. Concubine Chu Yu lowered her voice and angrily spoke to the dishonest Chi Jun in the hole in the table. No, then take your hands away, I want to touch your legs. Chi Jun said with a wicked smile. Asshole. Oh, if you have the guts to resist, then you can blame me. As he spoke, Chi Jun's hands became even more wanton and dishonest. No, I'm wrong. I'll let you touch me, but you're not allowed to make any noise or touch me randomly, okay? Concubine Chu Yu blushed and bit her lip as she gave in. Hee, don't worry, Teacher Chu, I will be very gentle, you guys chat, I won't disturb you. The king of Qi was so delighted that his plot had succeeded that he could not stop smiling. His hand could not wait to touch it. Looking at his smug look, Concubine Chu Yu felt both ashamed and angry. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will control you. By then, you won't even have time to cry. Yufei, what's wrong with your face? It's so red, do you have a fever? And you didn't have dinner? Hua Linglong suddenly asked again. I blushed, because the room was too stuffy and hot. As for the meal, I was too busy, so I ordered takeout. Concubine Chu Yu tried to calm herself down and explained, but in her heart she was secretly cursing Chi Jun, who was under the table. Oh, so if you ordered two, does that include one for me? Seeing this, Hua Linglong smiled and spoke. Oh, yes, there is one for you. I thought you would be busy until late, so I ordered one for you as well. Let's eat together so that we won't be hungry later and we'll have the energy to work. Concubine Chu Yu made up lies without blushing or beating her heart, but in her heart she was secretly praying that Chi Jun under the table would not make trouble again. Yeah, that's great. I've been hungry for a long time. Hua Linglong said happily as she picked up a stool beside her and sat down. You don't know, I was so busy there, serving as a judge and a coach, it was so annoying. There was supposed to be a box lunch, but I was so busy that I forgot to eat it. Yufei, you are the best. You even ordered a meal for me, and it was still hot. I love you so much. Hua Linglong's face was filled with joy and gratitude. That's as you should. If you haven't eaten yet, eat more. This is all yours. Seeing this, concubine Chuyu smiled generously, but her eyes occasionally glanced at the dishonest Chi-jun under the table, her eyes full of warnings. You stinky little brother, how dare you bully me? Today I'll let you know how it feels to be hungry. Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant again. Concubine Chuyu thought secretly in her heart. Just like that, Hua Linglong and Chu Yufei started chatting while eating. As for Chi-jun, although he enjoyed the touch of beautiful legs, he had to go hungry. It can only be said that you can't have your cake and eat it too. But these good days passed quickly. Ding-ling-ling. Another phone call. So annoying. I won't eat anymore. I'll grab something and leave. You eat. Finish your work early and go back. Okay, go ahead and do your work, don't worry about me. After saying that, Hua Linglong found a few documents from her workstation and left in a hurry. Bang. 2. One was the sound of Hua Linglong closing the door, and the other was the sound of Chi-jun's head hitting the table. He was violently pulled out of the hole in the table by Chu Yufei, and his head accidentally hit the table. Asshole, I asked you to touch my legs, where did you touch? Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows and glared at Chi-jun fiercely. Oh, wife, don't be so harsh, I just touched your thigh, it's nothing. Chi-jun was as thick-skinned as a city wall. He refused to admit it and had a smirk on his face. You. Concubine Chuyu was feeling both ashamed and angry at the moment, her breasts heaving violently. Then she took a step back and kicked Chi-jun in the vital points. Seeing this, Chi-jun was quick-witted and quickly stretched out his hand to block. Oh. I'm Dima. I murdered my husband. I am the only child in the family. Humph. You deserve it, you rascal, you have no shame, get out of here. Concubine Chuyu pouted, her pretty face flushed. Chapter 79. Will adding wolfberry to 8 treasure porridge have miraculous effects? The next day. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and into the warm room, marking another bright day. Just because of his wanton arrogance yesterday, Chi-jun was severely beaten by Chu Yufei all night. His old waist was broken, and he had to lie in bed obediently for at least the next half day. Chu Yufei mumbled in a daze, what time is it? Upon hearing this, Chi-jun struggled to get up from the warm bed, his movements slow and sluggish. Coming to the bedside, he looked at his phone and said weakly, it's 8:30. 8:30? That's too soon. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu slowly opened her eyes, still sleepy. She calmed down, then stood up and stretched lazily, revealing her graceful curves. Okay, since you worked so hard last night, I'll make breakfast today and you can have a good rest. Good. A moved smile instantly spread across Chi-jun's face, and his voice was filled with excitement. After saying that, Chu Yufei didn't stay any longer. She got out of bed lightly, stretched her body, and went to the kitchen like a happy little bird. Honey, I'm in a great mood today. Just tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you. Chu Yufei's cheerful voice came from the kitchen. Chi-jun said with a drawn-out voice and a wry smile, I feel like I need to replenish myself. Otherwise, make me some 8 treasure porridge. Remember to add some wolfberries. I think it will have miraculous effects. Hey, you're quite good at drinking. Then, give it a try. Concubine Chuyu said coquettishly. Around noon. Chi-jun was no longer seriously injured, and at concubine Chuyu's request, he cooked lunch himself. After a simple meal, the two of them lay leisurely on the sofa and watched TV together. Tell me, when I go to your house tomorrow, should I prepare something? Is there anything that your parents particularly like? Chu Yufei asked while blinking her big eyes while stuffing snacks into her mouth. Hearing this, Chi-jun frowned slightly, thought about it seriously, and then shook his head, my dear, don't worry about it. You can't afford the things your dad likes, and your mom doesn't have any particular favorite things either. For them, the best gift is a daughter-in-law, and you are one now. Although they don't know it yet, it's the same if you visit them as their goddaughter. That being said, it's not nice to visit someone without a gift, so why don't you just bring something small that I can afford? Anything is fine. Chu Yufei pouted and insisted. Seeing this, Chi-jun couldn't refuse anymore and could only rack his brains to think about it. No, indeed not. They have almost no material needs. To be honest, you might as well cook a meal for them yourself, that would be more practical. If you have to buy something, just pick a bottle of wine or a bouquet of flowers. Dad likes to drink a little wine, and Mom likes to grow flowers. They don't care about the gifts anyway, it's best if you go there. It's annoying. You thought about it for so long and ended up saying this. It would be better if you didn't say it. Concubine Chuyu rolled her eyes at Chi Jun, looking speechless. Hearing this, Chi Jun just smiled dotingly, said nothing more, and continued to watch TV leisurely. Night falls quietly. Chu Yufei's cell phone rang again in the quiet room, and the crisp ringtone broke the silence. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. It's my biological mother Suya calling. Seeing this, Chu Yufei quickly signaled to Chi Jun, my mother called, shut up and don't make any noise, okay? Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be quiet. Chi Jun made a zipper gesture and lay obediently beside Chu Yufei. Just like that, Chu Yufei carefully answered the phone. Hey, Mom, what's wrong? It's late at night and I'm about to go to bed. Why did you think of calling me? Chu Yufei said with a smile. Well, I was thinking that you were going to Su Province with Chi Jun tomorrow. Is this gift ready? Suya's tone was serious and gentle. This is your first visit. You can't be careless with etiquette. After all, you represent our entire family. After hearing this, Chu Yufei frowned slightly, feeling a little pressure in her heart. I know, but this gift I really don't know how to prepare it. Chi Jun's family is so well off, I don't have anything valuable to give him. I knew you would think so, Suya sighed softly, with a hint of pampering in her tone, so your father and I prepared it for you in advance. Really? Chu Yufei's eyes lit up instantly, and her heart felt warm. Of course it's true. That's great, Mom, I love you so much. Her voice was filled with gratitude and excitement, and a huge smile spread across her face. Alright, don't embarrass me when you go to Chi Jun's house. Remember, drive over tomorrow and bring a jar of the daughter's red wine that your father has treasured for many years. This is brewed by our family, with a thoughtful intention. Chi Jun's father said before that he wanted to drink it, and he will definitely like it. Suya's voice was full of instructions, and her meticulous arrangements made Chu Yufei feel the warmth of maternal love. As for Chi Jun's mother, I have talked to her a few times before, and she mentioned that she likes flowers. Just go to the flower shop over there and buy a bunch of the freshest and best pink carnations, okay? Suya continued, her voice full of motherly concern. Chu Yufei listened carefully, afraid of missing any details, and was secretly moved in her heart. Okay, I got it, Mom, thank you. Thank me? Then you better behave yourself and don't embarrass me anywhere. Remember, be diligent, don't lie on the sofa and watch TV like you do at home, sit like a lady, don't spread your legs, you are neither male nor female, got it? Forehead. Chu Yufei coughed helplessly and laughed secretly in her heart. Got it, I'll make sure to complete the task. She responded firmly. Okay, it's getting late now, you should go to bed early. Remember to get up early tomorrow and come home first. I will bring you some wine. Suya reminded again with concern. Don't worry, Mom, I get it. Then, how about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Can Chi Jun and I go together then? Concubine Chuyu tilted her head and asked obediently. Well, that's fine. Then you can make an agreement with Chi Jun that the two of you can come together and we can just go directly. It's quite convenient. Okay, good night, Mom. See you tomorrow. Well, good night, go to bed early, come early tomorrow, I'm hanging up. After Suya finished speaking, she said good night to Chu Yufei and hung up the phone in a hurry. Chapter 80. Following the family's instructions, Chu Yufei and Chi Jun set off for Su Province. The second day. At 7:30 in the morning, Chi Jun and Chu Yufei arrived at the Chu family early. Your father and Chi Jun have already put the things in the car. As for the flowers, you can buy them when you get there. Remember that? Suya leaned close to Chu Yufei's ear, looked serious, and whispered in a low voice. I know, Mom. Don't worry, I've got it all in mind. Chu Yufei patted her chest, her eyes firm, and promised solemnly. I just keep reminding you because I'm worried about your mind that only thinks about eating. Anyway, you can't embarrass me when you go, or you'll be in trouble when you come back. Suya frowned slightly, her face serious, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Don't worry, dear mother. I promise to save your face and try to bring you some glory. Chu Yufei smiled helplessly and pulled Suya's arm and shook it gently. All right, my godson and I have put the things away. He is already waiting downstairs. You two should stop talking here. Also, let us buy tickets to Yun Province at noon, so as not to delay our trip. Chu Filong walked in with a smile and said. Okay, everyone is so anxious, I am too lazy to say anything more. After hearing this, Suya also looked impatient and waved her hand. Then please be careful on the road and leave quickly. Hearing this, Chu Yufei finally smiled with relief. Dad, you are simply my savior. Then we're off. Goodbye. I hope you guys have fun too. After saying that, Chu Yufei did not stay any longer and ran out quickly like a gust of wind. At this time, Chu Feilong and Suya looked at Chu Yufei's leaving figure and couldn't help shaking their heads. Suya said worriedly, "This girl is so impatient, don't make a fool of yourself there." Her brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes full of worry. Chu Feilong comforted her, "Okay, don't worry. The girl is old enough to know what to do. Besides, Lao Chi and the others like this girl and love her very much. Don't worry." "I hope so." Downstairs, in the parking lot, Shi Jun was leaning leisurely in the driver's seat, waiting for Chu Yufei in the car. Bang! Suddenly, the car door was flung open and a beautiful figure quickly sat down. Hurry, drive, don't let mom stop again, let's go." Concubine Chiyu looked anxious, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Seeing this, although Chi Jun didn't know what was going on, he didn't think much about it. He happily started the engine and drove away. On the way, when they were about to get on the highway, Chi Jun finally broke the silence and spoke. "What's going on? You're so anxious as soon as you get in the car. Did you do something to make Godmother angry again?" Chi Jun tilted his head slightly, with a puzzled look in his eyes. No, please don't say that." After hearing this, Chu Yufei shook her head like a rattle and waved her hands in panic. "Don't you know how powerful our mother is? Even if you give me 1,000 or 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to go against her, otherwise there would be no place for me in this family." Concubine Shiyu looked aggrieved, her brows wrinkled into a small pimple. "So, you are." Shi Jun was still a little confused. "I'm anxious. Before I left, your beloved Su Ganma gave me many warnings and instructions, fearing that I would embarrass her at your house. She kept saying it, and it annoyed me so much that I had no choice but to run away." Concubine Chuyu made a bitter face, curled her lips helplessly, and explained to Chi Jun. Hearing this, Chi Jun couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then he said no more and prepared to concentrate on driving. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. Video call from Chi's mother Chenyan. "It's from my godmother, let me take it." Chu Yufei looked at the phone that Chi Jun used for navigation, reached out and picked it up and said, "Okay, you decide." Seeing this, Chi Jun nodded. Soon. Video connected. A charming and pretty woman appeared on the other end. It was Chin Yen, who was wearing a facial mask during the last video call. "Hey, girl, why are you answering the phone? Where's that brat Shi Juan?" Chen Yen smiled, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Hello, godmother. You look much better this time than last time. You really have taken good care of yourself." Yufei's eyes curved into crescents and her face was full of smiles. "Hey, this girl is still so sweet." After hearing this, Chen Yan smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. "No, to be honest. Mr. Chi is driving now, how about I show you?" As she said this, Chu Yufei was about to turn the camera forward to take a picture of Chen Yan, but before she could do anything, she was interrupted by Chen Yan. No, there's nothing interesting about him driving. I still like chatting with our daughter. Just tell the brat to drive honestly." Chen Yan waved her hand with a smile on her face. "Oh well." Concubine Chu Yu nodded obediently. Chen Yan smiled and said, "That's right, I called just to ask, have you set off yet? Judging from the way you look, you must have gotten on the highway, right?" "Yes, godmother, we just got on the highway a while ago, and we will be home around 11 o'clock. Chu Yufei replied sweetly. After hearing this, Chen Yan smiled amiably, nodded slightly, and said, "Okay, then please be careful on the road, don't be too anxious, and drive slowly. Try to come back around 12 o'clock, I'll prepare dinner for you." "Okay, thank you, godmother, don't worry." Chu Yufei raised the corners of her mouth and responded sweetly. "Well, this girl is really nice. I won't say any more. I'll go get ready first. You guys get busy." Chen Yan's face was filled with satisfaction and her eyes were full of love. "Goodbye." Chen Yan smiled and waved to concubine Chuyu. "Okay, bye, godmother." Concubine Chuyu also smiled, waved her hand and responded. "Well, I'll hang up first." After Chen Yan finished speaking, she hung up the phone with a smile. Seeing this, Chu Yufei seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in her chair, and said, I have successfully completed the first wave of tests. Seeing her like this, Jun couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Look how nervous you are. My mother is not a tiger. Can she eat you? Xu Yufei rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, What do you know? This is called respect. Not to mention that if I say something wrong, my mother will scold me when I get home. Besides, my godmother is now my mother-in-law, and the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is very important. I am also doing this for the good of our future family, to give my parents a good impression after not seeing each other for a long time. Okay, I don't want to say anything to you. Just be happy. Anyway, it's your turn to handle it this time. Be careful and don't let anything slip. Jun looked serious, his eyes full of concern. Don't worry, I'm much more stable than you in this matter, and I guarantee that my performance will be flawless. Just wait and see. Xu Yufei raised her eyebrows slightly, with a confident smile on her face. Seeing this, Jun didn't say anything more, but just smiled and nodded to show his approval. Okay, that's all I have to say. Drive carefully and steadily. I got up too early this morning and need to catch up on some sleep. Drive steadily, okay? As Xu Yufei spoke, she couldn't help but yawn and her eyes narrowed slightly. Okay, rest assured, and I'll drive as steadily as possible. We'll be almost there by the time you wake up. Jun responded. Well, then you go ahead and drive. I'm going to sleep first. After Xu Yufei finished speaking, she closed her eyes. After a while, the sound of even breathing could be heard. Chapter 81, Daughters are closer than sons. At this moment, Jun glanced at the sleeping Xu Yufei through the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly, outlining a gentle arc. Then he concentrated on driving. After a while, the bright sunshine came through the car window and sprinkled playfully on Xu Yufei's face. Her brows furrowed slightly, as if she was dissatisfied with the disturbing light even in her sleep. Seeing this, Jun hurriedly and gently adjusted the sun visor, his movements so gentle as if he was protecting a precious treasure, just to allow Xu Yufei to sleep more peacefully. Time passed quietly as the wheels kept turning, and before I knew it, 3 hours had passed. I slept so comfortably. Xu Yufei stretched out her body comfortably, looking like a lazy kitten. Then she opened her eyes and said sleepily, Where are we now? After hearing this, Jun smiled and replied, We are almost there. In about half an hour, we will be there. Hearing this, Xu Yufei rubbed her eyes, sat up straight, and said, Great, we're finally almost there. I have to tidy up and not let my parents see me in such a sloppy state. As she spoke, she couldn't wait to start fixing her hair, and quickly took out a small mirror and carefully touched up her light makeup. Seeing this, Jun couldn't help but smile, shook his head slightly, and said jokingly, You just care too much about your image. Upon hearing this, Xu Yufei paused and glared at him fiercely, How can I not care about this? We haven't seen each other for several years. I can't leave a bad impression on them. I must be in the best condition to face the test. Okay, as long as you are happy. Jun smiled and said no more, but his eyes were full of doting on her. After a long time. Finally, the car slowly drove into an antique Chinese-style single-family villa. See this scene. Xu Yufei's heart skipped a beat and she instantly became nervous. She took a deep breath and said to Jun, How about me? Do I look okay? Her eyes were full of anticipation and anxiety, and her hands unconsciously tugged at the corners of her clothes. After hearing this, Jun tilted his head, looked her up and down carefully, and then nodded solemnly, Perfect, dear, you are simply as beautiful as a fairy, let's go. It's too fast. I'm a little nervous. What should I do? Xu Yufei's voice was trembling a little. She grabbed Jun's hand and asked anxiously. Seeing this, Jun was also happy and said with a smile, There is no other way, don't be too stressed, wasn't I also nervous the last time I went to your house? Don't worry, you don't have to show it deliberately, my parents will definitely take care of you as their own daughter, even closer to me than to me. Having said that, Jun did not stay any longer. He gently broke free from Xu Yufei's hand, got out of the car and went to the trunk first, carefully took out the jar of girl's red wine, then went to the passenger seat and opened the door. Get out of the car now. There's no point in being nervous. We're already here. Besides, if you don't give the flowers in your hand to your future mother-in-law, it will look ugly. Jun said with a smile. Hate it, stop talking nonsense, I'm so nervous now. After hearing this, concubine Chuyu slapped Jun coquettishly. Then he got out of the car slowly and hesitantly. Then you have to say more good things for me later, okay? She came behind him, looking delicate and tugged at his clothes, looking at him pitifully. Seeing this, Chi-jun was helpless and could only smile, put his free hand around her shoulders, and comforted her. Don't worry, believe me, your worries are unnecessary. Now look at that gate, let us step through it and accept our fate today. After saying that, Chi-jun didn't wait for Chu Yufei to respond, but directly pulled her towards the door. You slow down, I still need to prepare. Chu Yufei shouted anxiously. No need to prepare anymore, you are already perfect, now taking the test is the final task. Soon. Chi-jun and Chu Yufei came to the door of the house carrying their things. However, just as Chi-jun raised his hand to knock on the door creaked open by itself. Next, what came into view was Chen Yan's smiling face, standing at the door with a smile on her face. Haha, my daughter has finally got you here, come on in. Having said that, Chen Yan reached out and pulled Chu Yufei away in a hurry, while the two of them were staring at her in astonishment before they could react. Fuck mother, we just arrived too. Chu Yufei pretended to be calm and tried to force a smile. Here are the flowers I brought to you. Take a look and see if you like them. Chu Yufei said this and handed the flowers over with both hands. Oh, that's really thoughtful. You must be exhausted on the way here, right? As she spoke, Chen Yan happily took the flower from Chu Yufei's hand and sniffed it. It's good, very fresh and fragrant, I love it so much, thank you. No, you're welcome, godmother. As long as you like it. Oh, this girl is so nice. I really envy your mother more and more. Such a nice girl makes me worry less. Actually, not really. My mom always says I'm lazy at home. I'm like a pig and I never let her worry about me. Concubine Chu Yu scratched her head embarrassedly. No, Chen Yan quickly shook her head and rejected the question. That must be because your mother didn't notice your strengths. Mother and daughter have been together for a long time, and she can see your shortcomings too clearly, so she pointed them out to you. It's just that the way she mentioned them was too direct and not very pleasant to hear. It's okay. Your mother definitely still loves you. All mothers are the same. Look at me. I treat Chi-jun the same way. I praise his strengths and punish his weaknesses. Boys should be treated more harshly than girls. Really? Really, can this godmother still lie to you? Mom, your own son is still at the door, don't you want him anymore? Chi-jun watched the two people in front of him walk into the house step by step, as warmly as mother and daughter. He finally came to his senses and shouted helplessly. Hearing this, Chu Yufei and Chen Yan were both startled and looked back. Oh, look, I almost forgot, this child, you see, he still can't leave his mother even after growing up, so annoying, let's ignore him. Godmother, that's not good, why don't you let him in first? Chu Yufei advised with a smile. It doesn't matter. He can come here whenever he wants. I can't ask him to come if he doesn't want to. He's grown up and has become independent. I don't care about him anymore. Girl, are you thirsty now? Do you want to drink something first? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first? There is still one dish missing for lunch and your godfather is busy preparing it. Don't worry. Okay, godmother. Chen Yan said this with great enthusiasm, completely forgetting about her own son Chi-jun who was standing at the door. Chapter 82 Chen Yan, just let Chi-jun wash the dishes, he is familiar with it. See this scene. Chi-jun stood at the door helplessly and shook his head. He had no choice but to rely on himself and walked in alone carrying his things. Mom, your discrimination is too obvious. Chi-jun put his things down and said with a look of grievance on his face. After hearing this, Chen Yan rolled her eyes at him. You little brat, when will you be as considerate as Yufei, and I can love you more? Besides, you are an adult now, and you keep saying that you want to be independent and don't want us to worry about you. Now you can't just ignore you. It's really annoying. On the side, Chu Yufei pursed her lips and remained silent after hearing this, but she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, her eyes curved into crescents. Hearing this, Chi-jun was speechless for a moment. He could only force a smile and nod. He sat aside obediently, like a punching bag, listening to the two of them chatting. Soon, Chi-jun's father Chi Yao came out of the kitchen carrying a dish. Chi Yao was tall and had a resolute face. Time had left a few shallow wrinkles on his face, but it added a bit of mature charm. His eyes were bright and lively, with a friendly smile on his lips. Hey, the kids are here. Ha, well, I was busy cooking and just came out. My girl, don't be polite, just treat it as your own home. Shi Yao's face was filled with a warm smile and his eyes were full of joy. Upon seeing this, concubine Chu Yu immediately stood up, smiled and nodded obediently. Thank you, godfather. Before coming here, my dad asked me to bring them to say hello to you. Then, my dad asked us to bring you the daughter red wine you always wanted to taste. Oh, really? Shi Yao's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. That's great. I've been craving your dad's daughter's red wine for a long time, and today I'm finally going to have a taste of it. Alright, you just drink. Now that the dishes are ready, let's eat quickly. Don't be hungry. Chen Yan quickly invited everyone to the dining table with a hint of anger on her face. Yes, it's all my fault. I was too busy and I was slow to prepare this dish when it came home. Maybe, the taste is not as good as your mom's, but don't be disgusted, just eat it. Shi Yao scratched his head and said embarrassedly. No, godfather, I could smell the aroma of your cooking at the door when I first arrived. It's absolutely delicious. Xu Yufei smiled, her eyes full of sincerity and recognition. Okay, with my daughter's approval, this meal is worth it. Then stop talking and let's eat. You must be hungry after such a long journey. Shi Yao said with a satisfied smile on his face, and made a gesture to invite everyone to the table. Seeing this, Chen Yan quickly pulled Xu Yufei and said with a smile, yes, let's have dinner. Come on, come sit over here, my girl. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's chat more. Okay, godmother. Xu Yufei responded obediently. After saying this, Shi Jun walked over to concubine Chu Yu and prepared to sit down as if nothing had happened. Ahem. Then, just as Qi Jun was about to sit down, Chen Yan suddenly coughed lightly, tilted her head slightly, and signaled Qi Jun with sharp eyes to go to Qi Yao. Mom, there's no need. Qi Jun looked helpless, frowning. What are you, a grown man, listening to? Go away. I don't want to say it again. In front of her own son, Chen Yan was rude, her tone was firm and her expression was serious. At the side, Qi Yao also looked accustomed to it. He smiled to himself and leisurely sipped the jar of girl's red wine by himself. Seeing this, Qi Jun was helpless and could only pout and sit down aside helplessly. Afterwards, everyone sat around the dining table and began to enjoy a sumptuous lunch. During this time, Chen Yan kept picking up food for Xu Yufei, her eyes full of concern. Daughter, eat more. You are so thin. Seeing Mother Qi's enthusiasm, Xu Yufei hurriedly said, Godmother, that's enough, I can't eat so much. Qi Jun looked at this scene and said with a smile, Mom, Sister Yufei can't eat it, you can give it to me, I want it. After hearing this, Chen Yan glared at him fiercely. Pick it up yourself. Well, now I'm the one who was not in love. After a long time. After lunch, Qi Jun and Xu Yufei took the initiative to help clean up the dishes. Seeing this, Chen Yan hurried forward to stop him and said lovingly, Yufei, just go and take a rest, and let Qi Jun do this job. How can I let you work in my house, girl? Come and chat with me. Seeing this, Xu Yufei glanced at Qi Jun who was full of resentment and smiled, insisting, Godmother, let me help a little. You and Godfather have worked hard for a long time. I can do this job. I'll come over and chat with you after I'm done, okay? After hearing this, Chen Yan looked at her with relief, her eyes full of joy. Oh, this child is really sensible. Okay then, you just do less work, just brush it and rinse it with water, and leave the rest to Qi Jun, he is familiar with this job. When Qi Jun heard this, he couldn't help but pause what he was doing and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Qi Jun. Okay, Godmother, I understand. Then you go back first, I will come to the living room to find you when I am done. Concubine Xu Yu smiled sweetly. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll be leaving first. Remember to come over when you're done and chat with me, your godmother. Okay, take care, Godmother. See you later. Yeah, see you later. After saying this, the two smiled and waved goodbye. Oh, look at you. It's only been an hour since we got here, and your parents have changed into different people. They only love you, while I, their biological child, have become a pure laborer. At this time, Qi Jun behind him was cleaning up the dishes reluctantly, muttering to himself. Hearing this, Xu Yufei immediately turned around, smiled, and walked to Qi Jun's side. She gently pinched his face with her jade fingers and comforted him, okay, don't complain here. Next time. I will definitely make it up to you if I have the chance. How to compensate? Jun immediately stopped what he was doing and stared at her with burning eyes. What do you think? When concubine Chuyu saw his lustful look, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, and her cheeks instantly turned red. You only think about those indecent things, disgusting. After saying this, concubine Chuyu blushed, turned around and continued to clean up the dishes, no longer paying attention to Mr. Chi. Seeing this, Jun gently hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear, "Honey, don't be angry, I was just playing a little joke on you." Concubine Chuyu snorted and said coquettishly, "I don't want to listen, you bastard, who told you to talk nonsense? Let go and do your work well." Seeing this, Jun hugged her even tighter and said, "I won't let go unless you promise not to be angry with me anymore. You have no shame. Be careful that your godmother and the others will find you. Get out of here." "I won't, unless you promise not to be mad at me, and then, kiss me again, and I'll let go." How shameless indeed. Concubine Chuyu blushed slightly, feeling shy. "Then, if you don't object, I'll take that as your agreement." Having said that, the shameless guy Jun couldn't wait to move directly towards Chu Yufei's beautiful lips. Bo! This affectionate kiss instantly makes the sweetness warmer. A moment later. "You little pervert, I've given you everything you wanted, so let go and do your job properly." Concubine Chuyu said coquettishly, her flushed face was as tempting as a ripe apple. Jun seemed to have tasted the most delicious candy in the world. He was filled with joy and still hugged her tightly, whispering in her ear, "Dear, I want more." After hearing this, Chu Yufei lightly hit his chest. "Don't push your luck. Finish the job first." "Oh well." Seeing this, Jun couldn't show off too much, so he could only let go of his hand honestly, and the two of them continued to work. Chapter 83 Leading the way also requires travel expenses. Soon. After Jun and Chu Yufei cleaned up the dishes, they came to the living room. Chu Yufei was enthusiastically pulled by Yan to sit next to her. The two of them chatted and laughed, while Jun occasionally interjected a few words. "Where's Dad?" Jun looked around and didn't see Yao, so he couldn't help but ask. "Oh, he went to the company to take care of some things, and he also went to Halian Island. He said that his daughter had come here with great difficulty, and our family was together, so we were going to go there and have some fun, and we had made preparations in advance. In my opinion, he just feels itchy again, and he is getting anxious after not touching his fishing rods for a few days." Yan explained with a smile and waved her hands. Hearing this, Jun didn't say anything more, but just nodded to show that he understood. "Godmother, what is Halian Island? Is it fun?" Concubine Chuyu blinked and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Hi, it's nothing special. It's just a water tourism destination jointly developed by your godfather and some business friends a few years ago." Yan responded quickly. "There are mainly a few small islands, speedboats and water huts, which are places for fishing, strolling in the sea, and relaxing and having fun. It's just so-so in terms of fun. We girls don't have the skills to fish, and it's easy to get exposed to the sun. Of course, if you don't want to go, that's fine. I'll ask your godfather to go somewhere else. Let's go climb the mountain and take in the valley scenery. What do you think?" Yan asked kindly with a smile on her face. Hearing this, concubine Chuyu didn't know how to answer for a moment, and unconsciously turned her gaze to King Chi. "Then, does Jun like to go out and play?" "Him?" Yan turned around and looked at Jun, laughing. He and his father are cut from the same cloth. They are both old fishing friends. "Then godmother, let's go together. I haven't seen the sea for a long time, the scenery should be nice." Chu Yufei smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Well, that's true. Although they are all fishermen, the scenery on the sea is really nice, and the distance is not far, only an hour's drive. We can stay there for 2 or 3 days while the holiday is long." At this point, Yan paused, remembered something, and continued, "I remember hearing recently that there was an event there called Island Bonfire Party, which was said to be quite interesting, but I haven't seen it either. However, since my daughter wants to go, let's pack up tonight, have a good rest, and drive there after breakfast at around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Really, godmother?" Chu Yufei asked in surprise. "That's absolutely true. My daughter is my sweetheart. If I don't love you, who else can I love?" Yan had a loving look on her face and reached out to gently scratch Chu Yufei's nose. After hearing this, someone was jealous after all. He. Jun sneered a few times and folded his hands over his chest. Hey, you! If you have nothing to say, just get out of here and stop getting in my way. Well, go check the room upstairs for your sister Yufei to see if there is anything missing, and buy it while it is still early. Chen Yan's expression changed instantly and she spoke seriously. Hearing this, Qi Jun immediately gave in like a frost-bitten eggplant, with his mouth pouted high and a look of grievance. Oh! He responded weakly, then walked upstairs with his head hung. See this scene. Concubine Chuyu laughed so hard that her body shook, she covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes narrowed into slits. In the evening, after dinner. Go, show your sister Yufei around the room. When you're done, go back to bed early. Don't disturb your sister Yufei's rest. Your dad and I are going to rest. When you play games tonight, keep your voice down. If you shout too much, be careful or your dad will hit you with his belt. I won't stop you, and you will bear the consequences yourself. Do you understand? Shen Yan gave these instructions while slowly leaving with the facial mask in her hand. I know, Mom. Qi Jun responded casually, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Little brother Qi Jun, lead the way. Concubine Chuyu patted Qi Jun on the back and winked playfully. Ha! Qi Jun smiled and deliberately made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Please come in, my parents' darling, I'll take you to have a good look. When Concubine Chuyu heard this, she laughed even more happily. You are the only one who is good at talking. And walked side by side with Qi Jun. Their shoulders would occasionally touch each other gently. Soon. At the door of the room. Qi Jun gently pushed open the door, and a faint floral scent instantly filled his nose. The room is decorated warmly and elegantly, with pink curtains fluttering gently in the wind. Sister Yufei, do you think this room is nice? Last time I knew you were coming, my mom had already prepared it carefully for you. Do you like it? Qi Jun asked with a smile on his face and eyes full of expectation. After hearing this, Concubine Chuyu walked into the room with light lotus steps, looking around with her beautiful eyes. Yeah, it's really good. Qi Jun walked to the window and gently closed it a little. It's windy at night, don't catch a cold. Chu Yufei felt warm at heart when she saw how attentive he was. Thank you, little brother Qi Jun. When Qi Jun heard this, his smile disappeared immediately and he walked quickly to her with a speechless look on his face. What did I say before? You are not allowed to call me little brother. I am much more mature than you. Chu Yufei couldn't help but giggle. Okay, you're mature, okay. Now that your mission is complete, you can leave. Where is the door? Go on your own. I'm a little tired and want to take a shower. I won't see you off. Sister Yufei, you are too heartless. As he spoke, Qi Jun smiled evilly and suddenly moved closer to her. I helped after all, so shouldn't you give me some reward? I saw Qi Jun's eyes were burning and there was a sly smile on his lips. Seeing Qi Jun's lustful look, Chu Yufei's pretty face instantly turned red and she unconsciously took a step back. What kind of help did you give? I just showed you the way. What reward do you want? You have to pay for leading the way. Concubine Chuyu blushed and said coquettishly. You wish. As he said this, he reached out to hit him. Little tricks don't work on me. Qi Jun grabbed her hand and quickly closed the distance between them. Don't be so heartless. My house is well soundproofed. It's okay. Qi Jun's breath gently brushed across Chu Yufei's face. Concubine Chuyu was so frightened that her face turned pale and she quickly stepped back. She looked at Qi Jun nervously with her eyes wide open. You, stop messing around, what do you want to do? Think. Qi Jun continued to approach as he spoke. Chapter 84, The goddaughter becomes the daughter-in-law, which strengthens the relationship between the relatives. Isn't it wonderful? Hearing Qi Jun's joke again, Concubine Chuyu's blush deepened. Her appearance became more and more charming, as tempting as a ripe peach. I've always heard people say that there is no such thing as a field that is damaged even if the cow is worked to death. Now, the stinky little brother always takes a short rest after finishing his work and then he is back to full health. I have become the cow now. It is so annoying. Chu Yufei pouted helplessly and had to press her hands hard against Qi Jun's solid chest, trying to stop him from getting closer. Qi Jun, if you do this again I will be really angry. Be careful, I'm calling for help. Concubine Chuyu said coquettishly, her beautiful eyes full of threats. Shout. Anyway, my parents are probably asleep by this time, so no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Hey, hey! Shi Jun had no intention of stopping, and the fire of desire in his eyes grew stronger. As the little gray wolf was about to eat meat again, the two men got closer and closer. Just at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Yu Fei, have you rested? Godmother, I thought about it and got you some new toiletries. Open the door and I'll give them to you, okay? Chen Yan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Hearing the sound, both of them were stunned and froze in place for an instant. At this moment, the smile on Shi Jun's face disappeared instantly. As for Chu Yufei, a smile had already appeared on her face, very bright. Hey, naughty brother, you see, you are unlucky today, be obedient and get out of the way. Otherwise, be careful and I will exaggerate and tell my godmother something, and some people might not be able to sleep tonight. Concubine Chu Yu looked at Shi Jun with a playful expression, with a hint of pride in her eyes. Seeing this, Shi Jun was at a loss as the strength in his hands suddenly drained away. Sister Yufei, you will regret this. Hey, that's for the future. You'll regret it now. Chu Yufei took the opportunity to break free from Shi Jun's restraints, quickly tidied up her slightly messy hair and clothes, and shouted to the door with a slightly red face, Godmother, please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Shi Jun scratched his head angrily and walked aside dejectedly. Concubine Chu Yu took a deep breath, relaxed, and opened the door with a smile on her face. Godmother, you are still thinking of sending me something so late. Thank you so much. Chu Yufei smiled and took the toiletries from Chen Yan with both hands, her eyes full of gratitude. Hey, you're welcome. You're just like my own child. I love you so much that I don't need to bother you. How is it? The room is pretty good, isn't it? Do you like it? As Chen Yan spoke, she stuck her head in and looked inside. But when she saw that Shi Jun was there too, the gentle smile on her face suddenly froze. Stinky boy, why are you still here so late? Chen Yan frowned slightly and raised her voice a bit as she asked. Why are you running to your sister Yufei's room at night instead of staying in your own room? Want to rebel? After hearing this, Shi Jun's face turned red, his eyes were evasive, and he stammered, not knowing how to answer. On the side, Chu Yufei's face turned even redder and she quickly explained. Godmother, no, nothing, Shi Jun is just introducing the room to me. He was just about to leave when he ran into you. What a coincidence. After hearing the explanation, Chen Yan nodded slightly, but the disbelief in her eyes remained unchanged, and her gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. Well, okay. But it's getting late now, Yufei, you should go to bed early. As for you, kid, stop making trouble here and go back to your room. Chen Yan glared at Shi Jun. Oh, Shi Jun responded and winked at Chu Yufei, then Sister Yufei, I'm really leaving. After hearing this, Chu Yufei suppressed her smile, rolled her eyes at him, and said coquettishly, hurry up and leave. Bye-bye. Concubine Chu Yu waved her hand playfully. I'm leaving, I'm really leaving. Shi Jun winked at Concubine Chu Yu and raised his eyebrows to emphasize again. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you, please. Concubine Chu Yu folded her hands over her chest and said with a smile. Women are so ruthless. Shi Jun shook his head helplessly, looking hurt. On the side, Chen Yan couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she grabbed his ear and applied a little force with her hand. Okay, stop showing off. If you don't want to leave, I'll take you away. Go. Ouch, Mom, it hurts, it hurts. Is there anyone who treats his son like this? Shi Jun grimaced in pain, his body involuntarily tilting along with Chen Yan's force. Ouch, be gentle, it hurts. You deserve it. You're too old to know your place. Chen Yan said seriously, don't you know there are differences between men and women? Go back to sleep. Chen Yan didn't show any politeness at all, she just grabbed Shi Jun and walked away. My girl, go to bed early. Godmother will make breakfast for you tomorrow. Remember to eat it when you wake up. Not far away, Chen Yan turned back and gave instructions with a smile, her face full of concern. Okay, Godmother. I'm going to rest now. You should go to bed early too. Good night. Chu Yufei responded with a smile. Okay, good night, girl. Close the door early. Remember not to open the door at night. Don't open it even if someone knocks. It might be that wolf cub who came in the dark. Got it? Chen Yan reminded again worriedly. Hearing this, Chu Yufei finally couldn't help laughing, and her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. Ha, I got it, Godmother. Don't worry, the door will be locked tightly and no one will open it. Well, that's right, then you should go to bed early. See you tomorrow. Okay, godmother, see you tomorrow. After saying this, Chu Yufei waved her hand with a smile and then gently closed the door. Bang! See, the door closed completely. Chen Yan glanced at her nonchalant son standing beside her again, looking speechless and rolling her eyes. He is really your father's biological son. Both father and son are alike, unruly and lustful. Mom, how can you say that? After hearing this, Shi Jun looked unconvinced and frowned slightly. So what do you want me to say? You have had bad intentions towards concubine Yu since you were little. Now you have grown up and become bolder. You started to make advances towards concubine Yu as soon as she came. Why are you not sleeping at night and running into a little girl's room? Are you trying to bring more achievements to your godfather Chu? As Chen Yan spoke seriously, she stretched out her fingers and kept poking the head of her son who was causing her so much trouble. I really didn't do anything. I just helped Sister Yufei check the room. I didn't do anything else, really. Shi Jun hurriedly explained, his eyes somewhat evasive. Nonsense. Chen Yan was furious and continued, who gave birth to you? I gave birth to you after 10 months of pregnancy. How could I not know about your little tricks? Also, I see you didn't do nothing, you just didn't have enough time to do it. If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have done something to embarrass me and your father. Hearing this, Shi Jun was also a little panicked, with sweat slightly on his forehead. Helpless, he had to argue, Mom, you think too much. How could I do such an outrageous thing? Ha, Chen Yan sneered a few times and continued, you have had lustful thoughts towards me since you were a child, and now you are probably even more daring. I don't care anyway, just be quiet. That's my daughter. You're a slut if you covet her body, but if you dare to touch her body, be careful and I'll ask your dad to beat you with a belt. No negotiation, do you understand? The king of Qi was speechless for a moment. Stop talking nonsense and go back to sleep. It's already past 9 o'clock. If you stay up any later, I won't get enough beauty sleep. It's so annoying. After saying that, Chen Yan no longer paid attention to Shi Jun. She twisted her waist and walked downstairs back to her room. See this scene. Shi Jun's mood was quite complicated for a while. After a moment's pause, he sighed helplessly. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. You may have lost your daughter, but you have gained a daughter-in-law, so you are not at a loss. Having said that, Shi Jun also let it go. He hummed a little tune and slowly returned to his room. Chapter 85 Shi Jun, standing at the door is my last stubbornness. The next day. 7:30 in the morning. The weather was clear and sunny, and the sunlight shone through the windows into every corner of the room. Shi Jun had already gotten up early. After washing up, he went downstairs humming a little tune to prepare for dinner. Mom, where's breakfast? Is it ready yet? He shouted to Chen Yan who was busy in the kitchen. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Go away. Can't you see I'm busy? Well, it's getting late now, go wake up your sister Yufei first so we can have dinner together. Chen Yan responded loudly while stir-frying the vegetables in the pot. Oh. Shi Jun curled his lips and walked upstairs reluctantly. When he arrived at Chu Yufei's door, he knocked twice gently. Boom boom. Sister Yufei, get up. The sun is shining on your butt. Wash up and have breakfast. A few seconds later. Oh, I see. Then you go first. I'll get up right away. Chu Yufei's lazy voice came from the room. Don't do it right away, get up now and open the door for me. Shi Jun crossed his arms across his chest, looking helpless. Since the two of them lived together for a lot of time, Shi Jun was very familiar with Chu Yufei's living habits. As long as she didn't have classes or it was a weekend, she would mostly only see the midday sun, and she would almost never see the morning sun. No, I'm really going to get up in a minute, don't come in. Concubine Chu Yu said coquettishly. Hearing this, Shi Jun sighed helplessly and said, okay, you little lazy pig, sleep for 5 more minutes at most. Then come down right away, your parents are waiting for you to have breakfast, don't forget it. Hearing the sound, Chu Yufei, who had wrapped herself in the quilt like a silkworm, suddenly popped her head out and her mind became much clearer. Oh, right, I almost forgot, this is not at home, this is Shi Jun's house, my godmother and the others are waiting for me. No, I can't sleep anymore. It would be bad if my godmother and the others thought I was a lazy pig. Turn on the machine quickly. As she spoke, Chu Yufei rubbed herself twice cruelly. Her pink face instantly turned red and her mind became clearer. Then, she quickly said to Chi-jun, who was outside the door, No, I'll get up now, you don't have to go down, wait for me, I'll open the door for you. Soon. The door slowly opened, and Chu Yufei was standing at the door, wearing loose pajamas with a baggy collar and her hair as messy as seaweed, with sleepy eyes. Brother, you are so annoying. Chu Yufei pouted and stretched lazily, the collar of her pajamas inadvertently opened a little wider, and her charming collarbone and the spring scenery on her chest were faintly visible. Seeing this, Chi-jun stared at him intently, without any intention of avoiding him. It's leaking, clean it up quickly, I'll wait for you outside. After hearing this, Chu Yufei quickly lowered her head to look at her slightly exposed breasts and rolled her eyes at him. I know, little pervert. So you're really not coming in? Ha, Chi-jun smiled bitterly and waved his hand, forget it. If I go in again, my mom will find me again. Who knows what crime she will accuse me of. As for me, staying outside honestly is the best way to prove my innocence. Ha, you have no innocence at all. You can come in or not, it's up to you. Concubine Shiyu smiled twice, ignored him, turned around and went back into the house to clean up. A moment later. Concubine Shiyu changed into a fresh dress that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Then, she tied her hair up carefully, with a few strands of hair hanging on both sides of her cheeks, making her look particularly charming. How about it, do I look good like this? Concubine Shiyu turned lightly in front of Chi-jun and spoke coquettishly. Chi-jun glanced at him casually with a calm tone. Well, it looks beautiful as a flower. Humph. Just perfunctory. Concubine Shiyu pouted her lips, looking unhappy. I've already praised you and it's still not enough, so what do you want? Chi-jun shrugged helplessly, looking speechless. Not very good, I don't want to bother with you. No taste, no. Chu Yufei stuck out her pink tongue playfully, then walked downstairs alone without looking back. Arrived downstairs. At this time, Shen Yan had already brought breakfast to the table, and the richness of the breakfast was eye-catching. There are steaming buns, golden and crispy fried dough sticks, soft bread, and drinks include fragrant soy milk, mellow milk, and sweet fruit juice. On the side, Shi Yao had already sat down, holding a three-fold flower card and looking at the company documents carefully, his brows sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Wake up, girl. Did you sleep well last night? Come and have dinner, we are waiting for you too. When Shen Yan saw Chu Yufei, a bright smile broke out on her face and she spoke kindly. Good morning, godmother, good morning, godfather. Chu Yufei bowed slightly, with a shy blush on her face, and responded obediently, I slept very well last night. I'm just a little sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Hey, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It must be because Chi-jun was too slow in driving yesterday and his driving skills were not good, so you were a little bumpy in the seat. You must be tired and fell into a deep sleep. It's normal. After hearing this, Shi Yao put down the three-fold book in his hand, waved his hand, and said quickly, his eyes full of understanding and care. Yes, that's right, it must be this kid who was not in tune with you and made you tired, it's no problem. Well, my girl, please sit down and have some breakfast first, and then have a good rest. We will go to the island to have some fun and relax and everything will be fine. After hearing this, Shen Yan smiled lovingly and agreed. He also reached out and pulled Chu Yufei towards the dining table. I'm telling you, let's take a few more beautiful photos and send some to your parents so they can take a look and feel at ease. Okay, godmother, I will. Chi-jun, I cried my heart out. I realized there is really no love left in this family. In this way, the family sat around the dining table, talking and laughing, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious, and began to enjoy breakfast. After a long time. After breakfast, Chen Yan and Chu Yufei, mother and daughter, watched a play and chatted intimately in the house, with bursts of cheerful laughter coming from time to time. Shi Yao and Chi-jun went to pack up the necessary supplies and daily necessities, and they were both busy and sweating. It took a short while. Wife, it's time for our daughter to leave. In the yard, Shi Yao sat in the car and shouted loudly towards the house. Got it, coming right away. Shen Yan responded loudly, and then walked out of the door arm in arm with Chu Yufei, talking and laughing. Why are there two cars? Didn't they say the whole family is here? Shen Yan looked at the two men, each driving a pickup truck, frowned slightly, and asked in confusion. Chapter 86 Then please lead the way, Mr. Chi. Hey, this is too much stuff and over budget. My car can only take one person, otherwise, my girl, you and Chi Jun can ride in the same car, okay? Chi Yao said helplessly, scratching his head. Really? You can't even do such a small thing. Chen Yan looked slightly displeased and rolled her eyes at Chi Yao. Then I'll have to put up with you for now. You're going to ride in the same car with that brat Chi Jun. Just sit in the back seat to avoid him making a move on you. After hearing this, Chu Yufei smiled and shook her head gently, her long hair swaying. It's okay, godmother, I'm not wronged. As for brother Chi Jun, he is fine, he is a good person, he didn't do anything to me, you can rest assured. Hearing this, Chun Yan couldn't help but shook her head. My girl, you are so kind. My godmother has been with two people. Men, you can't trust them easily, or you will suffer. Besides, you treat that brat as your younger brother, but he may not necessarily treat you as his sister. You might end up walking into a tiger's mouth. Of course, I would be happy if I had a daughter-in-law like you, but I have no idea what would happen if your parents had a son-in-law like Chi Jun. Chun Yan spoke earnestly, took Chu Yufei's hand and patted it gently. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's heart was filled with joy, and the sweet feeling was like a deer running around in its heart. I really didn't expect that this time the results would be so good. My godmother has recognized me. That's great. Then, she kept smiling and comforted him. It's really okay, godmother, don't worry, let's go with godfather first, I'll go to Chi Jun's car, and we'll meet at Halian Island. Alright then, remember to sit in the back and don't let that guy take advantage of you. If anything happens, remember to call me and I'll ask your godfather to turn around and beat him up. Before leaving, Chen Yan added worriedly, her eyes full of concern. Chu Yufei laughed so hard after hearing this. I see, godmother, don't worry, you two go first, we will catch up soon, see you later. Chen Yan smiled and nodded, then turned around and got into the car lightly. What a wonderful daughter. It would be great if she could really be my daughter-in-law. Then I could give birth to two big fat grandsons, who would be chubby and plump. What a pity. I don't know if that brat Chi Jun can live up to his expectations. As long as both parties are willing, she actually has no objection. Okay, girl, we're leaving first, and you should hurry up and get in the car. Godmother, godfather, see you later. Chu Yufei was smiling and waving from behind, her arms waving widely, watching the car leave. Only after the car drove out of the door did she turn around, take light steps, and walk towards Chi Jun's car. Open the car door. Chu Yufei sat in the back seat gracefully. Chi Jun saw this and couldn't help but feel a little confused, frowning slightly. Wife, my parents are gone, what are you still doing in the back? Come to the front, the co-pilot seat is reserved for you. No, I'm just following my mother's instructions. Just drive well and don't worry about anything else. Chu Yufei explained with a smile, a playful look on her face. Seeing this, Chi Jun curled his lips unhappily and muttered, I really don't understand the minds of you women. Stop talking and keep up. No. Chi Jun sighed helplessly, started the car and slowly followed. Along the way, Chi Jun's eyes would secretly glance at Chu Yufei through the rearview mirror from time to time. He felt like there was a little rabbit in his heart, and he kept pondering the meaning of what his mother had just said. Wife, what have you and my mother talked about in such a long time? Chi Jun finally couldn't help asking, his eyes full of curiosity. Upon hearing this, concubine Chuyu smiled softly and said, she didn't say anything, she just told me to be careful with you, the little pervert, and not let you take advantage of me. Also, my godmother really wants me to be her daughter-in-law, but she's not sure if you're capable of becoming my parents' son-in-law. Is this true? Chi Jun simply ignored the previous words and his eyes widened in surprise. Of course it's true. Don't you see how good I am? Chu Yufei spoke with a firm tone, with a hint of pride in her eyes. In that case, do you think my mom has misunderstood us? Chi Jun frowned and said thoughtfully. What's the misunderstanding? Concubine Chu Yu was immediately puzzled. Don't let your imagination run wild. Can I stop thinking about it? Look, during the time you were here, she was saying things in a roundabout way. Although she was scolding me, she seemed to be hoping that we could have something. Chi Jun curled his lips and explained. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's face suddenly became hot, and the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. She blushed and said coquettishly, don't talk nonsense, just focus on driving. Besides, we've already obtained our marriage certificate. Even if your parents knew about it, they wouldn't be unhappy. They would even be very supportive. Isn't that better? Hearing Chu Yufei's explanation, Shi Jun smiled, and his smile was particularly bright. It seems that's true. Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, okay, now we have the answer to your parents' questions, the only thing left is my parents' questions. But considering your performance when you came to my house for the Mid-Autumn Festival last time, they still have a good impression of you. If you work a little harder, I think we can be together. Good. For the sake of our happy life, I will work hard and make sure our relationship can be seen in the sunshine. Shi Jun said this with a serious look and a solemn oath. You're just a talker. Concubine Shuyu chuckled twice, said coquettishly, and reached out to pat Shi Jun's shoulder gently. Hey hey! At this time, Shi Jun's cell phone rang and he picked up the call with one hand. Hey, Dad, what's up? Drive faster, little brat. Don't fall too far behind. You'll be driving in with my car soon. Don't fall behind. Okay, Dad, I got it. After saying that, Shi Yao hung up the phone and slowed down the car. Wife, our dad said to move out of the way, sit tight and I'll speed up. Chu Yufei nodded and held the armrest tightly with both hands, okay. After a long time. Arrived at Halian Island. Shi Jun parked the car quickly, got out swiftly, then walked quickly to the other side and opened the door for Chu Yufei attentively. Sister Yufei, we've arrived. Let's get off the car. Well, okay. Chu Yufei responded, got out of the car gracefully, and then stretched comfortably. Wow, it's comfortable. I can finally move around. Riding in a car is also hard work. Shi Jun looked at her cute appearance, smiled dotingly and said, okay, let's go first, let's go find our parents. Are you going to take care of the luggage? Chu Yufei pointed at the luggage at the back of the pickup truck in confusion. The two suitcases were not big, but not small either. Hearing this, Shi Jun smiled and shook his head, patiently explaining, don't worry about it, a staff member will come and help us take it over according to the surface number, just leave it there. Oh, Chu Yufei nodded, then where are we going now? Let's go to where we live first. I guess my parents have already gone there. We can see them there. Shi Jun said confidently. Okay, then please lead the way, Master Chi. Concubine Chu Yu folded her hands across her chest and looked at Shi Jun with a smile. Chapter 87 The Sea? Rough waves? Shi Jun smiled dotingly and took the lead to lead the way. He wanted to hold Chu Yufei's hand, but he started to have doubts in his heart. If his mother and the others found out, he would be scolded again. After thinking it over, he decided to give up. Along the way. The scenery of Halian Island is picturesque and breathtakingly beautiful. The breeze blew gently, bringing with it the smell of salty sea air, ruffling their hair. Chu Yufei was like a happy little bird, looking around excitedly, her eyes full of joy and anticipation. This place is so beautiful. I wish I could come here more often in the future. Chu Yufei walked along happily, sighing constantly. Come on, as long as you like, we'll have plenty of time later. Shi Jun turned his head to look at her, his eyes were gentle and a warm smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Hee, okay. Chu Yufei smiled even more brightly and waved her hands happily. A moment later. The two arrived at their residence. This is a unique seaside hotel with a unique and scenic architectural style. As soon as I entered the door and came to the spacious hall, I heard Chen Yan's familiar voice. Oh, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you too. Chen Yan came over with a smile on her face. Chu Yufei looked over when she heard the voice, smiled, and called sweetly, Godmother. Hey, Chen Yan replied with a smile, enthusiastically took Chu Yufei's hand, and looked her up and down carefully. Are you tired from the journey? Not tired, Godmother, the journey was smooth. Chu Yufei smiled, shook her head gently, and answered obediently. Xia smiled and said, okay, honey, stop asking. Take the kids to see the rooms they like first, take a rest, and we'll discuss the next activities later. Yeah, okay. Then my girl, you and your godmother can go and have a look. See which room you like and pick one yourself. Shen Yan said kindly. Can I pick any room? Concubine Chu Yufei looked a little surprised, her eyes wide open. Hearing this, Shen Yan nodded confidently and said with a smile, of course, after all, our family also owns 60% of the shares here. As long as it is not reserved by others, it is fine. Then, I will listen to you, godmother. Concubine Chu Yu held Shen Yan's arm and spoke coquettishly. That look is very lovely. Yeah, okay. Shen Yan responded with a smile, her face full of joy, and walked inside with Chu Yufei. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, and the happy laughter continued to be heard. After a long time, everyone chose their favorite room and put their luggage away. Afterwards, everyone came to the quiet rest area outdoors. The family sat together again and began to discuss. It's not much, just a few points. Shi Yao cleared his throat and spoke. First of all, it's really late today, so let's not mess around. Let's just stay here comfortably for one night, enjoy the food, have a good sleep, and have a good rest. Shi Yao spoke as he gestured. Secondly, we need to get up earlier tomorrow. We need to pack everything we need to take before 8 o'clock, and then take the boat to Halian Island. Does anyone have any opinions on this proposal? Shi Yao glanced at the crowd. No. Everyone responded in unison. Hearing this, Shi Yao nodded slightly with satisfaction. Well, very good, today's family meeting ends here, and you two young people can go and do what you want. But I would also like to solemnly remind you that you must be extra careful when playing at the beach. You are not allowed to go into waters where the water is too deep to see clearly, nor are you allowed to go into waters deeper than your calves. You are not allowed to touch any marine life you don't recognize or that is colorful. Do you understand? He looked serious, with a solemn expression and eyes full of concern. I know, Dad. Shi Jun responded casually, seeming a little nonchalant. Okay, don't worry, Godfather. I promise to comply. Concubine Chu Yu nodded seriously with a solemn expression. Well, Shi Yao glanced at Shi Jun, nodded when he looked at Chu Yufei again, and then waved his hand. Okay, just remember it, be sure to pay attention to safety, go play, don't go too far. Yes. The two responded in unison, turned around and ran towards the beach. Next to the hotel, on the beach. Shi Jun and Chu Yufei strolled here leisurely, enjoying the sea breeze and strolling leisurely. The waves kept hitting the beach, creating layers of white foam. It's so relaxing to feel the sea breeze blowing on my body and gently lapping at the beach. Chu Yufei faced the sea, stretched her arms, and fully felt the freedom and joy. Look, the sea is vast and boundless, the waves are rolling and surging, it's as beautiful as a picture scroll. Chu Yufei said with an intoxicated look on her face. It's indeed turbulent. On the side, Shi Jun didn't pay attention to the scenery of the sea. His eyes were unconsciously attracted by the undulating waves of Chu Yufei, and his gaze was fixed on her. When concubine Chu Yu heard this, she felt that the tone was not right. Subconsciously, she tilted her head to look at him, with a speechless expression. Turbulent? Turbulent. Shi Jun didn't notice her movements and blurted out the words subconsciously without moving his eyes away. Does it look good? Chu Yufei asked, gritting her teeth. It looks good. Shi Jun was still immersed in his own world. You look so good. Chu Yufei said coquettishly. Then, she bent down, quickly scooped up a handful of water from the sea beside her, and splashed it on Shi Jun. Man, what a pity. Having said that, Chu Yufei took off her shoes angrily, held them in her hands, and walked lightly on the beach barefoot. Seeing this, Shi Jun smiled indifferently and hurriedly followed her. Honey, don't be angry. After all, we are an old married couple. This is just a little benefit from your husband. Don't be stingy. Shi Jun said flatteringly. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu's cheeks immediately turned red with shame and she gave him a charming look. Roll. Okay. Shi Jun responded quickly, not daring to be presumptuous anymore, and followed her obediently. That's all. The two of them walked slowly, one in front and one behind. Chu Yufei suddenly stopped, turned around, looked at Shi Jun's pitiful appearance, like a puppy being scolded by its owner, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The laughter was clear and moving, like the chirping of a nightingale. Humph, I'll let you off this time, but it won't happen again. Chu Yufei folded her hands in front of her chest and spoke with a serious face, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed the joy in her heart. When Shi Jun heard this, he nodded his head like pounding garlic. Thank you, my dear wife, I promise there won't be a next time. Chu Yufei nodded slightly, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, she stretched out her fair hand and shook it gently. Hurry up and hold it, if you make me angry again, you will be in trouble. Seeing this, Shi Jun didn't hesitate and quickly held her hand. The warm touch made him feel warm in his heart. The two smiled at each other and continued to walk side by side along the beach, the fine sofa under their feet making a soft rustling sound. Chapter 88 Mr. Chi, could this be your daughter-in-law? The two continued to walk slowly along the beach. The afterglow of the setting sun was like a layer of golden gauze, stretching their shadows out. Oh, honey, my feet are a little tired. Xu Yufei said coquettishly, her voice soft and tender, with a hint of grievance that made people feel sympathetic. After hearing this, Shi Jun understood immediately, and without saying anything, he quickly squatted down and said, "Okay, come on, wife, I'll carry you." Hee, okay. Xu Yufei responded with a smile and happily lay on Shi Jun's back. Her hands gently wrapped around his neck like willow branches, and the soft and plump breasts pressed against his back without reservation. Oh my god, this feels just right. The soft touch on his back made Shi Jun's heart flutter, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Behind her, Xu Yufei seemed to have keenly sensed the abnormality of Shi Jun's body, and couldn't help but ask softly, "Honey, am I fat?" There was a barely perceptible hint of anticipation in his tone. Shi Jun did not answer directly, but smiled evilly and deliberately shook his head, curled his lips, and said in a nonchalant manner, "It's not fat, but the touch, wow, it's really too filling." As he said this, he boldly turned his head back and squinted his eyes, trying to peek at the beautiful scenery. Xu Yufei followed his gaze and instantly understood his thoughts. She blushed and said coquettishly, "Stinky brother, you little pervert, let me go. I don't want you to carry me anymore. I can walk by myself." As she spoke, she punched Shi Jun's back with her pink fists like raining rain and started to act like a spoiled child. Seeing this, Shi Jun couldn't agree. He increased the strength in his hands and held her tightly. "No, Welfare Bureau, you have to lie down well and don't move. I'll speed up." After he finished speaking, he immediately sped up and ran happily on the beach, raising clouds of dust from the fine sand under his feet. It seemed as if their love became even hotter and stronger in the flying sand. The next day. The sun is shining and the sea breeze is blowing. The family neatly packed 3 suitcases and stood together by the wooden bridge, waiting expectantly. Soon, a white yacht with a total length of about 10 meters came rushing like an arrow, and then stopped steadily on the side. "Hello, Mr. Chi, I'm Lao Ma, it's been a long time since we last met. I am sent by President Wang to pick you up, please get on board." A middle-aged man walked out of the cab quickly and swiftly, with a warm smile on his face. He strode forward and spoke eagerly. Okay, Lama, I'm really sorry to bother you again this time." Shi Yaolang said with a smile, and reached out to pat Lao Ma on the shoulder in a friendly manner. "Mr. Chi, you are too polite. How can this be considered a trouble? It is my honor to serve you and Mr. Wang. If you are satisfied, it means that I have done my job well." Lao Ma responded with a smile, his back straight and his eyes full of sincerity. As he spoke, he looked eagerly at the people behind him, and greeted them one by one with a smile and enthusiasm. "Mrs. Chi, look at you, you are still as charming as ever, and you are getting better and better. Your temperament is simply unmatched. It's not bad. Only you, old Ma, are sweet-tongued and good at talking, which makes people feel comfortable." Shen Yan smiled and nodded, with a kind look in her eyes. "You can earn your living by doing this," old Ma smiled modestly, and then looked at Shi Jun. "Young Master Chi is also a handsome man. Now that he has grown up, he looks even more outstanding than Mr. Chi did back then." After hearing this, Shi Jun raised his lips, revealing a row of white teeth, and said confidently, "Uncle Ma, you are too kind. I am only a little more handsome than my dad was back then." Yes. Young Master Chi is so charming and outstanding, he is definitely one of the best." Old Ma nodded quickly, his eyes narrowed into slits due to his smile. Finally, when his eyes fell on Xu Yufei, the new face that appeared for the first time, his eyes suddenly lit up and his expression became excited. "Oh, this girl looks unfamiliar. Could she be Mr. Chi's girlfriend, your future daughter-in-law?" As soon as these words came out, Xu Yufei's pretty face suddenly turned as red as the sunset, and everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Afterwards, Chen Yan quickly came to her side, held Xu Yufei's hand affectionately, and said with a smile, "Oh, it would be great if this was really my daughter-in-law, but it's a pity that this is my goddaughter. Although they are not my biological children, they are no different from my biological children. This is my first time here, so don't tell me such jokes in the future. Yes, this is my daughter. She is only a little bit better than my shameless son." Shi Yao also said with a smile, and glared at Shi Jun with pretended disgust. "Well, girl, this is your Uncle Ma, call him." Shi Yao reminded with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Ma, my name is Xu Yufei. I am the daughter of my godfather and godmother, and I am Chi Jun's sister." Concubine Xu Yu put away her shyness and spoke generously with a confident smile on her face. "Oh, it's Miss Chu, my apologies. Look at me, I am such a bad mouth. Well, let's not talk anymore, let's get on the boat, it's getting late, we should go to the island." Lama slapped his mouth, looking ashamed, and quickly turned sideways to make a gesture of invitation. Okay, Lama, it's not a big deal, don't worry about it, just get ready to go. Shi Yao smiled, waved his hand and said comfortingly. Okay, I'll get the luggage, you guys go in and sit down first. Having said that, Lama quickly set off to take the luggage from Chi Jun, his face full of enthusiasm. No, Uncle Ma, just go and prepare the boat, I'll do it. Chi Jun quickly declined and pulled the luggage towards him. Okay, Lama, we are all acquaintances, there is no need to be so formal. This kid just needs some practice, so let him take care of it. You just go to the driver's seat. Shi Yao spoke, his eyes showing his concern for his son's experience. Hearing this, Lama said no more. Okay then, Mr. Chi, you guys take a break. I'll go to the cab right away. Good. After that, several people got busy with their own work. Shi Jun carried the luggage, Lama turned and walked towards the cab, and Shi Yao led the others into the cabin. Soon, everyone sat down in the cabin, and the yacht instantly sped across the sea. The sea breeze rushed in through the window, bringing a hint of coolness. Xu Yufei curiously put her head close to the window and looked out, her face full of excitement and her eyes sparkling. Godfather, what fun things are there on this island you developed? Xu Yufei asked curiously. After hearing this, Shi Yao smiled and replied, there are so many fun things to do on this island. There are beaches with staff where you can sunbathe comfortably. There are also various water activities, such as self-driving speedboats and fishing. I guarantee you will have a lot of fun. Hee. Girl, don't listen to your godfather's nonsense. He only knows how to have a good time. At this time, Chen Yan also came over, took Xu Yufei's hand intimately and said, those are jobs that require sun exposure, we women just need to stay in the cabin and wait for food. They are fresh out of the water not long ago, and the taste is so delicious. Xu Yufei's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked expectant. Then, can I also give it a try? Okay, Shi Yao's eyes lit up when he heard this, it's great if my daughter is interested in this. When the time comes, let Chi Jun help you. If there are things you don't understand or don't know how to do, just let him do it. You will understand it after learning more. It won't take long, I guarantee you'll fall in love with fishing, and the sense of accomplishment is incredible. Really? Godfather. Xu Yufei almost jumped up with excitement. Guaranteed authenticity. Chi Yao patted his chest and said confidently. No, then I won't play anymore, just sell me out like this. At this time, Chi Jun couldn't help but complain loudly, with a look of reluctance on his face. You haven't played enough? What's the harm in fishing less? Besides, you're not young anymore, you should calm down. I'm doing this for your own good. Chi Yao said righteously and glared at Chi Jun. Chapter 89. When I got to the island, I saw a group of fishermen from the Air Force. After a while, the yacht slowly approached the shore. Chi Jun stood up first, strode towards the cabin door, and muttered quietly, I'll go down and take a look first. I saw that he had a nimble figure. After jumping off the boat, he moved as swiftly as the wind and quickly carried the luggage ashore. His neat appearance seemed to show his ability. Shi Yao and others also got off the boat. As soon as she stepped onto the island, Xu Yufei was instantly mesmerized by the beautiful scenery before her. The white sand beach sparkled like fine gold under the bright sunshine, and the waves beat rhythmically against the shore, making crisp and pleasant sounds. Wow, it's so beautiful. I must take some good photos and send them to my parents. Xu Yufei couldn't help but cheer and ran towards the beach. Godfather, godmother, you guys go ahead, I'll be there in a bit, no need to wait for me. Hearing the sound, Shi Yao and Chen Yan laughed and shouted anxiously from behind, got it, run slower, girl, don't fall. Good. Seeing this, Chi Jun shook his head helplessly, but a doting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth involuntarily, and he said, Mom and Dad, then you go first, I'll go over there. Okay, you two can play for a while, then come back early for lunch. Shi Yao waved his hands and gave instructions loudly. Good. Chi Jun responded loudly, then quickly quickened his pace to catch up. Xu Yufei ran to the beach, squatted down, gently touched the seawater with her hand, a happy smile on her face. Chi Jun walked quickly to her side, bent down slightly, leaned close to her and whispered, Be careful, don't get your clothes wet. Xu Yufei looked up at him, curled her lips coquettishly, and said mischievously, It's okay, don't you still have me? Me? What's the use of me? Chi Jun asked doubtfully, frowning slightly. Hee, Xu Yufei giggled twice, with her hands on her hips, If my clothes get wet, I'll wear yours. Anyway, this is a beach, it's normal for boys to be shirtless. Ha, this joke is not funny at all. Jun rolled his eyes helplessly and stood up. Oomph, boring. Seeing that he didn't understand romance, Chu Yufei pouted and didn't bother to pay attention to him. She stood up on her own, took out her mobile phone, turned on the camera, and began to look around to select the location and scenery. Well, I'll find a good spot later, and you can stand up and take some nice photos for me, okay? Chu Yufei said as she fiddled with her phone. Good. Jun responded readily. But, how long will it take? Soon. Concubine Chu Yu responded casually. 1 minute later. Are you ready, wife? Jun smiled with a hint of anticipation on his face. Immediately. Chu Yufei said perfunctorily without even raising her head. 3 minutes later. Is it ready? Jun spoke in a flat tone, with his hands folded across his chest. Oh, that's fine, don't rush me. Concubine Chu Yu stamped her feet coquettishly. 10 minutes later. Wife, how long is your soon? Jun was waiting on the side, getting a little impatient, his brows furrowed. Hey, don't be impatient. Don't interrupt a girl when she's looking for a seat. I can find one right away. Chu Yufei raised her voice. The words haven't finished yet. Next second. Okay, here it is. Chu Yufei shouted excitedly. Jun, come here quickly, hold my phone and stand here. Don't move your position or angle, understand? Chu Yufei smiled and waved quickly, her face full of impatience. Okay, I got it, little ancestor. Jun's tone was a little speechless, but he still walked over quickly. As Chu Yufei requested, he stood in position and prepared to take a picture of her. Soon. Chu Yufei posed in various poses, sometimes pouting to look cute, sometimes making a heart shape with her hands and smiling, and she kept directing Jun, hey, Jun, shoot a little lower, yes, this will make your legs look longer. Jun reluctantly adjusted the angle according to her instructions, muttering, I know, you are asking too much. After taking a few photos, Chu Yufei ran over to see the results. She frowned as soon as she saw them. What the hell are these photos? They are so ugly. No, retake them. After hearing this, Jun said with a bitter face, I have been working very hard on the filming. No, it's too ugly. Let's do it again. This time you have to take a good picture for me. Concubine Chu Yu put her hands on her hips, looking serious. Jun had no choice but to raise his phone again and take a picture of her seriously. We filmed for a while longer. Chu Yufei was finally satisfied, not bad this time, let's go and take some more photos somewhere else. Having said that, he pulled Jun away. Jun was dragged by her, muttering, you are too interested in taking pictures. Chu Yufei turned around and glared at him, Humph, you finally came here, how can you not take more photos? In this way, the two of them were playing and taking pictures on the beach, laughing all the time. After lunch, the whole family boarded the yacht and went out to sea together again. There were no outsiders this time. Yao drove the boat himself, while Jun helped skillfully on the side. The yacht was galloping across the sea like a wild horse, with snow-white waves splashing from the stern. Yao gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, staring ahead with eyes as focused as an eagle's, his expression serious and earnest. Jun was staring at the dashboard at the side, reporting some data from time to time to ensure the safety of the navigation. Because they had come here often before, the father and son cooperated well with each other and their movements were skillful, so they were almost familiar with the process. Finally, the yacht slowly stopped beside a small island reef. At this time, many fishing enthusiasts have gathered on this island reef, and there are probably more than 10 of them at a glance. However, looking at their sad faces, few of them are happy. It is estimated that most of them have come up empty-handed the whole morning. Afterwards, everyone got off the boat and prepared to start an afternoon of fishing here. You little brat, I'll leave the jade concubine to you. Just help me out. I'm in a hurry to go fishing. Yao was tidying up his fishing gear skillfully while shouting at the top of his voice to urge them on. Then, he took the lead like a gust of wind and ran away with his fishing gear. See this scene. Chen Yan was also speechless and shook her head helplessly. If she wasn't really bored staying there and wasn't worried about her daughter being with Jun, she really wouldn't want to join in the fun. You too, don't go too far, I think you can just find a place nearby to fish. Well, I want to go out. I'll take a nap after my meal. Of course, if you catch a fish, just call me and I will cook it for you on the spot. After Chen Yan finished speaking, without waiting for Qi Jun and Chu Yufei to reply, she yawned and returned to the cabin lounge alone. Chapter 90. Husband and wife work together to create brilliance. Ding dong, the situation is suitable, triggering the system task. The mission is for the couple to work together to create brilliance. The task is as follows: starting from 12 noon and ending at 6 p.m., the host needs to cast a fishing rod with his lover, and finally give corresponding points rewards based on the number and type of fish caught. Tips: because your wife is a novice, there will be an extra bonus for the fish she catches. Suddenly I heard this prompt tone. Qi Jun was stunned. Walter? He opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. This voice is so familiar. I haven't heard the system's voice for a long time. I really miss it. Qi Jun scratched his head, a look of joy appearing on his face. I've been busy showing off my affection during this period, so I'll just sign in when I have nothing else to do. But the rewards are somewhat disappointing, mostly consisting of money, million-dollar cars or skill-related items, and it is rare to see high-quality assets. I'm still a long way from upgrading, at least 700 points are needed. I don't know how much I can earn this time. Qi Jun frowned slightly, thinking secretly in his mind. Accept the mission. Qi Jun muttered to himself. Ding, the mission has been accepted successfully. Start the countdown. The system voice sounded again. Hearing this, Qi Jun nodded, then looked at Chu Yufei, who was a little confused, and said with a smile, Sister Yufei, we have a mission. We have to go fishing together this afternoon. Perform well. Chu Yufei looked confused and blinked her big eyes. What mission? Besides, I don't know how to fish. I'm sure I'll be empty-handed today. Concubine Chu Yu frowned and muttered. After hearing this, Qi Jun couldn't help laughing and took her hand. Don't worry, I'm here, I'll teach you. Is this true or false? Chu Yufei asked half doubtfully. Of course, I'm a professional. Before, I always kept my warehouse full of fish, and there was no place for the extra ones. Qi Jun patted his chest and said confidently. I don't believe it. I feel like you're just bragging. That won't work. Chu Yufei curled her lips and folded her hands over her chest. Hearing this, Qi Jun was also amused. He stretched out his finger, gently tapped Chu Yufei's forehead, and said seriously, Woman, you can say that I am a bad boy, or that I am bragging, but you can't say that I am incompetent. Wait, I'll show you my strength. After that, the two of them went to the place where the fishing gear was placed. Qi Jun focused his eyes and carefully selected two suitable fishing rods and handed one to Chu Yufei. Come on, watch and put the bait on the hook like I did. As Qi Jun spoke, he demonstrated skillfully, fiddling with the bait with his fingers nimbly. Chu Yufei followed suit, holding the bait and frowning. This feels a bit weird, can I really catch a fish? What's strange about that? Qi Jun asked, tilting his head. This is my exclusive operation, okay? Let's go. Talking is useless. Let's fight and see the result. Oh. Soon. The two of them put up the bait. Qi Jun brought Chu Yufei to the shore and carefully found a suitable location. Watch this, just like me, throw the fishing rod out. Qi Jun swung the fishing rod gracefully, his arm drew a beautiful arc, and the fishing line fell into the water with a whoosh, splashing a small amount of water. Chu Yufei imitated him, took a deep breath, and swung the fishing line with force. As a result, the fishing line almost got tangled in the tree next to it. Oh no! It doesn't work. Concubine Chu Yu stamped her feet anxiously, her face flushed red. Qi Jun quickly ran over to help untie it, saying comfortingly, it's okay, let's do it again. The second time, Chu Yufei cast the rod again, and this time she finally succeeded in throwing the fishing rod out. Yeah. Great, I did it. She laughed happily. So what should we do next? Chu Yufei smiled and asked quickly, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Do nothing, just wait quietly. As he spoke, Qi Jun brought two folding chairs and stools as if by magic. I saw him fiddling with them flexibly with his hands, and opened them with a few clicks, then he sat down there. Sit down, fishing is all about peace of mind. If there are fish, fish, if there are no fish, chat. Come sit with me, we can chat for a while, or if you want to eat something, there are fruits in the cabin. Qi Jun spoke casually and patted the empty seat next to him towards concubine Chu Yufei. Oh, all right. Chu Yufei responded, and then sat down obediently aside. The two chatted casually. Time passes slowly. Shi Jun had already heard a few slight sounds of fish taking the hook, but every time he lifted the rod, there was nothing. Damn, after not seeing this fish for a while, it actually became cunning. Shi Jun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and kept muttering. Ha ha. I don't think they become cunning, it's just that you don't have the strength. Shu Yufei said with her hands covering her mouth and laughing, her eyes full of ridicule, just watch me, maybe I can catch a big fish. After hearing this, Shi Jun chuckled and reached out to scratch her nose. Okay, then you do your best. I'm waiting to see how good you are. This is true. After all, the system said that there would be extra rewards for the fish caught by Chu Yufei. The more fish she caught, the happier Shi Jun would be. Just at this moment, Chu Yufei's fishing rod suddenly began to shake violently as if it was crazy. Wow! Shi Jun, look, there's a fish on the hook. Chu Yufei jumped up excitedly, holding the fishing rod tightly in her hands and shouting loudly. When Shi Jun heard the sound, his butt jumped up as if there was a strong spring installed on it. He quickly ran over to help. Don't panic, reel it in slowly. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Shi Jun was so anxious that he gestured in the air with his hands. Oh, good. Shu Yufei's voice was trembling and she nodded repeatedly. It was her first time to catch a fish and she was extremely nervous and excited. Her hands were shaking as she followed Shi Jun's instructions. Soon, after a fierce battle, a big fish was finally pulled out of the water. Wow, Shi Jun, look, what a big fish. I caught it. I caught a really big fish. Concubine Chuyu cheered and danced with joy. It's really big, it's a sea bass, it's estimated to be around 3 or 4 pounds. Shi Jun observed it carefully, and praised with a smile, Sister Yufei, you are good. You caught such a big fish for the first time, this newbie is lucky. Hee, you don't even look at who I am. Chu Yufei raised her chin with a proud look on her face. However, I want to correct you. This is not luck, but my strength. I am only a few billion stronger than someone else. Concubine Chuyu looked very pleased with herself and even winked at Shi Jun. Seeing this, Shi Jun just laughed and shrugged his shoulders, not taking it to heart. Yes, you are awesome. You are better than me. But it's just this time. You may not be able to catch me next time. After hearing this, Chu Yufei curled her lips unhappily and put her hands on her hips, bragging, wait, I will definitely beat you up today. Shi Jun smiled and said nothing more. He helped Chu Yufei to prepare the fishing gear and then sat back in the recliner, humming a little tune leisurely. Chapter 91. It's October now, the weather is getting colder, and we need a maid to warm our bed. Time passes by every second. Shi Jun still had no gains and was still in an Air Force state. He shook his head helplessly. Although he was speechless, he could only stare blankly. On the other hand, there was a new movement on concubine Chu Yu's side, and the fishing rod began to shake violently again. Shi Jun, look, it's hooked, the fish is here again. Chu Yufei shouted excitedly, her voice full of excitement. After hearing this, Shi Jun felt a little depressed, but he still hurried over and said, hold on. This must be another big fish. Yeah, okay. Chu Yufei bit her lip and began to reel in the line carefully according to her previous experience. But this time the fish seemed to be unusually strong and kept struggling desperately, and the fishing line was stretched taut. No, this fish is too strong, I can't hold it anymore. Chu Yufei shouted anxiously, with beads of sweat on her forehead. Seeing this, Shi Jun didn't care about anything else and hurriedly came behind Chu Yufei, holding the fishing rod tightly with both hands, and encouraged her, don't give up, hold on, it's at least 8 or 9 pounds, it's definitely a big one. Yeah, okay, help me. There was a slight tremor in Chu Yufei's voice. Got it, I'm already helping you. Shi Jun used all his strength. Soon, thanks to Shi Jun's great assistance, the fish was pulled up easily. Another plump sea bass. But this time it was much bigger than the previous one, at least 10 kilograms. Wow, this fish looks exactly like the one just now, but this one is much bigger. Concubine Chuyu was so excited that she danced with joy and her eyes lit up. It's really good. Shi Jun looked at the fish and felt a little sad, but still nodded. You must be envious. Concubine Chuyu glanced at him, her lips curled up slightly, and she looked proud. That's just about right. You're still far from my best record. Shi Jun tilted his head to the side and said stubbornly, but he couldn't help but glance at the fish. Just blow it. Chu Yufei didn't believe it at all and put her hands on her hips. But, since you helped me just now, I will give you this fish as a reward. Take it. She waved her hand and acted generously. I don't want it. Even if I starve to death or jump off here, I will never take anything from you. Jun turned his head away stubbornly, looking determined not to accept it. Then he returned to his fishing spot and took back the rod. It must be the rod's fault. I'll go get another one. Then I'll definitely catch a fish and rip you to pieces. Jun muttered as he walked, his feet moving quickly as he hurriedly went to change the fishing rod. Soon, Jun came back after changing the fishing rod, and sat down again, staring at the water with a serious face, and kept muttering to himself, "It will definitely work this time, I don't believe it." Concubine Chuyu covered her mouth and laughed secretly. "Brother Jun, it doesn't matter if you can't catch any fish. How about this, you call me good sister and I will reward you with a big one." Ha, Jun chuckled, frowning slightly. "Chuyufei, I'm telling you not to be too arrogant. I'm sure I'll catch you in a little while, and you'll cry someday." Lu, a real man only knows how to brag. Concubine Chuyu stuck out her tongue mischievously. "Then, do you dare to make a bet with me? See this scene." "Good man." Jun was so angry that his face turned red. He responded directly, "Okay, what do you want to bet on?" After hearing this, Chuyufei tilted her head, tapped her chin with her finger, thought for a while, and said, "I won't bully you. The fish you just caught don't count. Let's start betting from now on to see who catches more fish today. How about playing until my godfather comes back? Dare you? It's really funny. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just come on." Jun stiffened his neck and spoke stubbornly. "There must be a stake in a bet. What are you betting with me?" he asked again. "As for the bet," Chuyufei rolled her eyes, "then let's make it simple. Whoever loses will agree to a small wish from the other person. They must obey unconditionally. Do you dare?" "Sister Yufei, I understand that you are a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. But you are so arrogant. Be careful or you will cry soon." Jun raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. "I accept this challenge. TSK, you only know how to brag and coax people, who knows who will cry later? Be careful, you are the one crying." Concubine Chuyu put her hands on her hips and said coquettishly. Hearing this, Jun just chuckled and ignored it. "Woman, you have successfully aroused my man's desire to win." Then, at some point, Jun quietly pulled out a bucket of fish food with a fragrant smell. He picked up a spoon and threw handfuls of fish food into the sea. "I just don't believe it, with all this fish food I can't catch a single one. This is about my dignity as a man, I have to catch a few big fish today even if I have to use a net." Jun gritted his teeth, looking stubborn. "Hey, what are you doing? What are you throwing into the sea in piles? Be careful not to scare my fish." Concubine Chuyu on the side frowned and said anxiously, "I am happy with it. Anyway, it does not pollute the ocean. I can do whatever I want. You have no right to interfere. Besides, if you can't catch the fish, it's a technical problem. It has nothing to do with me throwing things. Are you worried that you will lose to me later? Are you scared?" Jun raised his chin, looking proud. Seeing him like this, Chuyufei's chest rose and fell in anger. How shameless. "Hey, whatever you say, let us see the result anyway. This way I won't bully you," as a newbie emphasis added, "and I'll also include the 2 fish I just caught in your reward." Jun still smiled arrogantly, his eyes seemed to say, "You can't escape from my palm." "No need. If I say no, then I won't. I will definitely beat you in the end. You will be in trouble then." Yufei stared at him, her eyes full of determination. After hearing this, Jun snorted, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a wicked smile, "Don't worry, I will never forgive you if you lose. Look, it's already October, and the weather is getting colder. I just need a maid to warm my bed. If you lose," Jun said, his wanton eyes fell on Yufei nakedly, with a smirk on his face, and his eyes revealed undisguised ambiguity. "I won't be polite, just warm my bed for the whole winter." As soon as these words came out, Concubine Chuyu's face suddenly turned red, and her fair face looked as if it was burned by fire. It was red all over, just like a ripe apple, so beautiful and tempting. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. She was so ashamed that she opened and closed her mouth but couldn't utter a word for a long time. At this moment, Yufei looked at Jun's handsome face and his smirking eyes. Her heart was pounding. After a long pause, she finally uttered a few words coquettishly, shameless. Chapter 92. The game is over, Shi Jun wins. Shi Jun looked at Chu Yufei's shy appearance and laughed out loud. His heart was filled with fighting spirit, and he was determined to win the bet. Then he stared at his fishing rod more intently. Perhaps the bucket of fish food took effect. Not long after Shi Jun cast the fishing rod, the float sank suddenly. Hey, here you come. Shi Jun was delighted. He held the fishing rod tightly with both hands and pulled it up with force. A big fish broke out of the water. It's quite ordinary, a hairtail, not big, about 3 Gene. Oh my, it's not small, it's not small. Shi Jun's eyes lit up with excitement, the corners of his mouth raised high, and he proudly raised his chin towards Chu Yufei. The good show on my side has begun. When Chu Yufei heard the voice, she turned her head and looked over. There was unconcealable envy and a hint of anxiety in her eyes, and her brows were slightly furrowed. But his stubborn habit has not diminished at all. She curled her lips, snorted, and shook her head, her hair flying. Why are you so proud? It's just a small fish. Why are you making such a fuss? Maybe this is your last big fish of the day. Okay, you're really stubborn. Just wait and see. After saying this, Shi Jun sat back steadily on Dio Yutai. And the good luck seemed to have just begun. In the following time, Shi Jun seemed to be embraced tightly by the god of luck, and fish were caught one after another. He skillfully reeled in the line and caught the fish in one smooth and seamless motion, with a confident smile on his face. 2 hours later, Shi Jun's fish basket was stuffed so full that it could hardly hold any more. As for Chu Yufei, the luck of her novice account seemed to have run out all at once, and most of what she caught were small fish and shrimps. Oh, I'm so annoyed, why are there always these little guys? Concubine Chu Yu pouted in annoyance, her lips looked so greasy that you could hang a bottle of oil from them. Seeing this, Shi Jun smiled and teased, it seems that the goddess of victory is on my side. Humph, don't be complacent, this isn't the end yet. There are still 2 or 3 hours left, and I will definitely be able to turn the tables. Concubine Chu Yu put her hands on her hips and said unconvincedly. The words haven't finished yet. Next second, Chu Yufei's fishing rod finally moved again. You see, God still favors me. Here I come again. She shouted excitedly, her voice clear and loud, and quickly reeled in the line, her movements eager and full of anticipation. Shi Jun couldn't help but look over, his mouth curled up, and he chuckled, the splash is so small, the fish must not be big. You're just being envious of me. Concubine Chu Yu glared at him coquettishly. If you don't agree, just look at it. It's definitely not a good product. I guess it's not only small but also hard to eat. Shi Jun crossed his arms confidently across his chest, looking like he had everything planned out. I don't believe your nonsense. Concubine Chu Yu bit her lips, her cheeks puffed up. If you don't believe me, wait until you catch it and see for yourself, then you'll behave yourself. After saying that, Chu Yufei no longer paid attention to Shi Jun's annoying words, and concentrated on pulling the fish, even her breathing became rapid. Soon, a colorful fish broke out of the water. Shi Jun recognized it at a glance. It was not big, only about 2 kilograms, and was commonly known as tu chi hai. It looked good but was not edible. Wow, this fish is so beautiful. Concubine Chu Yu cheered happily. Shi Jun curled his lips with a look of disdain. What's the use of looking good? You can't eat it. I like it if you care. Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him and held the fishing rod tightly with both hands. It's also poisonous. Poisonous? Well, it's poisonous, you'd better throw it away. Hearing this, Chu Yufei was in a terrible state. She opened her mouth wide with a look of disbelief. No way, I caught this fish with great difficulty, but it's actually poisonous. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it became dark. Because Shi Jun's action of using fish food to bait the nest was so outrageous, the fish really came in like a tide that afternoon and he caught a lot of fish. The 2 big fish baskets are almost full. But good luck no longer came to Concubine Chu Yu. Most of what she caught were small fish and shrimps, which were nothing compared to Shi Jun's bountiful catch. How could this happen? I was the first one to catch a fish, why can't I catch a big fish now? Chu Yufei frowned and muttered a little discouraged. Chu Yufei, M. Seeing this, Shi Jun raised a wicked smile and deliberately leaned over to say, don't worry, there may be a surprise later. You're so annoying, brother. You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. Concubine Chu Yu was enraged and gave him a fierce look. You're lucky this time. I will definitely win next time. Concubine Shuyu bit her lip, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Next time? There will be a next time? Jun raised his eyebrows with a smug smile on his face. This is not luck, it's strength. Also, Sister Yufei, there will be no next time, remember to cash in the bet for me. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's face suddenly turned red, like a ripe tomato. She stamped her feet and said, shameless. I don't accept it. Not convinced? I don't care, I won anyway, it doesn't matter whether you accept it or not, the result is obvious to all. Jun crossed his arms and teased her with a smile. Sister Yufei, you can't escape. Hearing this, Chu Yufei blushed instantly, stamped her feet anxiously, her face flushed red, not knowing what to say, snorted coldly, turned her head away. Humph, I won't pay attention to you, you annoying guy. What are you arguing about? You little brat, did you make your sister Yufei angry? At this time, Shi Yao's loud voice came from a distance. He is back. Hearing the voice, Jun and Chu Yufei immediately stood up, not caring about the bet anymore. Dad, why are you here? Jun asked with a smile. Nonsense, it's almost dark, am I going to stay here and sleep if I don't come? Of course, I also came to see how your battle is going. How is it going? Shi Yao asked with a smile as he strode over. Dad, you came at the right time. Look, I have a great harvest today. Jun picked up the fish guard excitedly and proudly showed his work in front of Shi Yao. There are so many sea bass, hairtail, and yellow croaker. I can't finish them all. I simply can't finish them all. Seeing this, Shi Yao nodded slightly, with a pleased smile on his face. Yes, you have inherited my true teachings and are quite capable. How about you, Fei? How many gains did you make today? Upon hearing this, Chu Yufei lowered her head slightly, fiddled with the corner of her clothes embarrassedly, and whispered, Godfather, I only have 6, all small fish and shrimps, which can't be compared with Jun's. After hearing what Chu Yufei said, Shi Yao put on a kind smile and comforted her softly. It's okay, girl, don't be discouraged. When it comes to fishing, the more experience you have, the more you will gain. Besides, today we are here mainly for fun, and having fun is the most important thing. Thank you, Godfather. I understand. I will try harder next time. Concubine Chu Yu nodded and responded obediently. Sister Yufei, you have to practice hard, otherwise you will lose to me again next time. Jun said this with a grin on his face and winked at concubine Chu Yu. Chu Yufei glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, don't be complacent. I will surpass you. Let's wait and see. Alright, stop arguing. It's just fishing. Don't get upset over such a small thing. Well, let's pack up and go home, cook all these fish and have a good meal tonight. Shi Yao looked at the two people arguing, smiled and waved his hand. Good. The two responded in unison. Then, the three of them began to pack up their fishing gear. Jun tightly grasped the full fish basket with both hands and grunted as he lifted it onto the boat. The fish basket was so heavy that it made him grimaced. Chu Yufei was not idle either. She was tidying up other scattered things with swift hands and feet. She picked up the fishing rods on the ground and then gathered the scattered bait boxes together. Chapter 93, Tips from Chun Yan on how to control Jun. Soon. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a brilliant orange-red. After a day's journey, everyone returned to Helian Island. They live in a sea view cottage located on the beach. These cottages are scattered in an orderly manner, like bright pearls inlaid on this charming coastline. The ocean breeze blew gently, bringing with it a salty scent and the whisper of the waves. As they walked along the winding path, the fine sofa under their feet made a slight rustling sound. The roof of the cottage is covered with reddish-brown tiles, which sparkle with warm light under the sunset. The white walls appear particularly pure, contrasting with the surrounding blue sea and golden sand, forming a picturesque scene. Come to the door. Pushing open the wooden door, the house is warmly and comfortably decorated. The sea breeze blows gently in through the window, bringing the smell of the ocean and a hint of coolness. After returning home, Chu Yufei put down the fishing gear in her hand and said with a smile on her face, Godmother, Godfather, I haven't done much today, so let me cook dinner today. As Chu Yufei spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, looking eager to try. That won't do. You've been fishing for half a day, so take a rest. I can do this job for you. Seeing this, Chun Yan quickly waved her hand and walked forward to dissuade him. It's okay, Godmother. I can do it. I have nothing to do anyway, so it's always good to do some exercise. Xu Yufei insisted firmly, and turned around playfully to show her vitality. Just go and have a good rest with your godfather, chat, and enjoy the sea breeze. Let me show off today, okay? Concubine Xu Yu clasped her hands together and requested coquettishly. Hearing this, Shen Yan also smiled dotingly and tapped Xu Yufei's nose. Okay, you are such a sensible girl. Then godmother 1T ruin your good intentions. How about this, I'll call that brat Qi Jun to be your assistant, and let him do all the dirty work, and you'll just be responsible for the final stir-fry. After hearing this, Xu Yufei didn't think much about it. She just pursed her lips slightly and smiled lightly. Okay, then I'll go call him. As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Yufei walked briskly towards Qi Jun's room on the second floor. However, after going up a few steps, she suddenly turned her head again. Well, godmother, why don't you go in person? I'm afraid he won't want to come even if I call him. Xu Yufei frowned slightly, looking embarrassed. He dares. Chen Yan raised her eyebrows and raised her voice. Just say I let you do it. After hearing this, Xu Yufei hesitated and asked, what if he still doesn't listen? If he still dares not to listen, then I'll use my skills to twist his ears and teach him a lesson. Shen Yan put her hands on her hips and gave advice to concubine Xu Yu. Twist his ears, will that work? Xu Yufei blinked and asked half doubtfully. Don't worry, this trick will definitely work if this kid is disobedient since he was little. He just needs to be punished. Shen Yan said with confidence. After getting a definite answer, Xu Yufei nodded and said, okay, godmother, I'll go. Well, go ahead. If that guy messes with you again, tell me and I'll beat him up myself. Shen Yan warned again with concern. Okay godmother, I promise to complete the task. Xu Yufei responded with a smile. After saying that, he turned around and walked quickly upstairs. Arrived at the door. Xu Yufei was not polite at all. She just raised her hand and knocked on the door hard, bang bang bang. Qi Jun, open the door. She shouted loudly. In the house. Qi Jun was lying leisurely playing with his mobile phone. The sudden noise frightened him. Damn, day after day, there's really no plan for me to live a peaceful life. He muttered to himself and reluctantly got up to open the door. Here it comes, stop rushing. After opening the door. When the two met, Qi Jun immediately showed a sly smile on his face. Why are you knocking on my door? It's not dinner yet, there's no rush to warm the bed and go to sleep, go back first. After hearing this, Xu Yufei was so angry that her eyebrows were raised, her beautiful eyes widened, and she put her hands on her slender waist and cursed shyly, shameless, pervert. Stop talking nonsense here, your godmother asked you to help me cook. Come downstairs quickly and help me with the work, so as not to delay everyone's meal. Upon hearing this, Qi Jun's brows furrowed like a donut. Cooking? I won't go. I'm busy. Besides, I am the winner today. You should serve me, not me helping you. Do you understand? Asshole. Xu Yufei was furious and no longer polite to him. She stepped forward, grabbed Qi Jun's ear and twisted it hard. Are you going or not? Ouch, it hurts, Xu Yufei, please let go, what is going on? Now, why are you treating me like my mother? Is this okay? Besides, I am the winner, okay? You are simply going against the grain. Qi Jun grimaced in pain and screamed loudly. Humph, use your words. I don't care. Anyway, I came here with my godmother's orders, and we are talking about two different things. I lost the bet, but I admit it and I will never go back on my word. But now you have to listen to me. Let me ask you again, will you go? As Xu Yufei spoke, she increased the strength of her hands, twisting Qi Jun's ears until they turned red. Oh, go, I'll go, isn't it okay? Qi Jun grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. The arrogant and frivolous look just now disappeared without a trace in an instant, just like an eggplant hit by frost, becoming much more honest. That's more like it. Seeing this, Xu Yufei smiled with satisfaction, let go of his ears, and was secretly proud of herself. I didn't expect that the method taught by godmother is so useful, and I subdued this stinky brother in one go, it's great. This way, we won't be afraid of this kid acting like a hooligan and we won't be able to do anything to him anymore. Xu Yufei's inner thoughts, hee, happy. #nervous face #. Then let's go. You help me prepare the fish and shrimp so I can cook. As she spoke, concubine Xu Yu dragged Qi Jun towards the kitchen. Come to the kitchen. Concubine Chuyu pointed to the vegetables in the sink and said, "Go, wash these vegetables first." Shi Jun looked reluctant and muttered, "Why should I do this job?" Although he resisted verbally, his body was obedient and he moved over slowly. Concubine Chuyu crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring at him and saying, "Stop talking nonsense and move faster." Shi Jun kept his head down and did not respond, but he was harboring evil intentions in his heart. He deliberately made water everywhere, splashing it onto Concubine Chuyu, getting her clothes wet. "Shi Jun, you bastard, did you do this on purpose?" Concubine Chuyu was so angry that she stamped her feet, looking like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Shi Jun smiled evilly and said, "Oh, it was an accident. It's just washing vegetables. You know it's normal for water to splash everywhere. Understanding is the best." However, Chu Yufei didn't listen to his words and raised her hand as if to twist his ear. Hey, no, I'll wash it well, I will definitely wash it well. Stop twisting it, or it will become a braised pig's ear. It still hurts me now." Shi Jun was so frightened that he begged for mercy and backed away. "You deserve it. If you make trouble again, you won't have dinner tonight." Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows and said angrily. Shi Jun nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, I will be obedient. I will do my job. That's all. That's more like it, be honest." Concubine Chuyu rolled her eyes at him. "Yes, definitely." Shi Jun responded and then obediently started to wash the vegetables. Chapter 94: A little contradiction in life. After dinner, as the night grew darker, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Shi Jun also stayed in the room alone, waiting with great anticipation for the system to distribute the points. "Tonzi, are you done? It's been 3 hours, please send it to me." His tone sounded slightly impatient, his brows slightly furrowed, and he paced back and forth in the room. "Ding dong, host, please don't worry, I will give you the reward now. Based on your and your spouse's achievements, you have earned 270 points, and your spouse's points are added together to make 180 points. Please check carefully." After hearing this result, Shi Jun nodded with satisfaction, raised the corners of his mouth, and said, Not bad. Compared with your stingy appearance before, you are now much more pleasing to my eyes, system." The words fell. The system did not answer. Seeing this, Shi Jun didn't care and immediately thought of another good thing. Afterwards, he couldn't wait to pick up his phone, quickly opened Feishing and sent a message to Chu Yufei. "Shi Jun, Mom and Dad are resting. Isn't it time for you to take action? Carrot, he. The other side. In Chu Yufei's room. She had just come out of the bathroom, still steaming and with wet hair. When I heard the notification tone of my cell phone, I quickly picked it up to check. However, when she saw that the message was from Shi Jun, she immediately pouted, looking reluctant. "I can't tell whether I'm happy or unhappy." Speaking of happiness, the couple is indeed very sweet and loving to each other every day. To be honest, she is unhappy. In their daily married life, she is always at a disadvantage. When it didn't matter, she said wind was wind and rain was rain. In front of her, Shi Jun was just a little brother who could be manipulated at any time. But now that she has a relationship, her original emperor's throne has gradually weakened, and her royal sister style has turned into a sensible wife who follows her husband. It seemed as if everything was developing out of Chu Yufei's plan and gradually got out of control, and her former glory was gone forever. After thinking a lot, Chu Yufei finally just sighed softly. "It's like accepting my fate." Ding! Shi Jun sent a message again. "Shi Jun, one more thing to add, remember to wear black stockings." It was followed by an emoji of someone drinking tea and smiling mischievously. "You stinky little brother, you're getting more and more astringent." Concubine Chuyu's face turned slightly red, and she said coquettishly. But he still didn't mean to refuse and started replying to the messages. "Chu Yufei, got it, you stinky brother, you lecherous guy. Shi Jun, what's wrong with being lustful? This is a privilege that only you have. Shi Jun, if it were any other woman, I tell you, even if she put her legs covered in black stockings, white stockings, or fishnet stockings in front of me, I wouldn't even look at them, understand?" Seeing this, Chu Yufei actually felt some understanding in her heart for a moment and couldn't help but nodded slightly. "It seems so. Although my brother is lustful, he only seems to be good to me." However, before she could finish her words, Chu Yufei suddenly thought of something and her ancient memories instantly emerged. No, this bastard had feelings for Hua Ling long before. It was just because I was firm at that time that the boy didn't dare to continue thinking about it. It was a close call. I almost fell into the trap of this stinky brother's sweet talk. Shu Yufei, man, your lies can't fool me. Shi Jun. Shu Yufei, do you remember why you were staring at my best friend Hua Linglong during the military training at the beginning of the school term? I was right next to you, why didn't you look at me? Why were you looking at her? Speak. At the same time. On the other side, in Shi Jun's room. Lying on the bed and looking at the message on the mobile phone screen, Shi Jun was stunned. Damn it, they still remember all the old stuff. Version T0 is just like this. Then, Shi Jun quickly sat up and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen to reply. Mr. Chi, oh, my dear wife, that is all in the past. Please be magnanimous and don't bring up the past. When concubine Shu Yu saw the news, she snorted coldly. Shu Yufei, humph, don't give me that. You must explain it to me clearly today. Shi Jun scratched his hair, looking distressed, with his brows furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character. Shi Jun, dear, I was young and ignorant at that time, and was temporarily bewitched by Hua Linglong's appearance, but my heart has always been with you. Shu Yufei, do you think I will believe your lies? Shi Jun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He kept scratching his head and his hair was all messed up. Shi Jun, really, I swear, if I tell even a single lie, I will give birth to a son every time. Shu Yufei, shameless, bastard, shameless. Let us talk about this. Mr. Chi was at his wit's end. It seems that some things should be said face to face. After all, he is at a disadvantage with the screen between them. Thinking of this, Shi Jun no longer hesitated, quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes, gently opened the door, and looked towards the room opposite. They both lived on the second floor, door to door. Ding! Shu Yufei sent another message. Shu Yufei, man, am I right? Do you like Hua Linglong more than me? Speak. Shu Yufei, answer me quickly, don't evade. Evading means acquiescence means admission, and if you don't say it, you are admitting it. Damn, what is this woman thinking about every day? Shi Jun couldn't help but mutter. Really? I was wrongly accused. I just thought it was interesting and took a look at it. Who knew something like this would happen? Shi Jun sighed helplessly. Afterwards, he did not dare to delay any longer and quickly came to Shu Yufei's door. He raised his hand and knocked gently. Boom, boom, boom. Open the door, it's me. Can we talk it out face to face? Shi Jun tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. In the room. Shu Yufei has already activated the skill that every girl has chosen. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Just send me your message. I don't want to see you right now. You're a liar. Damn, Shi Jun, you were such a naughty boy, you just post nonsense for no reason, and now you have caused such a thing. But after all, she is my wife, and I still have to coax her when something happens. So, Shi Jun tried hard to cultivate his emotions, and after a while, he said. Yufei, really, I didn't lie to you. You were the only one I liked at first, and I just met Hua Linglong for the first time. And you definitely remembered it wrongly. I was clearly looking at you at that time, and Hua Linglong just glanced at you because she liked it, emphasized her tone. I have absolutely no other thoughts about her, I only love you, I swear to God. The words haven't finished yet. Next second. Bang! The door suddenly opened. Real. Shu Yufei appeared in front of Shi Jun in an instant and asked, so fast that Shi Jun didn't have time to react. My goodness, only Shi Jun is brave, otherwise he would have been scared to death. It's packaged. Chapter 95, If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. The secret love affair is exposed. When concubine Chu Yu heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little emotional, but she didn't continue to make things difficult for King Chi. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised her head slightly, glared at Shi Jun with her beautiful eyes, and said coquettishly, Humph, I will trust you this time, but if you dare to look at me again in the future, I will twist your ears off, understand? Shi Jun nodded hurriedly, his head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice, and quickly responded, No, my dear wife, I swear I will never do it again. Shu Yufei rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, then why are you still standing at the door? Acting as a door god. Shi Jun chuckled and walked into the room quickly. As soon as I entered the house, Shi Jun reached out and held Shu Yufei's soft hand, gently rocking her, coaxing her, Don't be angry, my dear. If you get angry, your body will be ruined and you won't be beautiful. Chu Yufei shook off his hand and pouted, "Don't try that on me. Sweet words don't work on me now." Shi Jun scratched his head, rolled his eyes, and came up with a plan. "Then the island will start preparing to hold an event tomorrow. It will be very lively. Then I will accompany you to go shopping and buy you a lot of delicious food, just as an apology, okay? If that's the case, well, it's okay. I'll reluctantly forgive you then." The corners of Chu Yufei's mouth rose, and a barely perceptible smile quietly emerged. Seeing the situation, Shi Jun struck while the iron was hot, approached Chu Yufei, and asked with a smirk, then, "Wife, are we still going with our plan tonight?" Concubine Chu Yu blushed and said shyly, "It depends on your performance." After getting the reply, Shi Jun immediately understood what she meant and hugged Chu Yufei tightly in his arms. "Wife, I will definitely perform well and satisfy you." Chu Yufei pushed him coquettishly, "Hate it, let me go." "No, I won't let you go. I have to collect some interest first." As Shi Jun spoke, his hands began to become restless. Chu Yufei agreed with him while whispering to him, "Be quiet. Godmother and the others are still resting. Don't wake them up. Don't worry, just 2 kisses, I'll be gone in a moment." "I hate you. You're always like this. You take advantage and then run away. You're such a heartless person." "I don't want to either. I can't sleep well without you by my side at night. Just bear with it. We will go back in 2 days. Then it will be just the 2 of us again." "Yeah, okay." The 2 of them were laughing and joking like this. The room was full of laughter, and the sweet atmosphere was almost overflowing. At the same time, in Qi Yao and Shen Yan's room downstairs. Lao Qi, don't sleep anymore, wake up quickly, I'm telling you, something big has happened." Shen Yan looked anxious and spoke in a hurried voice. "Oh, it's late at night, go to sleep, what could possibly happen?" In the bed, Qi Yao wrapped himself more tightly and muttered lazily. "Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you do is sleep. I just went out to get a facial mask and heard shocking news. Our daughter is gone." Shen Yan stamped her feet in anxiety. As soon as these words came out, Qi Yao was instantly horrified and jumped up. "What? My daughter is gone? What happened? Call the police." "What police are you calling? Stop talking nonsense. Call the police right away. I'll call my son to look for him, and then we'll contact other managers on the island to help look for him." As he spoke, Qi Yao hurriedly stood up and began to look for clothes in the closet. He put on his pants in a panic. He was so nervous that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. See this scene. Shen Yan also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed her words. "Oh, no, don't think too much, my daughter is fine in the room now, she is not lost." "What? Wife, are you teasing me so late at night? You said your daughter was gone, and I was so scared that my heart almost jumped out of my chest." Hearing this, Qi Yao let out a long sigh, his body softened, and he leaned against the bed. Shen Yan also looked helpless and didn't know how to explain for a moment. "Forget it. I can't explain it to you clearly. I'll just let you listen to the recording and you'll understand." As she spoke, she quickly took out her cell phone and played an audio clip. "Yufei, really, I didn't lie to you. You were the only one I liked at the beginning, and I just met Hua Linglong for the first time. And you definitely remembered it wrongly. I was clearly looking at you at that time, and Hua Linglong just glanced at you because she liked it, emphasized her tone. I have absolutely no other thoughts about her. I only love you. I swear to God." A moment later. The recording has finished. Qi Yao and Shen Yan, the couple, looked at each other and for a moment they were stunned, not knowing what to do. After a long while, Qi Yao finally spoke hesitantly. "When did this happen?" "Just now, when I went out to get the mask, I heard it downstairs." Shen Yan said quickly. "You haven't been discovered?" Qi Yao frowned and asked again nervously. Shen Yan waved her hands quickly. "Of course not, I moved very gently, I guarantee that no one would notice. I waited until the brat entered my daughter's room and closed the door before I quietly came back." Hearing this, Qi Yao was confused again. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. "So, wife, what do you think about this?" "Me?" Shen Yan pointed at herself. "How else can I see it? As a mother, I certainly hope that my son and daughter are fine. Although this result seems like a dream, it is indeed real. And looking at how close the 2 of them are, I'm afraid they've been doing it for a long time. As soon as Chen Yan finished speaking, Xi Yao nodded heavily and laughed angrily. Indeed, this brat is really capable. He really makes me, his father, look good. Well, you say, now that we all know about this, should we give old Chu and the others a hint? No matter what, concubine Yu is someone else's daughter, and she should have the right to know, so as to avoid any bad things happening in the future, which would embarrass both families. After hearing this, Chen Yan lowered her head in thought for a moment. Then he nodded firmly. It's time to say it, it's time to say it. How about this, let's find a suitable time tomorrow. I'll find a way to send the two children out, and we'll call Yufei's parents together and explain everything clearly. Ah. Xi Yao sighed. Okay, now that things have come to this is the only way to do it. I just don't know if this brat can please his father-in-law and mother-in-law. If this works, then everyone will be happy. If it doesn't, then I'm afraid the two families will have to stop talking to each other. After hearing this, Xinyan slowly walked to the window, looked out, and said helplessly, let's leave it to fate. Chapter 96. Qi Yao said, do you like this kid Qi Jun? The next day. The sun was shining and the sky was clear blue with not a single cloud in sight. 8:30 in the morning. Mom and Dad, there is a gathering on the island today. We plan to go for a walk and won't be back for lunch. We'll be back in the afternoon. Qi Jun said with a smile on his face. Oh, okay, just be safe, don't worry too much, come back when you're free in the afternoon. Chen Yan responded with a smile. Then godmother, godfather, let's go, bye. Concubine Chu Yu smiled and waved her hand gently. Okay, bye. Well, goodbye, girl. After saying that, Xi Jun and Chu Yufei did not stay any longer. Xi Jun walked out in front and Chu Yufei followed behind, and they quickly went out. It was not until they walked out of the 500-meter radius of their residence and made sure there were no acquaintances around that the two of them began to flirt intimately again. Come on, hold hands. There will be a lot of people around here soon, and I don't want to get separated from you. Concubine Chu Yu took the initiative to stretch out her jade-like slender hand, and shook it with a smile, her eyes full of sweetness. Hey, okay. Qi Jun smiled foolishly and took the soft hand without hesitation. The two of them crossed their fingers, their faces beaming with joy, and walked leisurely towards the gathering place. They looked so sweet, as if they were the only ones left in the world. Little did they know. A crisis is about to come. At the same time. In the beach house on the other side. At this time, the large TV in the living room has been successfully connected to Feisheng, and all preparations have been completed, waiting to make a video call to Chu Feilong and others. Lao Chi, how about, you come and fight me? You are thick-skinned, but I can't do that. As Chen Yan spoke, she quickly handed the phone to Qi Yao. Qi Yao looked at his phone with a complicated expression on his face. Wife, he is your son too. It's not appropriate for me to come out alone. I have to have some dignity too. I am the only one. I feel embarrassed. Let us talk about this. The couple looked at each other, and neither of them had the courage to make the call. After all, it was his own son who stole someone else's cabbage, and the perpetrator was an acquaintance. It is really hard to explain. In this way, Xi Yao and Chen Yan were in a stalemate for a long time. Forget it. I'll do it. Xi Yao sighed and took the phone from Chen Yan. After all, it's me as a father who didn't educate my son well. I'll pay back the debt my son owes. Okay, Lao Chi, I was right about you back then. After all these years, you are still so responsible. Chen Yan said with a look of relief. But I have a condition. After all, he is your son. We both have responsibilities. If I have to be embarrassed, you have to accompany me. Is that okay? Xi Yao said helplessly. Okay, I, your biological mother, will accompany you. That's okay, right? Today, we, husband and wife, share the good and the bad. Okay, it's settled. Then come sit over here, I'll start the video. Xi Yao said with a smile. There are so many things to do. It's so annoying. Chen Yan grumbled unhappily and moved closer to Qi Yao. Immediately following, Qi Yao made a video call to Chu Feilong. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. After a while, the call was connected. Two people appeared on the opposite side. They were Chu Yufei's parents, Chu Feilong and Suya. Looking at the background, it looks like it's in a hotel. Good morning, Lao Chu, Mother Yufei. Xi Yao and Chen Yan were the first to greet them warmly with a smile. Well, good morning, Lao Chi, Xi Jun's mother. Xu Feilong and Suya also responded with a smile. Lao Chi, what's going on? Did my girl cause you trouble? If there is, don't bear it, treat them like your own children, talk to them when necessary, spank them when necessary, and don't be polite. Xu Feilong thought that Xu Yufei was the troublesome girl, so he spoke directly. That's right. If the child doesn't understand, it will cause trouble for you. Suya also echoed. Upon hearing this, Chi Yao and Shen Yan looked embarrassed for a moment, then quickly waved their hands. No, Lao Chu, Yufei's mother, you think too much. Our daughter is very good, not naughty at all, and very sensible. We all like her very much. Shi Yao hurriedly explained. Yes, Yufei is very well behaved, much more sensible than our boy. Shen Yan also agreed with a smile. Seeing this, Xu Feilong and Suya couldn't help but feel a little confused. Oh, that's good, that's good. It would be best if there is no trouble. So, why are you calling today, is there something? Xu Feilong asked. Hearing this, Shen Yan glanced at Chi Yao beside her awkwardly, winked secretly, and whispered softly, Old Chi, I'll give you a start, and the rest is up to you. I support you. After hearing this, Chi Yao smiled bitterly and said, Wife, I am so grateful to you. We are husband and wife, you are welcome. After that, Shen Yan did not make any more unnecessary movements, and quickly straightened her body, smiling and said, Yufei's parents, to be honest, I am calling you today because I have something very, very important to inform you. As for the specific content of this matter, let Lao Chi tell you. At this time, Xu Feilong and Suya on the other side of the video were both confused and full of doubts. What on earth is going on? Lao Chi, then don't waste time, just tell us, we just finished our trip today and are about to go back, don't waste time. Xu Feilong urged anxiously. Oh, okay, don't worry, I'll tell you right away. Xi Yao responded quickly, and then began to talk about this and that. Well, actually, I have something I want to ask you a long time ago, that is, what do you think of my son Shi Jun? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked confused. They all opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with disbelief. The scene was eerily quiet for a moment, as if even the air had frozen. After a long while, Xu Feilong said speechlessly, I am not saying, Lao Chi, are you drunk? How many times have I told you that drinking in the morning is bad for your stomach? Why don't you listen? Hey, Lao Chu, I really didn't drink, and I wasn't kidding you. Just answer my question, do you like it or not? Chi Yao gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. Seeing that the conversation had come to this point, Xu Feilong and Suya did not hide anything and directly revealed their feelings. To be honest, we absolutely like this godson. That's right, we all like Chi Jun. He has a good personality and is handsome. More importantly, he is sensible and loves to work. He is a good child. After hearing what Xu Feilong and Suya said, Shi Yao and Shen Yan both breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 97 Shi Yao, okay, since you like Chi Jun, I'll give him to you and make him my son-in-law. Well, that's great. Shi Yao clapped his hands excitedly and spoke excitedly. Well, let's just leave it at that. If you like it, I'll give it to you. How about I be your son-in-law? As soon as these words came out, like a bolt from the blue. At the side, Shen Yan was completely dumbfounded, her eyes wide open. But in her heart she silently gave her husband a big thumbs up. As for Xu Feilong and Suya, the situation was much better. They just thought it was a joke. Okay, then I'd definitely be happy to do that. Anyway, you know that I have always wanted a son. If Chi Jun becomes my son-in-law, it would be much better than a godson. He would really be my own son. Xu Feilong said with a big laugh. Okay, you two are fathers now, stop joking like that. If those two kids heard about this, it would be a disaster. Suya advised with a smile, her face full of helplessness. However, Shi Yao ignored it and chose to strike while the iron was hot. He straightened up, put away his playful look, and said solemnly and seriously, Old Chu, Mother Yufei, I'm telling you the truth, I'm not joking this time. Suddenly saw this scene. The smiles on Xu Feilong and Suya's faces disappeared instantly, and were replaced by expressions of confusion. The scene fell into silence again for a moment. The two sides just stared at each other, the atmosphere was very awkward. In desperation, Shen Yan at the side had to speak up to break the deadlock. Now that things have come to this, let's not hide anything and tell the truth. The reason for calling you two this time is that we found out that the two children of Chi Jun and Yufei, they probably, are in love. What? After hearing this, Xu Feilong and Suya shouted in unison. Are you in love? Oh, yes, it seems like we are in love. So I want to ask you what you think about this matter. If you think two children are not okay, we should take immediate measures so that the relationship between the two families will not become too strained in the end, right? Shi Yao said with an embarrassed look on his face. Hearing this, Xu Feilong and Suya were still in disbelief. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. No, I don't think so. Do you have any evidence? Xu Feilong waved his hands and confirmed again. Yeah, could there be some misunderstanding? After all, these two kids have had a good relationship since they were young, and it has been a long time since they met, so their relationship has warmed up quickly, so some impolite behavior is understandable. Suya also echoed from the side, with a very doubtful expression. I knew you didn't want to believe it, and the evidence was already prepared. Wife, take it out and let them listen to the recording. Shi Yao said hurriedly. After hearing this, Chen Yan took out her cell phone without saying anything. The recording evidence is here, you will know after you listen to it. As she spoke, she pressed the play button without hesitation, and the previously secretly recorded conversation between Qi Jun and Chu Yufei came out. Xu Feilong and Suya were skeptical at first. But as the recording played, their expressions gradually became serious, like two faces covered with frost. Listen to the recording. Both Xu Feilong and his wife were stunned with shock. Especially for Xu Feilong, a father, he felt his heart broken into 8 pieces when he suddenly learned that his sweet little girl had been kidnapped. Afterwards, before they could recover from their shock, Shi Yao couldn't wait to speak. Old Chu, Mother Yufei, now that things have come to this, what do you think? What should we do about this matter? No, I suddenly feel a little unwell. Sorry, excuse me. Suya finally came to her senses, but she felt a tightness in her chest and hurriedly left the camera. Ha! As for Xu Feilong, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. No doubt, these two kids must have secretly done this a long time ago, keeping our parents in the dark and watching us make fun of ourselves. Yes, we both found out by chance last night. My goodness, I didn't sleep a wink the whole night and was so worried that several of my hair turned white. The two kids are out playing together again today, otherwise we wouldn't dare to call you. Shi Yao said with a bitter face. Okay, Lao Chi, no more nonsense, I also need to digest this matter carefully. We 1T reply to this one. Just send me the address of your place and we will buy the tickets today and arrive in the afternoon. Then our two families can sit together and talk this out face to face, okay? Xu Feilong said. Good. In that case, when you arrive, send me a message and I'll pick you up in person. Shi Yao responded. Okay, let's not talk too much. Yufei's mother seems to be in great pain. I'll take her to rest for a while. See you in the afternoon. After saying that, Xu Feilong didn't wait for Qi Yao to reply and hung up the phone with a click. See this scene. Chen Yan's face was filled with worry. I hope nothing has happened. Look how scared Yufei's mother is. No, with old Chu there, nothing will happen. He is probably just as frightened as we are. But if you think about it, it's understandable. After all, what these two kids did was not something that would make people feel at ease. Being in love is such a big deal, but neither of the parents knew about it. Moreover, the two of them spent a peaceful mid-autumn festival at old Chu's house. The couple didn't realize it at all and were kept in the dark. If you hadn't happened to pick up the mask that day, I don't know how long this matter would have been kept secret from us. After saying this, Qi Yao sighed deeply. Yeah, how could these parents give birth to so many troublesome children? Chen Yan also sighed. The scene changed. After Xu Feilong hung up the phone, he looked helplessly at Suya, who was slumped on the sofa and holding her chest, and asked with concern, Wife, are you okay? Is it serious? How about we go to the hospital? No, I'm just angry. I'll be fine after a while. Suya waved her hands angrily, her expression still not looking good. I'm glad you're okay, but if you feel uncomfortable again, you must tell me. Xu Feilong was still worried and gave some serious instructions. I see. I'm not that fragile. Suya nodded slightly and responded. Chapter 98 Xu Feilong and Suya, Xi Jun is a good kid. Now that things have come to this, let us just let nature take its course. Then again, what do you think is going on with these two children of Lord Qi and concubine Yu? They were actually dating without telling our two families, and we didn't even notice it before. Xu Feilong frowned and said. Suya rubbed her chest and sighed, Don't talk about you, I'm also wondering. I still remember the first time I told Yufei that Qi Jun was coming to study at our school. This girl was so excited that it was indescribable. Later, I saw the two of them hugging each other from the surveillance video. At that time, I just thought that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so it was normal for them to be a little enthusiastic when they suddenly met. Until the Mid-Autumn Festival, when the two of them came to my house to play, Chu Yufei was still always hanging around Jun. At that time, I thought she was a warm and hospitable host. Now that I think about it, maybe there were signs of this already. When Chu Feilong heard this, he slapped his thigh and said, yes, I remember it too. Especially that dinner that night, when concubine Yu kept picking up food for Jun. I laughed at her for being sensible, but I didn't expect she had other intentions. Also, every time Yufei had something to do at school, Jun was always the first to rush over to help, such as organizing activities and class management. He was so active that we all praised him. Suya said as she recalled. Talking about this, Chu Feilong couldn't help but shook his head. So, Jun and Yufei's two children are really well hidden. We have been talking for so long, but we haven't found anything. But then again, do you think they are really in a relationship? Suya pondered for a moment, listening to the recording. It's probably true. But I have no idea how far it has developed, so I dare not say. I have to ask them in person. Chu Feilong nodded. Yes, but to be honest, I do like Jun. Although he is younger than concubine Yu, his way of dealing with people and social experience are no worse than concubine Yu. He is indeed a good child. If they really love each other, we should not make it too hard on the child. After hearing this, Suya rolled her eyes at him and said, you are so careless. Your daughter is about to be kidnapped, and you can still be so calm. Ha, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. My heart almost broke into pieces at that time. Chu Feilong said with a wry smile, then sat down and hugged Suya's shoulders. But when children grow up, it's normal for them to have their own emotional life. We have to think positively, maybe this is a good thing. Suya leaned in Chu Feilong's arms and muttered, I hope so, but it all happened too suddenly, and my heart is as confused as a tangled mess. But you are right about one thing. Jun is indeed a good kid. I like him very much and he is sensible. If both parties are willing, then this matter is settled. Okay, then I'll book a flight now and we'll go to Su province instead. Then Lao Chi will pick us up, okay? Chu Feilong spoke. Suya nodded slightly. It has come to this is the only way. Hurry up and book the tickets, go early, so that I can teach my lawless and rebellious daughter a lesson as soon as possible. Thinking about it now, I'm so angry. Come on, it's just a piece of flesh that fell off your body after 10 months of pregnancy. If you really have to do it, would you be willing to do it? Besides, you are willing to give it up, but I am not. Chu Feilong said jokingly with a smile. Humph, it's because you've been reluctant to discipline me since I was a child that you've caused such a big incident now. If you were willing to do that since she was young, she would probably know to consider the consequences before doing anything. But it's too late to say anything now. Since it has come to this, let's just let it go. After saying that, Suya was too lazy to think about it anymore. She closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and leaned quietly in Chu Feilong's arms. The other side. At this time, Jun and Chu Yufei, who had no idea what was happening at home, were still having a great time at the party. Chu Yufei was like an extremely happy little bird, looking here and there, and was full of novelty about everything. Junzi followed her closely, with a doting smile on his face, and his eyes were always on her, afraid that she would get lost. Jun, look at this little pendant. It's a little white rabbit. How cute. I like it and want it. Concubine Chu Yu picked up a small and exquisite white rabbit pendant, her eyes sparkling. After hearing this, Jun hurriedly smiled and nodded. Okay, if you like it, let's buy it. Then, he looked at the stall owner next to him, a young girl in her early 20s. Boss, how much? Wow, you two are a couple, you're such a good match. The boss didn't answer the price directly, but first expressed his sincere praise. I just felt that the sight of Jun and Chu Yufei standing together was so pleasing to the eyes, and their relationship was so good that it made people envy. Hearing this, Chu Yufei's face turned red and she smiled shyly. Thank you, boss, you are also very beautiful. And she is very clever and skillful. I really like this pendant. Thank you. I have a couple's pair here. Would you like to take a look, beautiful sister? Oh, Chu Yufei was slightly surprised. Okay, of course, my boyfriend also needs to be decorated. Okay, wait a moment and I'll find it for you. As he spoke, the boss began to search on his stall. Soon, she took it out from her small bag. They are two anthropomorphic animals, a cool little white rabbit and a milky white little wolf. Wow, Chu Yufei exclaimed in surprise the moment she saw it, how thoughtful. I didn't expect that you, boss, are also a fan of overbearing sweet stories. Hee hee, that's about right. This was also made a long time ago, but unfortunately no one could get the point, so it was left until now. I didn't expect to meet you two today. It's really fate. Beautiful sister, do you want it? The boss looked at Chu Yufei and asked with a smile. Of course, just quote the price. Concubine Chu Yu liked it from the bottom of her heart and was very generous. Okay, today is the first day of business, and you are the destined one, beautiful sister. If you like it so much, I will give you a friendly price. 16.6 yuan, is it suitable? The boss smiled sweetly. It's perfect. Chu Yufei nodded happily, took the pendant and hung the cool little white rabbit on her bag. Well, pay it, my boyfriend. This is your little white wolf dog. Do you like it? Jun took the pendant, smiled helplessly, and said against his conscience, well, it's very delicate, I like it. Jun, do you know that you are really perfunctory? Concubine Chu Yu said coquettishly. It's okay, maybe I don't get the point, I feel that white tiger or white dragon is more suitable for me. As Jun spoke, he opened Feishing and scanned the code to pay. 16.6 yuan received from Feishing. Hateful, all they do is fight and kill, it ruins the fun. Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him speechlessly, then walked quickly forward. Thank you for your patronage, welcome to come again next time. The boss smiled and waved goodbye from behind. Okay, bye. Chapter 99, Between husband and wife, sweetness is like honey, and beauty is like mandarin ducks. Age is not a shackle of love. Afterwards, Jun and Chu Yufei walked hand in hand for a long time. Until noon. Both of their stomachs were growling with hunger, and then they remembered that it was time to eat. Jun, I'm hungry. My stomach is growling non-stop, urging me to eat. Chu Yufei no longer had the liveliness and excitement she had at the beginning. She looked like an eggplant hit by frost and spoke weakly. Her little mouth pouted in grievance. Gurgle gurgle. My stomach seems to be joining in the fun and is starting to urge me on. Jun touched his deflated belly and smiled bitterly. Then let's stop shopping and find a restaurant to eat. I'm so hungry and I don't have any energy left. Concubine Chu Yu looked pitiful, and she looked as if she was about to cry any second. Seeing this, Jun hurried to her side to support her, and with his hands still not letting go, he gently touched her belly and said with a smile, okay, I know your belly is deflated. Hold on, I'll take you to eat. Just 100 meters ahead there's a grilled fish restaurant I used to go to. The food is served very quickly and the taste is good. How about going there? It's all right. I'm not picky about food. As long as I can fill my stomach, that's fine. Where, am I easy to feed? Concubine Chu Yu forced a smile and blinked at Jun. Looking at her cute and lovely appearance, Jun couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch her pink cheeks, and said with a smile, yes, my girlfriend is the most sensible, the most beautiful, and the easiest to support. You're so annoying. You don't even put your heart into complimenting people. You're just giving it a perfunctory compliment. Also, don't pinch people's faces. You'll get fat. Chu Yufei slapped his hand away with a coquettish look and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Lead the way quickly, I'm starving to death. Then she urged again, pouting. Okay, come on, I'll take you there right away. Jun smiled and nodded, holding Chu Yufei's hand tightly and quickening his pace. After a while, the two arrived at the grilled fish restaurant. This is a cozy husband and wife shop. Because it was noon, the restaurant was crowded with diners and was very lively. In the crowd, the shop owner, Sister Wang, spotted Jun at a glance and immediately came up to him warmly. Hey, boy, long time no see. Sister Wang said with a smile on her face, her eyes scanning Jun and Chu Yufei curiously. A new face, could you please introduce this person? Jun nodded and responded with a smile, okay, Sister Wang, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend. We went shopping too much today and we are all hungry, so I brought her here to taste your cooking. Okay, not bad, what a perfect match. Come in, is it the same as before? Sister Wang laughed and said, her eyes full of approval. Well, it's the same as always, a few side dishes, rice, and a signature grilled fish. However, my girlfriend can't eat spicy food, so I'll use less chili this time, thank you. Jun instructed carefully. Sister Wang took notes carefully and smiled. Okay, no problem. I really envy you for finding such a beautiful partner. It's a good idea to be considerate. Then you guys wait a moment, the food will be here soon, I'll go get busy first, you guys chat. Okay, take care, Sister Wang. Shi Jun and Chu Yufei smiled and waved their hands. It seems you come here often. As Chu Yufei spoke, she began to look around and continued to say to Chi Jun, besides, this store looks very lively. After hearing this, Chi Jun smiled and said proudly, of course, I went to all the food stores on the island to find this treasure shop, so it can't be wrong. A moment later. The grilled fish was served on the table, steaming hot and filled with a fragrant aroma. Chu Yufei stared at the grilled fish in front of her and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and wanted to pick up some, but she pulled her hand back because of the burn. Shi Jun was delighted when he saw this. He quickly held her hand and blew on it gently. Little greedy cat, be careful. Don't worry. It's already on the table. It can't run away. Chu Yufei blushed and pulled her hand back, saying coquettishly, I don't want to either. I'm almost starving. What can I do? Okay, then don't move, I'll do it for you. As Chi Jun spoke, he began to carefully pick up a piece of fish for Chu Yufei, carefully picked out the bones, and put it in her bowl. Be careful of the heat, chew slowly, there may still be some fish bones, be careful, try it. Hee, okay, thank you, my dear husband. Concubine Chu Yu smiled sweetly. Then she picked up the chopsticks, picked up the fish and took a bite. Wow, that tastes absolutely amazing. The fish was juicy, tender, spicy and delicious. Her eyes lit up immediately. It's delicious. Chu Yufei said, her face full of satisfaction and intoxication. Shi Jun watched her eat happily and he couldn't stop smiling, his face full of doting. If it tastes good, eat more. I'll make more for you. However, after hearing this, concubine Chu Yu waved her hands again and again. No, you eat too, I can do it myself. Otherwise, if I am full and you are still hungry, I will feel bad too. After saying that, Chu Yufei also picked up a piece of spare ribs with chopsticks and handed it to his bowl. The fish is a little hot, so just bear with it for now and eat some spare ribs. Looking at the ribs in the bowl, Shi Jun smiled and said, okay, it's alright, I can do it. Just be careful and don't burn yourself again. Okay, got it. I am obviously older than you, but now it seems like I am the child who needs to be taken care of. Chu Yufei pouted her pink little mouth and said with a little dissatisfaction. Ah, same thing. Besides, our current relationship has nothing to do with age. Between husband and wife, two people who love each other should bother each other, take care of each other and understand each other. Only in this way can love be as sweet as honey and as beautiful as mandarin ducks. Shi Jun stared at Chu Yufei's beautiful and lively eyes with burning eyes, and said affectionately. Faced with such a sudden confession of affection, Chu Yufei was really caught off guard. For a moment, she was a little dazed, her eyes were vague, and she didn't know how to answer. After a pause, she spoke hesitantly, don't do this in broad daylight, in public. Shame on you, OQ. Chu Yufei's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and covered her cheeks with her hands, her shy look was adorable. When Shi Jun saw concubine Chu Yu being so shy, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh, my wife seems even cuter when she's shy. Shi Jun raised the corner of his mouth and said with a hint of sarcasm. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu raised her head coquettishly and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Humph, you only know how to laugh at me. There was no trace of anger in those eyes, but rather a hint of sweetness. That's all. The two continued to eat and chat, laughing and talking. Chapter 100, Secret Love Affair Exposed, Facing Both Parents. Ah, open your mouth, I'll reward you with a piece of fish. Concubine Chu Yu picked up a piece of fish, her movements as gentle as the spring breeze blowing over the willows. She smiled sweetly and looked at Mr. Chi with tenderness in her beautiful eyes. Ah. Shi Jun opened his mouth obediently and ate it. He felt sweet in his heart and a happy smile on his face. Wow, it's delicious, even more delicious than when I make it myself. He praised generously, his eyes full of sincerity and satisfaction. He also took the opportunity to hold Chu Yufei's hand holding the chopsticks. Men's mouths are deceiving. It's just a piece of ordinary fish, but you can make it sound so exaggerated. Concubine Chu Yu rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing her unconcealable joy. Then, she gently broke away from Shi Jun's hand, picked up another piece of fish and put it into her mouth, saying vaguely, it just makes me happy. Chi Jun chuckled, reached out for a tissue, carefully wiped off the oil stains on the corners of Chu Yufei's mouth, and said gently, "I'm not kidding you, this is the truth." Hearing this, Chu Yufei's face flushed again, and she said coquettishly, "You have no shame, you are the only one who can say that. Come on, eat your food, don't touch me, be quiet." Concubine Chu Yu pretended to be angry and slapped Chi Jun's hand away. "All right." Chi Jun shrugged and said helplessly. He picked up the chopsticks and continued eating. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. Just at this moment, Chu Yufei's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked down and her expression changed slightly. "What's the matter? Who's calling?" Chi Jun came over and asked with concern. "It's my mom calling. I don't know what's going on." Chu Yufei was inexplicably flustered, holding the phone in her hand, with a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. "It's your godmother's call, so answer it quickly. Maybe she just cares about you." Chi Jun comforted her and patted Chu Yufei's shoulder gently. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu nodded, thinking that what Chi Jun said made sense. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then pressed the answer button. "Hey, Mom, what's the matter with you calling me at this time?" Concubine Chu Yu said in a calm tone as possible. "Where are you?" Suya's voice came from the other end of the phone, but she did not answer Chu Yufei's question. Chi Jun and I are having dinner outside." "What's wrong, Mom? Is there something wrong?" Chu Yufei said in a low voice, with a hint of caution in her voice. "Nothing, just asking. I called to tell you something. Your father and I are also on the island. Your godfather invited us. I'm chatting with your godmother in the beach house now. If you two have nothing to do, please come back as soon as possible. We both have something to talk to you about, the sooner the better, got it?" Suya said in a slightly serious tone. "Oh, okay, I get it. Let's go back right after dinner, okay?" Chu Yufei said obediently. "Suya, okay, come back as soon as you finish eating, don't keep us waiting too long, I'm hanging up first." That's all. The phone call was hung up. Beep. I didn't expect that my dad would invite my godfather and his family as well. This holiday will be really lively. But, from what I heard on the phone just now, have you made your godmother angry again? Chi Jun heard it carefully and asked with a puzzled look on his face. "No, I've been with you these past few days, and apart from sending them a few photos, we haven't talked much. How could I possibly make her angry?" Chu Yufei hurriedly explained, also with a confused look on her face. "If that's the case, then stop overthinking. I guess he must have been in a hurry and must be tired along the way, so it's normal for him to sound a little irritable. Don't think too much about it, let's just go back after dinner." Chi Jun analyzed carefully. "Well, this is the only way now." Chu Yufei became inexplicably worried and frowned slightly. It appeared at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chi Jun and Chu Yufei returned home leisurely. As soon as you opened the door, the smiles on their faces froze instantly, because the faces of everyone in the room were not looking good. Chi Jun and Chu Yufei looked at each other, both feeling somewhat puzzled. "Mom and Dad, why do you both have such expressions? Did something bad happen while we were away?" Chu Yufei asked cautiously. Chi Jun also said, "Yes, Mom and Dad, is there something wrong?" However, the adults in the room remained silent, and the atmosphere became increasingly solemn. At this time, Suya couldn't bear it anymore. She stood up, put her hands on her hips, and said loudly, "Stop pretending, you two. Do you think we don't know your little secrets?" As soon as these words came out, Chi Jun and Chu Yufei were stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes full of panic and helplessness. Chu Yufei stammered, "Mom, what are you talking about? What little secret? What secrets can we have?" She also tried to quibble. After hearing this, Suya snorted coldly, "Don't play dumb with me. We all know that you two are in love." Before he finished speaking, Chi Jun and Chu Yufei's faces turned red like two ripe tomatoes. I started to have doubts in my heart. No way, did Chi Jun Chu Yufei tell them? Ding dong, the host's secret love affair has been detected and exposed. The task is now being issued. The first item: when you are in love, you should live in the sunshine, face your family bravely, and take responsibility boldly. The reward system will make up the remaining sign-in points and upgrade to level 3. Second option: choose to bite the bullet and refuse to admit it, and end up being defeated miserably under the evidence of family members and Chi Yao's whip. Suddenly I heard the system prompt sound. Shi Jun was stunned. Depend on. When did it happen? How come I don't know anything about it? Also, evidence, where is the evidence? Since the host accidentally let Shen Yan overhear your conversation with Chu Yufei last night and recorded it, we have evidence. The system explained patiently. Fuck, this actually happened? Shi Jun was so surprised that his mouth opened wide and his eyes became round. But there is no other way at this moment. Since things have come to this, let's choose the first option. What is coming will eventually come, and it is the same to face it now. Ding, the mission has been accepted successfully, come on host. Ha! Having made up his mind, Shi Jun took a deep breath, calmed down, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. Do you all know this? Hearing this, Shen Yan glared at him and said, Humph, you little bastard, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Do you think you can hide it from the world? Chapter 101. The scene is a bit exciting. Shi Yao wants to give Shi Jun some comfort. See this scene. Shu Yufei's heart skipped a beat. She knew there was no way to escape now. The only way out was to be serious and beg for mercy. So, she quickly ran to her biological mother Suya, tightly held her arm and acted coquettishly. Mom, don't be angry. We really didn't mean to hide it from you, we just had no choice. What a last resort. Suya was not soft-hearted. She shook her hand away and said seriously, you still say it's not intentional? You two are actually in love. You didn't even tell your family about such a big thing. You are so brave. Oh, honey, don't be so serious. Look at how pitiful they both look. The kids really didn't mean it. They shouldn't be so angry. Calm down, don't get yourself hurt by being angry. Shu Feilong hurriedly advised, his face full of flattering expression and eyes full of caution. Peacemaker, Suya rolled her eyes at him, it's all because of you. Ah, yes, it's my fault, honey, calm down. Shu Feilong didn't dare to say much. He quickly took the responsibility on himself and said with a smile. Seeing this, Shen Yan also hurried to smooth things over. Yes, Yufei mother, don't be angry. Now that things have come to this, let's sit down and talk it over calmly. Having said that, Shen Yan motioned Shi Jun and Chu Yufei to sit aside. Upon seeing this, the two of them immediately became as obedient as eggplants hit by frost and sat down on the sofa obediently. One of them lowered his head and stared at his toes, while the other tilted his head and looked away. Neither of them dared to look directly at the parent in front of them. Suya became even more angry when she saw them like this. But at least he wasn't as angry as before, and his tone softened a little, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Tell me the truth, both of you, when did you start doing this behind our backs? Hearing this, Shi Jun looked at Chu Yufei, only to see her shrinking her neck and looking timid. Helplessly, he mustered up his courage and said, in fact, we haven't been together for long, only about a month. We developed feelings for each other as we got along. Chu Yufei also nodded quickly. Mom, Shi Jun is very good to me, we really like each other. Like? Suya sighed, like hammer, do you know what love means? Upon hearing this, the two said in unison, we know. I know nothing. You are so willful and you are dating secretly behind our backs. Have you ever thought about the consequences? If both families agree, then everyone will be happy. But if one family doesn't agree, then what are you going to do? Are you going to follow the example in the movies and run away? It seems, it's possible. Concubine Chu Yu whispered. What? Chu Yufei, tell me again. Do you really think I won't dare to punish you at your godmother's house? Are you itching for trouble? Suya couldn't help it after all and yelled so loudly that the roof seemed to tremble. Hearing this, Chu Yufei was also shocked, and hurriedly hugged Shi Jun beside her, saying pitifully, Mom, please, don't be angry. Let's talk it out. You all know what happened, so there's nothing more for us to say. It just so happens that you're all here today, so, just give me the result directly. Do you agree or don't agree that we should be together? You damn girl, you really pissed me off. I must have sinned in my previous life to have given birth to an enemy like you. How can you say that? As she spoke, Suya broke free from Chu Feilong's restraints, and quickly came to Chu Yufei. She poked her head hard with her fingers, and her chest heaved with anger. Godmother, please calm down, it won't be that serious. If you can't do it, just hit me. Sister Yufei will forget it. Shi Jun hurriedly protected Chu Yufei and advised. Xi Yao, seeing this, quickly touched Chen Yan with his leg and winked at her. Go ahead, wife, this is a good opportunity. Whether you can get your daughter-in-law depends on you. It is no wonder that these two can be husband and wife. With just a few simple actions, Chen Yan understood what he meant. She just nodded slightly and gave me a confident and reassuring look. Leave it to me, I'll get it. Afterwards, Chen Yan came to Chu Yufei's side without any hesitation, pulled her from Qi Jun's arms to her own arms and hugged her tightly, saying softly, Hey, Yufei mother, calm down, the child is still young and doesn't understand, please be more understanding. Look, the child is frightened. As she spoke, she gently patted Chu Yufei's shoulder with her other hand, signaling her to cooperate with her eyes. Seeing this, Chu Yufei was also particularly sensible, her acting skills suddenly soared, and she began to cry tenderly. Whoa whoa. Mom, I really didn't mean it. I was just afraid that the situation like now would happen, so I didn't dare tell you. I really didn't mean it. Godmother, you must believe me. Oh, okay, Godmother knows that concubine you didn't do it on purpose. It must have been the idea of that bastard Qi Juan. As soon as Chen Yan opened her mouth, she started to shift the firepower. I think this is it, Mother Yufei, don't get excited yet. Lao Qi and I are also parents, and we know that you are also angry and can't vent it. Let me give you an explanation for this matter. Lao Qi, come here. As she spoke, Chen Yan shouted loudly. Hey, I'm here, wife, what do you want me to do? Xi Yao quickly raised his head and responded, his face full of obedience. Go, find something handy to relieve our son's pain, and let Yufei's parents vent their anger and calm down. Okay, no problem. After hearing this, Xi Yao suddenly laughed. He rolled his eyes, pulled out his belt, and strode towards Qi Jun. Hey! 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 No, what does this have to do with me? When Qi Jun saw this, he was dumbfounded and his mouth opened wide. No, you really did it. Chu Feilong said with a hint of surprise. Don't worry, Yufei, I know about this matter. It must be related to this kid. If you ask me, it must be that the stinky boy Qi Jun is dishonest and is chasing after concubine you with a sly face, otherwise how could this happen? I'm telling you, a beating is the least of my worries. If your godmother and godfather weren't here today, I would have severely punished you with family rules. Old Qi, don't listen to his nagging, cut him. Chen Yan put her hands on her hips and spoke loudly. I don't understand. The same old rules. How many days do you want to lie down? Xi Yao waved the belt in his hand and asked. No matter how many times you count, just beat me until Yufei's parents are satisfied. Okay, I understand. As he spoke, Xi Yao folded the belt skillfully and stretched it twice, snap. The sound of the belt was crisp and pleasant, which made Qi Jun feel creepy. Chapter 102. Both parents expressed their approval, and everyone was happy. Alright, stop it. Seeing this, Suya knew that Chen Yan was giving her a way out, so she quickly stretched out her hand and said, since things have come to this, don't embarrass the child. Qi Jun's father, please put away the belt. This matter has nothing to do with Qi Jun. There is no need to hurt the child like this. Yes, Qi Jun is already an adult, don't hit him all the time, it hurts the child's self-esteem. As Chu Feilong spoke, he quickly stepped forward, quickly put his arm around Xi Yao, and snatched the belt from his hand. A harmonious family brings prosperity. Everyone calm down. Anyway, the result has already happened. Beating him won't change the facts. Forget it. Chu Feilong said to everyone, throwing the belt aside. Yufei's father, I know you like this godson, but don't be reluctant to let him go. You have to beat him when he deserves to be beaten. Chen Yan folded her hands over her chest and spoke in a serious tone. Old Chu is right, Qi Jun's mother, it really shouldn't be that serious. Anyway, our two families have already discussed it. Since the two children are willing, and the relationship is consensual, I think we should just do it this way. Don't hurt the child, it's not worth it. Suya took a deep breath to calm herself down, her expression gradually becoming calm as she spoke. Hearing this, Chen Yan smiled silently in her heart, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. But he still looked serious and nodded, indicating his approval of the proposal. Well, since your godmother and godfather have already pleaded for you, we, your biological parents, won't embarrass you any further. Now that things have come to this, both parents will no longer pursue your respective responsibilities, and this is the result. Since your relationship is voluntary and willing, there is nothing much for us to say. From now on, just keep talking. We won't interfere, but if there are other situations in the future, such as the relationship heating up too quickly, wanting to get a marriage certificate, or suddenly going cold and breaking up, you must notify us in advance, understand? Chen Yen had a serious expression on her face, and her eyes glanced back and forth between Qi Jun and Chu Yufei. Clear. Qi Jun and Chu Yufei quickly responded in unison, and they looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Okay, then I hope all the parents have no objection to my way of handling this matter. Chen Yan asked Qi Yao and Chu Yufei's parents. I have no objection. I fully support my wife's opinion. Qi Yao patted his chest and said in support, a smile on his face. Good. Then Yufei's mother, Yufei's father, what do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to the couple, with different emotions. Qi Jun and Chu Yufei were feeling uneasy, while Chen Yan and Qi Yao were expectant and waiting for an answer. See this scene. Suya and Xu Feilong looked at each other. Suya frowned slightly and thought for a moment, then nodded gently, as if to approve. Okay, since you are so determined, we as parents can't break up the couple. However, you also need to work hard and show something that will reassure us. After saying that, she looked at the two of them with a somewhat scrutinizing look. After hearing this, Xu Feilong cleared his throat and agreed with a smile. That's right, since you really like it, then you should just take good care of it. However, Lord Qi, you must treat our concubine you well. If she is wronged, we will not forgive you. As he spoke, Xu Feilong deliberately widened his eyes and glared at Qi Jun fiercely. He looked quite scary. Godfather, godmother, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Sister Yufei. Upon seeing this, Qi Jun quickly straightened up and assured her, his face full of sincerity. Chu Yufei also hurriedly stood up, holding Suya's arm and echoing, Mom and Dad, don't worry, we really love each other and will not let each other down. Okay, look at the two of you, who are you going to show off to first? Suya finally couldn't help but smile. That smile contained both helplessness and relief. But having said that, you two can't neglect your studies or work just because of your relationship. You should encourage each other and make progress together. I know, Mom. Chu Yufei responded obediently, like a docile kitten. At this time, Chen Yan was overjoyed and said with a smile on her face, Great. This result is really a happy ending for everyone. Since everyone has no objection, let's celebrate today. It just so happens that we still have plenty of time now, so let's prepare in advance. I'll cook a few more delicious dishes in the evening and we can have a reunion dinner together. How can that be so embarrassing? Let me lend a hand. Suya said enthusiastically, with a kind smile on her face. Mother Yufei, you are too polite. We are guests, how can I let you take action? Chen Yan quickly waved her hands, insisting not to let Suya help. Suya did not give up after hearing this, and still smiled and said, if these two children hadn't caused such a scene today, I would have accepted this. But now, we are half relatives, so there is no reason for you to run around all by yourself, it should be like this. Seeing Suya's insistence, Chen Yan couldn't refuse for a moment, and immediately nodded with a smile. Well, since it has come to this, I won't refuse. Then, Mother Yufei, how about we learn some cooking skills together? Okay, let's do it together. Suya smiled and nodded, then went to the kitchen with Chen Yan. Watching the two heroines leave, Qi Jun and Chu Yufei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, now that things have come to this, there's nothing left for you two to do. Go have fun. Xu Feilong waved his hand casually and said. Oh, I know, Dad. Chu Yufei responded, and then happily pulled Qi Jun to run to the second floor. At this moment, Qi Yao and Xu Feilong looked at the backs of the young couple leaving happily, and each of them felt some unspeakable emotions in their hearts. Ah! Xu Feilong sighed deeply and said with emotion, I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the girl was kidnapped. Hey, Lao Chu, I'm really not saying anything bad about you. I'm not even excited, so why are you still sighing here? Qi Yao joked with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Xu Feilong immediately put away his sad expression and looked at Qi Yao, who was smiling at the side with a dark face. You are talking nonsense, you are the son and I am the daughter, of course you win. I have raised my daughter for more than 20 years with great difficulty, and now she is your daughter-in-law. I feel heartbroken just thinking about it. Ha, Qi Yao laughed so hard after hearing this and consoled her, that's enough, I know you love your daughter. But please rest assured, I know my son's character and he will never let your daughter down. Of course, if this kid does anything outrageous in the future, rest assured, I will break both of his legs myself. I'm telling you, is Qi Jun your biological son? Why are you so vicious? It's really hard to have such a cruel father like you. That's definitely his biological child. He looks just like me since he was a child. Chi Yao smiled confidently. Come on, let us not talk about this. I'm just saying, my godson is now my son-in-law, my daughter's sweetheart, and his status is higher than mine, so please don't beat my son-in-law at every turn, okay? Chu Feilong said with a pursed lip. However, Chi Yao was not calm after hearing this. Oh, I'm not saying anything, old Chu, you're protecting me right now, and we haven't even gotten married yet. It won't be long before we get married. Anyway, I have chosen this son-in-law, so you have to be nice to him. If you beat him up, my daughter will cry out of grief and will definitely come after you. Chu Feilong said with his eyes wide open. Okay, I can't argue with you. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Well, after dinner tonight, let's go fishing on the beach and chat for a while. It's better than arguing about this here. After hearing this, Chu Feilong finally smiled and said in a cheerful tone, fishing is fine. This is fine. I haven't fished for a long time. I'll take advantage of you and try a few shots this time. Okay, it's settled. We'll go after dinner. Okay. Chapter 103, the holiday is over and school starts, the system is upgraded to level 3. Today is Tuesday, October 8th. 8 o'clock in the morning. The sun is shining and the sky is clear blue. It has been 3 days since the love crisis between Chi Jun and Chu Yufei. Both families get along well, everything is fine and harmonious. At this time, Chi Jun was driving, with Chu Yufei sitting in the passenger seat, and the two were returning to school together. As for Chu Feilong and Suya, they went back to their respective jobs a day in advance. Ding dong, the system has been successfully upgraded and all functions are now back to normal. Chi Jun, who was concentrating on driving, suddenly heard the voice. His face lit up with joy and his eyes lit up. 3 days, 3 whole days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? Quick, open the panel and let me see what good stuff we have this time. Chi Jun said excitedly. Ding, it is detected that the host is driving. Please do not divert your attention. It is dangerous to do 2 things at the same time. Please find a safe place to park before driving. The system retorted mercilessly. Fuck. Chi Jun couldn't help but swear, looking speechless, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and said, okay, then I'll drive carefully first, and then study it carefully when we get there. Chi Jun took a day off today, and Chu Yufei didn't have any classes today, so the two of them went straight home. Quanshan Chong'e No. 1 single-family villa. The car sped all the way and stopped steadily at the destination at 11:30 noon. As soon as Chi Jun parked the car, Chu Yufei couldn't wait to open the door and ran into the house like a happy little bird. Wow, I'm finally back home. It feels so good. Chu Yufei was spinning around excitedly in the living room, then she threw herself onto the sofa, extremely happy. At this time, Chi Jun walked in slightly tiredly, forcing a smile on his face. Wife, I'm a little tired and want to rest for a while. Can you make lunch for me? Of course, no problem, leave it to me. After hearing this, concubine Chu Yu responded happily. So, what do you want to eat for lunch? Pork ribs, vegetables, or fish soup? She asked with a playful smile, tilting her head. Chi Jun nodded slightly, with a satisfied look on his face. It's all right, you can do whatever you want. Of course, it would be best if I can eat it in half an hour. Okay, I understand. I'll cook you some of my specialties. Chu Yufei put her hands on her hips and said confidently. I'll serve you 2 dishes and a soup in half an hour. Wait for me. After saying that, she skipped quickly to the kitchen. She swiftly put on an apron, held a kitchen knife in her hand, and instantly looked like a housewife. Actually, there's no need to rush. Be careful with the knife and don't cut your hands. Chi Jun looked at her impatient appearance and reminded her again with concern. I know. Don't worry, I'm not a child, just wait for the food to come. Chu Yufei waved her hand without even turning her head and started busying herself in the kitchen. See this scene. Chi Jun only felt a warmth in his heart, inexplicably felt extremely comfortable, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He looked at her quietly for a moment, his eyes full of tenderness. A long time. Only then did he calm down and think about the system. System, open the flash sale page. Chi Jun muttered to himself. Ding dong, received, the flash sale page has been opened. After entering the system's flash sale page, the first thing that comes into view is the familiar 5 items. 2 of them are marked with the words limited time flash sale, namely 30% shares of Wuhan Iron and Steel Bailian Group 30 yuan flash sale price. Lycan Hypersport Lycan Wolfsun 9.9 yuan flash sale price. Seeing these two things, Shi Jun's eyes lit up, and without much hesitation, he said decisively, "These are the ones, pay directly and buy them instantly." Ding, the contract for the Wuhan Iron and Steel Bailian Group Company, Limited has been automatically placed on your study desk. Ding, a Lycan Hypersport son of the Lycan Wolf has been stored in the garage, and a Cyrus Klepsi's custom watch is also included in your car. Yeah, not bad. Shi Jun smiled excitedly, his eyes full of joy, and couldn't wait to turn his gaze to the remaining 3 items. It has to be said that the value and rarity of items in this third-level system have been greatly improved compared to the second-level system. The value is at least 100 million. In addition, the rules for flash sales have also been changed, allowing 2 items to be flash sold at one time. An office building in the center of Quancheng City 19.9 yuan flash sale price. One of the commercial streets at the east gate of Shanghai University 20 yuan flash sale price. 100 million yuan in cash 9.9 yuan flash sale price. Shi Jun took a quick glance, thought for a moment, and had the answer in his mind. System, kill the first 2 items instantly. Received, deduction successful, rewards issued, all certificates automatically placed on your study desk, you can check for yourself. That's all. Shi Jun exited the system contentedly, stretched out his body comfortably, and relaxed to his heart's content. Unfortunately, a strong fragrance came to my nose. His eyes immediately turned towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xu Yufei has stopped busying around and is staring at the pot, as if she is making the final touches, with beads of sweat oozing out of her forehead. Seeing this, Shi Jun stood up and walked in quietly since he had nothing to do anyway. He gently hugged Xu Yufei from behind. "Wife, are you ready?" "Oh, stop it, I'm busy here." "It will be ready in a few minutes. The tomato and egg soup will be ready and we can start eating," Xu Yufei said coquettishly, but a sweet smile bloomed on her face. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, my wife." Shi Jun spoke gently in her ear and kissed her cheek lightly. It had been a long time since I heard such corny words from Shi Jun. Xu Yufei's face instantly turned slightly red, like a ripe apple. "You're so annoying. You just know how to tease me. Don't make trouble. Go wait outside. Dinner will be served soon." After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled and let go of his hand obediently. "Okay, then I'll wait and taste my wife's cooking." A moment later, concubine Chuyu finally came out with 2 dishes and a soup. "Hubby, come on, let's eat." Seeing this, Shi Jun quickly and skillfully helped to arrange the food. 2 side dishes, the attractively colored twice-cooked pork and the spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and a soup, the fragrant tomato and egg soup. Shi Jun sniffed the aroma and couldn't help but praise, "My wife's cooking skills are getting better and better. It tastes so good just by looking at it." Xu Yufei, he. Hashtag nervous face hashtag. Then he couldn't wait to sit down, picked up his chopsticks and started to taste the food. Delicious. It tastes as good as what I made. Really? Xu Yufei's eyes lit up after hearing this. She was so happy that she sat down happily. "It's delicious, so eat more. If it's not enough, I'll cook more for you." Absolutely true. Don't bother, there's enough food, don't bother working anymore, just eat. Having said that, Shi Jun stood up and considerately served a bowl of rice to concubine Chuyu. The 2 of them ate and chatted, it was warm and sweet, with happy smiles on their faces. Chapter 104, 9 out of 10 men are weak. The other one is, YW? Restore the masculinity of men. The next day. 7 o'clock in the morning. On the way. Shi Jun sat in the passenger seat, staring at Xu Yufei who was driving the car next to him. The other person was wearing a long-sleeved waist-hugging jacket, which perfectly outlined her slender waist, and a hip-hugging slit fishtail skirt. Her long and charming legs were faintly visible under the cover of the skirt, making her look even more charming and seductive. Shi Jun looked carefully and noticed a pair of high heels placed in the corner. Thinking of the graceful curves of Xu Yufei when she was getting in the car, holding the car door, bending over to take off her high heels and putting on flat shoes, Shi Jun suddenly felt his body getting hot and his throat rolled unconsciously a few times. The main reason was that during the previous holidays at home, Shi Jun's parents watched him too strictly and he had no chance to get close to her. Later, because the love affair was exposed, the parents watched him more strictly and did not relax for a long time. In addition, I had a lot of things to do yesterday. I drove all morning and studied the system and share certificate in the afternoon. Especially the system, because of the upgrade points have increased to 5,000 points, and the sign-in time has been changed to once a week. Immediately afterwards, Jun received a call inviting him to a shareholders meeting from Wuhan Iron and Steel Bailian Group. This series of events made him so busy that he was dizzy. As a result, he went to bed very early at night, and was less able to care for the beautiful woman beside him and his second brother. At this moment, with some free time and a night's rest, Jun looked at concubine Chuyu and the little flame in his heart began to rise. "That's enough, you little pervert. You've been looking at me for so long, and you're not ashamed. I still have my dignity." Concubine Chuyu turned her head slightly, pouting coquettishly, with a blush on her face. He. Jun's thoughts were exposed in front of him, but he didn't care. Instead, he said with a sly smile, "Understand it, it's the age when you are full of passion, it's normal to feel astringent. Sex in broad daylight." Chu Yufei blushed and scolded, "Stinky brother, you are getting more and more presumptuous now, be careful not to hurt yourself, I don't want to be a widow in middle age." Pooh. Jun said quickly, "Silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm in good health. It's just that I've been so bored for the past week, and now that I have some free time and see you're so pretty, I can't help but fantasize about you." Boast. Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him and said mockingly, "I see you were too indulgent before, and now your kidneys are weak." Kidney deficiency? Yes, it's kidney deficiency. Chu Yufei raised her eyebrows and continued, "I have also specifically looked into it before. Men, if you indulge yourself, you are prone to kidney deficiency. Moreover, 9 out of 10 men are weak, and the remaining one is young W. Of course, dear, don't worry, I understand you, even if you are really weak, I will still love you." After listening to Chu Yufei's nonsense, especially the word kidney deficiency, Jun felt like a lit bomb and was about to go crazy. These two words are 1,000 times more damaging than telling a man no. It can be said that concubine Chuyu touched Jun's bottom line as a man. Okay, you said I was weak, right?" Jun laughed angrily, and nodded fiercely while laughing. "Okay, you wait. I advise you to take a leave for tomorrow, otherwise, I am afraid you will not be able to get out of bed tomorrow and be late for class." At this moment, seeing Jun's angry expression but unable to do anything, Chu Yufei felt that she was right and she couldn't help but feel more confident. "You brag, little brother." Chu Yufei raised her chin proudly, "I think you should ask me for your leave note in advance, otherwise, I'm afraid you will be the one who can't go to class tomorrow. If a teacher comes to me and tells me about your situation, I can't say you're so weak that you can't get out of bed. Of course, I still say that even if you become weak, I will always love you." After saying this, concubine Chuyu burst into laughter. After a long time, the car arrived at the school parking lot. Chu Yufei unbuckled her seatbelt gracefully and leaned forward. Her graceful figure was particularly charming. She first took off her flat shoes, then hooked her slender and charming long legs and slowly put on her high heels. Then, she got out of the car alone, held the door and said to Jun in the car with a sweet smile on her face, "Little pervert, I'm going to work first. Oh, by the way, I may have too much work today, so I will be back late. I will bring you a little surprise then. Help you regain your manliness. See you at home." After saying that, without waiting for Jun's reply, she slammed the car door shut and left in a leisurely manner. My goodness, this really made Jun very angry. He secretly swore in his heart that he would go all out tonight and use maximum horsepower to show off his masculinity as the head of the family. A moment later, Jun returned to the Dahatong classroom to prepare for class. As a result, not long after I sat down, I saw 3 rather unfamiliar acquaintances walking towards me. It was the 3 rebellious sons who had not been seen for a long time: Zhaoling, Hanwan, and Wei Hao. As for why they were said to be very unfamiliar acquaintances, it was simply because the appearances of these 3 guys had changed greatly. Compared to the last time they met during the Mid-Autumn Festival, this time all 3 of them looked as if they had been drained of too much young energy. Their eyelids were severely swollen, they had dark circles under their eyes, and their faces looked paler. Or to use a more direct word to describe it, it is the severity of kidney deficiency. "Third brother, I didn't expect that we would meet again." Zhaoling smiled weakly, his voice was feeble. "I'm the 3rd child too, it's great to see you again." Hanwan lay on the table, his whole body like an eggplant hit by frost, and echoed weakly. "Fuck, I almost fell asleep on the bed during a 7-day holiday. Can you believe this?" The most serious one is Wei Hao. This guy has really changed a lot. From the handsome and playboy at the beginning of the school, he has gained a lot of weight and has completely lost the carefree and passionate spirit he had at the beginning of the school. Ding dong, I have detected that the host's 3 rebellious sons are mentally weak and have been abused by women. Now I am issuing a task to help them regain their manliness and become men who have sex 7 times a night. Option 1, accept the mission and receive 5 strengthening pills and 100 sign-in points as rewards. Option 2, do not accept the task and be rewarded with 1 day of kidney deficiency experience. Fuck, what kind of mission is this? Chi Jun was speechless after hearing this. However, he did not refuse. Of course, it's not just because I want to educate Chu Yufei tonight. Moreover, these 3 brats are still his sons after all. Although they are usually not very serious and even cause him some troubles, these 3 rebellious sons will definitely help him when something happens, so he must accept this task. I got it. Chi Jun muttered to himself. Chapter 105. The body is the capital, and love is just a temporary excitement. Because there was only one large class in the morning, Chi Jun and others went straight back to the dormitory after class. After arriving at the dormitory, Chi Jun didn't intend to hide anything and went straight to the point. Boys, do you want to be a real man? Chi Jun raised his eyebrows and said with a wicked smile, the kind that can be erect during the day and have sex 7 times a night. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Zhao Ling's 3 rebellious sons instantly turned to him. Some were so excited that their eyes were shining, some were frowning with doubt, and some were half believing and half doubting with uncertain expressions. Third brother, you must be kidding. Zhao Ling spoke first. We are in good health, but we are tired during this period. After a few days of rest, we are all strong and have sex every night, right? That's right. Don't be fooled by the dark circles under my eyes. They are not caused by weakness. They are caused by staying up too late playing games. Hanwon was stubborn and said with his neck stiff. I won't comment on this question, but after hearing what you said, do you have anything good? Wei Hao got to the point and asked anxiously with a shameless face. After saying that, Zhao Ling and Hanwon also looked straight at Chi Jun with some expectation in their eyes. He. Chi Jun smiled proudly, of course. I just don't know. Do you believe me? Chi Jun kept the secret, but still had a smile on his face. Damn, third brother, what are you talking about? If you had such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Do you still believe it? You don't know all the dirty laundry we have. In other words, you are truly our second father. We absolutely trust you. Zhao Ling said, patting his chest. That's right, Godfather, please save the child. Damn, I really can't stand it. If I had known that dating would turn out like this, I wouldn't even date a dog. Hanwon's face was filled with pain, and he almost knelt down in front of him on the spot. I appeal, you have no idea what I have been through in the past 7 days and nights. That woman Xiahou Yu, damn, is simply a seductive vixen. My kidneys are almost broken. Wei Hao said with a bitter look on his face. Looking at the 3 of them, they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Chi Jun didn't hesitate any longer, and took out a small bottle from his pocket with a smile, shaking it proudly in front of them. Want to have fun every night but can't afford it? Do you want to restore your manliness and improve your status in the family? Tell me loudly, do you want to? We want to, even if we're beaten to death. The 3 of them shouted in unison at the top of their lungs. What should you call me now? Chi Jun raised his eyebrows. Godfather. Foster father, please accept my obeisance and save us from this sea of suffering. After saying that, the 3 of them also pretended to kneel on one knee and bowed. Yeah, very good. See? This is the treasure that can help you regain your glory. Chi Jun's words had just fallen. The 3 men's eyes suddenly widened, as if hungry wolves saw a fat lamb. Zhao Ling even couldn't wait to stand up and reach out to grab it. Let me see, what kind of panacea is this? Chi Jun was quick to act. He retracted his hand and said quickly, don't worry, this medicine is very precious. There are only 5 pills in total, 1 for each person, and they will definitely strengthen your body, restore your vitality, and make you full of energy. Godfather, you are our savior, please give it to us. Wei Hao quickly said in a flattering manner. Hanwon echoed, that's right, Godfather, we will listen to you from now on. If you point east, we will never go west. All right, that's enough, get up. Chi Jun waved his hand and said. After that, Chi Jun opened the small bottle, poured out 3 pills, and handed them to them respectively. Remember, take a good rest after taking it, the effect will be immediate. The three of them took the pills and looked at each other curiously. The pills were black and had a slightly bitter taste when they were smelled carefully. Is this Chinese medicine? Zhao Ling frowned and said suspiciously, why does it smell so similar to my Luwei Dihuang pills? About the same. Hanwen curled his lips, it feels like it's just so compared to my Shinbao. After hearing what these two people said, Wei Hao began to have doubts in his heart. It feels like it's not much different from other Chinese medicines. Is it really as magical as you say? Listening to the complaints of these three rebellious sons, Shi Jun was speechless. But if you think about it, you can understand it. Helpless, he had to lie. You know nothing. Shi Jun's eyes widened and he raised his voice, I went through a lot of trouble to buy this from a wandering Taoist priest. It's worth 1,000 gold coins, you know? Eat it or not? If not, give it to me. As he said this, the Lord of Qi made a threatening gesture as if to snatch it back. Seeing him like this, the three of them hurriedly protected the pills and refused to give them to him. That won't work. We don't call each other foster fathers for nothing. If you give it to us, it's ours, right brothers? Zhao Ling said with his neck stiffened. That's right, you're not called my godfather for nothing. Wei Hao echoed, besides, we didn't say we wouldn't eat it. We were just curious and wanted to see if it was as magical as you said. If you want to know whether it is divine or not, just try it and you will know. Shi Jun crossed his arms and said provocatively. You're scared, aren't you? Forehead. When everyone heard this, they looked around, looking stunned. How about, we guys try it together? Hanwen took the lead in proposing, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Okay, Luwei Dihuang pills can't save me anyway. If I don't give it a try, I don't know if I can do it. Zhao Ling gritted his teeth, mustered up his courage, and stuffed the pill into his mouth without hesitation. Seeing this, Han Wen and Wei Hao beside him no longer hesitated and followed suit. Fuck you guys. The two said in unison. Then put it in your mouth, the slightly bitter herbal taste instantly fills your mouth, and the taste is slightly intoxicating. After swallowing the pills, the three of them waited expectantly for the drug to take effect. After a while, Zhao Ling was the first to feel it. He felt a boiling hot current rising from his dantian and quickly spreading throughout his body. His originally exhausted body seemed to be injected with infinite power in an instant. Fuck, I feel so energetic, it's amazing. Zhao Ling's eyes lit up with excitement and he shouted loudly. After hearing this, Han Wen and Wei Hao felt the changes in their bodies with even greater anxiety. Really? Damn it. I feel full of energy now. I think I can fight for another 300 rounds. Han Wen was so excited that he danced with joy, his face full of surprise. Wei Hao clenched his fists tightly and said excitedly, this feeling is really great, my second brother has quietly become stronger. From now on, please call me the pillar of support. From now on, I will no longer be afraid of being drained by that vixen Xia Hoyue. How about it? It's not in vain to call you foster father. Shi Jun looked at their excitement and said with a smug smile on his face. If you are really my godfather, you are our savior. The three of them said in unison, their eyes full of gratitude and admiration. From now on, buddy, regain your strength and dominate the love world. Zhao Ling said with a smug look on his face. Me too. Alright, don't get carried away. You still need to be more restrained in the future. Shi Jun shook his head helplessly and reminded with a serious face, finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. When you are young, you don't know the value of love, but when you are old, you only shed tears when you look at women. Chapter 106, There is always a price to pay for being naughty. The scene changed. In the teacher's apartment, in the double dormitory of Chu Yufei and Hua Linglong. At this moment, the two women were sitting side by side on the bed, their faces blushing, but their eyes were full of curiosity as they stared at a bottle of wine. Of course, they blushed not because of the alcohol, but because of the things soaked in the alcohol. Linglong, are you sure this thing will really work? Chu Yufei tilted her head slightly and asked curiously. My dad told me that his friend can have sex 7 times every night just by drinking this wine. It should work. Hua Linglong blushed and answered shyly. But it is understandable. Hua Linglong is still a single girl. It is her first time to come into contact with such a taboo thing, so it is inevitable that she will feel shy. Okay, as long as it works, I'll transfer the money to you. Chu Yufei asked. No, with our relationship, don't mention money. It's too formal. After hearing this, Hua Linglong quickly shook her head and waved her hands. How can that be? Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly. You must give it to me. Concubine Chuyu did not take it for granted and said so with a firm attitude. Then, she moved her fingers lightly and quickly transferred 1,000 yuan to Hua Linglong. That's it for now. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Okay, that's enough. Afterwards, Hua Linglong didn't know what to say anymore, so she changed the subject. But Yu Fei, I have to remind you. When drinking this wine, you must control the dosage. My dad's friend said that drinking too much of this stuff is not good for young people, so try to give your little man as little as possible. Hua Linglong said this and lowered her head shyly. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Well, let me ask you one last question. Does this wine have a name? Concubine Chuyu asked. Yes, it's called Wubian liquor. My dad's friend said it has a very strong aphrodisiac effect. You'd better be careful. Hua Linglong instructed carefully. Don't worry, I'm in good health. Chu Yufei crossed her arms and said proudly, it's easy to control my stinky brother. At this moment, she was already feeling a little dizzy. Little did she know that this would be her last act of arrogance. She became quiet at night. In the evening, the clock had just struck 6:30. The king of Qi had already returned home and had carefully prepared a meal, waiting for concubine Chu Yu's return with great anticipation. Bang! The sound of a door opening suddenly rang out. Shi Jun looked up when he heard the voice. I happened to see Chu Yufei holding the wall with one hand and bending down to change her shoes. Her slender fingers rested lightly on the wall, and her tender white feet were slowly taken out of the exquisite high-heeled shoes. Her jade-like toes playfully stretched out, and then she was steadily put into the soft slippers. Next to her, there is a mysterious small black box, and it is hard to guess what is inside. After changing her shoes, she raised her head slightly and happened to meet Shi Jun's gaze. They both smiled at the same time. But the meaning behind this smile is quite different. Shi Jun's smile was full of evilness, and his eyes were full of undisguised desire, as if he wanted to swallow Chu Yufei whole. Concubine Chu Yu, on the other hand, had a hint of surprise and a teasing smile on her face, like a beautiful but thorny rose. Husband. Chu Yufei raised the corners of her mouth and called out sweetly. I brought you something good this time. She blinked her smart eyes and said playfully, how about you guess it first? Shi Jun looked at her mysterious face with a sly smile on her face and muttered to himself. I always feel like there's something wrong with this thing. Thinking back to what she said this morning, he made a few random guesses. Is it wolfberry or mulberry? Or maybe something like a kidney treasure? He. Chu Yufei laughed and shook her head gently, neither. What is that? Shi Jun was full of doubts. Upon seeing this, concubine Chu Yu continued to keep the secret with a sly smile, not saying a word. Then, she held the small black box, walked slowly to his side with light steps, and placed it carefully on the table. Bang! The small box fell on the table with a loud sound, and you could even faintly hear the sound of the liquid inside sloshing. Shi Jun was getting more and more confused. What is that? Could it be a gin bar? Hearing this, Chu Yufei's eyes lit up slightly, and she smiled like a flower. That's about right, you guessed half of it right. Is it wine? Yes, Chu Yufei nodded with a sweet smile, but it's not jinzhou. The effect of this wine is much stronger than it. I went to great lengths to get it, and asked Linglong to find many people to help me. You'll know when you open it. There's a little surprise. Seeing her so mysterious, Shi Jun stopped racking his brains to guess and reached out to open it. Result? The moment the lid was opened, Shi Jun saw what was soaking in the bottle and laughed instantly. He snorted and laughed out of anger. Okay, concubine Chu Yu, you really don't take me seriously at all. Shi Jun smiled and nodded vigorously, then turned around and stared at her with a hungry look. But Chu Yufei didn't flinch at all. Instead she smiled playfully and teased him, of course, I never take you seriously. I have always kept my stinky brother in my heart, do you understand? I understand, you big head ghost. Shi Jun didn't want to spoil her anymore, so he stood up, picked her up like a princess, and strode towards the room upstairs. This sudden action made Chu Yufei panic. She hurriedly said, dinner, I haven't had dinner yet. Eat shit, eat later, I'll eat you first. Shi Jun responded unhappily. Then, the wine, you haven't drunk it yet, I got it with great difficulty, how much do you want, drink some. As soon as these words came out, Shi Jun's step suddenly paused, and his firepower instantly reached its peak at this moment. Then, he took a deep breath and showed an extremely calm yet slightly weird smile on his face. Have you applied for leave tomorrow? Chu Yufei was stunned for a moment and shook her head. No. I still have 2 classes tomorrow. Okay, I get it. I'll tell my godmother tomorrow that you're not feeling well and ask for leave. What do you mean? At this moment, concubine Chu Yu finally realized that something was wrong. She felt panicked and felt that Shi Jun seemed to be serious this time. After hearing this, Shi Jun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and revealed a sly smile. Today I will let you know what a real man is. Chapter 107, She is weak and he is strong. It is a good time to take advantage of concubine Chu Yu to improve the family throne. The next day. 7:30 in the morning. In the dean's office of the School of Business Administration at Shanghai University. Ding dong. A flying star notification tone suddenly popped up on Suya's phone. She picked up the phone and looked at it carefully. My dear daughter Chu Yufei, dear mother, I worked too much overtime last night and didn't get enough rest at night. I feel a little uncomfortable today. I would like to ask for half a day off from you. After reading the message, Suya sighed helplessly, holding her forehead with her hand and shaking her head with a slight headache. This child is always so worrying. Suya, I see. How can half a day be enough? I'll give you a day off. Have a good rest. Remember to come to me tomorrow to report your work. My dear daughter, okay, thank you dear mother. My dear daughter, I love you. 3. Suya, got it, send less of these messy emojis, look at your phone less, and have a good rest. Suya, I have a lot of work to do here, so I won't chat with you anymore. Dear daughter, got it. After saying that, Suya put her phone aside, put a faint smile on her face, shook her head, and then began to devote herself to her work. The scene changed. Come to Quanshan Chong'e No. 1 single family villa. In the room of Shi Jun and Chu Yufei. Wife, I have sent a message to our mother as you requested. She said she will give you a day off. Have a good rest. Shi Jun walked quickly to the bed and gently covered her with the quilt. I've left your phone on the small table. If you have anything, send me a message. I'll be back as soon as possible before 12 noon. Humph. You stinky brother, you are just an animal. Chu Yufei poked her head out from under the quilt, her voice hoarse, and she said softly and weakly, 7 times in total. It hurts me to death, you big bastard. He. Shi Jun laughed mischievously and said, Who told you to provoke me yesterday and dare to say that I have kidney deficiency? How about it? Are you behaving well now? Do you know how powerful I am? Remember, from now on, I will be the only one who can sit on the throne of this family, understand? Hearing this, Chu Yufei's stubbornness suddenly came up. She endured the pain, half sitting on the bed wrapped in a quilt, and looked at Shi Jun. Asshole. I don't accept it. She shouted loudly, using up all the strength she had left. Hey! You're still not convinced? Shi Jun was delighted after hearing this. Okay, I'll sleep with you for a while. I'm not in a hurry anyway. After saying that, he grinned wickedly and started to make movements to take off his clothes. See this scene. Concubine Chu Yu couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes revealed obvious panic. Thinking back to the fierce battle last night and Shi Jun's various ferocious actions, it is simply unbearable to look back on. At this point, her body couldn't bear the pain of indulgence any longer. No, don't. She said hurriedly, pulling the quilt tighter around her. Please, I really can't do it today, it hurts. As she spoke, concubine Chu Yu began to pretend to be delicate and pitiful, as if Shi Jun really touched her, she would really cry in the next second. However, Shi Jun just smiled faintly, with no intention of letting her go so easily. The enemy is weak and I am strong. He has no choice but to let go of such a good opportunity. I must consolidate my family throne. Otherwise, it will be difficult to control her in the future. Thinking of this, Shi Jun deliberately put his hands on his belt and said with a sly smile, Well, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Say it again, do you accept it? I don't. When Shi Jun heard that her pronunciation was wrong, he immediately moved his hands and untied most of his belt in an instant. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If this belt is completely opened, you will have to suffer again. I advise you to think it over carefully before you speak. When concubine Chu Yu saw this, she was extremely angry, but she could do nothing. After a long pause, she bit her lip, her eyes still stubborn, but with a hint of helplessness and resignation. Then, I admit defeat. You are not allowed to bully me anymore, okay? After hearing this, Jun raised his eyebrows and deliberately moved closer. Hey, you're not so stubborn anymore. It seems like last night did teach you a lesson. Asshole, Shu Yufei cursed in a low voice, and subconsciously shrank back. You don't come over, I really can't take it anymore. As he spoke, his eyes gradually turned red and tears glistened. Seeing her like this, Jun's heart couldn't help but soften. Finally, he didn't want to make too much trouble, so his tone became much more relaxed and he said, Alright, look at you like that, I won't tease you anymore. Rest well, and when you are well, we will fight again. You beast. You wish for that, Shu Yufei snorted, pouted unhappily, and continued, Who wants to compete with you again, bastard? After hearing this, Jun didn't care at all. He smiled and gently pinched her small upturned nose. Hey, since you look so pitiful, I'll let you curse a few times to vent your anger. But you must remember, don't use kidney deficiency to talk about me anymore, got it? Otherwise, I will definitely let you understand every day why the flowers are so red. Humph, Shu Yufei snorted, slapped Jun's hand away, and said coquettishly, Stinky brother, I know I'm wrong, isn't that enough? At worst I won't call you weak anymore, you bad guy. Okay, since you know your mistakes and are a good kid, I'll go get you something to eat so you can recuperate. Stay still, I'll be back in a minute. After saying that, he turned around and strode out of the room. This stinky little brother is so bad. He is a complete little bad boy who only knows how to bully me. Shu Yufei looked at his leaving back, feeling angry and amused at the same time, and muttered to herself. But when I thought back to what happened last night and experienced that wonderful feeling of being in ecstasy, a charming smile of shyness and happiness appeared on my face again. But, this little brother's physical fitness is really amazing, it seems. I am not at a disadvantage. As she thought about it, she slowly closed her eyes, squinted with satisfaction and peace of mind, and began to fantasize. Chapter 108 Wang Tang invited us to go to Wuhan Iron and Steel Bailian Group to hold a shareholders meeting. I've put the food by your bed. I know you don't want to eat anything greasy, so I made you some boiled eggs with brown sugar. Remember to let it cool down and eat and drink it all, got it? Jun said softly, his eyes full of concern. You still have some conscience. Shu Yufei lazily climbed out of the bed, rolled her eyes at him and said, I know, I'm not a child, you don't need to tell me like that. Besides, you have something to do, go and do it, I can handle it myself. As she spoke, she stretched, and her graceful figure was looming. Seeing this, Jun smiled calmly, said no more, nodded slightly, leaned over and kissed her forehead gently, Be good at home, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned and left. In the garage. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded. Soon. Jun drove the son of the Laken Wolf, which he had just killed, out of the villa and sped towards the city center. Its destination is the headquarters of Wuhan Iron and Steel Bailian Group. As for the reason for going here, it was mainly because Jun received a call from their chairman Wang Tang last time. Last time, Wang Tang invited him to attend the shareholders meeting to discuss the group's next plan, but Jun declined because he did not have enough time. Therefore, the meeting time was changed to today. In fact, things are not complicated. These old shareholders just want to see with their own eyes who has such great power to buy out the shares of all small shareholders in the group in one go. Although these small shareholders do not hold a large proportion of the shares, the amount acquired by Jun is huge, a full 30%. Wow, that is just slightly lower than the chairman's 35%. According to the current market value, it is at least 300 million, and the group is still in its growth stage, so the acquisition price can only be high, not low. Because of this, the remaining shareholders jointly reported the matter to the chairman and jointly facilitated this meeting. The purpose is to take a closer look at who this second largest shareholder is. If the other party is an expert or a big shot, they will definitely not say a word, let alone hinder him. But if he is a newbie, they will never be merciful. Even if they lose some money, they will never let Jun hold so many shares. At the same time, in the office on the 39th floor of Wuhan Iron and Steel Bailian Group's headquarters, I saw a burly middle-aged man holding some information tightly in his hand, looking out the window with a sad face. From time to time, he shook his head helplessly and then sighed heavily. Fuck. I've been investigating for so long, but there's no valuable information. Who is this new shareholder? Hey. I don't know what he wants to do by suddenly acquiring so many shares this time. The group is currently on the rise, so he must not be looking for trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, just as Wang Tang was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Hearing this, he didn't think anymore and quickly put away the documents, took a deep breath, quickly adjusted his state, and sat back in his office chair. He cleared his throat and said, "Come in." As soon as the words fell, the door was opened. A young man in his 20s walked in from outside. He was one of Wang Tang's two secretaries, Lu Shaoqing. After entering, he quickly closed the door and said respectfully, "Chairman, all major shareholders have arrived and are waiting for you in the conference room. Also, they asked me when you would be able to come over to chair the meeting, and when the second largest shareholder would be able to arrive." Damn, these bastards who only eat and do not work only know to ask me when something goes wrong. Either you don't have the brains or you don't have the subordinates, don't you know to check it yourself? Damn it, every day when something goes wrong, I, as the chairman, have to do it myself. It's really unlucky. Why did I start a business with these idiots in the first place? Wang Tang was extremely speechless, but he did not show it directly. Then, he calmed down and said unhappily, "Just say I'm dealing with an urgent matter and ask them to wait. As for when the second largest shareholder will come, it will probably be soon, but I have no idea anyway. Also, remember to always pay attention to the situation on the first floor, so that people don't leave them waiting there foolishly. It's a young man. I've sent you the photo. If you get it, notify me immediately and bring him to the shareholders' meeting." Got it? Yes, Chairman. Well, go ahead. Wang Tang waved his hand. After saying this, the young man did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left the office. After a long time. First floor lobby. An extremely cool Leekan Wolfson stopped steadily. Chi Jun got out of the car and instantly attracted the attention of people around him. When the security guards and front desk staff saw this grand display, they secretly guessed that this person might be the mysterious second largest shareholder. Soon, Secretary Lu on the 37th floor received a call from the front desk on the first floor. "Secretary Lu, there's something wrong on the first floor. A supercar came and a young man got out of the car. I don't know if he's the second shareholder. Do you want to come down and take a look?" Hearing this, Secretary Lu suddenly became excited. "You have to look carefully, are you sure it's a teenager?" "Yes, that's right, definitely a teenager." The tone of the receptionist was extremely firm. After hearing this, Secretary Lu did not respond and hurriedly turned on the surveillance on the computer. He compared the photos on his phone and checked them twice, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. Okay. Go and greet them quickly, I'll be down soon." "Okay, Secretary Lu." After saying that, Secretary Lu said no more, quickly hung up the phone, and then called Wang Tang. Beep beep beep. Soon, the call was connected. "What's the matter?" Wang Tang's tone sounded a little irritable. "Chairman, someone is here. I checked the surveillance and confirmed it's that boy." "What? Someone's here? Why so sudden? Quick, take him over there. I'm going to the venue now, right now." "Understood, Chairman." After saying that, Wang Tang said no more. After hanging up the phone, he immediately started to pack his clothes. After tidying up, he looked carefully in the mirror, confirmed that there was no problem, then went out immediately and took the elevator straight to the meeting room. The other side. At the entrance on the first floor. Many people had already lined up neatly at the door, following Lu Shaoqing closely and walking towards Chi Jun together. "Hello, is this Mr. Chi?" Lu Shaoqing looked respectful, with a hint of caution in his tone. "Right." Chi Jun glanced at everyone and nodded slightly in response. After hearing this, Lu Shaoqing instantly revealed a classic and slightly flattering smile, which contained just the right amount of attentiveness. "Great, Mr. Chi, the chairman has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me. I'll show you the way, please." After saying this, Lu Shaoqing quickly made a gesture of invitation, leaning forward slightly with a humble attitude. Chi Jun looked calm and nodded. Chapter 109. Chi Jun makes a slight move, and this time the advantage is mine. In the large conference room. The 5 shareholders, both men and women, were talking animatedly. Who exactly is this second largest shareholder? I have so many people under my command, and after searching for a long time, I still can't find any information at all. One of the older middle-aged men said. "How is it, do you have any results?" he asked again. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. "No. Me too, no news at all. Alright, what are you all yelling about? The people are here, hurry up and pack up and get ready for the meeting. At this time, Wang Tang had been waiting at the door for a long time. Listening to everyone's conversation, he spoke speechlessly. Then, he ignored everyone, walked to the head of the table alone, and sat down firmly in the chairman's seat. Seeing this, the other 5 shareholders stopped talking, looked at each other, and returned to their respective seats. Chairman, that person really came. Have you seen him? The person who spoke was the middle-aged man just now, who was also the second largest shareholder of the original group Juan de Heo. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Tang, who was sitting in the main seat, their faces full of curiosity. Seeing this, Wang Tang chuckled and said unhappily, if he hadn't come, do you think I could have come? As for what he looks like, I can only say that he is a teenager. I don't know anything else. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became subtle. There is mostly tension and worry. However, at this moment, there was a sudden movement at the door. Mr. Chi, please come this way. The chairman and other shareholders have been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Xiaoqing's voice came. Okay, got it. Qi Jun nodded and, led by his secretary, came to the door of the conference room. Bang! Lu Xiaoqing opened the door quickly. Please. As soon as I entered the door, the originally noisy conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qi Jun like a spotlight. See this scene. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous at all, but Qi Jun didn't show any signs of stage fright. He looked calm, walked calmly in front of everyone, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said politely, Chairman, shareholders, good morning. Then, he lowered his head slightly, seemingly casually, and rolled up his left sleeve slightly, deliberately revealing the custom-made watch by Cyrus Klepsis. He looked up at the time. 9:10. It just so happens that there are still 20 minutes before the meeting at 9:30. I hope I didn't disturb your daily schedule. Hearing this, everyone's attention was not on what he said, but on the watch on Qi Jun's left hand. Custom watches by Cyrus Klepsis. You know, even the watches they wear are just high-end ones that you can get for a little money. No one is willing to spend a lot of money to get a customized watch, let alone a customized watch that comes as a gift when buying a sports car. Don't even think about it. At this moment, everyone looked at each other with different expressions, which was very exciting. What's worse? Wang Tang quickly covered his Rolex, as well as other people's Frank Muller, Chanel and other watches. He took them off or hid them, as he was embarrassed to show them. Most of them have begun to fear Qi Jun's strength. A long time. Seeing that no one agreed, Qi Jun was speechless and had to speak again. I'm here for a meeting, may I ask where my seat is? Hearing this, no one answered, but turned their eyes to Wang Tang, waiting for his response. Depend on. What a bunch of scumbags. They just don't know how to help each other or say a word. Helpless, Wang Tang had to cough lightly and said, Mr. Qi, there are a lot of seats. Normally, you can sit on my left. Of course, if you don't like the crowds, just sit face to face with me and be casual. After hearing this, Qi Jun nodded, said no more, dragged out a chair and slowly sat down. Well, this chair is nice and comfortable. Then I'll just sit down, so I don't have to get too close to you all. We're not familiar with each other, and it would be bad if something unpleasant happened. Of course, as long as President Xi is happy, we can get to know each other slowly in the future. After all, we are all family members, so there is no doubt about it. Wang Tang said with a smile. Now, in order not to delay your schedule, let us directly start today's shareholders meeting. If you have anything you want to say, please just say it. The sooner we finish talking, the sooner we can disperse. Xiaoqing, please go out and close the door. Yes, Chairman. Having said that, the opening contest has come to an end. Qi Jun wins. However, after Wang Tang finished speaking, no one wanted to speak. The scene was quiet for a long time. See this scene. Qi Jun was speechless. You asked me to come to the meeting, so I have no choice but to come. Now that I'm here, you all remain silent. Why, have you all become mute? Another moment passed. Wang Tang also felt that this situation was inappropriate, and winked at Juan de Heo beside him, indicating that he should speak. However, Juan de Heo played dumb and showed no signs of speaking. After all, he was not stupid. If Qi Jun's strength was not much stronger than theirs and they could still fight, he would definitely speak up. However, at the beginning, Shi Jun had only said a few words and only made a slight move, but they were at a disadvantage. This made him really not want to be the first one to step out and not know the consequences. It's impossible even if you beat me to death. Grass. Juan de Heo, you are such a fucking loser. Where did your arrogance go? You were clamoring for a meeting. Now that the meeting has started, you, the instigator, should say something. You can't let me be the first one to speak out, right? Wang Tang cursed Juan de Heo thousands of times in his heart, but helplessly, he had to turn his attention to another shareholder. But the result was that wherever his eyes fell, that person would start to act pretentiously, some looking around, some pretending to sleep, some even started to fight. Humph, fuck. Wang Tang was speechlessly amused by the behavior of these bastards. After a pause, he had no choice but to be the first to speak out, and said in a respectful tone. Boss Chi, to be honest, we are all businessmen, and I think you should know the main purpose of this meeting. I won't put it on the surface. In short, in one word, what is your plan for suddenly acquiring so many shares of our group? Seeing that Wang Tang spoke so bluntly, everyone stopped pretending to be stupid and listened to Chi Jun's answer with full attention. Seeing this, Chi Jun thought for a moment and said with a calm smile. It's very simple. I am naturally optimistic about the development of the group and want to create brilliance together. Chapter 110, Win-Win Cooperation to Solve the Problem of Office Building Sales. Boss Chi, that sounds nice, but are you here to cause trouble? Juan de Heo asked in a calm and careful tone. When Shi Jun heard this, he immediately had some answers in his mind and seemed to understand what they were worried about. He slowly glanced at the crowd and said calmly, making trouble? I don't have the time for that. What I bring is opportunity. Whether you can seize it depends on your vision and courage. Oh, chance? Since Mr. Chi is so confident, why not tell us your thoughts first? When Wang Tang heard this, he couldn't help but ask curiously. It's very simple. To put it bluntly, the reason why we can sit here for a meeting today is because of this. Isn't it just to see if I have the ability to run the group with you and not disrupt the group's affairs and harm your interests when it shouldn't be, right? Chi Jun went straight to the point. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what was said, and remained silent, not even a word was said. Seeing this, Chi Jun continued, this opportunity is not big, but it is not small either. To put it simply, I delegate power. Decentralize. Boss Chi, please don't say that. I advise you to take it back. When Wang Tang heard this, he was really shocked by Chi Jun. Decentralize? My goodness, you spent hundreds of millions to buy so many shares, only a fool would sell them, are you a fool? Or are we? If you get angry, you'd be thankful if you don't bring down the group. That's right, Mr. Chi, you should take back what you said. It's too serious. Let's just pretend we didn't hear it. We are still family, so we can just talk it out nicely. Yes, yes. There's really no need to do this. We really don't mean that. Mr. Chi, if you have something to say, we can talk about it. Yes, 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 please speak nicely. Juan de Heo and others also quickly echoed. Seeing everyone so nervous, Chi Jun smiled calmly, knowing in his heart that they were overthinking. Then, he shook his head and patiently explained, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm not talking about equity, but the decision-making power of the group. Since you think that an outsider like me who suddenly barged in will cause trouble, I will simply hand over the decision-making power of the group to you. Unless it affects my personal interests, you can simply ignore my decision at other times. Besides, I am too lazy to manage the group. My ideal life state is to make money while doing nothing. Therefore, you continue to control the decision-making power, just pretend that I don't exist, and the group should continue to operate as before. But finally I have to add one more thing, if you want to kick me out. I'm sorry, but I don't mind losing a few $100 million, do you understand? After hearing what Chi Jun said, the expressions of Wang Tang and others were extremely interesting. But most of them still smiled a little. They knew very well that they could not afford to offend Chi Jun, so when he showed his strength, they had already given up the idea. However, at this moment, Chi Jun took the initiative to give up power and did not casually participate in the group's decision-making. This was exactly in line with their wishes, and they were naturally happy. As long as they can avoid falling out and continue to make money, they are of course willing to continue cooperating. The atmosphere at this time was obviously much more harmonious. Wang Tang was the first to speak when he saw this. Boss Chi is very generous. If that's the case, then we are still in the same boat and will work together for the development of the group. This is our responsibility. You can rest assured about this. Also, the money will be exactly how much it is supposed to be and it will definitely be deposited into your account on time without any delay. Yes, Mr. Chi, don't worry, we will definitely not do anything reckless. Other shareholders echoed this. Hearing this, Chi-jun also smiled happily and nodded. That would be the best. The key is that everyone can benefit. Yes, we are all businessmen, and the best thing to do is to make money together. Everything else is irrelevant. We are all family, so let's have a good chat today. Wang Tung suggested. Everyone had no objection and the meeting continued. Chi-jun also briefly participated in the discussion of the group's next specific business plan. In a blink of an eye, it was 10:30 in the afternoon. Originally, Chi-jun planned to leave after a brief chat, but Wang Tung and others insisted on pulling him together for lunch. In desperation, Chi-jun had to use the excuse that he had a wife at home who needed to be taken care of, and only then was he able to get away and be released. However, after leaving the headquarters of Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group, Chi-jun did not go home directly, but turned to another place, an office building that he obtained through the system. This place is very close to the headquarters of Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group, only 5 or 6 traffic lights away, less than 3 kilometers. Soon, when Chi-jun drove to the front of the tall building, he found it deserted and there was no one there. Although the building has been completed, it has not been put into use. It's not bad, but it's a pity that no one uses it. I guess I have to find a way to rent it out myself. Afterwards, he drove to the real estate company responsible for building and developing the place, and prepared to find their manager to discuss renting a house. Yangjing Real Estate Development Group Branch. In the general manager's office, Chi-jun did not encounter too many obstacles. He reported his name to the front desk and called the general manager here, and was soon received. Come on, Mr. Chi, please have some tea. We can talk while we drink. The person who spoke was the general manager Fong Qianhong. At this moment, he was entertaining Chi-jun, the god of wealth, with great enthusiasm. Manager Fong, you don't have to be so polite. Just keep it simple. I won't drink the tea. I'm in a hurry to leave. Chi-jun said. After hearing this, Fong Qianhong said nothing more. She placed the tea in front of Chi-jun and sat down beside him. Chi-jun can choose not to drink, but he cannot refuse to give it, this is the rule. Then, he smiled and nodded. Okay, I have heard about your business, which is to rent out the entire office building, right? Chi-jun nodded. Yes, the price is negotiable. Okay, that couldn't be better. I never thought that Mr. Chi is so promising at such a young age. In your mouth, hundreds of millions of dollars are just like a few dollars. I am afraid it will take me a long time to learn this realm. Fong Qianhong immediately gave a classic flattery. After hearing this, Chi-jun just smiled and did not act too conceited. Okay, Manager Fong, stop exaggerating. Let's discuss the money. Of course, I'll go first. Okay. Chi-jun nodded in response. To be honest, if you ask around, you'll know that our collection situation is definitely the lowest. So, we don't ask for much, 5% commission, is that okay with you? Fong Qianhong said cautiously. After hearing this, Chi-jun thought for a moment. This price is indeed not too high, but it is not low either. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he really didn't need this little money, and he was also eager to sell the office building, so he nodded and agreed. Alright, okay. Then I hope you can act as soon as possible and don't make me wait too long. As for other matters, please feel free to contact me if you need anything. The rest is up to you. If you do it well, you will certainly get the benefits. The King of Qi made a promise. Okay, I definitely will. Fong Qianhong responded happily. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few brief greetings and then went their separate ways. Chapter 111. Concubine Chuyu was worried about her family's throne. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Chi-jun returned home with ease. As soon as I opened the door and entered the house, a rich aroma of rice hit my nose. It smells so good. It tastes like braised pork ribs. At this moment, Chi-jun seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes quickly scanned the living room. Finally, Chu Yufei was found happily watching TV on the sofa. Seeing this, Chi-jun quickly walked to the sofa, smiled, and asked gently, "Wife, why are you doing it yourself today? Didn't we agree that I would go home and cook at noon?" Hearing the voice, Chu Yufei, who was originally watching TV with a smile on her face, instantly turned her gaze to Qi Jun. At first, she had a beautiful smile on her face, her eyes full of surprise, but somehow, her face suddenly turned unhappy. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Ha! How dare you say that? I've been waiting for you for a long time, but there's not even a message or a phone call from you. I'm almost starving to death. And I'm still in pain. You bad guy. It's all your fault. You were such a jerk last night. Just now, you weren't at home, and I almost fell down when I was serving the dishes. It hurt so much." After saying this, Chu Yufei stared at him closely with eyes full of resentment. When Qi Jun heard this, he hurried to Chu Yufei's side, gently hugged her, and said flatteringly, "Oh, my dear wife, I sincerely admit my mistake. It's all my fault. I promise there will never be a next time. Please don't be angry. I would be so sad if you ruined your delicate body. You are so delicate." Concubine Chuyu rolled her eyes at him fiercely, struggled to break free from his embrace, and snorted, "Stop using these flowery words. You always say this, but when have you ever really done it? Besides, you were so mean last night. Anyway, I get upset whenever I see you now. Stay away from me." After saying that, she began to exert force, trying her best to push Qi Jun away. Of course, Qi Jun has never been a shameless person, so he won't just walk away easily. He was shameless and hugged Chu Yufei tightly, with a sly smile on his face, and said, "Wife, we have to tell the truth with a clear conscience. You can't blame me for this." As he spoke, Qi Jun's restless hands suddenly started to become dishonest, as if equipped with a positioning system, and accurately touched the towering giant peak. "Besides, you were the one who started all that last night. If you hadn't gotten me that 5 whips wine to boost my libido, would I have lost control and done that?" Hearing this, concubine Chuyu's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. "Shameless bastard. You just take advantage of me, get your hands off me now." She screamed loudly in shame and annoyance, and her delicate little hands kept hitting Qi Jun like dense raindrops. "Damn brother, you deserve to die." Seeing this, Qi Jun remained silent, protecting his handsome face with one hand, and ignored the rest, allowing Chu Yufei to vent her emotions. Concubine Chuyu beat Qi Jun for a long time and was exhausted and out of breath. She took a few deep breaths, tried to calm herself down, and then ignored this shameless bad guy Qi Jun. Seeing that Chu Yufei no longer paid attention to him, Qi Jun was not annoyed. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a low voice, "Wife, don't be angry. At worst, I will let you do whatever you want to me at night." "Ha!" Chu Yufei turned her head and glared at him fiercely. "Who wants to punish you? Get as far away from me as possible." Qi Jun was not willing to give in and continued to pester her. "Hey, honey, don't be so heartless. How about I give you a massage tonight and make it up to you?" After hearing this, Chu Yufei couldn't help but burst out laughing and snorted coldly, "You? Massage? You should stop doing it. I'm afraid you'll get too horny and stop doing anything else." Forehead. For a moment, Qi Jun was speechless. "Then, I'll make you breakfast for a week, is that okay?" Qi Jun said hurriedly, staring at Chu Yufei with anticipation. Hearing this, Chu Yufei was finally moved. She curled her lips and tilted her head to think for a moment. "A week's worth of breakfast, I guess. But if you dare to break your promise, I will show you how I will deal with you." Seeing this, Qi Jun nodded hurriedly. No, I dare not disobey my wife's words." "Then we have a deal, it's settled." "Whether it's settled or not, let's just leave it like this for now." After saying that, a smile appeared on Chu Yufei's face. "Since you still have some conscience, I will trust you this time. Go wash your hands and prepare to eat. You are not allowed to eat too much of today's braised pork ribs. Who told you to keep me waiting for so long?" When the king of Qi saw that concubine Chuyu no longer pursued the matter, he felt as if he had been pardoned. He nodded quickly and said as he walked quickly to the bathroom, Okay, I'll listen to my wife. My wife is the most important." A moment later, when Qi Jun washed his hands and sat at the table, just as he was about to pick up a piece of pork ribs, Chu Yufei knocked his chopsticks away with her chopsticks and said, "Apologize to me first. If you are not sincere enough, you are not allowed to eat." Seeing this, Qi Jun immediately looked aggrieved. "Wife, didn't we just agree? I promised to make breakfast for you for a week to make amends. Besides, I really know I was wrong, so please don't be so cruel." However, after hearing this, Chu Yufei pretended to be unmoved and said sternly, "No, you must apologize. Who told you to come back so late? I had to cook by myself and almost fell down. Anyway, I don't care. You can't eat unless you apologize. Shi Jun had no choice but to look at Chu Yufei with a bitter face, and said seriously and affectionately, "My dear wife, I'm sorry, I really know I was wrong. I swear, from now on I will go home on time, never let you wait alone at home for a long time, and never let you suffer anymore. You are my little princess, and I will take good care of you." Well, this apology is okay, right? Greasy, disgusting, perfunctory, and without much emotion. But I can tell that you still have some sincerity in your heart. Then, I'll forgive you this time. Let's eat. Real? Shi Jun confirmed again. Why, you don't want to eat it? That's fine, I'll throw it away and feed it to the dog after I finish eating it. Concubine Chuyu curled her lips and tried to scare him on purpose. No, please don't feed the dog, feed me first. I've been busy all morning and I'm already starving. As he spoke, Shi Jun playfully pulled the food closer to him, carefully and tentatively picked up a piece of pork ribs, put it in his mouth and started eating. Fragrant. As expected, my wife's cooking skills are the best. I will definitely eat it all. After saying that, Shi Jun began to eat voraciously. On the side, Chu Yufei watched all this calmly, but she was very happy in her heart. Little brother, although he's a little bad, he's still very obedient. He just needs some education. I need to think of a way to control him, otherwise he will control me sooner or later. The future of the family throne is really worrying. Chapter 112. A man should love his wife, wash Chu Yufei's hair, and go back to school to discuss something with Suya. Night. In the bathroom. Shi Jun finally did something human this time. At this moment, as Chu Yufei's husband, the two of them are warmly doing some sweet and interesting things that only belong to couples washing his wife's hair. I saw Chu Yufei lying comfortably on the recliner, with her hair softly placed in the bathtub. Because of the soft cushion around her neck, she looked particularly comfortable in her lying position. Comfortable. Concubine Chuyu couldn't help but hum softly. It was just because Shi Jun fought until midnight last night, and she hadn't recovered her strength for a whole day, so her body was always aching. She really didn't want to take a bath and could only wash her hair reluctantly. Fortunately, Shi Jun was quite sensible and took the initiative to wash her hair himself. After adjusting the water to a suitable temperature, Shi Jun gently poured it over Chu Yufei's head. How is it? Is the temperature suitable? Yeah, not bad. Chu Yufei's voice was soft and ethereal, full of enjoyment. After getting the answer, King Qi no longer hesitated and began to wash concubine Chuyu's hair carefully. Her hair was very long, reaching a little below her waist, and was extremely thick. After being gently rinsed with hot water, the jet black hair began to stick together into strands. From Shi Jun's perspective, he could only see concubine Chuyu with a sweet and satisfied smile on her face. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her long eyelashes curled up playfully. Her seductive red lips were slightly pouted, and at this moment she no longer had the demeanor of a mature lady, only full of cuteness. That look is so beautiful and warm. Most importantly, he can also see some exciting benefits. Those towering peaks and the exquisite collarbone revealed at the neckline. The splashing water drops bounced back on the clavicle and gradually slid into the clavicle socket. After watching for a while, Shi Jun felt the fire rising in his body. Little rascal, are you doing something bad again? Chu Yufei suddenly spoke, opened her eyes and looked at him. No, I'm just washing your hair, how could I do anything bad? Shi Jun hurriedly explained, his eyes drifting to the side in panic. Chu Yufei didn't believe it at all. Men, you just lie all the time. Anyway, you absolutely can't do that today. Don't even think about it. Don't look around, and don't touch anything. Got it? She said coquettishly. Forehead. The king of Qi was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to respond. After a while, he smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll listen to you. I know what's going on, don't worry. Now close your eyes and enjoy yourself while I wash your hair. No. Concubine Chuyu responded coquettishly. Then, she obediently closed her beautiful eyes. Shi Jun continued to wash her hair, his fingers gently moving through her hair like a soft spring breeze. But his restless eyes couldn't help but secretly glance at that charming collarbone from time to time. As if she had noticed something extremely keenly, Chu Yufei suddenly opened her eyes and said coquettishly, "Little pervert, if you do this again, I will punish you." Seeing this, Shi Jun quickly retracted his gaze and hurriedly explained, "Wife, swear to God, I was just looking at the floor." Nonsense, Chu Yufei rolled her eyes at him. "I'd never trust you. After hearing this, Jun felt too embarrassed and just smiled. She quickly continued washing her hair and then Chu Yufei closed her eyes again with satisfaction. Friday. Jun and Chu Yufei returned to their normal life. 7:30 in the morning. The two of them arrived at school together by car and were called to Suya's office together. Dean Su, good morning. After they entered the room, they shouted in unison. After hearing this, Suya looked at the two children in front of her who always made her worry, and smiled slightly. Okay, there are no outsiders here today, so sit wherever you want. Hearing this, Jun and Chu Yufei were not polite and sat down obediently on the sofa. Seeing this, Suya picked up the cup, took a sip of water, and stated her purpose. Yufei, Jun, I called you here for only one thing. As she spoke, she took out two documents from the drawer and handed them to concubine Chu Yu and Lord Qi respectively. After taking it, Jun took a quick look at it and was quite shocked. This is because the name of this document is Proposal for Exchange Activities between Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group and Shanghai University. Among them, some senior executives such as Wang Tong, Wan Dehao, and Lu Shaoqing are on the list. This Saturday, which is tomorrow, they will come to Shanghai University to hold an exchange conference and carry out some school enterprise cooperation matters. Soon. After reading the document, Chu Yufei gently put it aside, turned to Suya, and said, Dean, the reason you showed us this plan is that you want us to come over on our day off to help entertain the staff of Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group. Yes, that's right. Suya smiled and nodded affirmatively. Then he added, the main concern is that tomorrow is a rest day, many students will leave school, and there will not be enough staff. So, I thought of asking you two to come over and lend a hand. It just so happens that this will be of some benefit to you or Jun. After all, the people who came were senior executives of Wuhan Iron and Steel Group, so they could hear and learn something useful. Of course, even if you don't learn anything, being able to participate in more activities like this and become familiar with the process will always be of some help to your future development. At this moment, listening to Suya's big promise, the expressions of Jun and Chu Yufei seemed very subtle. The two looked at each other, and both seemed reluctant to come to the school to work on their day off. Then, Jun coughed lightly and spoke first, President Su, we are all aware of the benefits you mentioned. But, tomorrow is a day off, and everyone hopes to relax and adjust their own state. Do you think you can provide us with some additional incentives or compensation? Suya frowned slightly when she heard this, compensation? This. After thinking for a moment, she said, how about this? If you do a great job in helping to complete this activity, the school can issue you an excellent volunteer certificate, which will undoubtedly add a touch of color to your future resume. Hearing this, Jun and Chu Yufei couldn't help but feel a little speechless. To put it nicely, it's called an excellent volunteer certificate. To put it bluntly, it's just a colorful white slip. A pure good guy card. Seeing this, Chu Yufei pursed her lips and continued, my dear Dean Su, the certificate is good, but the actual workload this time is really not small. How about this, after the event is over, you give us a day off, okay? Anyway, it's better than issuing a nice guy card. After hearing this, Suya smiled helplessly, stretched out her finger, tapped them lightly, and said, you two really don't want to suffer any loss. Okay then. It's up to you. As long as this event can go on smoothly, we can discuss the adjustment of holidays. Finally, I got a positive answer. Jun and Chu Yufei couldn't help but look at each other, an annoying smile appeared on each of their faces. Since, President Su, you have said so, then we naturally have no choice but to do it. Jun said. Chu Yufei also nodded, yes, we will do our best. Seeing that the two of them agreed, Suya smiled with satisfaction, okay, then I will tell you about the specific work arrangements and precautions. Roommates are not only roommates but also good friends. We can see each other every day, and the friendship should be kept in our hearts. Chapter 113. Okay, one last thing. The members of the Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group are scheduled to arrive at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so you need to rush to school before 8 o'clock, and then follow the process I told you. Is everything clear? Suya said solemnly. Clear. Jun and Chu Yufei responded in unison. Yeah, Suya nodded with satisfaction after hearing this and looked at the clock on the wall. Okay, it's really getting late now, you should all go get ready. Hearing this, Jun and the other man did not stay for long and got up and left. Goodbye, Dean. The two said. Well, see you tomorrow. Please close the door for me. Suya had her head down, busy with documents, and responded casually. Got it, President Su. Concubine Chuyu replied in a tender voice. Then, the two walked out of the office side by side. She closed the door gently and naturally. Then I'll go back first. I have a big class in the morning. Chi Jun smiled and spoke. Well, go ahead. Chu Yufei nodded gently, and then said, but remember to wait for me after school in the afternoon. Let's go back together and go to the supermarket to replenish my snack warehouse. It was empty yesterday. After hearing this, Chi Jun couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of doting. Okay, I'll do as you say. Oh, by the way, let me tell you that the dessert shop we often go to in that mall has launched some new products. I'll take you to try them after school this afternoon. Really? When Chu Yufei heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, I have maintained my figure for so long, and I haven't eaten dessert for a long time. Since it's a new product, I have to try it. Okay, I'll be leaving first. See you this afternoon. Chi Jun smiled, waved at her, then turned and left. Returned to the classroom. At this time, Zhao Ling and the other three had been waiting in the corner of the last row for a long time. From a distance, they were seen gathered together, seemingly plotting something in a low voice. Hey, guys, how is the effect of the elixir I got from the third brother last time? Report your battle results. Zhao Ling spoke first. Okay, I'll go first, Hanwen responded after hearing this, then he stretched out his hands, crossed his index fingers, and said proudly, not much, 10 times in 2 days, the family status is rising sharply. TSK. You, stay away. I thought there were a lot of them. Only 10 times in 2 days. TSK, just average. Wei Hao smacked his lips and said with disdain. Hey, from what you said, how much do you have? Zhao Ling asked curiously. Not much, just a little bit better than you. Wei Hao raised his mouth, revealing his signature Dragon King smile, and then stretched out 3 fingers, 3 days, 7 times a night. Xiahou Yu, from now on you are a defeated opponent in front of me. Now when you see me, you are like a cat seeing a mouse, you can only hide and dare not resist. Can you imagine this? Che. I thought you were so powerful, but it's only 7 times, you're just a junior among juniors. After hearing this, Zhao Ling sneered. Hearing this, Wei Hao and Han Wen immediately lost their composure and asked, Boss, there should be a limit to bragging, how much do you have? Report your battle record if you can. Ha, let's compete, who's afraid of who? Zhao Ling sneered disdainfully and held out a 6. 6 days, twice in the morning and twice in the evening, absolutely no blunder. I helped submit Yao Pingping's leave note today. Do you understand? Korean, fuck. Wei Hao, fuck. Okay, we are all men, I understand what you are thinking. Zhao Ling laughed so happily, but he was also quite measured, and quickly comforted him. Anyway, we are gathered here today just for the good stuff in the hands of the third brother, right? After hearing this, Han Wen and Wei Hao didn't say anything more and their emotions gradually calmed down. +1. +1. +1. Whom? Why is there one more person? Zhao Ling asked with full of doubts. Then he looked up and saw Chi Jun standing behind them, looking at them speechlessly and amusedly. Old 3, you are here. When did you come? Why, is there no sound? When Zhao Ling saw this, he suddenly panicked and began to stutter. Hearing the sound, Han Wen and Wei Hao hurriedly stood up and looked back, and were also shocked. Old third brother, good morning. Well, good class. The two of them panicked and started talking nonsense. Good class? Class is so boring, I'm going to class early. Roughly equivalent to grass. Chi Jun was speechless and said with a warm look of anger. Do you have any shame, one by one? I've told you there are only a few of them, be more restrained, do you understand? No need to say anything, I'll just answer directly, no. Also, I'm going to sit by myself today, so you all should just stay away. After saying that, Chi Jun walked to a seat nearby and sat down alone, no longer paying attention to the 3 people. See this scene. Zhao Ling and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Then, Zhao Ling leaned close to Han Wen and Wei Hao's ears and said in a low voice, What should we do? The third brother seems to be really angry. This is the first time I've seen him so serious since the start of the school term. We really went a little too far this time. After hearing this, Hanwon also looked regretful. Indeed, what we did was too outrageous. How about we apologize to the third brother and beg him? Wei Hao nodded immediately, his expression solemn. Okay, let's go together. After saying this, the three of them walked over to Qi Jun together. Zhao Ling looked flattering, forced out a flattering smile, and said, "Don't be angry, third brother. We know we were wrong. We will listen to you in the future. Be restrained, absolutely restrained. Yes, third brother, you should be magnanimous and forgive the villain's mistakes. You should be tolerant and give us a few more. Third brother, you see we are all so sincere, please forgive us this time." Wei Hao and Hanwon echoed from the side. After hearing this, Qi Jun rolled his eyes at them fiercely and said, "You wish for it? You still want it? No way. I've already told you that there are only a few of them, and one for each of you is already the limit. At that time, I gave it to you out of pity because I saw you guys were making such a mess. Now it seems that I really shouldn't have indulged you. I deserve it." Qi Jun was not polite and spoke frankly. "My last piece of advice is that self-cultivation is of vital importance. We are still students, so our studies are our top priority and should not be neglected. That's all I have to say. If you still consider me a brother, then just be quiet for a while and think about it carefully. If you don't consider me a brother, then we can part ways in peace. Hear this." Zhao Ling and the other two were like eggplants hit by frost, with their heads drooping and lowered, too embarrassed to say anything. Then, he returned to his seat obediently. Silence for a long time. Or, forget it. We really went too far. Let's go apologize to the third brother. Zhao Ling suddenly broke the silence and continued. That is exactly what the third brother said last time, and we saw the pills, there were indeed only a few of them. And they are very valuable. The third brother has done his best to give us 3. We should be more sensible. Hearing this, Wei Hao and Hanwon woke up as if from a dream, realizing that they were indeed wrong in this matter. It seemed that the impulse of love and desire had overwhelmed them, and for a moment, they even forgot that they were still students and should focus on their health and studies. Chapter 114, A Little Sweet Every Day. During class, Qi Jun's cell phone vibrated several times. Out of curiosity, he quietly picked it up to check. It turns out that the message came from Hip Hop Dormitory. Big boss at old third father, the kids know they are wrong, give them another chance. Old 2 at old 3, that's right, Godfather, we want dare to do it again. Please calm down. If you make a mistake in the future, I will write a letter of apology. Old 4 at old 3's foster father, I won't say much more. From now on, I will be responsible for bringing you breakfast. After reading the news, Qi Jun couldn't help but smile. In fact, he didn't really want to be so heartless, but these 3 guys really went too far in this matter. Therefore, this matter is not only to make them restrain themselves, but also for their own good. We must make things clear all at once, otherwise it will just go on and on. Afterwards, Qi Jun quietly turned around and looked towards the corner, and found that the 3 guys led by Zhao Ling were staring at him with burning eyes. The eyes of several people met and they smiled knowingly at each other. Let us put an end to all grudges. After a quick glance, Qi Jun turned around and quickly typed a few words on his phone. Mr. Qi, your father has read your words, and you must keep your word. After sending the message, he put the phone down, shook his head gently, smiled, and ignored it. On the other side, Zhao Ling and the other 2 couldn't stop smiling after seeing the news, and the big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. This matter is over. Time flies, and it's afternoon in a blink of an eye. It was the last class, and as soon as the school bell rang, Qi Jun hurriedly said goodbye to Zhao Ling and others, and walked towards the parking lot as fast as the wind. Just arrived at the parking lot. He saw Chu Yufei sitting elegantly in her car with the window half lowered, looking at him with a smile. Those eyes seemed to contain a myriad of tenderness. Sorry, have you been waiting for a long time? Qi Jun quickened his pace and walked forward, asking with some concern. No, I just arrived too, hurry up and get in the car. Concubine Chu Yu smiled calmly and shook her head gently, causing her long hair like a waterfall to sway gently. Good. Qi Jun nodded in response. Then he strode to the passenger seat, quickly sat down and fastened his seatbelt. Seeing that Qi Jun was ready, Chu Yufei started the car, slowly drove out of the school gate, and drove towards the shopping mall. Along the way, the 2 talked and laughed, and their warm words were like the spring breeze, and soon they arrived at the mall. After parking the car, Qi Jun naturally reached out his hand, took Chu Yufei's soft little hand, interlocked their fingers, and walked into the mall. Afterwards, the two of them walked hand in hand into the dessert shop they often visited, sweet every day. After entering the door, the store is filled with a sweet scent, and the warm dessert layout makes people feel happy. Wow, desserts, cakes, and small egg tarts, all look delicious. After Chu Yufei entered the room, she looked at the exquisite desserts in the cupboard with her eyes shining. Seeing this, Shi Jun also smiled dotingly. Okay, stop looking at it, it will all be in your mouth soon. As he spoke, he gently pulled her to a less conspicuous place to the side and sat down. Soon. Following closely, the waiter quickly walked up to the two of them with the menu. Hello, two customers, she said politely, then enthusiastically handed over the menu. You two came at the perfect time today. Our store just released a few new desserts a few days ago. I recommend you try them. The words haven't finished yet. Chu Yufei couldn't wait to speak up. Try it, you must try it. I came here today just for the new product. Please introduce it to me. As she spoke, she eagerly handed the menu to the waitress and asked her to help point out the items. Seeing Chu Yufei so anxious, the clerk smiled slightly, leaned over politely, and pointed lightly on the menu. There are two new products in total, namely, Pink Sweet First Kiss and Lover's White Hair. Which one do you two like? They are both very good, and the names are nice. They must look and taste good too, right? Concubine Chu Yu said with a smile. Yes, the waiter smiled and nodded. The finished product is almost the same as the picture, and the taste is definitely not bad, you can rest assured about that. Hearing what you said, it's so hard for me to choose. Or, take them all, one portion of each. After saying this, Chu Yufei stopped hesitating and directly returned the menu to the clerk. Okay, no problem. Well, please wait a moment, the dessert will be here soon. As he said that, the waiter took the menu, nodded with a smile and went downstairs. Wait until she leaves. Shi Jun suddenly said, Wife, even if you don't want to lose weight, you can't eat two at once. There is too much sugar, which is not good for your health. However, upon hearing this, Chu Yufei revealed a playful smirk. Hee, don't we still have you? When the time comes, I'll try them one by one, pick the one I like best, and the rest will be left to you. Hearing this, Shi Jun was quite helpless and speechless, but he just nodded lovingly and smiled bitterly. There is no way, after all she is my wife. Just pamper her. A moment later. Desserts were served one by one. The desserts for both of you have been served. Please enjoy your meal. If there's anything else, you can always call me. The clerk said with a smile. Okay, thanks. Shi Jun and Chu Yufei said in unison. Afterwards, the clerk left and returned to the front desk, leaving Shi Jun and Chu Yufei some space to be alone. Okay, the desserts are here, come and try them, then we'll go shopping in the supermarket and then go home. Shi Jun said gently. Yeah, okay. Chu Yufei smiled sweetly and nodded, then she couldn't wait to pick up the spoon, gently scooped a mouthful of the Pink Sweet First Kiss and put it into her mouth. Her face was instantly filled with happiness and satisfaction, and her eyes curved into crescents. Wow, it's delicious. It contains my favorite hawthorn and grape pulp, the taste is rich and mellow, and the cake is soft and sweet. Good times. Shi Jun looked at her extremely cute appearance and said lovingly, Eat slowly, don't choke. There's another one for you to try too. Okay, Chu Yufei responded quickly, and then took a bite of Lover's Snow White Hair. The sour and sweet taste spread in her mouth. She couldn't help but said intoxicatedly, This is also great. It has my favorite strawberries and lychees. The flavor is rich and perfectly blended. They're all delicious. So here comes the question. At this moment, looking at the two pieces of cake in front of her, Chu Yufei suddenly frowned and became worried. What should I do? I seem to like both of them, but I can't eat two. After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled calmly, picked up a small knife beside him, and cut the two cakes into two halves. Then, he skillfully put the untouched halves of the two cakes together and handed them to concubine Chu Yu, smiling indulgently, Eat it, now you can taste both flavors, I'll help you with the rest. Seeing such a perfect result, concubine Chu Yu was delighted. She couldn't help but stand up, and under Shi Jun's puzzled eyes, she sat down beside him as light as a swallow, opened her red lips and gently kissed his cheek. Thank you, husband. This is your reward. However, the king of Qi was not so easily dismissed by Chu Yufei's small favor. Suddenly, he stretched out his powerful right hand, and held her delicate body tightly in his arms, with a wicked smile on his lips. This little favor can't get rid of me, I want to eat a mouthful. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yufei's cheeks flushed immediately, and she quickly turned away from his face, saying coquettishly, "No, this is outside. It's not good for people to see us. Go home. Let's talk about it after we get home, okay?" After getting the reply, Shi Jun didn't worry about the time, because he couldn't miss the benefit anyway. "Okay, but I want a super double." "Bad guy." Chu Yufei punched his chest lightly with her pink fist and said coquettishly. Chapter 115, Shi Jun is in disarray in the wind, and the Wisco-Balian group is showing off? After a long time, the sweet couple finished their dessert. Chu Yufei leaned back in her chair contentedly, like a lazy kitten, and said comfortably, "I am so happy. I feel like all my troubles have been melted away by these bites of dessert." Seeing this, Shi Jun raised the corners of his mouth, smiled and gently held her hand, his eyes doting, "As long as you like, I will bring you here often in the future." "Hee hee, okay." Concubine Chuyu smiled sweetly, her face full of happiness. Afterwards, the two strolled leisurely in the mall hand in hand. Chu Yufei was choosing her favorite snacks in front of the shelf, while Shi Jun was patiently accompanying her and helping her get things from time to time. Finally, he bought 2 big bags of Chu Yufei's favorite snacks and left satisfied. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, a group of college leaders and student representatives had been waiting at the East Gate. After waiting for a long time, there was still no sign of the vehicles from Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group. In the crowd, Shi Jun was wearing a casual suit. He looked quite handsome, but because he had been standing for a long time, he was bored and started yawning constantly. He looked sleepy. "I'm speechless. Why are you so late? Didn't you say you'd arrive at 9? It's almost 10. He couldn't help but mutter and complain under his breath. "Shut up, everyone here is a leader and a student representative, don't embarrass me, stand still." The one who spoke was Chu Yufei, who was standing next to Shi Jun and was the focus of the whole audience. She was wearing a black long-sleeve top, a waisted long skirt, and a pair of black women's short boots. She looked very capable and like a queen. However, the two of them looked quite compatible standing together. Although Shi Jun's condition at the moment slightly destroyed the beauty, the overall look was still acceptable. "Oh, I see." Shi Jun responded weakly, calmed down, tried to wake up a little, straightened his body, stopped talking, and waited quietly. On the side, Suya also frequently glanced at the two of them with a kind smile on her face. "We are young people, and we grew up together, so we can be considered childhood sweethearts." That's great. She also felt a little envious. But more of it is the sincere joy of being an elder. However, just at this moment, a bus suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. "Look, there's a bus coming towards us. It looks like it belongs to Wuhan Iron and Steel Group." Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their eyes towards the bus, and saw the words Wisco-Balian Group Special Vehicle clearly written on it. After confirming that everything was correct, Suya quickly cleared her throat and said seriously, "Okay, everyone, be quiet, quickly get yourself in order, and prepare to welcome the people from Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group. Also, everyone must be extremely alert and not be negligent in any way." "Yes, Dean." "Understood, President Su." Everyone responded, and then started to clean up in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Shi Jun also pretended to tidy himself up, then stood up straight and prepared to face these bastards. "If I had known this, I should have told them in advance yesterday. So that you don't have to come so late and ruin the sweet time between me and my wife. Convex fuck dish fuck." Soon, the bus stopped steadily not far in front of everyone. After the car stopped, the door slowly opened and several leaders walked down from it, including Wang Dehao, Lu Shaoqing, and others. As for Wang Tong, this old guy, Shi Jun looked around but couldn't find any trace of him. It seems that Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group has no sincerity in cooperating. The eldest brother didn't come, but sent a secretary and the third brother. It seems that they don't intend to have a serious discussion, right? Shi Jun looked at the situation and made some guesses in his heart. "Teacher Chu, it seems like they don't take us seriously." Shi Jun quietly approached Chu Yufei and spoke in a low voice. Hearing this, concubine Chuyu tilted her head to look at him, curled her lips, and said in a bad tone, "Nonsense, anyone with a discerning eye can see it. I can see that you didn't read your last plan carefully. It is clearly written at the end that the cooperation agreement will only take effect after being signed by the top leaders of both parties. But now, you see, only a secretary and a major shareholder came. It is obvious that they are not determined to cooperate with us. They must be here to test us again. This is the third time. The dean and the leaders of the college have put a lot of thought into the school enterprise cooperation with their company. But they still don't take it seriously, keep pushing it further, and act like they are superior. Hear this. Shi-jun couldn't help but think that what they did was indeed a bit too much. Grass. It's fine that I've waited for you for so long, but for my wife and mother-in-law to wait for you for so long as well, you're a little ignorant. On the side, Suya had already heard the conversation between Chu Yufei and Shi-jun, and couldn't help but say, okay, you two should stand up quickly and stop talking nonsense. Although they have more conditions and requirements, it is understandable. After all, we are not a charity, and it is understandable that businessmen put profit first. After hearing Suya's words, Shi-jun and Chu Yufei said no more. They each nodded and returned to their original positions. Okay everyone, the people from the company have arrived, cheer up and come with me to greet them. Having said that, Suya took the lead and stepped forward, leading everyone to meet the members of Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group. Soon. When everyone met, Suya and other leaders of the hospital started talking with Wang Dehao, Lu Shaoqing and others. They greeted each other with a business handshake and the same polite smile on their faces. Dean Su, hello, I'm so sorry. I came so late today for a reason. There was a huge traffic jam on the road. I'm really sorry. After Lu Shaoqing and Suya shook hands briefly, he explained with a smile and apologetic tone. I understand. It's rush hour and there are a lot of cars on the road. We were inconsiderate and chose this time. It really caused trouble for you. Suya didn't think too much about it. She just smiled and nodded to show her understanding. Then, she added, I took a look and it seems Mr. Wang didn't come this time. Is there anything that delayed him? Oh, Mr. Wang, he is very busy today. There are many meetings to be held in the company today, so it is better for the two of us to come this time. But please believe that we can also represent Mr. Wang. However, I hope to have another negotiation with the college this time, if the conditions can be optimized a little bit. Then the next time we meet, I think we will be able to sign the agreement smoothly at the conference table. Chapter 116 Shi-jun reveals his true colors. Dean Su is my mother-in-law, understand? Hearing this, Suya just smiled slightly and didn't say much. I hope so. Then everyone, please come in. Okay, Dean Su, please. Having said that, Wang Dehao and the others were no longer polite, nodded, and prepared to move forward. But he had only taken 2 steps. The two of them instantly showed an expression of shock as if they had discovered an earth-shattering secret, and stood there in a daze. Secretary Lu. Secretary Lu, am I not awake yet and my eyes are blurry? Why does this person look so much like President Xi? Wang Dehao widened his big bell-like eyes and asked Lu Shaoqing beside him in disbelief. Forehead. Lu Shaoqing was speechless for a moment, then he looked left and right, confirmed repeatedly, and felt that his eyes were not mistaken. They do look exactly the same, I think so, yes. After saying this, the two looked at each other. Fuck. The sky is falling. President Xi is actually a student of our cooperative college. Could it be that they knew some inside information and deliberately did this? Lu Shaoqing lowered his voice and said, his heart full of suspicion. Hearing this, Wang Dehao was also thinking quickly in his mind and felt that this speculation made sense. But at this moment, he didn't know how to respond and was extremely panicked. Grass. If I had known that I would meet Shi-jun today, I would never have dared to be late, let alone join in the fun. This kind of thing should be done by the chairman himself. If he knew that they were raising the terms of cooperation to make a profit, there would probably be a lot of trouble and friction. By then, they wouldn't even know how they died. This was the common thought in the minds of the two at this moment. At this moment, they only felt cold sweats and felt uneasy in their hearts. At the same time, on the side, Suya and others were all confused when they saw this. Then he quickly followed their gaze and found that they were looking at Shi-jun, who was standing next to Chu Yufei. Although she was very confused, Suya did not think too much about it and quickly introduced, Boss Wan, Secretary Lu, how about I introduce you too? This is Shi-jun, a student from our college. Today, as a student representative, he will assist us in the reception and service work for Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group. As soon as these words came out, Wang Dehao and Lu Shaoqing were so surprised that they cried out, What? Let him receive and serve us? Yes, Suya was also stunned when she saw the two of them so excited, and then nodded. Why, is there something wrong? Hearing this, the two were speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. How can this work? Letting the company's second in command, a young master with an unfathomable background, serve them is simply courting death. Shi Jun, do you know them? Seeing this, concubine Shiyu couldn't help but ask in a low voice. After hearing this, Shi Jun did not intend to hide it and smiled calmly. More than knowing each other, we are also business partners. Upon hearing this, concubine Shiyu was also very surprised at first. But he soon recovered. Well, you're so good. Why didn't you tell me earlier about this relationship? It made Dean Su and his team spend so much time preparing for this reception. It's really annoying. She complained coquettishly. I'm sorry, Teacher Chu, but this occasion is really not appropriate. Wait until next time. I will definitely tell you in advance next time, okay? Shi Jun quickly apologized. Hearing this, Xu Yufei also realized that this was not the right occasion, so she said no more. I had no choice but to push in gently, then stop dawdling and go and solve this problem. Feeling this sudden push, Shi Jun didn't react for a moment, so he walked out of the team and came in front of Suya, Wan Deheo, and others. See this scene. Wan Deheo and others were suddenly at a loss. But fortunately, Lu Shaoqing is a smart and sensible person. His years of secretarial experience told him that if no one of them stepped forward to deal with the situation properly at this time and Shi Jun lost face, they would definitely not have a good life in the future. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be arrogant at all, and hurriedly stepped forward to support him, with a flattering smile on his face, and said in an extremely respectful tone, "Oh, Mr. Chi, you were so stupid, why didn't you tell us in advance? If we had known that you were a student here and would come here to greet you today, we would have definitely arrived on time early in the morning. There's no need to make an extra trip, just sign the contract with the college directly." That's right, Mr. Chi, you really are the one. We just got in touch with each other not long ago. Look, it's so unexpected and a bit scary, isn't it? Wan Deheo also quickly echoed. After hearing this, the king of Qi was also happy, but there was no trace of blame on his face. Yes, what President Wan and Secretary Lu said are correct. It was indeed my negligence. I will definitely notify you in advance next time. No, Mr. Qi, please don't say that. This matter is certainly not your fault alone. There must be some omissions in our work. If we had not learned about your specific identity at the first time, such an embarrassing situation today would not have occurred. After all, this time it should be our fault. Lu Shaoqing quickly took the responsibility on himself and said apologetically. Shi Jun, from what you said, you have known each other for a long time? Seeing this, although Suya was shocked, she did not forget the important matter and could not help but interrupt. Hearing this, Shi Jun did not dare to be negligent and quickly responded with a smile. Yes, President Su, speaking of which, we are business partners. It was just a coincidence today. I didn't expect to meet you. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Wan Deheo, Lu Shaoqing, and others. Okay, everyone, let's stop blaming each other. Since we've met today, let's have a good chat about cooperation. As soon as the words fell, Wan Deheo and Lu Shaoqing suddenly looked embarrassed and looked at each other. Boss Chi, to be honest, we really can't make the decision on this matter. After all, this concerns the company's vital interests and may require a meeting to discuss and deal with it. Lu Shaoqing hurriedly explained. After hearing this, the king of Qi did not make things too difficult for them. He knew very well that Wan Deheo and Lu Shaoqing were just sent here to go through the motions and had no real power at all. But in order not to waste time, Shi Jun did not bother to be polite with them. He walked directly between Lu Shaoqing and Wan Deheo and whispered in their ears in a low voice, I know you don't have the power to make decisions, and this matter does need to be consulted with the chairman. However, this matter is of great importance. If the contract can be signed successfully, I will owe you a favor this time, and I will definitely repay you double in the future. When they heard that such a powerful figure like Shi Jun was actually using favors to bribe them, the two were really at a loss for a moment. Boss Chi, seriously, is it worth it? Wan Deheo said with curiosity on his face. Yes. Mr. Chi, your favor is really a big deal. Just for such a small contract, isn't it? 2. Lu Shaoqing was interrupted by Shi Jun before she could finish her words. To what? Don't you think it's a bit too far-fetched? Upon hearing this, the two of them stopped being polite and nodded immediately. Shi Jun didn't care, he smiled and explained, then let me tell you something in private. Just now, the Dean Suyu made things difficult for twice as my mother-in-law, and the one who pushed me out is my wife, so do you understand the importance of this matter? As soon as these words came out, the two of them looked like they were struck by lightning, their mouths slightly opened and their eyes widened to an abnormal degree. Damn it! After all this time, they are really seeking their own death. Chapter 117. The welcome ceremony is over, Wang Dehao and others go back for a meeting. Since President Xi has said so, then the conditions we discussed before, the college. Lu Shaoqing spoke cautiously, glancing at Suya and others from time to time with a tentative look. Shi Jun glanced at him and said seriously, the college has already made great concessions on the terms we discussed before. I think both sides need to show sincerity to make this cooperation a success. After hearing this, Wang Dehao quickly responded, Boss Qi is right. We will go back and discuss this carefully with the chairman, and show our utmost sincerity. Okay, but you have to act quickly. There are many things that need to be arranged at the academy. Shi Jun nodded slightly in response. Understood, understood. President Qi, please rest assured. We will proceed immediately when we get back. Lu Shaoqing responded quickly. After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled slightly and said, that would be the best. Seeing that the matter was discussed properly, Wang Dehao immediately smiled and nodded to show his approval. Then, he turned his gaze to Suya who was standing beside him, and said respectfully, President Su, I am really sorry to bother you this time. You have made such a big scene and made so many preparations. This time, since President Xi has expressed his attitude, our Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group will definitely give him face. As for our school enterprise cooperation, we plan to go back immediately for a meeting to discuss it, so I won't bother you too much here. Finally, I would also like to thank you all for your warm welcome today. Thank you. After saying that, Wang Dehao and Lu Shaoqing also acted out the whole thing, bowed slightly, and expressed their sincere gratitude to everyone present. See this scene. Suya was so excited that she was a little dazed for a moment, then she calmed down and said with a smile, thank you so much. But it's a pity, because our college had carefully booked a private room for lunch. How about this, after you have finished the meeting and come up with some results, please come to the large private room on the first floor of the food building on Qiyang Road in Quancheng at noon, where we can have a meal together and discuss the follow-up matters of the cooperation? Hear this. Wang Dehao didn't dare to agree rashly. He looked at Lu Shaoqing quickly and then turned his gaze to Shi Jun. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Shi Jun said with a smile and a relaxed tone, it's just a meal. Whether it succeeds or not, it won't prevent us from having a simple meal. Seeing Shi Jun's statement, Wang Dehao and the other man said no more, but smiled and nodded in agreement. Well, if the meeting ends before noon, we will definitely keep the appointment. On the side, everyone listened to the conversation between the three of them, and they were all secretly amazed at Shi Jun's extraordinary ability and powerful momentum. After getting the answer, Shi Jun turned to look at Suya, smiling and said calmly, President Su, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. We still need to discuss this cooperation further. Hearing the reply, Suya was overjoyed at this time. She waved her hand lightly and said nonchalantly, it doesn't matter. As long as we can reach a cooperation in the end, everyone's efforts will be worth it. Shi Jun nodded, and said to Wang Dehao and Lu Shaoqing, that's it for today. Let's keep in touch and see you at noon. Okay, see you at noon, President Qi. After he finished speaking, Wang Dehao and Lu Shaoqing felt relieved and nodded repeatedly, and they said goodbye to each other politely. Only after all the staff of Wuhan Iron and Steel Balian Group had left did Suya dismiss everyone and let them go home and take care of their own affairs. Soon, the entrance, which was originally bustling with activity, became deserted in the blink of an eye. Parking lot. Chu Yufei was chatting and laughing with Shi Jun in her car. I didn't expect you to be so good at business. Mom has talked to them so many times but couldn't come to an agreement, but you solved it with just a few words. That's amazing. Concubine Chu Yu smiled widely and praised generously. After hearing this, Shi Jun smiled slightly and said, it's just average. There will be more difficult things waiting for you in the future. Your husband's strength is beyond your imagination. Seeing Shi Jun being so cocky, Chu Yufei couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Well, you're so proud of yourself again after just a few compliments. Well, let me tell you something else. Just now, your dear mother-in-law asked me to tell you something. You must reserve the private room in the food restaurant for her at noon today. Don't make any mistakes. Hearing this, Shi Jun was stunned at first. What? Didn't godmother order it? No, Chu Yufei shook her head and explained, originally, my mom and the others were not sure about the result, so they simply ordered some boxed lunches to deal with it. But it's different now. If you put more effort on your side, it will almost be done. That's why you said you booked a private room in the food building. Well, who made her have such a good son-in-law like you? And you happen to be the owner of the food restaurant, so there's no need to waste it. Concubine Chu Yu said coquettishly. After listening to this, Chi Jun didn't say much, but just nodded to show that he understood. Why don't you speak? Is this embarrassing for you? On the side, Chu Yufei saw that he was silent and couldn't help but ask. No, I won't make it difficult for you. Chi Jun waved his hands quickly after hearing this. If it were someone else, I would definitely make it difficult for you, but this is the order of my mother-in-law. Even if someone is eating inside, I will ask them to leave and make room for my mother-in-law. Having said that, Chi Jun acted decisively and immediately took out his cell phone and called Wang Xin. Beep, beep. Soon. The call is connected. Hey, Mr. Chi, do you have anything to tell me? Wang Xin's respectful voice soon came from the other end of the phone. I do have something to tell you. I want to ask, has anyone reserved or used the large private room on the first floor of our food building for lunch today? Chi Jun asked. Hearing this, Wang Xin did not answer immediately. Mr. Chi, please wait a moment, I will check and give you an answer. Okay, hurry up. Understood. It will be ready soon. As Wang Xin spoke, he began to check the order status on the computer. The result came in a moment. Mr. Chi, I checked and no one has reserved the large private room on the first floor today. You can use it without worry. Wang Xin said quickly. After hearing this, Chi Jun nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then you can keep the private room on the first floor for me, and ask the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. I have a distinguished guest coming over at noon today, so don't cause any trouble. Understood, rest assured, Mr. Chi, I will follow up on this matter throughout the process and ensure that it is handled properly for you. Wang Xin said quickly. Okay, then you continue to be busy. I have something else to do here. See you at noon. Okay, Mr. Chi, see you at noon. After saying that, Chi Jun stopped talking and hung up the phone immediately. Chapter 118, Concubine Chu Yu, the king of Chi is a gentleman in front of others, but a beast in bed? Wife, look, the problem has been solved perfectly, shouldn't you give me a reward? Chi Jun smiled evilly, shook his phone and winked at Chu Yufei. Okay, I'll give it to you, you little pervert. Having said that, Chu Yufei was not at all shy. She immediately stood up lightly, leaned over slightly, and quickly pecked Chi Jun on the lips, leaving immediately like a dragonfly touching the water. How is it, are you satisfied? However, after hearing this, Chi Jun looked unsatisfied. He touched his lips with his fingers and shook his head vigorously. Not very satisfied. You treated me in the same way yesterday, this one do. I didn't get any pleasure last night, and you said you were too tired to do it. So you should agree to it tonight, right? Chi Jun's eyes were fiery and his words were blunt and explicit. Hearing his unabashed words, concubine Chu Yu blushed instantly and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. She pursed her lips shyly and said lightly, this. Can you blame me for this? It's clearly all your fault. You're a gentleman in public, but a beast in bed. You're like a tireless animal, tormenting me. I couldn't get a good rest most of the night. After hearing this, Chi Jun felt a little embarrassed when he saw concubine Chu Yufei's helpless, pitiful and delicate appearance. Forehead. He scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said with a slightly apologetic look, well, I'm sorry, honey. I will definitely be more restrained in the future. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go home first. Humph, that's more like it. Concubine Chu Yu rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. The scene changed. Wuhan Iron and Steel Group headquarters. Inside Wang Tang's chairman's office. At this time, Wang Tang was sitting behind a large desk, talking with Wan Dehao and others who had just returned. Oh, now that you mention it, this matter has become interesting. Suya is actually Chi Jun's mother-in-law, and her daughter, the counselor, is his wife. Oh my god. It's true, the young masters of rich families play differently. Wang Tang listened to the whole story and spoke with interest. Then, Chairman, should we give him this favor? Wan Dehao bowed slightly and asked cautiously. After hearing this, Wang Tang crossed his hands, placed them under his chin, and pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded slightly and said calmly, "Give it, I must give it. After all, it's not a big deal, just a small profit. Just give it up, as long as you don't cause unnecessary trouble with your own people. It is always right to say that harmony brings wealth. Hear this." Wang Dahao and Lu Shaoqing looked at each other, nodded, and agreed with it. Then, Lu Shaoqing seemed to remember something and quickly said, "Then Chairman, it's getting late now, shall we go to the food hall for lunch? After all, you still have some important documents to sign today, and a video conference to handle. If you are too late, I can quickly tell Mr. Qi." Wang Tang didn't answer immediately after hearing this. He frowned and fell into thought. After a moment, he spoke, "Okay, there is an important meeting at noon today. You can explain it to President Qi in advance and change the time. Let us set it at 8 o'clock tonight. However, this meal must be treated by me. After all, compared to these trivial matters, getting closer to President Qi is the most important thing. When the time comes, arrange the vehicle early and don't delay. As for the remaining unimportant meetings, if the time can be changed, then change it. If it can't be changed, just postpone it. In short, it won't have much impact." After that, he looked at Wang Dahao and the other two again, with a hint of urging in his tone, "Okay, let's stop here for today. You should go back and prepare early. As for Lao Wan, don't leave the company today. Come with me at noon. Also, Xiao Lu, hurry up and prepare the contract during lunch. This is a gift from me, so make sure you handle it well and don't make any mistakes." "Yes, Chairman." After hearing this, the two dared not say anything more and responded in unison. Afterwards, they left in a hurry. It's evening in the blink of an eye. Qi Jun and others also arrived at the large private room on the first floor of the food building early. There weren't many people, only about 10 or so, and the table was half full. Everyone sat together and the atmosphere was very warm. "Mr. Wang, I have heard of your great name for a long time. See you again today. I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Suya smiled and elegantly raised the red wine glass in her hand and said. Seeing this, Wang Tang quickly stood up, with a smile on his face, and responded quickly, No, President Su, thank you for the compliment. It is an honor for our group to cooperate with your school. I just hope you won't blame us for what happened before. I hope you can forgive us for the unpleasantness we caused." Wang Tang bowed slightly, with a hint of apology. "Of course." Suya waved her hand generously and said she didn't care. After that, the two of them clinked their glasses lightly and each took a small sip. Afterwards, with their opening act, everyone followed suit. "Director Li, your ability is obvious to all. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. Secretary Lu, you have a lot of teaching experience, you can share your experience with us." It was very lively with people coming and going and praising each other. Until, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone was full. The others dispersed one after another, leaving only Qi Jun and Wang Tang. "Teacher Chu, you and Dean Su go out and wait for me for a while, I have something to tell them. Come back soon." Qi Jun whispered softly in Chu Yufei's ear. Seeing this, Chu Yufei looked at his slightly drunken appearance, her eyes full of worry, and couldn't help but said with concern, "Then be careful, don't fall, the dean and I will wait for you outside for a while, if you don't come out, I will come in to find you." "Well, okay," Qi Jun smiled and nodded gently, "then you go first, I'll talk to them." Concubine Chu Yu responded. Then she walked out of the private room and walked together with Suya. At this time, only Qi Jun, Wang Tang and 3 others were left in the private room. Qi Jun was slightly tipsy and said, "Chairman, President Wang, Secretary Lu, thank you so much this time." Hearing this, Wang Tang and others waved their hands and said hurriedly, "Mr. Qi is too polite. We will have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Besides, we are all family, so helping with this little thing is our duty." That's right, there's no need to be too formal with one's own people. Harmony brings wealth. Hear this. Qi Jun also smiled happily, no longer hiding anything, and said straight to the point, "Well, in that case, I won't be polite with you." That's right. I have known about it before. Our group has been developing rapidly recently and we are recruiting people. But the office space is limited, and I can help solve this problem. Chapter 119, Suya and Chu Yufei's Conversation 1. As soon as these words came out, Wang Tang and the other two, who were originally a little drunk, suddenly became much more sober. Wang Tang was even more incredulous, and asked quickly, Boss Qi, are you kidding? Do you really have a solution? Qi Jun said firmly, it's true, and it doesn't cost any money. I just want to ask you if you want it? After hearing Qi Jun's words, Wang Tan and the other two instantly went from being sober to being shocked. Wow, not only is there a place, but it's also free. How could such a good thing exist in the world? Oh, to be honest with you, President Xi, the group has been growing rapidly recently, and the existing office space is far from enough. We are struggling with the new office area. Otherwise, please tell us where such a good thing can happen. Wang Tang's voice was trembling with excitement. After hearing this, Qi Jun smiled calmly and said, Boss Wang, I'll take care of this matter. Just recently, I bought an entire office building in the center of Quanqing City. You can pick out a few floors and rent them to your group for free for 3 years. As soon as these words came out, when Wang Tang and others heard this, they were surprised and happy, and could hardly believe their ears. Oh, this is really, I really don't know what to say. Mr. Qi, really, we are all embarrassed. This has helped us a lot. Wan Deheo said excitedly. Seeing this, Qi Jun smiled and patted Wan Deheo on the shoulder. Everyone, since you give me face and we are partners, this little favor is nothing. As promised, you can choose any floors you want and use them rent-free for 3 years. After hearing this, Wang Tang excitedly held Qi Jun's hand and said, Mr. Qi, you are such a generous person. Well, we will remember this friendship. If you need us in the future, just let us know. Seeing this, Qi Jun smiled and nodded. It should be, we just have to work together to create brilliance. Okay, Mr. Qi, let's create brilliance together. I'll do one, it's up to you. As he spoke, Wang Tang picked up 2 wine glasses from somewhere, filled them up, handed one to Qi Jun, and then drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this, Qi Jun had no choice but to drink a glass with him. At the same time, outside the private room, in the food hall, everyone had already left. Only Chu Yufei was left, sitting side by side with Suya on the sofa, talking in low voices. Ahem, Suya coughed twice, then waved gently to Chu Yufei and said, Yufei, come here, get closer to Mom, I have something to talk to you about. I happen to be free today, so let's have a chat, okay? Hearing this, Chu Yufei didn't think much about it. She nodded obediently and moved closer. What's wrong, Mom? Is there something important? She asked curiously. That's about it. It's just some things about you and Qi Jun. As a mother, I want to know more. As she spoke, Suya's eyes became more loving, and she smiled slightly. How is it? Is it convenient for you to talk to your mother? Hear this. Concubine Chu Yu was a little at a loss for a moment. She was stunned for a long time and didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Suya did not ask any further questions, but changed her approach. Well, since it's inconvenient for you to speak up, I'll ask and you'll answer, is that okay? Faced with the question, Chu Yufei didn't know what to say and just nodded to show her agreement. Seeing this, Suya smiled and said, okay, I'll ask the first question first. Tell me in detail, to what extent do you like Qi Jun? Is it the unbearable longing that feels like 3 years have passed since you last saw me? Or is it purely the pursuit of emotional impulses stimulated by hormones? After hearing this, concubine Chuyu did not hesitate at all and smiled directly. I have all of these. But I think I'm a little more possessive of him. And I particularly dislike other women being close to him, and I get jealous easily. Fortunately, Qi Jun listens to me very much and always consciously keeps a distance from other women. There was a girl who pursued him before, but luckily I acted in time and completely crushed her fantasy. As she spoke, Chu Yufei couldn't help but wave her little hands, her pretty face full of pride. Seeing this, Suya showed a satisfied expression on her face and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, not bad. In the emotional world of both parties, the existence of a third party is absolutely intolerable. You follow me in this regard and you must continue to maintain this. However, if it is a normal interpersonal relationship, you should not be too strict, otherwise it may have a negative impact on your relationship, understand? Suya taught patiently. I understand, mother. You can rest assured about this. I know everything. Chu Yufei responded confidently. Seeing this, Suya smiled slightly and then asked, okay, let me ask you a second question. How far have you and Qi Jun developed so far? Don't fool me, Mom is an experienced person, and she knows everything clearly. I want to hear the truth. At this moment, when Chu Yufei heard Suya's serious words, she was instantly flustered and didn't dare to tell the truth. After all, she really couldn't guess what her mother was thinking. I could only pretend to be confused and hesitant for a long time without giving a definite answer. Chi-Jun and I are now in a romantic relationship. So, we were doing what couples do, nothing more. After hearing this ambiguous answer, Suya smiled softly again. I seem to have reached a conclusion in my mind. Come on, don't show off your little tricks in front of me. If you ask me, you two must have been hugging and holding hands a long time ago, and you've probably also started kissing and living together, right? I guess, you, this troublesome girl, have already lost your virginity, right? When speaking, Suya's expression was serious, and there was no intention of joking at all. After hearing her mother's straightforward words, Chu Yufei's face turned red all of a sudden, just like a ripe red apple. She lowered her head shyly, like a young wife who had just come home, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes, and stammered, Mom, why are you speaking so bluntly? Besides, how do you know this? Suya listened and laughed softly. I really didn't know at first, but after your relationship with Chi-Jun was made public, I understood everything. Before, you were rarely seen in the staff dormitory in a week. The same was true for Chi-Jun. No one was there during dormitory inspections. When I asked you and his roommates, they all covered up for him and said they rented a house outside. I later went to the apartment complex where you and Linglong rented a few times, but no one was living there. The result was obvious. As she spoke, she gently held Chu Yufei's hand again, and said affectionately and earnestly, Yufei, don't blame me for meddling in your affairs, I am just concerned about you. Tell Mom the truth, is there anything wrong with it? Seeing that the conversation had come to this point, concubine Chu Yu no longer hesitated, and finally nodded gently, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Just like you said. Chapter 120, Suya and Chu Yufei's conversation 2. Get the answer. Suya couldn't help but let out a long sigh. A complex smile appeared on his face, a mixture of joy and worry. Then, she continued, in this case, Mom hopes that you can cherish this relationship. Chi-Jun is a good kid. Your father and I have watched him grow up. But you have to control your own limits and not give yourself away without reservation. These men are all the same. If you take advantage of someone, you will become arrogant and easily get ahead of them, do you know that? Suya said meaningfully. After hearing this, Chu Yufei raised her head shyly, looked into her mother's eyes, and said seriously, Mom, I know. But don't worry, Chi-Jun is very kind to me, and I firmly believe that we can go on hand in hand forever. After hearing this, Suya did not refute, but just smiled and stroked Chu Yufei's hair, saying, That's good, as long as you are happy, Dad and Mom will be relieved. However, you must maintain your reserve and never indulge yourself or his desires, understand? Chu Yufei nodded obediently and replied, Mom, I understand what you said, don't worry. I understand. That's naturally the best. Anyway, you must learn to restrain yourself, especially when it comes to desires. Chi-Jun has just reached adulthood, so don't make things too difficult for him. As a person who has experienced this, I must tell you the truth of slow and steady flow. Hearing this. For a moment, concubine Chu Yu was speechless except for feeling embarrassed. She was too embarrassed to complain. Mom, can you believe it? It's not him who is in trouble, but me. A little pervert, 7 times in one night, it's actually true. And he doesn't even need any tonic medicine, just relying on his strong body, who would dare to think of that? Hey, Princess Yu, what are you daydreaming about? Talking to you, do you hear me? Suya said while waving her hands. Ah. Chu Yufei came back to her senses instantly after hearing the voice and responded hurriedly, Oh, I heard it. Seeing that she had come back to her senses, Suya stopped talking and asked, Well, this is the last question. Think about it carefully before answering me. Do you and Chi-Jun have any thoughts of getting married right now? As soon as these words came out, not only did Chu Yufei's pretty face flush with embarrassment, but her heart was also in a state of panic. Oh my God, Mom, what is wrong with you tonight? Why are you always making such noises? But no matter how helpless she was, Chu Yufei could only stammer and say, This question, we still have some concerns and haven't thought about it carefully. Maybe we need to get to know each other for a while longer before we can make a decision? Hearing this answer, Suya's face also showed some joy. Okay, it's normal to have concerns. Marriage and love are fundamentally different. It's always right to consider more. Finally, as your elder and your biological mother, I still have to remind you that you must take precautions and don't cause any death, understand? Ah. Mom, what are you talking about? How could you do this? I'm going to ignore you. Snort. Concubine Shuyu turned her head away coquettishly, like a shy water lotus. That delicate face was instantly covered with a blush, which spread rapidly all the way to the ears, so red that it seemed as if bright beads of blood were about to drip out. Even her slender and soft neck was dyed a suggestive pink this time, making her look both playful and adorable. At the side, Suya couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle when she saw this. She laughed so hard that her body shook with joy. However, at this moment, the door of the private room slowly opened, and Jun, Wang Tong, and others file out. Boss Chi, let's stop talking here. There is an important meeting waiting for me at the group tonight, so we will go ahead now. See you. Wang Tang's face was full of smiles, and he bowed slightly as he spoke. I see. See you later. Jun nodded slightly. Good. After saying that, Wang Tong and the others hurriedly walked towards the door together. It was not until they passed by Suya and Shu Yufei that they nodded slightly as a greeting. President Su, we have something urgent to do and have to leave first. See you. Wang Tang said politely. Okay, everyone, take your time. I have some private matters to attend to, so please excuse me for not seeing you off. Goodbye. Suya raised the corners of her mouth and responded with a smile that was gentle yet generous. After hearing this, Wang Tong and others smiled, nodded slightly again, and didn't say anything more. He just waved very politely and left in a hurry. Soon. After Wang Tong and others left, Jun walked over with a slightly frivolous step. His face was slightly red, and it was obvious that he had drunk a lot of alcohol. At this moment, seeing the warm scene of Suya and Shu Yufei talking intimately, Jun couldn't help but asked with a smile, Godmother, Sister Yufei, what are you talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Hearing this, Shu Yufei came back to her senses instantly. Looking at his drunken appearance, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said angrily. Didn't I tell you again and again, don't drink so much, don't drink so much. Look at your current behavior. Did you just drink with them in the room again? As she spoke, she frowned slightly, her tone stern but full of concern. Forehead. Hearing this, Jun suddenly looked embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Seeing this, Suya smiled and came to his rescue. Okay, it's normal for men to drink a little and socialize, don't take it too seriously. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Jun, her eyes full of love and recognition. No matter what, you have made the greatest contribution to making this happen today. But, then again, you are an adult now. For your own sake and for the sake of concubine you should pay more attention to your health and avoid drinking too much. Is that clear? Yes, Godmother, I understand. I will pay attention to it next time. Jun looked embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. As for what we talked about just now, those are all private conversations between girls, so don't be curious and ask about it. After saying that, Suya raised her wrist gracefully and looked at her watch. 9:45. Well, it's really late now, you two should rest early. As luck would have it, Philon will come to pick me up soon, and you all have drunk some wine, so come home with me and spend the night. Also, please don't reject me and let me fulfill my duties as a mother. After saying that, Suya no longer paid attention to the two of them and started to pack up her belongings quickly. Seeing this, Jun and Shu Yufei looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more. They just nodded slightly to show their agreement. Afterwards, the family got up and left the food building with laughter.